Every morning, Jill started the same way. Wake up at 7 o'clock, wash up and make breakfast at 8:30, and then wake up her dad for work. After tasting the soup she had made today and making sure it was perfect, she continued with her plan. The heroine shouted at her dad to wake up because breakfast was ready, but there was no answer. Jill looked into his room and called him again. Apparently, he was sleeping too soundly to hear her. She walked over to the bed and gently touched his shoulder so that waking up wouldn't take him by surprise. But Dad still hadn't woken up. Then the girl began to literally shake him, because if he didn't wake up right now, he might be late for work. But in response, she only heard a moan. And then Jill screamed loudly enough for the whole room to hear, so loud that the lonely neighbor probably thought he was now a dad too. June opened his eyes abruptly, not knowing what to expect as a terrifying scream filled his room. He sat up abruptly, looked around, sweat appeared on his forehead from such an unexpected awakening. And then he saw her. Jill stood in front of him, screaming to wake him up. And at that moment, he remembered that he had a daughter under contract for 2 months now. Seeing that June had woken up, she stopped screaming, broke into a smile, and announced that breakfast was ready and it was high time for him to get up. 10 years ago, so-called faults appeared on the earth, which disturbed the peace and harmony. People did not know what to do with them and were terribly frightened, seeing first only the rift and then what emerged from them. Monsters emerged from the rifts in huge numbers, and it was impossible to cope with them. At the same time, strange abilities appeared in some people, regardless of gender and age. They began to be called hunters, who could track their abilities, like in a computer game. Hunters rose to protect the cities and began to control the rifts, exterminating monsters. June didn't have any special skills, so he had to study and look for a job suitable for an ordinary person. After graduating, he was able to get a job as a civil servant in the fault management department and became the youngest in the department. He had no particular talents, which negatively affected his work, where he constantly forgot about reports and was late. It was only after a year of hard work that he was able to receive his first assignment at the Rift. He was excited for his first mission and set out to search for the rift that had appeared. However, here too, failure awaited Juna. On the way to the mission, he was hit by a truck. A bright light, a blow, the expectation of pain. But it did not come. He opened his eyes and could not understand where he was. People who also did not expect him to appear here told him that he was in a world called Muram, the world in which he died a huge number of times, experienced terrible pain and suffering. But after death, he was reborn again, and everything started anew, because after appearing in Muram, he acquired one ability, a pocket watch that, in the event of death, would return him to the previous day and allow him to repeat the scenario again. June kept going back to achieve his goal, to win and stay alive. He did this so many times that it seemed he no longer remembered who he was or what he was doing. With each rewind, he drew conclusions and became stronger. And finally, he became the most powerful warrior in this world, and he had no equal. The inhabitants of the world of Marima nicknamed him Chanma, which meant heavenly devil. However, now June was only concerned with one question: how to get back. He became the strongest. So as a reward, he was given the same sudden return to his reality, just as he once fell out of it. The hero woke up in the hospital, but he felt fine. He got up, got dressed, and left the hospital as if he had woken up at home. The doctors were shocked because he was the one who was hit by a truck yesterday and had to undergo a 5-hour operation. June understood that he had spent a lot of time in another world, did not remember his own at all, and a long period of adaptation awaited him. He looked at his status window. All his stats were at their maximum. He was the best hunter for his world, and there was no need to return to his old job. Memories of Muram frightened him, because there was a sea of blood on his hands. Memories flashed in his head. He stopped trusting anyone. He doesn't even remember how many times he died and was reborn again. And in that same second, he realized that now he wanted to be normal, go to work, and live a normal life. Having decided everything, June went to work at the city hall, went up to the right floor, went into the right room, and said hello. Everyone who worked in the department turned around and froze in shock, looking at the door. Greg was the first to speak up, but all he could ask was if June was okay. To which June replied that he was completely fine and nothing terrible had happened to him. Greg noticed that he, at the very least, spoke differently and became more confident, after which he noted that his body seemed to have become stronger, although before he looked like a fragile guy. It was as if he was assessing him from the bottom up, and when he reached his face, he realized that his height had changed a little. June thanked him for all the compliments Greg had given him, but gave no indication that anything had changed. He assured that even if he had changed in appearance, he was still the same June who worked with them in the department. After which he clarified where his workplace was, since he was in shock after the accident and had memory problems. Greg, however, took the position that everything he was saying now made him even more suspicious. Olivia, who had been smiling at him up until that moment, was sure it was June, only more beautiful. The boss wasn't satisfied with what June and Olivia said, so he brought out a fingerprint scanner. The moment of truth, June put his thumb to the scanner, put it on, and everyone froze. Less than a minute later, the scanner reported that it was indeed June, a worker from the Rift department. Greg screamed for another test, grabbed his hand and put his finger on the scanner, which once again confirmed his identity. The test continued over and over until the entire department grew tired of listening to the scanner say the same thing over and over again. Greg stood his ground and said that he did not understand how a person could change so much in just one day. But Olivia could not take her eyes off him. She had no idea how height, build, and voice could change. But she really liked the new June. Jun's head was already starting to split from the endless discussions about his changes, so he asked again where his place was. But there was no answer, and the boss decided to send him home so that he could get a good rest. He didn't hear Jun's objections and only repeated that he was still on sick leave and that he would only allow him to return to work tomorrow. Greg grabbed him by the shoulders and offered to walk him to the exit, but June refused since he could do it himself. And so he went home. But it was not so easy, because he had not been here for a long time. It took him a couple of hours to finally find his home. He had to climb up on foot, because he didn't remember what floor he lived on. But he remembered what his front door looked like. The door was found, but the hardest part remained, remembering the code to open it. He entered code after code, relying on muscle memory, but all attempts were unsuccessful. He had to stop and think. The code should be familiar to him. After all, he had entered it so often before that moment. Another unsuccessful attempt, when suddenly a female voice was heard from behind the door. He listened again. Maybe he really was so unwell that he was hearing voices, when suddenly the door lock clicked. The door opened, and behind it was a young girl whom he saw for the first time. But for some reason, she called him her uncle. He was stunned, and the only thing he could do was ask who she was. He walked inside, expecting anything to come from a conversation with the stranger who, for some reason, ended up in his apartment. June and the girl sat on opposite sides of the table. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but inside something was torn apart because he did not know what to do. He took another sip from his mug and finally began to repeat after her the story he had just heard. Her name was Jill, and she was the daughter of his brother's girlfriend. He sighed heavily and slowly said the same thing again, trying to wrap his head around it. Jill nodded happily. It seemed to her that since he started talking to her, everything would be fine. June continued to reconstruct the events. His brother's girlfriend died in an accident. She had nowhere to go, and he agreed to look after her. And that's why she knew the code to his apartment and came here today, which made Jill smile. After which, he decided to clarify whether they had seen each other at least once before today. After this moment, the girl became confused and replied that this was their first meeting. He looked for any way to resolve this situation and asked if Jill had any other relatives. In response, she hesitated and said that her mother was an orphan, so she had no one else to rely on. June suddenly became distracted by a plate with some dish and asked her what it was. She suddenly gained new hope and began to animatedly explain that it was omuraisu, an omelet and rice, and she had prepared it for June to have a snack after work. When suddenly he interrupted her and informed her that he would not be able to receive her at his place. Unexpectedly for him, the girl became furious, jumped up and shouted that he had promised her. She handed him her phone, opened the correspondence with him and showed him the messages confirming this. And now he had to tell his story, because until yesterday he was in the hospital, got into an accident, and was discharged only today. And most importantly, he lost his memory. Did not remember either his brother or the girl he promised to help. He didn't know what to answer to her question about whether he was okay, since his body had fully recovered. But memory is seriously failing, which can cause difficulties in everyday life. He understood that it would be difficult for him to take care of anyone now, since it would take some time for him to adapt. Jill froze, as if she didn't know what to say. But in reality, she was quickly going through her thoughts in her head to somehow fix the situation. Suddenly, she screamed that she wanted to sign a contract and come to an agreement with June. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he decided to clarify what kind of contract she wanted to sign, to which Jill asked him to become her father until she finished school. At that moment, he regretted asking that question because her proposal was crazy. Without wasting any time, she flew up to him, grabbed his hand, and began to convince him that he had lost his memory. It would be difficult for him to adapt, and she could help. She clung to his hand and continued to say that she would take on the cleaning, the laundry, the cooking to help him. In exchange, he will allow her to live with him until she finishes school, at least for 6 months, until she moves into a dorm. Jun thought about it, because this really was a good condition. No, even a very good condition. He spent a long time in the Middle Ages, in a completely different world, and it will take time to adapt to the modern world. She could always be asked about things he didn't know, asked for help, and this was truly beneficial for both of them. He reached into his briefcase, started to take out paper and pen, and informed Jill that he was ready to draw up the contract. She was shocked, because the plan seemed unsuccessful and now she couldn't believe her ears. June silently sat down at the table and began to write something. It seemed as if they were concluding a multi-million-dollar deal right now. He handed her a piece of paper with the rules by which they both had to live, and asked her to tell him if anything was unclear or if anything needed to be corrected. The contract specified deadlines, obligations to provide Jill with all receipts and checks, to account for expenses, and to perform all household chores. June asked again if there was anything that Jill didn't understand, or that she didn't agree with, to which she replied that she was happy with everything. There was one last step left for the contract to come into force, and he handed her a pen. With tears in her eyes, she took the pen. It seemed like she was about to burst into tears, but everything was exactly as she wanted. She bent over the papers, signed them, and said she would do everything in her power. And at that very moment, a smile lit up her face. Everything was decided, and she decided to clarify whether she could call June her father. He agreed, after which he went to his room, and Jill shouted after him to call her by her first name and to be informal. June agreed to this too. Jill hugged the contract to herself and breathed a sigh of relief, because he was getting used to it so quickly and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something. So she followed him. She started talking before she even looked into the room, but her speech was interrupted as soon as she saw a strong, pumped-up, naked body. Jill gasped instantly but couldn't take her eyes off him, even though he was her father, but such an attractive father and only under contract. She only turned away when June pulled up his t-shirt and was able to look at her. He still didn't understand what had just happened, so he decided to continue the conversation and asked what else she needed. Sweat broke out on her face and she frantically began to explain that there was no food in the refrigerator and they needed to go to the store. His sarcastic question about whether it was true was just for the sake of continuing the conversation, because he had already taken out his wallet. He took out his card, handed it to her, and informed her that she would now be paying with it. She finally turned to him, took the card, and was taken aback. Could he really trust her so quickly? Jill couldn't take responsibility so quickly, and a plan came into her head. Since he had lost his memory, he should go with her. Maybe he would start remembering something if he went to the local store. It actually seemed like a good idea. The familiar surroundings might help him, so June agreed to go along with her. The store was on the next street. They got there quickly. This time, it seems, was not enough for the main character to remember anything. They stopped at the vegetable stand, and she told him that she simply had to cook for him for a while. But June kept getting distracted by an advertisement about a discount on meat and kept repeating that. All he had to do was agree. He thanked her and said that he agreed. It seemed that she was again glad that he agreed with her. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, and there was tension in the air, as if something was about to happen. He asked her in bewilderment what was going on, because from her face it seemed that she had already understood everything. At that very second, a portal appeared in the air right in front of them, and people began to run away from it in panic. Jill immediately took the gun out of her bag and was ready to meet whoever was about to come out of it. It was a rift. She didn't know what kind of monster would come out of it now, but she knew one thing. She needed to protect Jun, so she asked him to hide. A huge green creature with huge fangs emerged from the portal, and not only did it stink terribly, but strange sounds were also escaping from its mouth, similar to either a growl or a moo. Everyone who was in the store began to run out of it in panic, screaming that a goblin had come into the store for milk. June stood rooted to the spot and simply watched what was happening. He knew what to do, but he had only promised himself today that he would live a normal life. Jill hadn't promised anyone anything, so she immediately pointed the gun at the goblin and pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out from the cannon, and a small wind arose from the power of the shot. And then the bullet reached its target. Jill hit the goblin right in the chest. The goblin felt the blow, looked down, growled questioningly, and saw a huge hole in his body. He fell flat on the floor. It seemed he wouldn't need any more food. The shop's customers began to surround him. They realized that he had lost consciousness forever, and they breathed a sigh of joy. Fortunately, there was a hunter in the shop who protected them. Jill leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and continued to hold the gun tightly in her hands. Noticing June, she quickly came to her senses, hid the weapon back in her bag, and began to scold him for simply standing still when he was in danger. June apologized and said he would be careful in the future. It seemed that was what she wanted to hear, and she calmed down. The police were already hanging over the goblin. He was alone. There were no casualties, and they headed towards Jill, because this was the result of her actions. As he approached them, the policeman asked if they had dealt with the goblin, but his gaze was directed at June. With a quick movement of his hand, he brought Jill in front of him and informed the policeman that his daughter had dealt with the goblin. He was shocked. Because the girl was only 14 years old, he couldn't believe that it was really her. But quickly getting his bearings, he asked for identification, phone number, address, and bank account information. There was a reward for killing a goblin. This was the price for the destruction of the goblin in Mana. The police will pay it for preserving the lives and safety of the residents. The policeman said that the father could also provide a bank account and the money could be transferred to him. June thought about it. He thought for a moment and asked Jill to tell him her score. She was surprised by what he said. He quickly removed all questions and said that it would be fair because it was she who killed the goblin. She blushed with joy and quickly dictated her number so as not to scream with joy. They returned home. Jill was cooking dinner when suddenly the phone made a notification sound. She grabbed it and, looking at the screen, was clearly shocked by something. For destroying the rift and the goblin, she received 150,000 won from the Seoul police. June managed to read the message. She got a large sum for killing just one goblin if they paid so much for it. Then there was no point in her living with him, he asked. She found his naivety endearing and began to explain that there had been a time rift in the sky and a monster had appeared. It was an accident, and no one could guarantee that all monsters would be so light. Besides, only licensed hunters can enter the rift, and she is still an ordinary person. He interrupted her with a question about whether she knew the law of reason, and Jill's face froze in question. She asked again what this law meant, and he explained that everything that happens in life is a reaction of the subconscious to what we are trying to instill in ourselves. Thoughts are material, and what happened to her was her desire. She understood what he was getting at, and told him that she was planning to enroll in the Hunter's Academy in March. Jill had not yet completed Hunter Rebirth, but she already knew how to use mana and had a temporary permit for the mana gun, so she always carried it with her. He praised him, because not everyone can become a hunter, which means that special abilities were embedded within her. She smiled and told him that he should treat her well because one day she would become very famous. Moreover, she had already set the table full of food, gave instructions to eat everything and leave nothing, and wished them a pleasant appetite. After discussing her future, she realized that she didn't know what June did for a living and immediately asked the question. While devouring his dinner, he replied that he worked in the mayor's office as an ordinary civil servant. Jill was satisfied with his answer, as she had been worried that his work might be dangerous. She handed him another plate of food, wished him bon appétit and good night. This eventful day had come to an end. Morning came too quickly, and now June was already approaching the City Hall building. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day. It seemed like time had stopped. The whole department was waiting to see if he would show up for work today. The door to the office swung open. He walked in as if nothing had happened and said hello. His colleagues instantly turned around at the sound of his voice. Without hiding his surprise, Greg asked how he was feeling and whether he would be able to work. It seemed like yesterday he wasn't here and the checks had started all over again. He thanked him for his concern and assured everyone else that he was perfectly fine. The department head tried to remain calm, so he leaned back in his chair and asked June to contact him anytime if he was having trouble. After which he pointed his finger at a free seat and finally answered the question that was asked yesterday. His seat was there. As he sat down on the chair, the guy sitting next to him told him that if June didn't remember something, he could contact him. He hesitated, didn't know what to answer, just as he didn't know who this guy was, what his name was. and why he offered to help him. The stranger understood everything from his facial expression, so he immediately said that his name was Nate and he was his direct superior, and Greg was in charge above him. He thanked Nate for introducing himself, for offering to help, and for providing clarity on what was going on in the department. Greg glanced at his watch and noted that the workday had already begun. It seemed like everyone was waiting for someone. Nate quickly reassured him and pointed out that the man they were waiting for was a very valuable hunter and needed to be brought up to speed, to which Greg responded with a caustic question asking if an F rank was valuable. It didn't matter because they were still waiting for the hunter and none of them showed up. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a door swinging open and heavy breathing and turned around. A beautiful red-haired girl stood in the doorway, her head bowed. It seemed that everyone was waiting for her. She exhaled heavily again, raised her head and asked a question, the answer to which was obvious. Yes, she was late. But when he saw her, Greg started waving his arms and claiming that it was his fault and that he should have met her. Nate pointed at them and suggested that June go say hello since this was their new hunter. A silent question hung on June's face. It seemed he didn't understand why a hunter had come to their department. The boss took him by the hand and pulled him along, explaining to him what was happening. The department was engaged in searching for rifts, and they usually went on missions with a hunter. Miss Kate will have to take charge of June and help him with his work. He said hello and began to study her with his eyes, when suddenly Nate announced that Kate was supposed to become his ward, but she would not. They were both surprised by this fact and turned questioningly to Nate. Nate hesitated, sweat breaking out on his forehead, but he continued speaking. June is not in any condition to go on a mission right now, so Nate will take over this matter. The main character was starting to get angry because this was originally his job. Nate continued to stand his ground. It was better for him to complete this task because no one knew what consequences the accident might have. Suddenly, Greg entered the conversation, stating that he was worried about June being able to work properly. June didn't understand what was going on. Were they pretending that he was a dishonest employee? He stated that this was his job and he would be the one doing it. Nate began to panic even more and began to try to convince the protagonist that he should not overexert himself. Greg contributed to the general panic and started shouting that June couldn't even find a job. June tried to remain calm, but inside there were explosions that were about to break out and collapse on the entire department. He took a deep breath and confidently stated once again that he would carry out his duties himself. Nate couldn't resist anymore. He knew that June needed this chance, a chance to prove that he was okay, and he gave in. The shouting continued from the office for a while, and then everyone went to lunch. Greg and Nate sat outside and continued to discuss what had happened, one thinking that letting him go on the mission was crazy, the other trying to convince him otherwise. Jun was an employee of their department, and despite what had happened, had the right to another chance, since he never made it to his first assignment. Thoughts were racing through Greg's head. He knew that there would be consequences for this decision, but whether good or bad, he didn't know. So he gave in and agreed. June and Kate set out on their first mission. He was carefully studying the instructions, and the girls seemed to be waiting for him to finish. He folded the papers and decided that there was enough information to do everything right. After several readings, it was clear what needed to be done. His duty was to study all the information about the rift, and support from the Hunter Academy was allocated to help him. As soon as he looked up from the paperwork, a girl's voice was heard from the back seat. She said that her name was Kate, and she was 21 years old. He apologized for such a long silence and said that he needed to check the documents. He turned around and his attention was drawn to what was lying on her lap. Jun asked what it was. Kate reported that her uniform and weapons, which were necessary for fighting monsters, were there. Suddenly the car stopped and the driver announced that they had arrived at the destination. They thanked him and left the car, Jun's face expressionless, and Kate pressed the button on the case and something clicked. The case opened and now one could see some strange greenish sphere inside it. The girl took it out and put it to her chest. June was perplexed by her actions. Suddenly the sphere changed color and began to glow. At that very second, the sphere completely covered Miss Kate's form, and it turned out that this was her costume. He couldn't take his eyes off either the fact that the little ball had dressed his partner on its own or her curves. She became a little embarrassed and asked if this was the first time he had seen this, to which June nodded affirmatively. Along the way, Kate told him that this suit was the lowest level of protection, but even it cost 3 million won, and her sword was far from the best. She stopped and asked what she should call him, to which he replied that he didn't care. Then she suggested calling him manager, since he was responsible for the faults. The security finished checking and they were finally able to move on. He agreed to her proposal. They walked along the stone path and finally saw the purpose of their visit. A huge glowing portal, a rift, inside of which there were probably a bunch of monsters. Kate's former confidence disappeared somewhere. She hesitated and said that this was the first time she was going into the rift alone. They were distracted by a rough male voice that was familiar to Kate. It was Michael and a couple of other hunters who had worked together before. It seemed his main goal was to hook Kate. He stated that he thought she was no longer a hunter, but this was not the case. He looked at Jun carefully and asked if she had joined any guild. After which he leaned over her and made a sarcastic comment about how she didn't even know how to use mana. Kate lowered her head and her hair covered her face. She seemed to be on edge. Michael thought he had already won, but he couldn't stop and continued to put her down in the eyes of his new colleague. Just in case, June asked if Kate knew this big guy, and she said that they once took courses together to become hunters. Michael's attention was drawn to June's badge and he began to study it. He burst out laughing when he learned that Kate was now working under contract at the mayor's office. He wiped away his tears, quite amused by the fact that someone like her wouldn't be accepted into the guild, and since she was working under a contract, that meant she was still an F rank. June interrupted this madness by saying that everything he was doing now looked pathetic. Michael began to look to his comrades for support and point a finger at the one who defended the object of his ridicule. He looked down at him with disdain and called him an idiot. He grabbed his shirt collar and lifted it up, and Kate started screaming. Michael quietly hissed that if the civil servant didn't like something, then he should dare to stop him. Michael let out a scream, his face so close that the hair on June's head stood on end. He could no longer control himself. His eyes began to narrow with anger. It seemed as if they were filling with blood. Seeing this, Michael became frightened and widened his eyes, but still did not let go. And in his head, a terrible voice sounded, which said that if he let him go within 3 seconds, he would be forgiven. Jun's eyes grew redder and stared fixedly at the idiot who was slowly lowering him to the ground. Black smoke billowed around Michael as if waiting to attack him. He felt that he couldn't breathe and began to gasp for air. But no one except Michael and June saw this. One of his comrades shook him by the shoulder and asked if everything was okay with him. At that very second, Michael fell to the ground and crawled away from something, covering his face with his hands. His friends were in a panic. From the outside, it looked like he had gone crazy. Suddenly, his pants got wet, and he was sitting right in front of the rift in a yellow puddle. Kate watched everything that was happening in surprise. She was glad that her offender was punished, but she did not understand at all what was going on here. June, satisfied with himself, grinned and decided to finish off Michael. He made a surprised face, extended his hand, and asked if he was okay and could get up. But this was only a mask for the others. He leaned over to give him another message that only the two of them would hear. The devil's voice sounded in Michael's head again and told him not to interfere anymore if he valued his life. Michael burst into tears, bubbles coming out of his nose, and he screamed that he agreed to everything. His team was in a panic. They didn't know what to do, and Kate covered her face with her hands. Jun flew past her and called her to follow him before something worse happened than what they had just seen. He jumped into the rift they had come to explore, but his partner did not follow him. He had to stick his hand through that hole for her to finally pay attention to him. She followed him, and now they were on the other side. They looked around. This dimension did not look like the home of a monster. On the contrary, there were mountains and forests all around, and the air seemed so fresh that they both took a deep breath. In the distance, they noticed a goblin wandering around the fields, and Jun noted that this rift was F rank, which was probably why it looked so simple. He took out his tablet and began to enter information about the place where they had arrived. The computer informed that the F rank of the fault was selected. When setting a higher fault rank, the exception option should be selected, after which the mapping of the area began, which meant that for the time being, June had nothing else to do. He put the tablet in his bag and slowly walked towards the goblin. Kate overtook him, shouting that she should go first. Even though she was here at the level of a porter, she should be responsible for the safety of ordinary people. Moreover, if she shows herself in a good light to the manager, she will certainly be hired for a permanent position at the mayor's office. Their attention was drawn to a noise coming from somewhere to the side, and they stopped. In the clearing not far from them lay at least 6 dead goblins, and next to them were 3 hunters who had cleared the area. June was shocked. There were so many hunters who came here before them. Kate fell to her knees and began to wail that she had to show at least something, prove what she was capable of. He tried to reassure her that since the goblins were gone, all they had to do was finish the map and the job would be done. June decided to check his partner's status and opened her card. He was surprised. Weren't her parameters those of an ordinary person? Suddenly he was attracted by her skill. It was S-rank fencing. She said that at first she was quite pleased, since there weren't many such S-rank skills. When she first started taking the courses, she was among the first, she continued. But with every word, her condition changed for the worse. She bit a strand of her fiery hair and told that everything didn't go according to plan when she had to demonstrate her skill at the courses. But what could she do since she didn't have mana? Her partner screamed that all she could do was try. Mana should have appeared at the 3rd level, but she didn't even know how to move on to the 2nd level. Suddenly, June grabbed her by the elbows and yelled, pulling her back. Right in the place where she had just been crying, something fell loudly. It was a huge mace, which, from a powerful throw, stuck into the ground. She looked up to see 3 goblins moving towards them. June had to lift her up and encourage her so that she wouldn't even think about the possibility of failure. He whispered in her ear that the battle was about to begin, and it was time for her to come to her senses. He pushed her in the back so that she would finally take at least a step. Kate collected her thoughts, pulled herself together, and focused on the goblins. She rushed towards them, drawing her sword and ready to attack. She slipped under one of the clubs the goblin was aiming straight at her head. She pushed off the ground with ease with one hand, and with a precise movement she cut one of them right on the nose. The goblin clutched his face, and Kate knew that this wound would not be enough. She pushed off the ground and bent her leg, preparing to deliver another blow. The next powerful blow to the goblin's head was delivered by her heel, but the goblin continued to stand on 2 legs, preparing to answer for what had been done to him. His eyes began to glare and he rushed towards her. But Kate was ready for this, jumped towards him, and with one swing of her sword cut off his head. The headless body crashed to the ground next to the other goblin. Breathing heavily, she stopped and then finally realized what she had just done. She turned to the manager and joyfully shouted that she could kill the goblin. However, looking back, she saw that June had his head down on the tablet, and another goblin was rushing straight towards him. With his claws and fangs bared, he growled and prepared to attack. Jun knew what was happening. It was not for nothing that he was the best warrior. He stood and simply waited for the moment. And as soon as the goblin approached him at full speed, he took a step to the side. Kate's eyes widened as the goblin ran towards the manager. She didn't know what to expect, but she certainly didn't expect this turn of events. The goblin fell to the ground and rolled, because he had expected to pounce on the guy, but did not expect that he would have time to move away. After a couple of rolls, he was faced with a fall into an abyss, on the edge of which June was waiting for him. Kate was shocked as she looked at him, but June continued to stand calmly in place and look at the tablet. He had to remind her that the battle was still ongoing and that she should focus on the enemy, not on him. But neither she nor her opponent cared about each other at that moment. They looked at him, fascinated. The goblin came to his senses a little earlier than Kate, growled and swung his club, aiming at her head. At the last moment, she managed to put out her sword and defend herself from his blow. Their duel lasted for about 5 minutes, but there was no winner. They swung again and again, but the opponent managed to parry the blows. Hope began to fade in her partner's eyes. She was exhausted and ready to give up. June decided to intervene and asked if just 2 goblins had really exhausted her that much. She answered hesitantly that she was still full of strength, but the enemy took advantage of her hesitation. He swung to hit her legs, but she managed to spread them in time. He extended his club towards her and continued to advance. It seemed as if this stupid creature was rejoicing at her mistakes. She was starting to get angry. Sweat was running down her face. She was tired of this endless struggle. She picked up speed and rushed towards the goblin, swinging her sword. But he managed to calculate her actions and met her with a blow from his stick. June was tired of watching this endless and fruitless carnage, so he decided to intervene. He sighed heavily and asked if fencing was really her main skill. It seemed to him that the basis was blocking the attack and delivering blows with the least expenditure of effort. He suggested that she step back a little and catch her breath, as her sword was shaking due to breathing problems. She followed his instructions and began to put her condition in order. He continued his instructions. She should focus on the enemy because he was also already at his limit. She looked at the goblin. He was breathing heavily, letting steam out of his mouth. He was truly at the limit of his strength. All she had to do was watch her opponent closely and concentrate on attacking until she had a good chance. The best solution would be to gather all your strength and launch a quick and powerful attack. While the goblin was gaining momentum, Jun clarified that the most important thing was to be able to seize an extra move from the enemy. Kate humbly waited for his instructions, and now the moment had come. It was time to show the essence of fencing. It seemed like nothing existed around her except her and the goblin. She stared at him. The goblin swung his club, seeming to put all his strength into the blow, hoping it would be his last. His club was flying straight at her, when suddenly, something didn't go according to his plan. He froze, watching as his weapon plunged straight into the ground. The moment Kate put her sword to his throat, it became clear that she had found the goblin's mistake. With a quick, sharp movement, she cut off his head. The monster let out its death roar, and its scarlet blood spurted from its neck. She exhaled, even though she was exhausted from the fight. But she finally succeeded. She stood over the lifeless body of the goblin and managed to demonstrate all the beauty of fencing. June praised her. Thanks to her, the exploration of the rift went smoothly, and it was possible to return. But all Kate wanted now was to lie down and rest. He also informed her that she had captured as many as 17 goblins, and that if she worked alone, she could earn a lot of money. To which Kate suddenly jumped up and told him that she was not doing this for the money. She wanted to become a member of some team. She decided now was a good time to ask why June was hiding her power. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about and took a step towards the portal. Kate started to say that he was very good at fencing, and remembered the goblin he had neutralized with just one step. But June had already dived into the portal. She crossed her arms over her chest, not realizing how many mysteries her manager was keeping. It was evening in Seoul, and the streets were filled with the sounds of cars and people hurrying home. June did the same thing, returning home after his first day of work. But he had to slow down a little. It seemed like someone was following him. He stopped, grabbed his head, and immediately realized who it was. The hero told his pursuer that if he came out within 10 seconds, he would not be angry and began counting down. 10, 9, and immediately switched to 3 to speed up the process of exposure. Kate flew out from around the corner towards him. She lowered her head guiltily and stood in front of him, afraid to say anything. June asked why she was following him. She was still tormented by the question she had asked him before his hasty jump into the portal. She couldn't understand why he was hiding his power or whether there was no power at all and it was pure coincidence. June again did not answer the question, only told her that since she had followed him all the way home, she should at least have dinner with him. They walked the rest of the way home in silence. Kate slowed down as she walked up the stairs. Suddenly she stopped and said that she would rather go home. She felt uncomfortable staying with him so late. June asked her to be patient with him a little longer. It was time for dinner. She should have already cooked. She widened her eyes and asked who she was, why she should have cooked dinner already, and why he was bringing Kate with him. He said that his daughter lives with him. Kate expected to hear anything, but the fact that he had a daughter amazed her. June had already knocked on the door and asked not to say a word about work, since his daughter thought he was an ordinary civil servant. Thoughts were racing through Kate's head. Maybe he got married early. Maybe he just looked young. But most importantly, she felt uncomfortable showing up like that with him. The door swung open and a young girl flew out of it with a smile on her face. But the smile instantly disappeared from her face as soon as she saw that her father did not return home alone. Kate's world collapsed, and she was surprised by his daughter's appearance. Why was it so big? He was only 26 years old? Maybe it was his wife and she just called him father. All this simply could not happen. Jill asked June who he had brought with him, to which he coldly replied that it was his colleague. Kate stammered as she confirmed the information, trying to be as welcoming as possible. But this information was not enough for the girl to let them in. June seemed to be amused by this awkward scene, but he still decided to check whether they could go inside yet. Jill opened the doors and finally invited them inside. When they walked inside, Kate and June were struck by the fact that the apartment was literally sparkling with cleanliness. Jill broke the pause and announced in an angelic voice that they would soon be having dinner and that her colleagues should drink tea and leave. But still, it was June's apartment and his rules. He said that he invited her to dinner, so the three of them would do it together. The daughter made the most displeased face possible, crossed her arms over her chest, but was forced to agree. Afterwards, June commented on her behavior, not understanding whether she was going through puberty, to which Jill gave a loud negative answer. It seemed to dawn on Kate at that moment that she was not his daughter, but who she was to him remained a mystery. Jill pouted and went off to prepare dinner, displeased. Kate continued to stare at her, trying to find an answer. The long silence dragged on. So after dinner, Kate decided to break it and thanked him for the delicious soup, to which Jill replied with displeasure that she had bought it. Then the colleague began to look for something to thank the girl with, but she quickly rebuffed his compliments. Jill was tired of playing this game, so she decided to turn away, when suddenly something caught her attention. It was the huntress's shining case that stood in their hallway. Kate regained hope and began to explain that it was made for transportation, but was made in Schwartz's workshop. Suddenly, she realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. With horror in her eyes, she turned to June, who was clearing the table. In his head, he quickly calculated options that would be plausible enough for Jill to believe in them. But Jill had already begun to build a logical chain, and if Kate was a hunter, was her father an ordinary civil servant? Jun quickly got his bearings and said that his colleague was working part-time and that if she was caught, she would face a fine, so there was no point in telling anyone else this information. Jill slammed her hand on the table and towered over Kate. The girl's eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she knew what to expect from this girl. Suddenly, Jill happily grabbed her hands and began to tell her that she also dreamed of becoming a hunter. She took out her application form and started shouting that she would soon be entering the Hunter's Academy, looking with delight at her father's colleague. Kate was embarrassed because she was only an F-rank hunter. For the girl, it didn't matter. She had just found her idol and started asking her questions. She was curious about her father's colleague's style, how she fought, whether at close or long range, or maybe she even used magic and was a healer. The rest of the evening flew by. June didn't even have to take part in the conversation, and then they went outside to see Kate off. The girl thanked them for the dinner. She had never dined so cheerfully. When saying goodbye, she said that she would be glad to have dinner like that again. However, Jill asked her with a smile not to come again. She smiled even more and said that she still didn't like her, and that the fact that she was a hunter didn't change that. Kate felt awkward again and started to turn around to go home as quickly as possible. June interrupted the hypocritical scene, coldly sending his daughter home and saying that he would walk his partner to the subway. Jill realized that she couldn't argue with her father, smiled again, and ran home. June and Kate walked slowly towards the subway through the evening streets of Seoul. The girl, as always, was eager to start a conversation, and she stated that Jill was not June's biological daughter. The hero hesitated. His breathing became ragged. He did not know what to answer her. To which she confidently replied that neither the age nor the fact that he had no ring or not a single family photo at home matched. Moreover, they had different surnames. All these facts led to only one conclusion. She was not his biological daughter and he had never been married. June was shocked that she had managed to learn all this while she was having a lively conversation with Jill. And then she asked an uncomfortable question about what kind of relationship he had with Jill, whether there was anything dangerous in it, to which June hastened to reassure her. There really was nothing dangerous between them. She was his niece, and his brother had problems, so he was raising her. Kate realized that she had been so excited about her investigation that she hadn't thought about what it might lead to. She calmed down and apologized for asking too many questions. Jun didn't care. The only thing he asked was not to talk about it at work. The rest of the journey to the metro was silent, and now they were there. Jun said goodbye and immediately went back. Kate watched him go and seemed to be conducting some kind of investigation in her head again. Suddenly, it dawned on her how she hadn't noticed this fact right away. Jun and his brother probably shared the same last name, but their niece and daughter did not. But by the time she realized this, June had already disappeared around the corner. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day, but the office was already filled with shouts. Greg read the folder June had filled out with bewilderment and asked in bewilderment how he had managed to do it in one day. But June was only concerned about one thing, whether there were any problems in the report. But the report was done just fine. It usually takes several months to compile such data. June simply could not have done this report alone. Greg turned to Nate with disbelief. He was sure that it was he who helped his colleague, but he shook his head. After which, Nate praised Jun and said that now he would have to catch up with him. Jun, satisfied with what he had done, leaned over a little and said, "Thank you." Suddenly, Kate appeared next to him and continued to praise Nate. He didn't understand what she was doing there, since today was supposed to be her day off, but everyone else was glad to see her. He wasn't in the mood to continue talking to her, so he sat down on a chair and told her to do whatever she wanted. But there would be no overtime. But she persistently handed him some piece of paper. He began to study what was written, but still did not understand what it was. Nate decided to help the employee and said that the girl gave him the schedule of exams for hunter qualifications. All hunters took this exam once a year. The hunter's level could be increased or decreased. The highest was considered to be rank S and the lowest rank F. There were a huge number of guilds all over the world, each of which was constantly looking for high-level hunters. It was during the period after passing the exam that transitions between guilds were most common. Nate whispered to June that the department head was very worried about this day. Greg was afraid that the hunter would transfer to another guild if his level rose and they would have to look for a new employee again. But Kate had to pass the assessment anyway, and June had better go with her, after which Nate found out that she was performing in the first group in a week. June turned to Kate and asked if she would transfer to another guild if she leveled up, but she told him that she wanted to extend her contract at the mayor's office. June replied that he was not the one doing that. He noted that she should raise her level before the certification day so that it would be easier for him to go on assignments and she could get a salary increase, to which she sadly replied that she would still get an F rank. He turned silently to her and waited for her to give the reason for this conclusion. The hunter certification process was divided into several stages. First, the hunter's level was determined. Then statistics and practical assessments were measured, all of which determined the final result. But the most important thing was the amount of mana hunters could become physically stronger with the help of the crystal. This was the acceptance of mana, but Kate could not use it. At that moment, Jun realized that she had no hope of getting a rank higher than E. He tried to encourage her, telling her that she needed to try, otherwise she would never know what she was capable of. Otherwise, June will also have to trample on the level of the F faults. These words struck Kate. He only had one hunter in his care, and her rank was tied to the level of rifts he could explore. Kate lowered her head sadly and began to think that if she found another hunter, she could move forward. He pretended to like the idea and suggested posting an ad looking for another hunter. Tears began to well up in her eyes when suddenly June said that she was his only hunter and asked her to follow him. After meandering through the corridors for a long time, they finally entered a large room, which used to be an office for working with old faults. Now it has been converted into a training hall for hunters, with dummies and all kinds of weapons. He knocked on one of the walls. It was built using special materials provided by the Hunters Academy. The walls were quite resistant to impacts. And then June started talking about Kate's lack of mana. He asked if she had tried physical strengthening. Of course she tried, but she couldn't get mana until she reached level 3. Tears came to her eyes again, and she called herself a complete failure. Then he asked to show him a fencing skill, and Kate took out some notes from her bag. She handed him a thick notebook in which she wrote down all her observations about the battle. There were indeed a lot of notes. She noted various combat techniques, sources of the universe that provided energy, and how to use these sources. Kate told him that there were sketches of techniques at the end. He opened the last pages, thought for a moment, and tried to make out at least something among her drawings. She apologized for her drawing skills, but it didn't matter, he realized. What she was drawing resembled the three-pronged method. Kate was puzzled. All this time she thought she was studying fencing. June interrupted her thoughts and said that fencing was developed based on the three-way method. Once upon a time, there lived a swordsman named Jin, a scholar of the imperial palace, who appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly after conquering the world of Muram. He was a genius among geniuses who reinterpreted Samye's three-pronged method. Jin called his method the fencing method and, leaving his advice and teaching on technique, disappeared. Jun was very pleased with something, and it seemed like there was a sincere smile on his face. A fire gleamed in his eyes as he turned his gaze to her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her violently. Kate didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he declared that it was hard to find someone as lucky as she. She was very pleased with the words he was saying, but she did not understand why he was saying them. It was almost 6 o'clock on the clock, just a couple of seconds left before the end of the working day. Greg watched the clock patiently, counting down in his head. Time seemed to stand still. There was no longer any patience to wait for their slow passage. And then 3 more. 2, 1. A characteristic sound was heard in the office, and a smile stretched across the boss's face. He opened his mouth and wanted to invite Jun somewhere, but he had already stood up, said goodbye, and headed for the exit. His example was followed by Kate, who jumped up from her seat and flew out after him like a bullet. Greg didn't understand what was going on. For several days in a row, these two had been disappearing as soon as the clock struck 6 o'clock. Maybe there was something between them. Nate expressed his doubts that perhaps there really was something on Kate's part. They discussed how only a fool would not have guessed that she had feelings for her boss. Greg chuckled, as June seemed to be unaware of anything. June and Kate continued their training downstairs at this time. She raised the sword over her shoulder, masterfully wielding it. Jump, hit, change position, stop for a short breath, and start all over again. After another swift swing, she stopped, raising her sword behind her back. Suddenly, she experienced something she had never experienced before, as if an inexplicable force had appeared inside her. Together with June, they looked at her status window. Her level had increased to 3, which meant that she could finally use mana. He applauded her, because she achieved this result in just a week, and Kate said that their meeting was the greatest success for her. The manager replied with a sly smile that he would take this into account when renewing her contract. Her face was filled with happiness at that moment. It seemed as if she had achieved everything she wanted in an instant. Suddenly, she hesitated and said out loud that everything was as she thought. June didn't understand where she was going with this, and she immediately stated that she understood that he was hiding his power. He sighed heavily again. He was tired of these hints. He led an ordinary life. But she, again and again, tried to find out something new about him. He turned around on the spot and said that he was going home and they would only see each other tomorrow at the Hunters' Academy. But she seemed satisfied with his answer. The next morning, they went to the Hunters' Academy, a tall silver building that could be seen from every corner of the city. There were crowds of hunters standing around the building, who, like Kate, were participating in the testing today. This was Kate's second time in this place. She had taken her hunter's exam here, but after that, she hadn't even tried her hand. June encouraged her, because she had trained so hard and could count on a good result. Suddenly, someone from the crowd started shouting that Gale had entered the hall. Another one supported his cry because Emily was there too. 2 stately hunters entered the hall. The crowd in front of them froze. The girl hunter asked permission to pass with a sweet smile. The male hunter was not talkative and looked menacingly at those around him. June looked after them in bewilderment. He didn't understand who it was and why everyone was looking at them like that. Kate explained that these were hunters from the Icarus Guild, some of the strongest hunters in the entire world. He looked at them and thought, in appearance, they were ordinary hunters who were simply showing off their fame. June stated that there was nothing special about them and that if they tried hard enough, in a year, Kate would be in their place. The crowd around him burst into laughter at what he had just said, and his partner's eyes widened in fear. She covered her face with her hands, blushed, and asked him not to say that again. Gale was clearly nervous, unnerved by the fact that they had to make a business out of a routine hunter check. He had to constantly watch his face because there were a lot of cameras around. Emily tried to cheer him up and noted that it was still more interesting than going on missions and getting dirty in the blood of monsters. Besides, they say that some genius will surely appear this year. He didn't believe her words. He heard this tale year after year and it never came true. Emily jumped up and ran forward. She couldn't let another guild get hold of a good hunter. Gale followed her slowly. They really couldn't afford that. Kate's old friends were watching them. Michael rubbed his chin and confidently stated that they should only wait for his performance. A fire lit up his eyes as he waited impatiently to receive the coveted invitation to the guild. However, his partners were not so confident in him due to recent events, and just in case, checked whether he had brought a spare pair of pants with him. A pleasant young man in a blue suit entered the common room above and announced that the statistics would be counted immediately and asked the hunters to enter in order. June finally suggested that Kate go ahead. He was starting to get tired of waiting. The hunters lined up, from which conversations could be heard every now and then that someone would definitely get into Icarus. Ahead, all that was visible were countless people and the golden light from the huge gates. The next hunter approached the evaluation device and began testing. The computer displayed his statistics on the screen and showed a C rank, and those around him began to rejoice. And at that very moment, the hunter was surrounded by guild managers who began offering him work. Some offered free weapons, others a free suit, and some offered double the deposit. It took some effort for Kate to push through the crowd to get to the appraiser. 30 minutes later, she finally returned to the manager, her head down and breathing heavily. Breaking through the hunters was already a difficult task. Suddenly, she looked at him happily and announced that she had received D rank, Strength 6, Agility 11, Power 8, Mana 10, the last stat she was most pleased with, as she had raised it from 0 in just a week. Inside, he shared her joy, but outwardly he seemed calm and quietly congratulated her. It was time for them to move on to the battlefield, where they would have to show their skills. From the top floor of the arena, they watched a C-rank hunter who was in a C-rank rift. June told Kate to get ready because she was going to go next. She hesitated and decided to ask again if she really should try her hand at a C-rank rift, since she had only just reached D. He once again answered affirmatively that he was able to cope with the rift of this level. The girl was nervous and did not understand where he got such confidence from. Jun just asked me to trust him and try. The speakers announced that access to the rift would now be opened for the third group of rank C. Kate shook before leaving, trying to leave all her excitement behind, and she confidently took a step forward. But as soon as she stepped into the arena, she saw how many people were looking at her right now, and she started to worry again. A familiar voice called her name from behind her, and horror froze on her face. It was Michael, and he asked her in bewilderment what she was doing there. She hesitated and only moaned in response. He sarcastically mimicked her. He came closer and closer and loomed over her, repeating his question over and over again. When suddenly he started yelling at her, he didn't understand that she really believed in her own strength. He screamed furiously that she was crazy. Tears welled up in her eyes. She cringed and began to apologize to him. Michael grabbed his head. This was the first time he had seen a hunter of the lowest rank try to pass the sea rift. The hunters who were undergoing the test with them turned around and couldn't believe their ears. An F-rank hunter was in the arena with them. They noticed that she was wearing a low-level suit. She began to doubt herself. It seemed as if she had become an ant in this huge arena. Michael was at a loss for words. He did not understand what she was hoping for here, and he hypnotized her with contempt. Suddenly his eyes filled with horror. He started spinning around, looking around to see if that creepy guy who had made him wet his pants last time was with her. June watched this picture. He hated Michael, who was really nothing special. Suddenly, someone entered the room from which he was watching her. It was Gale, the very same hunter from the Icarus Guild that all the hunters wanted to join. He slowly began to talk about how June worked at the mayor's office and that he had a young hunter, Kate, under his care. June wasn't surprised that he was so well informed, but he didn't understand where he was going with his speech. Gale moved slowly towards him and decided to get straight to the point. He said that the Icarus Guild wanted to invite Kate to join them. She had never undergone physical strengthening before, and this was the first time that an F-rank hunter could increase her mana so much. With the help of the F-crystal, she increased her stats to 10. Moreover, he noted that there was no record of her strengthening herself after this. She had a monstrous talent. Jun was silent. He was thinking over his next words in his head, because now everything could be used against him. Gale continued to talk about how the Icarus Guild would give her wings, that she would be able to gain vast experience and knowledge, and participate in raids on the most difficult rifts. He looked at June intently and finally asked what he could offer her to counterbalance him. June lowered his head. What could he offer her except a raise in salary? Gale continued to press, noting that she hadn't been training for that long, but for some reason Jun sent her to a C-rank rift even though she hadn't been in raids higher than D. He tried to read his mind. Did June really think she could handle this level? Behind the glass, the speakers sounded again, announcing that the rift had been activated and the test had begun. The doors began to slowly rise, and a voice announced that the orc warriors had to be destroyed within a certain time. Huge green creatures with red eyes and huge fangs moved towards them. Michael cried out joyfully that it had finally begun and reached for his weapon. Kate was already armed and stood there, assessing her opponents. There was also a battle going on outside the window. Gale assured Jun that only a hunter can raise a true hunter, so he should let her go. He was already close to him and began to doubt what June thought about her. Perhaps he was important to him, and it was he who wanted her to be close. Jun began to scratch his neck, slowly trying to wrap his head around everything he had just been told. Finally, he declared that she was not a thing, and therefore he had no right to dispose of her. After which he smiled devilishly and offered Gale a bet. Gale listened to him attentively, but his face showed a question to which he was eagerly awaiting an answer. At that moment, a battle was raging in the arena, and the orcs were running as fast as they could towards the hunters. Michael stood near Kate and asked her to finally pull herself together. They didn't have time to think. The orcs approached, emitting terrible growls. At that moment, Michael thought that it seemed like he had made a mistake in deciding on rank C. He froze and could not move as the huge green monster approached him. Then came a powerful blow and the iron began to ring. Michael managed to put the weapon in front of himself at the last moment. He had a hard time resisting an orc that was at least twice his size, The orc pounded on his hammer. Michael began to lose ground. He couldn't take it anymore. His strength left him, and he lowered his weapon. At the same second, the orc delivered a powerful blow with his fist straight to the jaw. He flew away from him a couple of meters, and the monster growled contentedly, feeling his superiority. Not only did he fly back from such a strong blow, his hammer also went in the opposite direction. He was defenseless at the moment when the club was already raised above him. He asked the monster to wait, which from the outside seemed simply ridiculous. Suddenly, Kate crashed right into his side and at the very least distracted the orc. She miscalculated his power, so she fell down next to him while he was still standing confidently on two legs. Michael watched in shock as it happened. It seemed like he had just been saved by the girl he had been making fun of for a long time. She decided to knock Michael's self-esteem down a notch and ordered him to step back and deal with the orc himself. He didn't understand what she was even talking about, how she could deal with the orc. But the enemy didn't care who he was fighting. He let out a powerful roar and swung his club. He struck a precise blow, but Kate managed to jump back. This was the moment when she had the opportunity to figure out where he might go wrong. She watched his movements closely and finally understood his line of attack. Her eyes filled with confidence, and she knew what she needed to do next. As the orc prepared to strike, she quickly moved behind him. A couple of precise blows, and the monster finally began to understand who it was dealing with. He had just started to turn around to look for her when she suddenly struck again. The orc's eyes widened in bewilderment. He didn't know how to deal with her. And Kate was already preparing for the next blow, doing a somersault right above him. She gripped her sword tightly and measured every movement. Her last blow hit the monster right in the back, and it seemed to be fatal. Satisfied that she had not only defeated the orc but had also used her fencing skills, she froze in a victory pose. Everyone who watched this carnage behind the glass of the arena was in shock. The same thing was happening inside the arena. Those who had just not understood what she was doing there realized that they had been very wrong about her. The worst part was for Michael, who constantly bullied her, and now it seems she saved him. June nodded with satisfaction. He knew she could handle this rift. Gale shouted that it was impossible, because just a week ago she was a hunter of the lowest rank. Jun turned to him with a grin and asked what he was so surprised about. He began to slowly say that there were only 3 ways to use mana. The first was to invest mana into a weapon. The second method was the release of mana. And thirdly, the mana replacement technique. Putting mana into a weapon wasn't that difficult. But she just used the first and second techniques at once, and she did it quite skillfully. The voice from the speaker announced that the exam was over and asked everyone to leave the examination room. The hunters encouraged each other, but Michael still stood rooted to the spot. All he could do was ask how this was even possible. He looked up and saw on the scoreboard that he was at the very bottom with a score of 0. Kate flew out of the examination room and rushed to June with words of gratitude. But on her way, there appeared that very hunter whom she looked at with admiration. He smiled and said it was a worthy fight. She became embarrassed and began to mumble that for him, an S-rank hunter, it would be quite simple. Gale noted that she was very skilled in fencing techniques and asked if she had a teacher. June intervened and coldly informed him that Kate was self-educating. She shook her head in panic, looking from Gale to her teacher, who denied this fact. She realized that June didn't want to talk about it, giggled and confirmed his words. Gale interrupted her and addressed her by name. He decided to get straight to the point and invited her to join the Icarus Guild. If she agrees, she will be provided with everything she needs. He promised to give her everything she wants. But she interrupted him, thanked him for the offer, and said that she had no intention of joining his guild. Smiling, she turned to June. She couldn't just walk away from her teacher like that. Gale was furious, asking her to think about it, because such a chance doesn't come every day. She will be able to receive a salary several times higher than at the mayor's office. She will be able to develop. To which Kate apologized again and said that she was happy with everything as is. The conversation was over. They turned around and walked away from the surprised hunter. June turned around and reminded him not to forget to call him. Thoughts were racing through Gale's head at the speed of light. He didn't understand why he had to call him. Suddenly, he remembered the bet they had made before Kate's fight. Just before the start, June declared that his protege would be able to destroy more than 5 orcs. And if June loses, he promises that he will persuade her to join the guild. But if he won, Gale owed him a Class A suit. At that moment, the bet seemed stupid to him. He was sure that he would win, so he happily agreed. The next day, their office was already filled with excited shouts from the morning. Kate took out her C-rank hunter card, but she was still shy. Greg and Nate complimented her because she had suddenly raised her rank from an F to a C. Nate took out his phone and asked if she was okay. They even published an article about her. He started reading out the headlines, which literally screamed that the Icarus Guild had been rejected. This was a girl with an enviable talent. Who was she really? Nate was confused, because Icarus was the best guild, to which Greg nudged him in the shoulder and reminded him that they were one of the best city halls. But he continued to lament that if he had been made this offer, he would not have refused. Greg didn't understand why he was doing this, because the huntress that all the guilds wanted to take away worked here, in the same office with them. Kate approached June and asked if he would treat her even better now. He nodded with a smile and said that she would not regret choosing to stay here. She smiled and was glad of his answer, because that was all she needed. Greg couldn't help but watch them and curl his fingers into a heart shape. June said that he and Kate would be going to Dehan's workshop, a place that was the largest store for hunting equipment. Nate tried to stop him, because their budget was not designed to buy equipment. Everything was already allocated, and for this they would have to consider an additional budget. June reassured him and informed him that they would not buy anything, but would only take what they had promised. And now they were walking around the workshop, assessing the scale of this store. They walked further and further through the store, Kate waiting for them to finally stop. When June finally stopped, she realized that right now they were standing in the most expensive store in this workshop. They were greeted by the store manager. Jun said that he was from the Rift Affairs department and came from a hunter named Gale. She immediately understood what was being discussed, nodded affirmatively, and invited them into the store. She suggested that they look around, and if they needed anything, they could immediately contact her. The first thing that caught their attention was the golden suit with the outline of a dragon, but it all seemed too much. After they moved on to a silver suit with red accents, Kate said that she didn't see a suit that suited her yet. She turned away from another display case to move on when suddenly something caught her attention. A tight red suit with high black boots and, most importantly, fluttering white wings behind his back. Kate pressed herself against the display case, her breath catching in her throat. She knew that this costume was very good and was made from the wings of a queen ant. June looked at her like she was a little child and asked if she would take the suit. Her eyes were shining. She was dreaming about this suit. Something was breaking inside her. But out loud, she said that it was very expensive. After 4 hours, June was exhausted. He didn't understand why they spent so much time here if in the end they still took the suit with wings. Joyful Kate didn't pay any attention to him. What was more important to her now was that the suit also had a beautiful case. Jun's attention was drawn to a sign on a weapons crate that said everything in it was on sale at a 50% discount. He stopped and asked why all this was being sold at a discount, to which the seller replied that these were E-rank items, but that he could look for something worthwhile. The merchant said that if they took several items, he would increase the discount. One item cost only 1,000,000 won. June was shocked how they could talk about a discount when the price was still very high. Kate tried to calm him down and said that all the hunting items cost that much. But he had already turned around and walked on. Such discounts did not interest him. Suddenly, something stopped him. Something flashed behind him, and he realized what was in that basket. He pounced on the basket like an animal on its prey and began to rummage through it. Kate watched this scene in silence, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, June discovered what he was looking for and froze. In the basket lay a carved sword hilt that shimmered and emitted a red light. How could this thing end up here? The sword of Chonma, his sword, the ruler of the world of Muram. He looked at the price tag, which said 50,000 won. The seller began to apologize. He didn't know how this stump got there and reached out to take it. Jun hugged it tightly, not intending to give up the find, and asked if it was really only worth 50,000 won. The older man continued to apologize and said that this did not usually happen. Jun rudely said that he would buy this sword. The seller was perplexed. It was an old piece of iron, of which only the handle remained. But the hero didn't care. He had already handed over the money. After shopping, he went to Mount Umyeon, where he watched the evening soul away from prying eyes. He clutched the handle he had just acquired. He was upset by the fact that the sword of the strongest warrior only cost 50,000 won. He swung it. The sword changed its glow to purple, and instead of a blade, black matter burst out of it. A wind rose around him, and the sword seemed to begin to fill the space around it. He made another swing. hid the blade, and remembered that his daughter was waiting for him at home, who had definitely already prepared dinner. The hero took out his phone and looked at the time. If he took the metro, it would be too late. He pushed off the ground. Running was clearly faster. And now he was home. He opened the door and apologized for being so late, but no one was in a hurry to greet him. The TV was on, and the news was reporting that just recently, not far from Mount Uman, a large rift had appeared and then immediately disappeared. But June wasn't listening to it. He looked into Jill's room, trying to understand why she hadn't met him. Jill leaned over the pile of documents, studying them carefully. Due to the move, she completely forgot about paying for equipment rental, lectures, maintenance costs, and several other items. She didn't understand why it was so expensive. It was a public university, after all, and all the bills together came to more than 50 million won. Jill thought about telling her father about this, but it wasn't part of their contract. She should already be grateful for the fact that he allowed her to live with him, but she was ashamed to ask for money for tuition. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by June, who entered the room. She was scared because she had missed him when he returned home. Frightened, she began to hide the papers from the table. But they didn't interest him. He came in to suggest having dinner together. She was flattered by the offer, but was forced to inform him that she was not hungry and suggested that he eat alone. He stood in the doorway and watched the strange picture. Jill began to build houses out of pencils right on the papers she had just been studying. The hero thought, it seemed that something was clearly wrong and a plan arose in his head. He went into the kitchen and started shouting that he couldn't find sesame oil. Jill didn't understand why he needed sesame oil at all, since she had already cooked dinner. She hurried to his kitchen to help him set the table without incident. The girl was distracted, and he quietly crept into her room. He took the papers, quickly realized that they were bills, and began adding up the amounts. 50 million won. He didn't have that kind of money. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do. After dinner, he could not sleep for a long time and lay in bed thinking. Suddenly, another thought flew into my head. If the entrance fee was such a huge sum, then how much would it cost for 3 years of study? He picked up his phone, opened the banking app, and found that there was just over 800,000 won in his account. June dialed Kate's number and decided to consult with her. But suddenly he realized that it was too late to call. Kate's voice came from the receiver and she started asking him what had happened. He decided to go on the offensive and stated that what had happened was that she was still not sleeping. In fact, Kate was already asleep, but when she saw that June was calling her, she simply couldn't ignore the call. He got down to business and asked how much an A-rank mana crystal, which could be obtained by killing a monster, cost. His eyes began to widen when the person on the other end of the line told him that one such crystal could fetch between 100 and 200 million. Kate thanked him for his concern, but reminded him that she had only recently achieved C rank and was still far from A rank. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he simply thanked her for her answer and said goodbye. But at that moment, a plan appeared in his head. The night flew by quickly. June quickly fell asleep because in the morning he had to do what he had planned. He put on a hooded sweatshirt, packed his glasses, mask and gloves into a backpack so that no one could recognize him, and took a fake hunter's pass. He read the note Jill left saying she was going to exercise, so he had about 3 hours. The hero went to Mount Guryong, where a rift had recently opened. He put on the protective equipment he had brought with him. With a long leap, he jumped over the fences and signs that warned that the area was dangerous. And he quickly rushed to the place where the rift he needed was located. Jun looked at the rift and placed the fake card on the rift entry machine. It was an A-rank rift. A voice from the machine warned that the rift was much higher than the hunter's rank. He didn't care that the rift was higher than the hunter's rank on the card, since he was a top-ranked hunter. The identity was confirmed, and there he was, standing in a rift that strongly resembled the forest on Mount Umyong. His plan was to quickly destroy a couple of monsters, take their magic stones and go home, since today was a day off after all. Suddenly, he heard the cracking of branches behind him. Someone else had entered this gap. These were 3 hunters who went on a mission to clear this rift. They were surprised that there was someone else in the rift. Jun rolled his eyes and realized that the situation had become a little more complicated now that it was known for sure that he was here. The hunter girl immediately called him crazy, because Jun was in an A-rank rift even without a suit. The hunters assumed that he was broadcasting a video from the rift. Such people often ended up in rifts. One of them headed towards June, and the other shouted after him to talk to the guy nicely and send him home. He walked up to June and introduced himself. His name was Alan, and he was a hunter of the Mezai Guild. June remained silent. Alan became nervous after the long silence and asked if it was really the hunter, since coming into the rift in such a video was a death sentence. Jun thanked him for his concern, said that he would kill a couple of monsters and leave, after which he announced that he was leaving, which caused a violent reaction from the hunters. Suddenly, they were distracted by a strong vibration from the ground. It seemed as if an earthquake had begun. June didn't understand what was happening, so he just froze in anticipation. A glitch occurred in the rift and the Ogre King appeared. Exit from the rift was limited until the enemy was destroyed, or until all participants in the rift died. Alan yelled for his partner to press the emergency video recording button. At that moment, the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chall, became tense due to a sudden glitch in one of the rifts. An assistant entered the office and reported that there were 3 hunters from the Mazai Guild and 1 F-rank hunter there. Adrian tensed up. How could an F-rank hunter end up in the rift with them? The assistant said there was no sound on the emergency cameras, but the cameras showed that the hunters were on the trail and were about to destroy the monster. The Mazai Guild members are considered some of the best A-rank hunters, and they are also well-armed, so they have a chance of dealing with it, to which Adrian clarified which boss was in the rift. The boss was the Ogre King. The president was tense because most likely they would die, so he suggested going straight to the negotiation room. At this time, the hunters were rushing along the rift. Alan ordered Mira to use the Hawk's Eye to find the monsters. Mira was a great long-range fighter. William was the most powerful healer he knew, and Alan himself had never lost. Having assessed the forces, he realized that there was a chance of winning, especially if luck smiled on them, a little more than usual. His thoughts were interrupted by June, who said that they were not going the same way and that he would probably go. Alan told him to shut his mouth and stay close, and if he continued talking nonsense, he would kill him himself. William caught up with Juna and apologized, because Alan is generally a kind person, but right now he is very worried. Mira was worried about whether they would be able to survive, because the Ogre King was not an easy target even for S-rank hunters. Suddenly, Alan made a gesture for everyone to stop and stop their idiotic conversations. There was one dark ogre standing in front of them. They had to destroy it and move on. The captain turned to Mira and asked her to check if there were any other monsters nearby. Her eyes glowed a bright yellow, as if she had a computer in her head that was currently analyzing the area. Alan ordered Mira and William to cover him from behind, and he would take on those who were in front, after which he turned to June and told him not to act strangely and to stand there. They had already taken a step towards the ogres when Mira suddenly stopped them. The boys turned with questioning looks in their eyes, to which she replied that something was wrong. For some reason, all the ogres were moving in the same direction, and she couldn't understand why. Suddenly, it dawned on her why several monsters, like robots, were moving along a given trajectory. They were heading towards the Ogre King, who was apparently nearby. At that moment, Jun realized that despite having 3 S-rank hunters by his side, the fight would not be easy. More than 20 monsters had already gathered around the king, and they continued to accumulate. Jun assessed the team that was suddenly acting alongside him today and realized that with their abilities they wouldn't get very far. So he decided to take action, headed towards the ogres and sighed heavily. Alan grabbed him by the jacket and hurried to stop the suicide bomber. He asked him to stand there and not stick his head out, to which Jun mumbled something. Alan kept shouting that if everything failed because of him, he would personally strangle him before the ogre did it. But Jun begged him to listen to him. The hunter was seething. He no longer shouted, but sternly whispered for him to shut up or die right now. To which Jun lay down in the bushes, agreed with him, and told them to do what they wanted. Alan thought that since the ogres kept congregating in one place, they didn't have time to wait. The ogres needed to be taken out one by one while they could, and then they would use Mira's sniper capabilities. And they began the fight, surrounding one of the monsters, which was at least twice their size. Alan swung his sword, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, his face was filled with horror. He certainly didn't expect the fight to start like this. The dark ogre intercepted the sword in flight and calmly held it in his huge hand. At that moment, Mira decided to distract the ogre and fired a barrage of arrows straight into his back. She stood confidently with her bow a little further away, while William shook next to her. The monster showered him with explosive arrows and he turned towards them. William finally entered the fight and began firing his laser pistol, continuing to attract the ogre's attention. The huge machine was already moving towards them, so he asked Alan to speed up. Alan asked him not to show off and raised his huge sword, preparing to strike. With all his might, he struck the ogre just below the knees, cutting off his legs. The monster howled in pain, its eyes becoming bloodshot with anger. This was the perfect moment for Alan to deliver the finishing blow, and he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. He plunged his sword into his back. Black blood gushed from the wound. The ogre was dead. They dealt with this huge monster quickly. He took a couple of deep breaths to catch his breath and asked Mira where the next target was. She said that it was not far away, to which Alan suggested going right now so as not to waste time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by William. He was looking towards the bushes where June should be waiting for them. But June wasn't there. He'd gone somewhere, which meant the hunters would have to look for this idiot. Not far from them, some kind of light show was taking place. Rays of light were darting in different directions. The culprit of the disco was June. After everything died down, he stood in the field with several dead ogres. He took the first twig he came across and began poking around in the ogres to get their crystals. June took another blue stone from the ogre and was pleased with his work. He put it in his briefcase and decided that this amount would be enough for him. But there was no way to go back. The exit from the rift was limited. It was necessary to catch the Ogre King as quickly as possible. He immediately remembered that Alan had promised to kill him if June did not obey. Therefore, I decided to lie down, rest, and give the hunters a chance to sweat. This is exactly what happened on the battlefield. Alan, having climbed onto the ogre, tried to cut his throat with his sword. Mira fired a dozen arrows straight into his face, and finally the ogre fell to the ground with a crash, pulling Alan down with him. Willia sat on the ground, his strength waning. Alan lay on top of the limp body, and the huntress commented that these opponents were really tough. But the question still hung in my head. Why did the monsters keep gathering together? They had only killed 11 monsters. Their strength was exhausted, and they needed the Ogre King's mistake to win. While Alan was thinking, William called him from behind, his voice frightened. The hunter turned around and understood the reason for this fear. Right behind them stood a huge army of monsters led by the Ogre King. There was fear and indignation on his face. He didn't understand when they all managed to gather. There was no time to prepare. They would have to fight in these conditions. Alan ordered to pull himself together. We had to be extremely careful, he suggested, slowly retreating back and catching them one by one. He began to outline his further plan, but hesitated. It seemed like this was the end. They had nothing else to do. They would die here, and suddenly there was an explosion. The ogres started the fight and struck, the force of which sent Willia flying into a tree. The Ogre King let out a loud cry, more like a growl, as if sending his warriors on their way. Ogres were approaching Mira and Alan, and Mira thought that perhaps this morning had been her most delicious and last breakfast. The team captain stepped in front of her, ordering her to run while he distracted the enemy and take William with him. But she didn't have the strength to do so. He decided to command even louder so that she would understand that at this moment he was not joking and was really ordering them to leave. After which he quickly rushed into battle, holding his long sword in front of him. It seemed the ogres were even a little surprised by his courage, because he was going to fight alone against an entire army. Suddenly, beams of light began flying around, cutting off the ogre's limbs. Alan couldn't understand what was happening because none of them had such skills. Mira, who had already lifted William onto her shoulder, was also in shock. It was the first time in their lives they had seen something like this. June landed in front of Alan, blocking him from the battle. The captain asked what all this meant. June remained silent, assessing the situation. Suddenly, he created a greenish matter, creating a dome around the hunters, and suggested that they not come out of there. It was a protective film, but was there anyone among them who could make protection of such enormous dimensions? One of the ogres was already looming over June, aiming its blade straight at his head. As if mocking the monster, June also menacingly pointed at him the stick that he had recently been stripping from the twigs while lying on the grass. He threw his improvised weapon at it when suddenly the ogre's body was torn into small pieces. William finally woke up and tried to comprehend where he was and what was happening, while Mira was shocked by the fact that the ogre exploded. The Ogre King wasn't going to give up so easily. June only defeated one monster, but his army was huge. June took out his sword and decided that since he was here, he had to do everything to win. He continued to look at the army calmly and tossed the hilt of his sword as if playing with them, after which he powerfully threw the hilt into the air and he finally sheathed the blade. At that very moment, in the place where the sword had just been, thunder began to rumble and lightning began to flash. The earth began to shake. Alan could not understand what kind of thunder it was and where it came from. William began to vomit, either from exhaustion or from injuries. Mira reported that this was not an ordinary thunder. His head began to split from pain. Alan closed his eyes. The thunder grew louder. His eyes began to hurt. Vibrations went through the ground, making it difficult to stand on his feet. But this didn't bother June. He stood firmly in place and continued to control his abilities with a wave of his hand. The beams flew across the field again, cutting off limbs and making holes through the monsters. With each new action, this F-rank hunter was more and more amazing, but it was unclear where he got his sword technique from. And so the rays caught up with the king of the ogres? All the power fell on him alone as his army was completely destroyed. A pitiful cry escaped his mouth. Blood flowed from everywhere. This was his defeat. Jun pulled the sword hilt back and caught it deftly. He covered the entire field with ogres and their king without taking a single step. When suddenly a message came that the rift was returning to its normal state, it was finally possible to go home. Alan was finally able to get up, but he still couldn't figure out if the fight was really over or if he was seriously injured and dreaming it. He ran up to June and asked how he did all this, to which June suggested thinking that they killed the ogre king. While putting the crystals into his backpack, he continued to talk about how it would be beneficial for their reputation and would also increase their value as hunters. It just didn't fit in his head. He had just destroyed a bunch of monsters, a boss, and voluntarily gave them the laurels. June suggested doing it the way they wanted, but they still owed him for saving them, and these crystals would be enough for him. He quickly said goodbye, and a second later, he was no longer visible. The hunters stared into space and couldn't understand why he just up and left. Alan said that he should have at least asked for a business card, to which Mira replied that he wouldn't come again anyway, since he was always swearing. At the Hunter Academy, they watched the monitors silently, as if the world had stopped. The two employees stared at the screen in amazement, not understanding how or what had happened there. President Adrian asked to play the recording again from the moment the ogres appeared. They watched the recording again. The army's appearance, Alan ordering his partners to run, and June's phrase with the instruction not to leave the dome. Adrian asked to stop at this point to understand something. He looked at June, who was throwing something that looked like a sword up and down again and again. After zooming in on the screen, it became clear that it was not a sword, but just a hilt. This was followed by screams about some kind of thunder and pain in the head. One of the employees reported that the recordings from all cameras stop at this point. When Adrian asked his name, the employee replied that his name was Kim. The president grew nervous as he continued to extract information about this hunter. His colleagues told him that they had been unable to obtain any further information about the mysterious guy. The registration number, the address, and everything else was fake, even the date of birth. The 99th day, 99th month, 9,909. He asked if there were any witnesses to how this guy came out of the rift, since several more hunters had been sent there. He placed 2 fingers to his temple, as if that would help him think better. But no answers came. His skills are no less than S rank. He has mastered the technique of transferring mana into a sword, and the protective film was the use of special skill. And as far as the president knew, there was no one among the hunters with this style of techniques. He was sure that he would soon come into the light. June was already home. He managed to return literally 10 minutes before Jill arrived and the door lock clicked. As if nothing had happened, he asked her where she went. She went into the kitchen, put her heavy bags on the table, and said that after sports she stopped by the store for groceries. She turned to him and asked if he had had lunch. June said that he didn't want to have lunch, but while he had time, he would tidy up his room. Entering the bedroom, he fell onto the bed, exhaled heavily, and decided that the room was already pretty clean. He had been on his feet since early morning, so he didn't want to do anything else. Suddenly, he sat up on the bed and reached for the bedside table. He opened the box where the magic stones he had obtained today lay. Jun thought that the workshop where he sold one of the magic stones might become suspicious. Memories came to mind of how the girl who appraised the crystal said that after removing the commission, it would be 250 million. But he only sold 1 small stone. Maybe everything will work out. He thought he would get much less for selling one. So now he simply had no idea what to do with the remaining 9. But his head hurt terribly. He didn't have the strength to think of anything now. He threw the crystals up. Pebbles scattered across the bed. He lay down with his arms and legs spread out in different directions. He clearly needed rest. The day flew by quickly. He slept through it all, restoring his strength. It was time for dinner. Unsuspectingly, Jill said that she had prepared a lot of different snacks, but if there were not enough, she would prepare more. June handed her the documents and invoices that had recently been worrying her. She looked down in disappointment and decided to ask the obvious question. Did he really look at them? But he was only interested in one thing: why she didn't tell him anything. Jill thought he would hate her. She was grateful to him for letting June live here. And the bills needed 50 million. And she didn't want to cause him any trouble. June responded by crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, it was really stressful, and besides, nothing was said about it in the contract. So it was necessary to urgently add this point. Jill's eyes widened. What was he even saying? At this point, June had already pulled out their contract and included a clause requiring him to cover the costs associated with her education. He handed her the piece of paper and said that he would wait until Jill signed it. He was hungry, so he asked her to do it quickly. She looked at the document, not believing her eyes, which immediately filled with tears. Pleased with himself, he said that Dad was hungry and that she should sign quickly. She began to shed tears and thanked him through her sobs. June handed her a pack of napkins, joking that his daughter was costing him a lot. They spent half the night trying to get Jill to stop saying thank you all the time, and then a new morning arrived, and it was time to go to work. Everything seemed to have returned to normal as he pulled on his coat to leave the house. He announced loudly that he was leaving, but Jill asked him to wait. She ran into him and began to straighten his tie, which had become twisted, after which she handed him a bag in which she had prepared a snack for him to take to work. Puzzled, he looked into the bag, thanked her, and said that it was definitely time to go. Her face beamed. She agreed with every word he said and wished her dad a good day. He went out into the corridor. The door slammed, the lock clicked, but it didn't move. June didn't understand. This is what the power of 50 million won looked like. The office was quiet. Nate was alone at work and listened to the news, thinking that the Meizai Guild was becoming more and more popular lately. The door opened and June entered the office, wishing him good morning. He asked if he had seen the news that 3 A-rank hunters had destroyed the boss in the large rift. It was a dangerous question. He got nervous, started mumbling, and said that he didn't know anything. Nate wondered if the rift was A-rank and the boss was most likely S-rank. How could 3 hunters handle it? This simply couldn't be. There was also an F-rank hunter in the rift. Maybe he had something with him. He asked June if he thought the news was hiding something. June didn't think so and said that the Meizai Guild had always seemed like an honest organization to him. Nate agreed with him on this point. This guild had never been involved in any scandals. But then he wondered whether he had told June that it was the Meizai Guild or not. But, pushing these thoughts aside, he suggested that June read about the Great Rifts, since his hunter was developing very quickly and they would soon be able to go there on missions. Then he realized that their department had never had any hunters above rank B, so he himself didn't know how to prepare for such sorties. He handed him a folder. It was a file about a new fault that had appeared in a small province. On his last trip there, Nate dropped in there briefly, and there were orcs there. It was supposedly a C-rank rift, and since Kate had also been rated C, it would be a good idea for them to go there. After which he said that this was an order from the head of the department, so he asked not to be offended. But June wasn't offended, and on the contrary, was pleased because it was a sign of trust. Nate praised him because June had been doing a very good job lately. And he offered him his help if he didn't understand anything. June was grateful to him. At that moment, the red-haired fury, Kate, flew into the office, apologizing for being late. Nate began to calm her down, because on normal days she could just stay at home. That was the department's rule. Out of nowhere, Greg appeared next to Kate and began to scold him for not even being able to properly greet a valuable employee, as if she had no right to come here. He obediently greeted Kate and told her to come to the office at any time of the day or night. Realizing the humor of the situation, Kate laughed and thanked him. While the chaos was going on around them, June put on his coat, grabbed the folder Nate had given him, and asked him if he and Kate could go to the rift today. Nate started talking about how he only needed to warn the bosses, and Greg immediately ordered them to leave immediately, and Kate jumped with joy behind his back. They had almost left the office when the boss's menacing voice came from behind them, demanding that they stop. He handed him 150,000 won and told June to make sure to treat the huntress so that she would be satisfied. The weather was just perfect. June and Kate had lunch together right in the area of the fault. Leaving the cafe, Kate thanked him for lunch, and he said that it was all thanks to her. June noted that after she received a C rank, the attitude towards her at the mayor's office changed. Kate didn't even notice it. She assumed that Greg could have celebrated June's successes this way. But that was out of the question. $150,000 was a lot of money for the boss, and he clearly wanted to please her. The thought crossed his mind that this money was a drop in the ocean for him, with $200 million in his account. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and suggested that Kate move on. The rift was not far away. They made a couple of turns, and right in the center of one of the streets there was a rift, around which there were quite a few hunters. Kate was surprised. Most likely a huge number of hunters already knew about this rift. Near the entrance there was an employee of the Hunter Academy, as well as a number of B-rank hunters. June asked again why there were B-rank hunters here, since the rift was lower level for them. She said it was common practice to hunt in the rift at a lower level for safety. Kate fell silent and began to carefully look at what was happening near the rift. June asked if she was worried. The girl giggled nervously and said that she was indeed worried, since this was the first rift on level C, after which she remembered the events in the first rift. She had to protect the manager and could no longer afford stupid mistakes. June seemed to read her mind and declared that she shouldn't worry about him, because he wasn't fragile either. She puffed out her cheeks and said through her teeth that if he got into danger, he should just run. But the hero assured her that this would not happen. Her abilities had been confirmed long before the certification. He also reminded that Kate had easily dealt with the orc and that if she was careful, there would be no danger. June was sure of this and asked her to finally believe in herself. Kate was embarrassed, but agreed with him. He turned to the rift and noticed that the hunters were looking for partners, after which he remembered the hunters who were with him in the rift yesterday. They were a truly excellent team. But they all had a terrible character, as if they considered themselves superior to others. He was pulled out of his memories by Kate, who had already changed into her new scarlet form-fitting suit with wings. June looked at her carefully. She began to get nervous and asked if this suit suited her. He said her name slowly. Sweat appeared on her face. She did not understand his reaction, after which he asked her if she could choose her partners. What type would she prefer? He began listing the types of warriors, for example, a tank that distracts monsters or those who provide cover at long distances. Her lips began to twist into a displeased grimace. Was he ignoring her so openly? When he finally stopped musing and looked at her, he was surprised and asked what was going on. She started screaming that he himself said that he had no one but her, or maybe it was a lie. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked the most important question. Did the manager want to sign a contract with any other hunter? Jun stopped her, because even if he signed a contract with another hunter, it didn't mean that the contract with her would be terminated. After this comment, her eyebrows hung heavily over her eyes, and she said that she didn't need anyone else. She turned around on the spot and walked importantly towards the rift, recommending that he follow her since they needed to work. Near the rift, there was a trainee from the rift control department from the Hunter Academy, who stuck one of his fingers deep into his nose. He threw aside what he had found during the excavations and noticed that something strange was happening here. 2 days have passed since the discovery of the rift, but the hunters who entered it still have not returned. The team that went there on the first day returned 8 hours later. After them, 32 hunters entered there, but for some reason they did not return. Usually the hunt took exactly 8 hours, especially since there was no food or place to rest in this rift. He thought that this was definitely something to report to the Hunters Academy and began typing a message. But he immediately dismissed this idea because there would soon be a change of post. Let the other person in charge deal with it. He was just an intern after all. A male voice addressed him, remarked on his good work, and introduced itself. The man said his name was June and his partner was Kate, and they worked in the fault department at the mayor's office. The intern scratched the back of his head and assumed that they had come to explore the rift and handed him a tablet. While June was confirming his identity, the guy kept his eyes on Kate and finally realized something. This was the same huntress who refused the Icarus Guild. She looked down in embarrassment and confirmed his guess. She didn't like such popularity. Jun interrupted the awkward conversation and asked if they could come in. While already taking a step towards the rift, the intern extended his hands towards the rift, as if inviting them to come in. After which he told Kate that she was really popular, to which she asked him to stop. She was already ashamed. They stepped into the rift, and only then did the intern remember that he should have warned them about the peculiarities of this place. He watched their figures disappear into the portal and hoped that nothing bad would happen to them. June turned around and asked Kate if she had heard what he said, but she didn't seem to even hear the manager's question. The hero decided not to repeat the question and launched the program to scan the rift. The program reported that the fault had been registered and work could begin. Jun turned his gaze to the endless desert fields. and suggested that they begin mapping the area. But Kate's attention was drawn to some people sitting near them. It looked like a hunter's camp, but they all looked tired. Several of them were writhing in pain, some were sitting by the rocks, and some were already lying helplessly. Kate asked the manager what could have happened here. He suggested not to speculate and go ask them themselves. As they moved towards the hunters, one of them said that there were more sacrificial lambs in this place. Looking at Jun, the man noticed that he wasn't even a hunter and asked what business they had come here for. He introduced himself and said that they had come from the mayor's office, after which he asked the hunter to tell him about the situation inside the rift. There were a lot of wounded people around, but it was unclear why none of them came out. The man replied that the hunters were not just sitting there, they had no way to get out and suggested that they turn around. The partners followed his suggestion, looking around them. When they suddenly noticed the rift, it seemed to have stopped. At first, June assumed it was a glitch, but then he realized that if it were him, it would be impossible to enter here. Then suddenly, Kate gave the answer to the riddle he couldn't solve. The rift was in a state of inhibition. She explained that glitches only occur in rifts above B rank, while slowdowns can occur in absolutely any rift. Fault stalling was a strange phenomenon that sometimes occurred as a feature of the fault. Kate approached the hunter and asked him to share all the information he knew about this place. He opened the information tablet, which described the features of the rift, which was activated when more than 25 people were in it, and in order for the exit to open, it was necessary to destroy all the ordinary monsters. Kate carefully studied the information. To get out of here, you need to destroy 280 monsters, while June noted that if you kill one of the champion monsters, you can get a B-rank weapon. The man coughed and suggested that they just wait here. They had been here for several days already, and soon they would surely send skilled hunters from the academy here. June objected, because if we combine our efforts, we can still destroy 280 monsters. The hunter chuckled with displeasure and asked if they even knew what kind of monsters lived here. Just like June, the wounded hunters thought that orcs lived here. His face filled with horror. Some memories surfaced in his head. June and Kate waited silently for him to continue. The hunter said that if they went a little further along the rift, they would meet B-rank trolls. Kate started to panic. She could still handle the orcs, but the trolls were a whole new level. The man nodded. The trolls were indeed several times stronger than the orcs, which was why they were sitting here, waiting for help. Kate thought. It was impossible to kill the trolls with a few minor wounds. They could regenerate, so one powerful killing blow was needed. But there was another problem. She wasn't sure she could keep the manager safe. She told June that she would go the other way because it was too dangerous here. Jun only thought that now was one of the best opportunities to change her weapon, and an idea came into his head. He called Kate and asked if she was sure he was safe. Would she agree to go? This option was ideal. Then he looked behind her, as if indicating that she should turn around. June explained that he had found for her those who had not yet given up and would go to fight with them. The archer Ross, the tank Henry, and the healer Arthur. Ross was determined, so he said that if he initially thought that he had entered a B-rank rift, then there was no obstacle to hunting. Henry kept up with his partner, so he moved forward and offered to follow them, since they couldn't afford for a government employee to get hurt. When June caught up with him, he asked him what he was thinking about when he came here without armor. June remained silent. Henry stared at him, waiting for an answer. He was talking to him. After all, why was there only silence in response? June continued to study the data. 3 trolls were waiting for them 30 meters ahead, so everyone should prepare for battle. While the hunter was trying to understand why he decided this, those same 3 monsters appeared behind him. The battle began, and June received information about the rift. It was indeed rank B, and the map's completion rate was currently less than 5%. Henry held out his shield with its golden ornaments in front of him and was ready to begin. He rushed into battle, and the trolls seemed to be coming towards him themselves. Kate was surprised. These were offensive skills. He was a powerful fighter. With his abilities, he pulled enemies towards himself, allowing the team to perform various maneuvers. As he continued to fight, he managed to shout out comments about how these opponents were not ordinary guys. Taking a slight run, he delivered a powerful blow to one of the trolls, after which he performed a maneuver that allowed him to throw the monster over himself and separate it from the general crowd. He turned to the team and suggested that Ross deal with the one on the right first. He shouted in response that he already knew this and confidently pulled the arrow. A yellow target appeared near one of the trolls. This was the attacker's mark. which allowed the enemy to lower their defense and increase the damage they would receive. Ross released the arrow and it pierced the blue giant's shoulder, causing him to growl in anger. He pulled the arrow out of himself and snapped it in half as if it were a straw. But Ross had no intention of retreating and immediately directed a volley of arrows at the troll. Jokingly, he warned the troll that it would sting a little now since he planned to shoot 20 arrows at once. The troll lowered his head, either protecting his eyes or hiding them from the light emitted by the arrows. But this attack did not harm the troll. He only spent more time pulling the arrows out of himself. At this point, the situation became more complicated, because the archer assumed that after this attack, the monster would be dead. As soon as the troll got rid of the thorns released at him, he rushed towards his offender. But Kate stood in his way, ready to attack. She leaped high into the air, raising her sword to strike, the wings of her suit fluttering in the wind like her red hair. Kate was incredibly fast, so much so that the troll couldn't even figure out where she was at that moment. Suddenly, she dealt a powerful blow, and the monster let out its death roar, losing its head at that moment. She exhaled heavily. She had spent a lot of energy on this attack. Ross was shouting behind her that they were a good match. Arthur, who was treating Henry at the time, asked the archer to think only about the battle now. Ross was furious. He didn't understand what he had just said, to which the healer replied that he didn't get involved in pointless arguments during a battle. At that moment, Kate approached June and asked if everything was okay. He, perplexed, replied that he was simply observing the battle and had no intention of interfering in it. The girl said that she was just worried about him and was glad that he was okay. June's face changed and he asked her to concentrate. And at that very moment, he ran away from the place where he had just been standing and shouted for Kate to turn around. A huge troll was flying at her from behind, intending to literally trample her into the ground. She managed to jump back at the last moment. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Henry apologized. It seemed his skill had slipped out by mistake, putting her in danger. What had just happened was very dangerous. She began to think about what could have happened if the manager had come under attack. This could have been her fatal mistake, because he could have just died. This thought did not upset her. On the contrary, it gave her strength, and now she was ready to destroy everyone, just to protect her boss. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, as if the sword had grown to her hand. Kate rushed into battle. Now nothing could stop her. The troll's mouth opened wide, and even he seemed surprised by her confidence. She dealt him several cutting blows, but despite their force, it still looked graceful. The troll took several large leaps backwards to give himself room to maneuver. Watching the girl rushing towards him again, he made the only right decision for him. The monster let out a terrifying loud roar that seemed to vibrate the air around it. The hunters suddenly stopped, wondering what was happening to this troll. Henry pleaded with everything around him that it wasn't what he thought it was. But he was not mistaken. It was a battle cry. The troll called the pack to his aid. A crowd of blue monsters rushed towards them, growling furiously and trying to destroy even the sand beneath them. The hunters turned and ran. It seemed like the only right way. Kate didn't move. She just watched as the deadly storm approached. 9 monsters were approaching her, but she had no intention of retreating. Ross noticed this. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't leave her there alone. He overtook his partners and asked them to stop. Kate needed help. They watched the girl as she confidently walked forward towards a whole horde of trolls. Arthur didn't understand what to do, but Henry removed all questions. They had to retreat. They would all die here. But Ross's attention was drawn to another detail. He saw her sword. The blade emitted a blue light and shimmered, as if filled with energy. This was the aura of the sword. June watched everything that was happening from hiding. He was confident in her abilities and tried not to give her any reason to worry about him. Henry shouted that it didn't matter what it was, the sword's aura or something else. You can't just stand there and wait for death. There were probably more monsters nearby. Ross didn't listen to him. Kate's behavior gave the archer confidence, and he was sure that they could handle it and ran. The ogres ran towards the battle, their claws and fangs bared. Kate took a fighting stance, preparing to strike first. And now they were close enough. She made a powerful dash and put the sword in front of her. Arthur and Henry thought she was crazy, but they still had to cover for her, so they followed Ross's example and moved towards the carnage. At this moment, at June's house, Jill was going through another ordinary day. She stocked the refrigerator with various snacks, confident that her dad would like them. Stretching contentedly, she headed off to clean the apartment. She cleaned the living room, her room, washed and ironed all the clothes. Jill decided to clean her father's room at the same time, and she began to do the same as she did in the other rooms. Dust and vacuum. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a book with an unusual title, 50 Ways to Become a Good Father. Although there was nothing surprising about it, he had only recently learned to use hot water. Memory loss is a terrible thing. There was so much underlining in the book she wanted to start reading, but something stopped her. Jill decided not to interfere in his business, grabbed the vacuum cleaner and decided it was time to continue cleaning. It was necessary to finish not only the cleaning, but also the school as quickly as possible, become a huntress and return everything to him 20 times more. After vacuuming, she noticed a trash bag lying under the table. But when she pulled it towards herself, the contents seemed strange to her. It was too heavy to be garbage. She took out a magic stone from the package. Did her father really throw it away? No, he definitely couldn't have done that. Maybe he accidentally fell out of the box. The crystal looked very expensive, but she decided not to think about it and put it back. She quickly opened the top drawer of his bedside table. The girl certainly didn't expect to see what was inside him, so she screamed in surprise. She lay on June's bed surrounded by magic stones. There were 9 of them, and she wondered how much it all cost. No less interesting was the strange purple thing lying with them in the box. Maybe they should throw it away. There was also a document in the drawer, a hunter's pass for a man whose name was unfamiliar to her. At this point, Kate continued to fight in the rift, swinging her sword again and again. The next powerful blow landed right on target, and she severed the troll's arm. 2 more monsters were flying towards her, trying to attack her from above. But she was too fast for them, so when they struck, it hit the ground. She literally rolled on the ground and was ready to attack again. In one leap, she caught up with her opponent and struck him powerfully with her sword. There were already several troll corpses around her, but she continued to hit again and again. Things weren't going so smoothly for Ross. A huge blue hand was pinning him to the ground. He found the strength to move his hand away from his throat and screamed for help with all his might. Henry called him an idiot, but there was nothing he could do. He had to help his comrade. He grabbed the troll from behind, muttering under his breath that he didn't understand why they were so strong at all. While the 3 guys were picking at one monster, she single-handedly killed another one. There was too little strength left. There were still 2 trolls ahead. But she couldn't afford to lose now. She had to protect the manager. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed that she would never give up. With loud cries, she flew back into battle and aimed the tip at the troll's head. But he managed to cover his head with his hands, defending himself from her blade. While one was resisting the sword, the other had the perfect opportunity to attack Kate. Her eyes widened. It seemed the last attack had been a fatal mistake. The satisfied troll was already rushing towards her, preparing to destroy her. Suddenly he froze, as if he had turned to stone. The way the troll fell to the ground shocked both Kate and her opponent. June had to use his abilities. Otherwise, he would have returned from the rift without his partner. Kate took advantage of the opportunity to destroy another troll. Breathing heavily, she fell to her knees and tried to come to her senses. She thought about how incredibly lucky she had just been. But what was it? June stopped her thoughts by asking if she was okay. The girl smiled back and said that she was not hurt. June nodded in satisfaction, but needed to take a break before moving on. With their combined efforts, the 3 hunters finally destroyed the troll as well and fell to the ground around it. 2 hours later, the air was again filled with the ringing of blades, exploding arrows, and screams. Working together, they continued to exterminate the trolls in the rift. Henry checked the status window. In a couple of hours, they had destroyed over 100 monsters, and if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to clear the rift. He looked at Kate. She had simply amazing abilities for a C-rank hunter. Could it be that right now he was witnessing the birth of an S-rank hunter? Maybe that's why Ross never left her without his attention for a minute. At this point, the archer asked what she was doing after work and invited her to have dinner together. Kate hesitated and mumbled something about having things to do after work. Henry decided to intervene and suggested that they all have dinner together, since it was only thanks to her that they were still alive, a gesture that Ross did not like. June decided not to participate in these conversations and took out his tablet to check the state of the rift. They have already managed to open 60% of the map. If they continue to move as quickly as they do, they will be able to finish today. Additionally, during this time, Kate has become even stronger, looking like her mana has doubled. While she was doing her best to refuse the hunter's offers, Jun was thinking about how much her level and stats had risen. He decided to save Kate from the guys and suggested getting ready for battle, to which they nevertheless suggested resting a little. But there was no time for this. 200 meters away, an enemy awaited them that was much stronger than those they had destroyed before. At that moment, the ground began to vibrate, as if it wasn't a monster that was awaiting them, but an earthquake. The jolts grew stronger, and now not only their legs were shaking, but they themselves seemed to be thrown up from the ground. And they saw the culprit of the earthquake, a huge purple troll with 3 heads. Arthur decided to check if this creature was a troll, but the answer was not necessary. They needed to fight it anyway. Kate was exhausted, and at that moment she was looking for inner strength that would help her fight. But the monster was not going to give them any extra time. He roared terribly. Light balls began to form right next to the mouth of each head. And then one of the rays burst out of the troll's mouth and flew straight at Kate. She didn't expect such a quick attack and was so shocked that she simply froze in place. June understood only one thing. This troll was too strong. His partner would not survive his attack. He rushed from his place towards her, and it didn't matter what would happen next because it was worth protecting her. Covering her with his body, he was ready to take this blow upon himself. There was an explosion. Sand rose into the air, and the shock wave threw Kate back. She fell to the ground and tried to disperse the dust that rose from the impact. It was only after a few seconds that she realized what had happened. She stood up and started screaming June's name in panic, trying to see him. Ross lay on the ground and didn't understand what the hell had happened, whether it was just an explosion or someone had been hit. Arthur, unlike him, had already understood what had happened. Henry pinned Arthur to the ground with force, ordering him to duck. One blow would be enough to kill him. Kate continued to run between blows, screaming Jun's name and begging him to answer. And finally she found him. But she didn't want to believe her eyes. Jun's body lay on the rocks, showing no signs of life. She approached him carefully and extended her hand, afraid to touch. Gently placing her hand on his shoulder, she asked him to wake up. Ross shouted that they needed to find somewhere to hide, hoping that the red-haired girl would hear him. Kate could only hear her own thoughts. She had already realized that June was not breathing. Tears streamed from her eyes as she was unable to protect her boss. She threw herself into his arms and begged him to forgive her. But he could no longer answer her. Everything around her was exploding, but she continued to hug June's body, not caring that she herself could die right now. Ross knew that if he didn't help her right now, it would all be over. He ran out of cover and headed towards her as fast as he could. Henry asked what the idiot was up to, and he asked him to go with him. The troll needed to reload for the next attack. They needed to get close to it. This was the only chance to defeat the monster. The hunters didn't want to admit it, but Ross was right, so they sped up and followed him. Henry shouted that he would attack from the front and ordered the guys to go around the monster on the right. He let out a battle cry and ran straight towards the monster, his mace raised in front of him. Suddenly, the troll began charging the ball of light from its mouth again. Henry realized that the situation was out of their control. The monster was attacking much faster than they expected. The monster fired a volley straight at the hunter, who flew away from it at high speed. After bouncing off the ground a couple of times, he finally stopped. His shield and mace flying apart, experiencing terrible pain, he could no longer continue the fight. Several hunter's marks appeared around the 3-headed troll and flashed, blinding him. Ross stood close to him, launching volleys of arrows at him. With a sly smile, he told the troll that he was his opponent and that he shouldn't get distracted, thereby trying to protect Kate. Memories flashed through Kate's mind. She saw their first meeting and acquaintance. The way he lifted her up in the first rift and asked her not to stand there like a pillar, they were in the middle of a battle after all. How he thanked her for new sensations and dishes he had never tried. His smile and the phrase that she was the only hunter he needed. She thought she had finally found her place. Tears continued to roll down her cheeks. But suddenly, for some reason, her status window opened next to them. The window said that faced with circumstances, she acquired a new skill, an oath. Another explosion sounded behind her, and Ross barely managed to escape it. While the troll was reloading, he fired several more arrows straight at his head. The monster's eyes filled with anger, he opened his mouth and growled, spraying saliva in all directions. Ross kept pace with his opponent and also shouted to show his determination. And then another volley of light burst from the troll's throat. At the last moment, the archer managed to dodge it, pressing himself to the ground. But right at his feet, 2 more explosions were heard, which sent the remaining 2 heads towards him. A powerful shockwave lifted him into the air and sent him flying. He fell flat on his back, raising a pile of sandy dust. Ross howled in pain as he fell right onto the rock. Henry was lying next to him. He suggested that he just die. Why was there any need to resist if he was whining from falling on a tiny stone? Arthur came up to him, asking if everything was okay, but the archer was tormented by the realization that he was a failure. At this moment, Kate continued reading. She had just received an S-rank skill that bound her with an oath to the target chosen by the master. Thanks to the oath, all of her stats doubled, and the damage received was reduced while the chosen master was within a radius of 500 meters. After which a window popped up offering to choose June as her master. Hope lit up her eyes, but she couldn't quite tell if that meant June was still alive. She grabbed his hands and prayed that everything would work out. Suddenly, holographic bracelets appeared around their hands. The computer said that the gentleman had been selected and was within a radius of 500 meters. The oath's blessing was activated and her stats rose, ready to continue the fight. Henry also found the strength to get up, but it was difficult for him to attack alone, so he simply ran away from the explosions. The last one caught him. He fell and screamed at Ross to stop suffering and finally get up. The archer continued to lie there and asked to cover him a little longer. Arthur concluded that his partner had no conscience at all. Suddenly, Kate ran past them. She asked Arthur to look after him because he was still alive. Seeing her, Ross jumped up and shouted that he would cover her in battle. Henry looked at him with wide eyes. Just a second ago, this idiot was lying there without strength. Because he reveled in his pain, he almost died several times. The next explosion landed right next to Henry and he was sent flying again. He fell right next to Arthur, who stated that if they were to take damage immediately after he healed them, then there was simply no point in it. After which he asked me to wait here for a bit while he went and checked on June. Henry grabbed his hand and asked him to heal him first. Arthur had no choice but to agree. June finally came to his senses and was able to open his eyes. He saw that Kate had chosen him as her master. She has definitely become stronger, it seems, at least twice as strong. After which he thought that if he went out right now, it would be strange, because he almost died, so he decided to sit in place for a little while longer. At that moment, Kate was moving decisively towards the huge troll. She teased him by zigzagging across the battlefield, daring him to attack. The troll got tired of playing by her rules and decided to act differently. The monster combined the efforts of all three heads and a pillar of fire burst from its mouth. Kate didn't expect this. Dodging the fire, she jumped to the side, falling to the ground. She was in incredible pain. She clenched her fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Suddenly, she felt that she was in mortal danger. Turning around, Kate saw that right above her head was now the troll's huge right foot. Several explosions were heard behind the troll, and he winced in pain. It was Ross. He shouted to Kate that he would aim for his back, and that she should not worry and just continue the fight. And then several explosions flew at him. He was no longer going to just fly and fall, so he began to use this to his advantage. The troll was distracted by Ross, which was the perfect moment for Kate to strike. She pushed off the ground and struck him straight in the shoulder, cutting his skin. The monster turned towards her with displeasure, grabbed the cut. It seemed that this was the first time he was really in pain. Without waiting for the attack to replenish, he decided to hit her right then and there with his undamaged arm, sending Kate flying. Landing expertly on her feet, she held her sword out in front of her to maintain her balance. At that moment, she realized that her damage had become much stronger, and she would no longer yield to the troll in battle. Kate managed to fill her sword with aura again, and she rushed into battle. She delivered another blow to his shoulder and pushed off to land on the ground. While the monster was growling from the wound, she was already behind him. Without waiting for his answer, she dealt him several slashing blows straight into his back. With one hand, he tried to reach his back where the last blows had landed, and with his eyes, he continued to search for the culprit of the pain. Finding her, he extended his hand to grab her and deprive her of the chance to move, but Kate masterfully dodged. Another blow hit the troll right in one of its three heads. He growled in pain again, and several fangs broke off and flew out of his mouth. The troll leaned on one knee, his strength seemingly waning. The monster missed another blow to the head, which Kate delivered to him with her foot. He fell on his back, screaming furiously, the air around him shaking, and Kate confidently walked around him. She looked him over again, as if choosing where to strike next. She jumped on his chest, and at that moment she realized that this was the end for him. Her sword glowed with blue light. She masterfully learned to use the sword's aura. She plunged the sword into his head and froze. The fight was over. Ross looked in fascination at the fragile girl who had just defeated a difficult boss. He exhaled and said that they barely made it. Henry noted that it was because of him that they almost died a couple of times. Jun watched her triumph from afar. She had grown incredibly, mastered the sword, but still had much to learn. He looked at himself. He knew one thing for sure. After work, he would have to buy new clothes, as they were all in huge holes. The image of Jill screaming because he was being bullied at work immediately came to mind. He finally stood up, took off his boot, and shook a mound of sand out of it. Arthur noticed this. He noted that June was absolutely fine. Kate heard this comment and turned around to see the manager, who was alive. She rushed towards him faster than she had acted in battle, her eyes filling with tears. Kate ran into his arms and went limp, finally able to breathe. Ross called June a bastard zombie. He didn't like the fact that he was coming back to life, which took away the girl's attention from him. Approaching June, Arthur asked how he managed to survive. But June was not sure of the answer to this question. Henry groaned and was sure that he would die today. He was overcome by the feeling as if 100 years of his life had been taken away from him. Arthur pointed his hands at June and said that he would still treat him just in case. He was waving his arms strangely and panicking. Arthur asked him what he was doing. He was surprised. His abilities didn't work on Jun because there was nothing to heal in him. But how could this happen? He received direct fatal damage, but not only survived, but was not wounded at all. Ross was still trying to divert attention from him. What difference did it make? After all, he still survived. Henry suggested stopping here, as they no longer had the strength to fight and needed rest. June nodded in agreement. This really was the best option. The hunter asked how they should divide the magic cores they had obtained. The answer surprised him. June said that they should divide them equally among themselves. The law prevented him from making money from hunting, which Henry was glad of, but he was quick to point out that he had a pretty handy app for working with the rift. June asked the guys for a favor since he wasn't getting anything. They looked at him in surprise and waited for an answer as to what kind of service he needed from them. He pointed his finger towards the dead troll that lay not far from them. After killing the monster, an extra reward dropped. A B-rank sword, which he asked to give to Kate. They smiled and happily agreed to provide this service, since they were able to deal with the troll only thanks to her. A contented Kate held a brand new sword in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. She could not stop thanking them. Ross noted that she looked very happy with her new weapon, and she laughed in response. Jun became wary when he heard footsteps approaching behind him. It was two hunters from the Icarus Guild who were walking towards them. Emily came closer and smiled and said hello, but Gale continued to maintain a stern expression. Gale responded with a caustic comment. He didn't expect to see June and Kate here, after which he turned to the carcass of the three-headed troll, which lay lifeless on the ground. He noted that Kate had become much stronger, and that she had dealt with the champion monster was amazing. She was pleased to hear such words from the famous hunter. She smiled sweetly and thanked him. June wasn't about to give in to the barbs, so he smirked and said it was all thanks to the suit Gale had given her. Gale began to slowly walk towards June and for some reason reminded him that he had not given the suit as a gift, but had lost it. Emily intervened in the argument and suggested that Gale move on, as they still had a lot of work to do. Gale agreed and stated that he and Emily would go first since the others were so busy that they were just chilling out and headed ahead. Emily walked up to June, handed him a business card, and asked him to contact them if they were thinking about transferring. June clarified what she meant, to which Emily replied that she was talking about transferring Kate to their guild. After these words, June began to slowly tear the business card he had just received into pieces. As he destroyed the business card in front of Emily, he said he didn't care if someone was treated like a thing to be bought or sold. At that moment, their comrades' mouths opened wide. Did he really tear the business card of the best guild to shreds? Jun continued that he didn't care about other people unless that someone was his person. Then he wasn't going to hold back his comments. Emily froze. Cold sweat appeared on her face. It seemed like something had gone wrong, but she didn't mean anything bad. The hero gritted his teeth and hissed that this was the last warning and that he should not mention the word transfer in relation to Kate anymore. He continued to stare at Emily and said that talking about a person as if they were a thing was extremely offensive and threw the pieces of the business card on the ground. They returned from the rift late in the evening. The boss decided to organize a small corporate party in honor of today's outing. June decided not to go to it because Jill was waiting for him at home, and he had already spent time buying new clothes. On the other end of the line were cheerful, drunk colleagues, and he heard that at that very moment, Kate was talking about the incident with the Icarus Guild. At that moment, Kate jumped up, waving her fists and trying to accurately convey June's words about how he would protect his man. Greg thanked June for his work and for handling their employee the right way, while Nate jumped around in surprise in the background. Suddenly, Nate snatched the phone from his boss's hand and began his own dialogue with June. He noted that, in his opinion, tearing up the company's business card was too much. June asked for forgiveness for this act, when suddenly he heard approving notes from the end of the receiver. He decided to ask again what he meant, because so far opinions were changing from phrase to phrase. Nate said he believes there are times to bow your head and times to let your anger out. The Icarus Guild was a huge and famous company, but that didn't mean they had to always lose to them, and he yelled that June had done the right thing. He continued to shout that it would be one thing if Kate left voluntarily, but treating her like a thing was disgusting. Greg joined the conversation, seeing nothing wrong with angering a couple of boastful S-rank hunters. Nate pulled the phone closer to himself and lowered his voice to a whisper, as if he wanted to ask something personal. He asked June if he could also become his man so that he could be under the same confident protection. June didn't know what to say to this comment, and in the background he could hear shouts for another shot. He was sure that no one on the other end of the line was listening to him anymore, but just in case he said that they would meet tomorrow. He hung up and smiled, pleased with the day, Kate's growth as a hunter, and how warmly she was welcomed into their company. After which I slowly trudged home. No matter how well everything had gone, it had still been a difficult day. He walked home to find Jill and a spotlessly clean apartment waiting for him. Jill said hello when suddenly something else caught her attention. She noticed his new clothes. June remained silent because he expected to dodge this question. He began his story by saying that he came across a sale on his way home, and it was already getting colder outside, and he also felt sorry for the old lady who was selling suits. Jill asked where he found the old lady who sells costumes, and that's where June was wrong. He urgently needed a plan to distract her. He quickly figured out what could be done and said that he wouldn't refuse some tea. At that very second, Jill ran to the kitchen. While she was pouring water into the kettle, she thought about today's finds, the handle, the magic stones, and the hunter's pass. Suddenly, she thought about how her father worked as an office worker during the day and as a hunter at night. An image of my father in a superhero costume and him receiving signals for help immediately came to mind. She was sure she was right, because his colleague at work, who came to visit them, was also a hunter. And now she saw two partners in stylish suits, who were about to set off on a mission. The next image was of Kate deftly rolling over on his back, and both of them deftly dodging bullets. She continued to imagine various scenes and began to boil with anger. The same thing happened to the kettle she put on the stove. June walked into the kitchen and pointed out the fact that the kettle seemed to be boiling. She got scared, and while she was turning towards June in panic, she touched the teapot with her hand, which immediately went flying. Without a second thought, June darted towards the kettle and caught it with both hands. While the daughter watched this scene in amazement, the hero asked her to be careful, as she could burn herself with boiling water. She couldn't contain her emotions any longer. She screamed and asked what he was holding in his hands right now. Jun didn't know what to answer, because it was obvious that he was holding a teapot in his hands, but he didn't take into account the fact that he was holding a hot teapot. He didn't immediately notice his mistake and stared at his hands and the hot iron in them. Jun quickly moved the kettle onto the table and began to justify himself by saying that it wasn't hot enough. Apparently, the water hadn't boiled after all, but the whistling of the kettle insisted otherwise. She grabbed his hands, turned on the water, and lowered them into it. Her hands needed to cool. Jill apologized for her carelessness, as she could have gotten hurt. Wiping his hands on a towel, he asked what she was thinking about so intensely. She screamed as if she remembered something. June continued to look at her questioningly. She ran into the room, an action that left him even more confused. But a second later, she was already returning to him, with some kind of bundle in her hands, which she handed to him. He started reading. It was an informational flyer for initiation into the hunters. Jill hesitated and started to say that there would be nothing important there and she just wanted him to know. After which she noted that it was a weekday and she knew perfectly well that he was busy, so there was no need to come. June rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It would be next Monday. How could he get time off from work? But the most important thing was that he understood that this was incredibly important for her, so he said that he could come. Jill blossomed. A smile spread across her face, and she thanked her father. Another event happened in the rift that June missed. Ross decided to talk to Gail about how terribly June treated Emily and her business card. But Gail didn't understand why he had come such a long way just to report this. He stopped jumping and waving his arms and froze, looking at him. After which she asked to punish Jun, because the way he was behaving irritated him terribly, and Gail had a reason to do it. It was already lunchtime the next workday. Everyone had left the office, and Jun had an excellent opportunity to ask his boss for time off. He glared at him from his desk, not knowing what excuse he could come up with to leave next Monday. The hero finally made up his mind and approached the boss's desk, apologizing in advance. He asked if he would mind if he only worked half a day after lunch next Monday. Greg asked why he was going to do that, to which June replied that it was personal. The boss nodded at his answer and asked if it was something that couldn't be discussed. June had no intention of revealing the real reason for his request, so he simply confirmed his suspicions. Greg thought about it. He didn't know what to do because Nate was leaving on a business trip next Monday. June didn't understand what kind of business trip this was, but the boss reminded him that the following Monday there would be an initiation ceremony for new hunters. They had received an official memo at their office requesting the participation of all nearby organizations, so they couldn't ignore it. June's eyes widened. That was where he needed to go, but the boss said Nate would be going there. He added that they wanted June to concentrate on working with Kate, so they didn't ask him to attend the ceremony. However, Greg advised that if it was really urgent, he should hand over the approval notice, as their department could tolerate 2 employees being absent for 1 day. June assured him that there was no need to worry and said that he would rather go and have lunch. He immediately found the place where Nate had lunch because he spent every day in the same cafe. Jun sat down next to him and immediately started a conversation by saying that he heard him planning to attend the entrance ceremony at the Hunter Academy. Nate nodded and said that he would spend time there from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon and would return to the office after lunch. The hero asked if he could go to the ceremony in his place. Nate was taken aback by the question. Why would someone suddenly have to go instead of him? June hesitated for a second and realized that he couldn't hide the truth in a conversation with Nate. He started telling him that he had a daughter and that she was being initiated the following Monday, so June wanted to be there. The soda went back into the glass straight from Nate's mouth, which is where June got his daughter in the first place. He asked how old Jun was, and when he found out he was only 26, things became even more complicated. If his daughter was being initiated into the Hunters, then she was 17 years old, he continued, and with the next question he clarified whether June had a wife. June lowered his head and continued his story, having to reveal that Jill was not his biological daughter. This left Nate even more confused as to how all these facts could possibly fit into one story. As they crossed the road, Nate asked if he knew about Kate's daughter. The boss breathed a sigh of relief after June told him that Kate had been to their home and even knew his daughter. After which he decided to clarify how Kate reacted to this. June said that her reaction was normal, but did not understand why he was asking these questions. After assessing the whole situation, Nate said that Jun really should go and talk to the chief. He also assured his colleague that he would keep everything he had just learned a secret. The week flew by quickly, and now it was Monday. June was standing near the academy and watching the crowd that continued to gather nearby. It was really crowded here. I wonder if it was because the school was expensive or there were other reasons. He turned around and his attention was drawn to a particularly dense crowd of people. Listening closely, he realized what was happening there. People were shouting Emily's name. In the center of the crowd stood the huntress from Icarus. Everyone was trying to get her autograph, but Emily politely declined, explaining that she was in a hurry. People continued to run past him, and he just chuckled at the fact that such people were forced to attend schools. He hoped that he would remain unnoticed, because this meeting would not bring anything good. But Emily had already called his name and was heading towards him. Pleased, June clicked his tongue in displeasure. This was the last thing he wanted at that moment. It seemed as if she was deliberately speaking louder than usual to attract attention. Suddenly, she bowed before him and began to apologize for what happened at their last meeting. She was so excited by what she saw that she rushed and did not think at all about the feelings of his colleague. Emily continued to stand submissively with her head bowed, and a crowd began to gather around them, whispering that this man was even more important than the huntress, since she bowed before him. June asked her to get up because everyone was looking at them, but Emily continued to say that she didn't want to provoke a negative reaction from him. He admitted that he had been cruel to her too and began to ask for forgiveness, when suddenly she said, "Okay," and straightened up. People looked at him with disapproval, and he felt as if he had been fooled. Emily handed him her business card again, and she asked him to make it a reminder of her peaceful intentions. With a smile on her face, she said that this business card had nothing to do with his colleague Kate. Jun asked if it didn't concern her in any way, then why did he need the business card at all? She asked me to take her business card and remember that June could contact her if she needed help. He looked at her and then at the business card in surprise, after which he leaned over and sincerely thanked her for this gesture. Emily suggested they go inside. The event was about to start, and then they went their separate ways. A voice came from the speakers in the hallway announcing the ceremony and inviting everyone into the hall, while the prospective students were asked to remain in a designated area. Among them was Jill, the color of her uniform perfectly matching her brown eyes. Emily continued to watch June. She felt his aura and realized that he was an unusual person. She knew she was not mistaken. She felt the same from him in the rift. Emily knew June was hiding his true power, but she didn't understand what it was. All that was left was to wait and see what would happen next. One day this force would enter their world. Unsuspecting, June continued to search for Jill in the crowd of students. Suddenly he noticed her, but he couldn't understand how he managed to find her so quickly in the huge crowd. Outwardly, he did not show any emotion, but inside he was very excited about this fact. Suddenly he blushed, covered his face with his hand, and wondered if perhaps he really did experience paternal feelings. The host introduced the distinguished guest who honored them with his presence today, and the president of the Hunters Academy, Adrian Chall, took the stage and bowed to the audience. While the ceremony's guests were being introduced, June decided to find a good restaurant nearby to have lunch with Jill. A message came from his phone informing him that the oath ceremony had begun. A girl with dark blue hair stood on the stage and, raising her hand, named the points of the oath one by one. The two women standing next to him were discussing the fact that this girl was the younger sister of the Sword Emperor, who was considered the best hunter of all, and she herself was already an A-rank hunter. He looked again at the little girl who was standing on the stage and couldn't understand how she could be A-rank. He remembered Jill's words about how he should treat her well because one day she would become very famous, and he decided that now was the time to show that attention. All the future hunters said their vows. There was loud applause, and the master of ceremonies announced the end of the ceremony. June managed to quickly get outside and continued to fiddle with his phone while waiting for his daughter. And finally he heard her joyful voice and delighted cries. She was jumping for joy and couldn't believe that she had finally passed the initiation into the hunters, while Jun tried unsuccessfully to get her attention. He decided to give up trying, handed her the bouquet, and congratulated Jill. She was speechless, her face lit up even more. Suddenly she lowered her head, thanked him for the bouquet, and her voice began to tremble. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She said that he shouldn't have given her flowers. June calmed her down and said that she deserved this bouquet and finally suggested that they move on. They walked across the academy square. Jill explained that training would begin in 2 days and they were assigned to classes. June asked what class she was assigned to which she became embarrassed and said that she was assigned to Class D. Jill hesitated and promised to do everything possible to ensure that she would be transferred to Class A as soon as possible, since her future rank depended on it. He pretended that he had not understood what she was talking about until that moment, and thanked her for the clarification. After which he ruffled her hair and said that he was sure that very soon she would end up in A class. She laughed and asked if June was hungry, suggesting they get lunch somewhere. He pointed to the right and mentioned spare ribs, but Jill was already flying to the left, shouting about the amazing spicy sausage stew nearby. Suddenly she had to slow down because a huge crowd of people blocked the street ahead. She opened her mouth in surprise and started screaming as soon as she realized who was in the center of this crowd. It was the president of the Hunter Academy and Emily from the Icarus Guild, surrounded by guards. After which another male figure appeared from the car. A handsome guy with dark hair and a languid look was also heading in their direction. Jill literally screamed because it was the Emperor of the Sword himself, Jonathan. The entire famous retinue had just passed a couple of meters away from them when Emily suddenly turned around to look at them. She stopped and asked if they had already had lunch. June said that they were leaving right now. Jill couldn't get over what she saw. She had just seen her idols in person, and one of them was also acquainted with her father. Emily suggested that we all have lunch together. Then Jill turned around and asked how she felt about it. Jill couldn't help but agree. At that moment, President Chall approached them and asked Emily who she was talking to. She explained that it was June, the rift manager from the mayor's office, whom she had already told him about. Adrian immediately understood who they were talking about, the very manager responsible for the huntress with outstanding skills. He kindly handed June the oar and greeted him. June bowed and reciprocated. Emily hugged the girl who was with June and decided to clarify whether she was his younger sister. June hesitated to answer. He didn't understand what to do, lie or tell the truth, after which he finally decided to say that this was his daughter. Emily stood there in surprise for a few seconds, then leaned over to the girl and asked her name. And while Jill, like a soldier in formation, announced her name, Emily turned on her brain activity to the maximum. June decided to remove all questions and said that this was all the result of a specific set of circumstances. Behind them, a conflict between brother and sister was in full swing, one claiming that everyone was waiting only for her, and the other that only he noticed this because he hated her. Adrian took notice and introduced Jonathan, who didn't really need an introduction. Jun looked at the first hunter and the founder of the 3 mana control methods. Jonathan also studied him carefully in response. This was the same man that the hunter with great potential did not want to leave. Jun bowed and greeted the guy, who bowed back and was very happy to meet him. Adrian also introduced Olivia, Jonathan's younger sister, who was at that moment screaming about her ruined hairdo. Looking at everything that was happening, Jill covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. Right now, a hunter has personally met her, who developed the style, school, and techniques that hunters use to this day. With all the thoughts racing through her head, she could only open her mouth in surprise, which really touched Emily. Jonathan noted that June was quite well built and asked if he was a hunter, to which he replied in the negative. The hunter expressed his regrets. He was sure that he would have made an excellent hunter. June thanked him for the flattering words, but he was perfectly happy with who he was at the moment. Jonathan turned to his sister and invited her to say hello to everyone. Olivia clicked her tongue in displeasure and said that she was not interested in people weaker than her. Jonathan pronounced her name with particular severity, and with his eyes advised her to come up and say hello. She took a couple of steps forward and began to mock welcome their new company, after which she raised her nose in displeasure and said that this did not mean that she recognized them. The greetings were over, and the president finally suggested going to lunch. They went to a VIP restaurant located in the Hunter's Academy. The food there was simply delicious. Adrian noted that he had the pleasure of having breakfast here this morning. At that moment, Emily decided to start a conversation with June and reminded him that they first met in this very building. That day, she saw them talking with Gale before the Hunter rankings. June asked how her partner was doing, to which Emily joked that he was as gloomy as ever. As Jill lifted the spoon to her mouth, she began to think about her father's position. He was a manager of the rifts. Did that mean he went into them? And then the spoon ended up in her mouth, and she screamed that she had never eaten anything tastier in her life. Olivia sighed heavily, rolled her eyes, and said only one word: plebeians. At that very moment, Jonathan hissed at her, looked angrily, and asked her to be silent. The girl responded by crossing her arms, pouting, and saying that Jonathan was always rude only to her, without understanding why. He was very upset about this situation. Jonathan wanted his sister to behave like Jill at least sometimes. Jill waved her hands and said that she was really grateful to be able to eat such delicious food, after which she noticed that June also liked to dine here. He had already eaten 3 plates. She leaned towards him and said that she would try to cook just as well at home. Emily approached Jill and suggested they take a preliminary assessment since they were there. The girl beamed because right now she could find out her level and potential. Olivia said with an air of importance that the assessment was carried out using special equipment. A sparkle flashed in her eyes, and she added that the procedure was expensive, so not everyone could afford it. Once again, her brother's angry gaze was directed at her. Olivia threw up her hands and again did not understand what she had done wrong. Jill thanked them for the offer, but knew she couldn't ask her father for money. Adrian understood why she doubted and said that the academy would cover all the costs, and Jill immediately agreed. Jonathan suggested testing June's abilities at the same time. The hero lowered his eyes and said that he would still refuse this offer. Emily was surprised, because if the results were good, he could become a hunter. The president literally begged him to try it. Taking this test was a rare opportunity, and Jonathan was also excited and wanted to know the results. He looked at the persuaders once again and was forced to agree. They clearly wouldn't leave him alone. Jill was the first to be tested, and was placed in a machine that emitted a pinkish-white light. The measurement lasted about 5 minutes, and finally the computer announced that the results of the study would be printed. Emily took the sheet of paper with the results out of the printer and was surprised. Jill was expected to awaken an A-rank skill, and the final expected rank was also A. Jonathan made her happy, as only 5% of hunters could boast of such results. Emily encouraged June, because if this girl develops her skills, then a bright future awaits him. Jill approached Olivia, who informed her that perhaps she was not as hopeless as she thought. Jill beamed and thanked her, ignoring her snideness. Emily walked up to June. Now it was his turn to take the test. Olivia muttered that it was a waste of time, and suggested that they go and have a cup of coffee or something else instead. And again, angry glances were directed at her, which she still did not understand. Finally, June lay down on the machine, and the computer reported that he was ready for measurement. Perhaps it was worth continuing to refuse their offer. If the results turned out to be strange, then a lot of difficulties and questions would arise. He looked at those who wanted this test so much. It seemed they suspected him of something. Suddenly, the hero finally understood how this device works. It releases mana and calculates how much mana the body can handle. June realized that it was easier to completely prohibit mana from entering his body, since it was extremely difficult for him to release a little of it. The mana that the machine released simply began to float around and flow around the body, but could not penetrate inside. The computer announced that the test was complete, and everyone froze, because its test had finished much faster than any other. June got out of the car and asked if the results were really ready. Emily started reading the result, which said it was impossible to measure the potential player, but it all made no sense. Jonathan looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked if this had ever happened before, or if this was the first time such a result had appeared. Receiving no answer, he suggested taking another measurement, but this was not necessary. A pleased Olivia added another comment. Apparently, he just didn't have the talent to be a hunter. Emily continued to look at the results, because no matter how lacking a person's abilities were, they would still be ranked as Class E or F. She bit her nail out of nerves. Such results were incredibly rare. It was simply impossible. The girl started yelling at the hero, begging him to do the test again. There must have been some kind of error during the scanning. Adrian stopped her. The next test would be difficult, because scanning an ordinary person several times in a row could put a lot of strain on his body. Jonathan muttered that he should also look at the results again. Therefore, I suggested to June that he strengthen his body. Then the results could be completely different. Indeed, there have been cases where abilities have been revealed to people without any predisposition to them, so there was no need to be so quick to get upset. Emily was sure that she felt the hunter's energy emanating from him. There was no way she was mistaken. While the whole group continued to talk about how sad they were about the test, June asked if they could finally go. Several days had passed since the test, and several days that June had spent sleeping in the office. Greg sighed languidly as he stared at the monitor, huge black bags hanging under his eyes from the endless work. Nate checked all the papers for the 1,000th time, but it seemed his eyes no longer perceived the numbers and letters. He looked up from his paperwork and suggested they go to the sauna that evening, as they hadn't washed for several days, which was why the office smelled terrible. The boss looked at his trembling fingers. The idea was great, but he didn't even have the strength to walk there, so he planned to just stay here for another night. It seems that this phrase led to both employees also staying overnight at work today. June's phone vibrated. It was already 12 o'clock, a call from Jill. It seemed that he could no longer ignore her. Picking up the phone, he heard Jill's sad and serious voice, wondering if he would come home today. The hero glanced at the stack of documents he had to sort through and said that he wasn't sure he would be spending the night at home. She offered to bring him something to eat, but he said he would order something if he was hungry. Jill offered to bring a change of clothes or a clean pair of socks, but this offer was also refused. He assured her that everything was fine and that nothing was needed. And besides, it was already late and there was no point in going out for a walk. As soon as he hung up, his boss asked who he had just spoken to and immediately clarified whether it was Kate. He looked at him in surprise and replied that no, to which Greg asked him to just tell the truth, since he couldn't be fooled that easily. Nate decided to change the subject. Besides, he was interested in whether the rift in Inwangsun Mountain had been confirmed. In response, the chief began to stretch in his chair. He hated this time of year, because every year the hunting academy asked them to take care of field trips for the students. They needed to select and test the Centurion rifts below rank C to choose the most suitable for novice hunters. June thought about telling Jill about this, since they would definitely meet on this excursion. Moreover, thanks to Emily's efforts, the girl already knew that he was working on fault zones. Late at night, he finally returned home, and a contented but tired sigh was heard from the far room. Jill came out to meet him and asked him to let her know when he was going to return home so late. He apologized to her and promised that he would definitely do it next time. Jill suddenly became a completely cheerful person and announced that she was going on a field trip to the Rift next week. It was her first time going, so she was very nervous, even though it was only an F-rank Rift. Jill's face turned serious, and it was the perfect moment to ask what her father actually did for work. He hesitated and began to explain that in the department he deals with everything related to faults. Jill decided to immediately clarify whether this meant that he himself was entering the rifts. He looked at her calm face and decided that it was okay to say something after all, and nodded hesitantly to her. But the next question followed. She was interested in what exactly he was doing inside the rifts. June frantically began naming as many responsibilities as possible to distract her. After he noticed the sad expression on her face, he said that there was no need to worry about it. This did not have the effect he expected. She began to stamp her feet and scream that she could not help but worry about this because he was in danger there. She screamed that leaving everything in this state was completely unacceptable. She threatened him with her finger and said that she would give him a special training session. June didn't believe what she just said. She is a girl who just entered the Hunter Academy. He will arrange training for the one who is actually the strongest hunter. But Jill didn't know that he was the greatest hunter, so she argued that she had the potential to be an A-rank hunter. She clenched her fist and said that from now on they would practice every weekend. She also wanted him to go to the academy on Monday to apply for body strengthening, as that would give him mana. Sweat was pouring down June's forehead, and he thought that if the people of Muram could hear her now, they would faint. Jill had already thrown on her windbreaker and was literally ordering him to follow her. They went to the alley near the house. Jill asked to open the window of his characteristics to check them. June opened the window and understood that right now he would have to lie, because all the characteristics were at maximum. While he looked at his numbers in panic, the girl asked him to read them in order. He started making them up as he went along. Strength 10, agility 6, health 9, inner power 0, no skills. Jill stopped him. The total points were 25, which was impossible since it was almost the same as E-rank hunters. His strength and health were even higher than hers, which was probably normal since her father was in good shape. Jill decided to check the inner power indicator, as she had never heard of it. Jun waved his hands and assured her that he was mistaken. His mana was at 0. The girl didn't notice the catch and said that for an ordinary person this indicator is normal, although the other characteristics are still unusual. After which, Jill began the training and suggested learning how to use Chul, one of the techniques that can be used at a distance from monsters. It might not be possible to use it right away since her father doesn't have mana yet, but she still decided to show how it works. She held the pistol out in front of her and held it confidently with both hands. Suddenly, the gun began to fill with mana and form a blue ball. She continued the lecture and explained that taking mana from the body and redirecting it into the gun means reloading. If he succeeds in doing this, then half the way will be passed, and she suggested giving it a try. He twirled the pistol in his hands while thinking about how to release a small amount of mana. Jill suggested that he close his eyes and try to feel a light energy in his body. Then he had to imagine this energy, like a river, flowing from him straight into the gun. He was nervous and convinced himself that everything would be fine if he had complete control over himself. The gun filled with a blue glow and Jill began to squeal in shock. She didn't understand how he managed to do it the first time. Jun was startled by her squeal and immediately stopped the reloading process. The girl looked at him, enchanted. It seemed her father was incredibly talented. He tried to calm her down and said that it was most likely a coincidence, because when he tried to do it again, nothing worked. Still, Jill was frustrated as she had trained for a month to be able to reload her weapon. Despite his obvious talent, she was still against her father becoming a hunter, as it was very dangerous. Jun reassured her that he was not going to become a hunter and suggested that they go home. It was quite late and also boring. The next working day began. Today was the last day of preparation before the excursion. All the data was checked, the fault was selected, so there was peace in the office. As Nate passed by Jun, he noticed that his colleague was currently forging documents stating that he had completed the fortification at the Hunter Academy and had accumulated 1 unit of mana. Nate shouted that he would definitely be sent to prison for this, since he was an official who was forging documents right now. June assured him that he would definitely not be put in jail because he would only show this document to one person. The hero had to recount the long chain of events that led him to such actions. They went to lunch, where he explained that it was all to reassure his daughter, who was worried about his work. Nate noted that his life is both challenging and interesting, after which he remembered that his daughter would be on an excursion the next day, which the three of them would be conducting, and he asked if he would have to hide from her. June shook his head and said that there was no longer any reason to hide, since Jill knew where he worked and that he went into the rifts. The colleague exhaled, because this meant that he had worried in vain. On top of that, Nate reminded them that they had an important event coming up next week. The Hunter Academy will undergo a full inspection, and they will have a chance to receive a B-rank split from them into their management. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly and the grade is good. A thought came to his mind of a boss who had put a lot of effort into this, and if they got a good rating, he would get a promotion. If the assessment is not enough to obtain a rift, then they will have to lie low for a while to avoid his wrath. And so the day of the excursion came, and together with the new students, they went to the prepared rift. The academy coach gathered everyone together and asked for a moment of attention. He introduced his colleagues from the fault department who would be accompanying them today. Greg waved his hands in greeting and put on his sweetest smile possible. He told the students that they were currently in an F-rank rift, where they would likely encounter goblins who would pose no threat to them. However, anything can happen in the rift, so all students should remember that safety comes first. After finishing his endless lecture on safety, he asked if anyone had any questions. Looking at the disgruntled first years and hearing the silence, Greg suggested going to explore the rift. The students rushed along the fault as if it were a morning jog. And finally, they found the goblins, who seemed to be already regretting the excursion. Rage burned in the eyes of the young hunters as they kicked, pushed, and trampled the unfortunate monsters. Greg noted that he had seen all this countless times, but each time the young hunters frightened him. Continuing to watch them, he asked Nate if there was a chance that any of the graduates would work with them on a contract basis. He did not want to upset his boss and encouraged him that the most important thing was to continue to hope for it. Olivia was standing next to June, and he asked if she wanted to join him. The girl noted that hunting the weakest goblins seemed pointless to her, after which she asked if he was responsible for the students' safety. He replied that he was just an assistant, to which Olivia tisked in displeasure and asked if he could do anything in this life. June asked him to keep his comments to himself, and Greg's face was already poking over his shoulder. He told her that she shouldn't be afraid of her first training session, and if anything went wrong, they would cover for her. Olivia rolled her eyes, wondering who would protect whom. It was unlikely they would have the stamina to simply run away from the goblins. Greg called her a hooligan, asked her to immediately go to training with everyone else and not interfere with the adults' work. Nate rushed at him and quickly whispered that this was the sister of Jonathan, the Emperor of the Sword himself. At that very second, Greg rushed to catch up with the girl and offer her some fruit tea. Nate returned to June and laughed. It seemed the boss was in for a tough day today, after which he leaned towards June. He was eager to find out which of these girls was his daughter. He pointed his finger at one of the students standing nearby. Nate noted that she was very sweet and would probably be very popular among her peers. Jill noticed her father and his colleague looking at her and waved to them. The school coach informed them that they would now have exactly 1 hour to hunt on their own, and that at the end of that hour they should return here. Hearing this, Nate suggested that June finally approach his daughter. June literally jumped up and headed towards her. It seemed like his colleague had never seen him run so fast in his life. The two of them retreated to a remote clearing, where June watched her training and offered advice. After another shot, he noted that she had a talent for shooting. She thanked him, but was quick to point out that, unlike many, she trained alone, so that he would be even more proud of her. Suddenly, June heard some kind of whistle and became alert. The weather began to change abruptly. The sky darkened, a strong wind arose, and peals of thunder could be heard. A goblin appeared not far from them, who was different from those they had seen before. The goblin had a strange purple tattoo on his forehead. He looked like a boss monster, but there shouldn't be bosses in this rift. Since June, Nate and Greg checked this information several times. Looking at him, Jill noticed not only the strange tattoo, but also his dark skin color. The girl put out her hand, as if protecting June, and asked him to move away. After which, without thinking, she filled the pistol with mana and sent a bullet into the goblin. The bullet hit the goblin right in the forehead and he fell to the ground. Killing him turned out to be easier than she thought. She turned to June to tell him that everything was okay now. But something lit up behind her. June started screaming furiously because everything was definitely not good. His working device reported that the Rift Guardian had just been successfully defeated, and a red-black crack began to spread behind Jill. Another rift has just opened, the difficulty of which will be set randomly. June continues to scream at her to run towards it quickly. She finally saw what was behind her. A wind arose around the new rift and began to pull her inward. June ran to help, but the girl was already completely drawn into the unknown. Without thinking, he pushed off the ground and jumped after her. At that very moment, the rift that had swallowed June and Jill disappeared. The students who were doing their independent training at the time also didn't understand what was happening with the weather and were very scared. Greg, who was lying on the ground covered in fruit tea, also watched as the weather changed frighteningly. June and Jill found themselves in a frightening rocky area that seemed to be illuminated by a red light. Jill, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. June looked around. This place looked a lot like Muram's world. The computer reported that they had entered the Izas cave. The main goal was to survive for 30 minutes. And then Izas himself appeared before him. A huge dragon with burning eyes and huge fangs. Jill began to shake, and only one word was flashing through her head now: death. June walked up to her and looked down at her. She seemed to be in a state of shock. He exhaled heavily. Why did the strangest things happen to him exactly when he had to hide his abilities? The hero picked up from the ground the mana pistol that belonged to his daughter. Jill asked him what he was going to do. He asked her to stay here and assured her that he would quickly finish off this dragon and headed towards it. The girl tried to get up to stop him, but her strength completely left her. The dragon watched what the guy was doing for a short time and was already ready to attack. Suddenly, the dragon roared for them to disappear and released a fiery flame from its mouth. Jill started screaming and asking her father to come back, because one such volley would kill any hunter. However, Jun had no intention of stopping. He was confident that the dragon would not be able to harm them. He put his hand forward and the flames began to spread out on both sides. Jill doubted what her eyes were seeing because it simply couldn't be. The thought flashed through her mind that it was the dragon who had spared them. But the dragon's equally shocked face said otherwise. So it was all my father. The same father who a couple of days ago didn't even know how to use a mana pistol. At that moment, June said that since she had shot today, then if he shot, nothing bad would happen either. The dragon continued to look questioningly at the guy who had just escaped death from his strongest attack. The gun filled with June's mana and began to glow blue. The charge continued to grow, and the air around them began to tremble. The dragon screamed and asked him to stop. He assured him that time was up and they had won. Jun asked him to hurry up with his speech, because he didn't want to break the mana pistol while continuing to hold back his power. The dragon begged him to let him ask just one question, and June agreed. After which the huge winged monster asked the most idiotic question. Is there any option not to kill him? June asked why he asked that, to which the dragon stated that his life was now in the boy's hands. Jun couldn't hold back his strength any longer and fired a huge blast from his pistol, turning it slightly to the left to avoid killing the dragon. The creature squealed in fear as if he were a 5-year-old child. And finally, the charge flew a couple of meters from his head and rushed on. There was a powerful explosion behind him, and it seemed that if this blow had hit him, he would not have survived. The dragon turned to him and asked what kind of hellish power was within him. He continued to be perplexed, because he had never met a single person who possessed such abilities. Jun looked at him from under his brows and asked if he wanted to know how he could survive. And after receiving an affirmative answer, he pushed off the ground and said that then they would have to start with several blows. Jun flew at him, clenching his fist and aiming for his head. What is this guy going to do? Is he actually going to attack the dragon with his fists? And then the blow fell on the enemy. It seemed as if he had been hit by someone who was 10 times bigger than him. The dragon trembled with fear and grabbed his head. It hurt terribly. June suggested starting with obedience training as a huge bump grew on the monster's forehead. He also told him that the only way he could survive was to become his pet. June began to train his pet, and Jill told the legend of the dragon Isis. Countless hunters tried to defeat him, including both S-rank and hunters, but none of them could defeat him. She was sure that was what she heard, but what she saw was beyond her comprehension. Right now, the hunter was standing on the back of the formidable dragon and forcing him to do push-ups. Jun stomped on his back a couple of times and asked if he wanted to do 6 more sets, or if he would do it normally now. While the hero was shouting army chants, Jill looked at him and wondered who he even was. Jun asked if the dragon was really one of the strongest and stronger than the ogre general, to which he nodded his head affirmatively and said that he was very useful. In his head, He was thinking that he could safely leave him with Jill to guard him, but he was bothered by the fact that the dragon was a little slow. Jill decided to interrupt their training and asked if her father thought they should go back. In one leap, he descended from the huge creature and agreed with her. But before they returned, they had something to discuss. June started to say that what happened here, when suddenly Jill finished for him, that it was all a secret. His eyes widened as she promised him not to tell anyone. The girl was sure that he had his own reasons for hiding it, and she would be understanding because they were family. He nodded to her, then turned to the beast and asked if he planned to go straight ahead. He looked at him and asked if he could change his physical form because he was attracting too much attention. After which he threatened him with his finger and said that if he behaved thoughtlessly outside, he would not like the consequences. He understood everything and said that he would transform right now. The dragon began to glow as if it had become a hologram and began to decrease in size. He continued to shrink until he was level with their knees. And there in front of them stood a cute little orange dragon with incredibly beautiful eyes. Jill immediately started screaming that she had never seen anything cuter in her life and suggested calling him Yoji. Yoji was clearly unhappy because a couple of hours ago he was one of the most terrible opponents, and now he became a pet dragon. Jun looked at him and asked if there was anything he didn't like. The dragon apologized and said that everything was fine. The hero offered his daughter to pet him and explained that he was much softer than he seemed. Yoji obediently lay down on his back and stuck out his belly so Jill could scratch it. The weather inside the rift began to improve. The sky cleared of clouds and the sun began to shine. Greg and Nate also noted the change in the weather and were glad that nothing happened to the students. The boss thought for a moment. It seemed like he had never seen Jun during all this time. And suddenly, Jun appeared out of nowhere and apologized for his absence. Greg clicked his tongue in displeasure and announced that it was time for them to return, but he didn't finish his sentence and looked at his subordinate's companions. He pointed his finger at Jill and asked if he knew this student. June immediately replied that she was his daughter, and while Greg's face was distorted in a surprised grimace, June said that there were circumstances that he could not delve into now and apologized. The boss grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him gently and said that he understood him perfectly well. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. Jill walked up to Greg, bowed, and introduced herself. The boss continued to glance back and forth between June and his daughter, and the hero once again stated that he could not provide more details. Nate approached Jill and introduced himself. The 2-year-old was glad to meet him because her father told her a lot about him. Greg was listening to the exchange of pleasantries when something suddenly caught his attention. It was a small orange creature. He asked where they found such an interesting puppy. While the boss was asking how they had dyed his fur like that and couldn't decide on the breed, Jun motioned to Yoji to keep quiet. Greg began to stretch his face and said that they should take the animal to the vet. The boss picked him up and Yoji started barking, to which the man yelled that he was trying to bite him. Jun said that this animal would now help him, and he discovered in himself the talent of a trainer. His colleagues began to ask him how he had discovered his new abilities and whether he was now going to become a hunter. The hero answered without hesitation that he did not plan on becoming a hunter, but that this skill would be useful to him when exploring the rifts. The boss exhaled, because he couldn't lose such a valuable employee, and hugged the orange creature. After which he decided that now was not the time to cuddle, let Yoji go, and offered to have a drink after work. Greg approached Jill and invited her to join him, as he could give her some advice on her hunting career. Jill refused the offer until the man announced that he would order meat for everyone. She could no longer resist. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from the side. It was Olivia, who was eager to find out what kind of animal was with them. Yoji looked up at her and made an incredibly cute face. The girl picked up the dragon in her arms and spun him around in the air. Jill asked her not to lift him without a reason. June approached Olivia and told her that this was his pet, and that he had discovered new abilities in himself. She immediately screamed that the trainer class was the rarest class in existence, after which she asked if it was even possible, since the results of the preliminary assessment were not yet available. But most of all, she was interested in whether he was going to become a hunter, to which June said that he had other plans for his life. She began to raise her voice and did not understand why he refused, because a trainer would be welcome in any guild. June said that he was going to use his abilities to explore the rifts. A representative of the academy overheard their conversation and was also perplexed, since the trainers in the guilds were paid even just for their presence. Greg intervened in the persuasion. He separated him from the hunter and finally suggested that they leave. noting that everyone has their own path in life and only he knows what he wants. June noticed that this gesture was clearly meant to keep June from thinking about transferring, so he reiterated that he was not going to go anywhere. Greg beamed, tears welled up in his eyes, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. He hugged June, buried his face in his back, and said that he loved him incredibly. Attempts to break free from the embrace were futile. The girls watched with laughter as they moved strangely across the clearing. Yoji closed his eyes. He didn't like watching what was happening to his owner at that very moment. Nate suggested that they wrap things up and finally go to dinner, since they had all had a hard day today. The next morning in the department was quite hot and full of discontent. Greg and Nate listened silently as Kate and June discussed the fact that the girl had not been invited to dinner with them yesterday. June sighed wearily from the conversation and repeated again that he was terribly sorry. She lay with her head on his desk and kept repeating that it was incredibly cruel of them. Kate didn't understand how they could not call her when they only had to make one call. She hadn't been to work for a very long time, hadn't seen any of them, and had been waiting for a meeting for so long. With each phrase, her voice grew louder. She shouted that she was also part of the team. Besides, she heard that they had barbecue pork dinner yesterday, which seemed like a very important moment to her. BBQ, drinking. She really enjoyed all that too, but instead she spent the whole day waiting for them in the office and cleaning up. June stopped her because that was not the case. In fact, they were having beef barbecue for dinner. He had just made a fatal mistake. Pork was something important to Kate, and beef was more expensive, which increased the importance of this meeting in her eyes. She froze in her chair and could not utter a word. Greg and Nate surrounded June and tried to make amends by reminding him that it was acorn-fed pork, which was why it tasted like beef. He turned to Greg and said that it was definitely beef because the chef cried when he saw the bill. Greg tried to wink at him, because right now it was much more important to agree than to be right. Kate lowered her head. She quietly called them liars, because not only did they not invite her, but they also lied about the meat. The boss tried to calm her down and suggested having another dinner with the company today and ordering a barbecue. But Kate was already heading for the exit and announced that she would eat the barbecue herself. Nate grabbed the candy and ran after her, continuing to apologize as he caught up with her. Kate had an incredible love for sweets. She was already chewing on a candy and asking him not to forget that she was also an employee of the Rift department. Nate seemed quite pleased that he had pulled off such a stunt, but still agreed with everything she said. He asked her to take care of them during the inspection next week and noted that she was the most important cog in their machine. But it seemed the test was on the verge of failure. Greg was yelling at someone on the phone that they couldn't just cancel it. He asked to stop constantly repeating that now there is a requirement that only a B-rank hunter can work with a B-rank rift. The entire department has been preparing to take control of this rift for a whole year, but a week before testing it is canceled. While he continued shouting into the phone, the other end had already hung up. He slammed the phone down and called them bastards, after which he asked everyone to return to their work, and he would be back soon and left the office. June asked if they hadn't specifically asked for help with this project, and Nate explained that this wasn't the first time this had happened. The colleagues sighed with displeasure and said that this was their way of trying to show who was boss. At Jun's house, it seemed, a conflict was also flaring up. Yoji was unhappy that Jill was the one making all the decisions. She tried to calm him down and said again that they couldn't go for a walk now because she was busy cleaning. Besides, who knows what might happen outside? Yoji asked why she was afraid if she had a dragon. But the girl was most worried about him, because she could not stop him alone. The dragon was offended by the fact that she thought he would immediately get into trouble as soon as he left the house. Jill suggested that they all go out for a walk when his father returned home, to which he fell to the floor and began screaming like a little child, stamping his feet. When he got tired of hysteria, he heard that the owner had returned home. After he greeted Jill, he walked over to Yoji, picked him up by the head, and reminded him that his daughter liked cute things, not things that were flashy for every reason. He ordered him to stand against the wall and raise his hands. They sat down at the table, and Jill asked what to do with Yoji. Jun said that he had bought food for him, but for now he would stand there punished. June thanked Jill for the wonderful dinner, while the dragon was content with just the smells. He added that her food was getting tastier each time and offered to wash the dishes. The girl jumped up from her seat and asked everyone to stay in their seats while she washed the dishes herself. It seemed that this was another attack of gratitude towards him, which he was forced to accept. With some hesitation, he agreed to let her do it. He came into her kitchen and asked her to behave as before because nothing had changed. How could she agree that nothing had changed when she saw the opposite? An image immediately appeared in her head of her father literally fanning the flames with his bare hands. She didn't know if she could behave like she used to. Then she remembered how she promised to protect her father when she became a hunter, and how she organized training for him so that he could at least do something. My thoughts were literally screaming because she was saying such stupid things. June watched this from the side and did not understand what was happening. In her head, it was as if someone was fighting. Suddenly, someone asked how he could do this to her. At first, Jun was scared, but then he realized that it was the TV that Yoji had turned on. He was staring at the TV and watching some TV series, calling the main character an idiot. Jun sat down on the couch and reminded him that he had ordered him to look at the wall and not at the TV. The dragon bowed low, apologized, and promised to behave well. The hero asked him not to act out the theater here and to get up immediately. Jill came into the room and reported that Yoji had not eaten anything since lunch. June said that the bag of food for him was right in front of the door. Jill took the package and began to carefully examine its contents. And she took out a dog bowl from it, which made the dragon furious. Jun asked what the problem was and clarified whether he really thought he would be eating at the common table. The dragon hesitated, but he also had human rights, that is, dragon rights. June was convinced otherwise, so he took a bag of dog food, filled the bowl full, and offered him what he was given. After which he headed to his room and asked Jill to make sure that Yoji did not go near the refrigerator while he was washing. The dragon looked at the bowl with disappointment. Could anyone have thought that the great and terrible would be content with dog food? But there was nothing to be done. He took one pebble and slowly brought it to his mouth, trying not to sniff. Jill grabbed his bowl and asked him not to eat it. Tears welled up in Yoji's eyes. This girl was going to take away his last hope for dinner. She asked him to be quiet and brought a plate of baked ribs. And she suggested that he eat quickly before his father came out of the shower. Due to the rapid eating, the dragon choked and began to cough. Jill handed him a glass of water. He took a sip and froze, looking at the glass. He stared at her with wide-eyed devotion and said that he would protect her for the rest of his life. Jun was glad that the day was over as drops of water slowly trickled down his body. The next day, the office was once again filled with excitement, but this time the occasion was joyful. Everyone surrounded Nate, who announced that he had found a B-rank hunter who would sign a contract with them. He went to school with this guy. He was always quite strong and goal-oriented. And after Nate shared with him the troubles at work, he said that he had already earned enough money working as a hunter and would help out his old friend. His colleagues congratulated him and noted that now their boss would finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that very moment, a joyful Greg burst into the office shouting that he loved Nate. He hugged him and looked at him, missing everything he said to him because it didn't matter now. Nate said that today they would meet at some expensive establishment and if the boss wanted, but before he could finish speaking, June appeared in front of him and said that he would go with him. He clarified that it would be better if he went with the curator and the chief stayed here. Greg was upset, but agreed with his words. And now the colleagues were already going up in the elevator higher and higher. June could not believe that they were going to the bar so early. Nate suggested thinking positively, because you never know when ordinary people like them will be able to come to such an expensive place like this. Besides, they won't get anything supernatural. His friend will just buy them a drink out of the kindness of his heart. Jun thought it was unlikely that this was happening out of the kindness of his heart. It all seemed somehow strange. The elevator stopped and they were met by a beautiful female administrator. Nate asked if Adam had arrived yet. They had an appointment. The girl smiled and said that he was already waiting and invited them to follow her. They walked down a long corridor as if they were in a hotel, and strange sounds came from behind closed doors. The administrator opened one of the doors and wished them a pleasant evening. Nate entered the room first and was glad to see his old friend. Opposite them sat 3 huge men with a pile of drinks on the table. The man who looked the worst said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it seemed that he was Nate's friend. Nate hesitated. Everything around didn't look like a business meeting. It looked more like a brothel, where a couple of girls were about to arrive. Jun silently studied the situation, but it was immediately clear to him that nothing good could be expected from this meeting. The colleague apologized for being late and joked that he should have taken a taxi after all. After which he introduced June and said that they had been working together for over a year. Adam patted the seat next to him, inviting them to sit next to him. He ordered his guys to move quickly because the government officials wanted to get to him. Nate thanked him, and June went to his phone and quickly typed something. Adam poured a shot of bright orange liquid and offered to drink. He turned his attention to June and repeated that he should also drink, June agreed. A conversation began, filled with memories. Adam tried to remember how much time had passed since school. While June was knocking back his shot, Nate was telling him he had a great job and great coworkers. Besides, he was glad that Adam was a B-rank hunter and could afford to go to such expensive establishments. Adam noted that it wasn't that expensive, but he understood him, since he lived from paycheck to paycheck. After which, he added sarcastically that he had nothing to talk about with someone who came by metro instead of a taxi just to save money. He finally decided to introduce his comrades, noting that they were all B-rank hunters. The men asked to forget about the performances, because this was probably their last meeting. Holding back his laughter, Adam asked to be less rude to people who deal with government affairs. Jun studied them carefully. The situation was getting tense, and he was going to match that tension. One of the men looked back at him with displeasure, continuing to sip his beer. Nate decided to get down to business and asked Adam about the contract with the mayor's office. Besides, their boss was looking forward to the meeting. Maybe it would be possible to introduce them after all. The hunters could no longer contain their laughter. They covered their faces with their hands to somehow hide it. June realized that this was not a working meeting. They had invited them as jesters to have fun. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Adam offered to sign a contract and return to work the next day. He continued to puff on his cigarette and said that he would have only one condition. Adam dropped his cigarette into the glass and offered Nate to drink it. Then he would agree. His friends burst out laughing, parodying him and asking him to be more polite with government officials. And one of them reminded him that this was his friend from high school, so he should take it easy. Otherwise, he would burst into tears of grief. June watched as Nate shook with anger and indignation. He pulled back his coat. Someone had been in contact with him the whole time, and he informed him that he could come in. Adam raised his glass and asked why Nate was hesitating, since the papers would be signed as soon as he emptied it. Jun stood up and suggested to his colleague that they leave this disgusting place, after which he reminded that, in fact, they had another meeting planned. The hero looked around at everyone present once again and said that there was no point in them squabbling over trifles with these scum. Adam grimaced and asked to repeat what he had just said again, since he was so brave. June ignored him and informed Nate that Emily from the Icarus Guild had agreed to sign a contract with him. Looking at his colleague's shocked face, he continued that the girl was already on her way and said that she was in the area. Adam burst out laughing. Did they really think that an S-rank hunter would sign a contract with them? June merely confirmed this, to which the hunters shouted that he was lying. Nate's forehead broke out in a cold sweat from what June was saying. Suddenly, the door to their room swung open. Emily stood at the door, smiling and informing them that she couldn't wait for them any longer. After which, she added that she found it strange that they postponed the meeting because of these guys. The hunters no longer laughed. Moreover, they could no longer say anything, because in front of them really stood that same Emily. June encouraged his colleague and asked how he had managed to persuade Emily to work with them in the first place. Emily said that there was a really nice cafe nearby and suggested that we move there. She glanced again at the disgusting men sitting at the table. She clearly didn't want to stay there. Nate flew out of the room at the speed of light and started apologizing to her. June asked to get him an Americano, and he would join them a little later. Nate didn't want to leave without his colleague, but Emily stubbornly continued to lead him out. The door finally slammed shut, and June sighed heavily. Without turning around, he offered Adam a drink from the glass with the cigarette butt that was standing on the table. A moment later, it was clear that it would have been better if he hadn't turned around, because when he did, his eyes were already bloodshot. Not far from this expensive but disgusting establishment, there was a really nice cafe. Nate and Emily ordered and sat tensely at the table. The guy was shaking violently. He held his legs with his hands to calm them, but nothing worked. This was the same hunter whose business card June had torn up. She probably came for revenge. The girl continued to look at him attentively. He was very scared, although his pride had just been seriously hurt. She didn't understand what was best to do. Console him, pretend not to notice anything, or just remain silent. Suddenly, the device rang, signaling that their order was ready. Nate stood up abruptly and announced that he would take their order, but Emily was already racing to the counter. The girl behind the counter handed her the 3 Americanos they had ordered. The guy looked after her. It was as if she was flying and he liked it. She brought coffee and finally started the conversation. Emily asked not to worry about June. He would definitely be fine. Nate replied that those guys were B-rank hunters, and if something happened to him, He would not be able to forgive himself. Emily just laughed, because she sympathizes more with the guys who stayed with his colleague. He looked at her in surprise and reminded her that June was not a hunter. The girl took a sip of coffee and asked to just wait a little. Her instincts never deceived her. At this point, June stood his ground and offered Adam to drink this most delicious drink. After which, he said that he would let him live if he did this. Adam stood up and moved closer to his face, wondering what would happen to him if he didn't drink. The man gritted his teeth and asked again what this puppy could do to him. Jun didn't intend to continue the conversation and waved his hand. The blow sent Adam flying into the wall, and his entire body was instantly paralyzed. He started screaming that he couldn't even move his fingers. June came closer to him, put his arm around his neck, and whispered in his ear that he needed to drink his own cocktail. But realizing that Adam wasn't going to do that, he used his mana and his hands sparked with red lightning. As soon as the lightning reached Adam's neck, he began to scream in pain. The fair-haired hunter watched this and did not understand why his friend did not resist at all. He decided to throw his fists at Jun to distract his attention. June didn't leave this unnoticed, and literally felt someone flying towards him from behind. He put out one hand. The hunter crashed into it and flew into the wall. The third hunter chose the observation tactic, since he clearly did not want to get hurt. June looked at him with empty eyes and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Adam no longer resisted, and June informed him that he had been a bad boy today. He brought his hand to his stomach, where the hunter's mana energy center was located, and released another discharge. Adam looked like a toy with its eyes bulging out. It seemed as if all his organs had burst at that moment. He went limp and rolled down the wall. At that moment, the mana left his body and would never be able to return. June looked at him one last time and informed him that he would now have to look for a new job, since he would no longer be a hunter. From today on, he promised to keep an eye on what the three of them did and said, and if he finds out that they have caused such an annoying situation, he will find them, tear out their tongues, and force them to eat them. The door slammed shut, and it seemed that this evening was over for them, just as their careers were over. June walked confidently down the corridor without turning around. All he needed now was a glass of Americano. The awkward conversation continued in the cafe. Nate clarified that it was not true that Emily was planning to sign a contract with them. She became embarrassed and said that she couldn't do it, but June just asked her for help and said that he had contacted some strange people. The guy stood up from his chair, bowed to her, and began to apologize because it was all his fault. Emily asked him to sit down because she had her own goals and she was helping for her own reasons. He looked at him in bewilderment, wondering what her goals were with regard to June. When suddenly the hero approached their table and apologized for being late, Emily invited him to sit next to her. Nate looked at him and asked if he was okay and if anything had happened while they were gone. He reassured him and informed him that he had only been offered a few drinks and they had had a nice chat. Emily interrupted their conversation and asked if she was now in June's good graces. He confirmed her suspicions and thanked her, to which Emily jumped up and down and was happy. All Nate could think was that everything had worked out for the best, because if he had come alone, he would have found himself in a terrible situation. Jun asked if the two of them had time to have dinner as he had a little problem at home. The thing is, Jill has prepared a lot of food, practicing cooking, and everything they don't eat will simply spoil. Emily and Nate happily agreed to a home-cooked dinner. June went away to call Jill because she had no idea anything and they didn't have any abundance of food. Nate was still reeling from the recent situation and apologized to Emily again for the inconvenience. She understood why he kept apologizing, but everything really was fine. The hero went outside, dialed the number, and a second later heard his daughter's voice. He asked her if she was upset or depressed. Could food lift her mood? She put the book down and said that it would help if the food was really tasty. From the other end of the phone, I could hear that she was a very good cook, and the girl began to smile. Jill asked him what had happened to him since he was asking such questions, and he said that it had not happened to him, but to his colleague Nate. She jumped up in bed and started screaming about what Nate liked to eat and what she should cook. June didn't know his favorite dishes, so he suggested that she simply cook his signature dish, after which he remembered that Emily would also be coming to dinner with them. Jill's eyes began to quickly widen. She rushed to the kitchen and asked to give her exactly 2 hours, and she would do everything possible. 2 hours passed rather quickly, and in about that time they were able to reach June's house. The doorbell rang and Jill shouted that she was on her way and would open the door for them. She opened the door and was glad to see everyone who stood on the threshold, just as they were glad to see her. At the sound of the door opening, Yoji ran out into the corridor, hurrying to greet the owner. Emily froze, looking at the creature, and asked Jun what it was. Jun said that this was his new pet, that is, his partner. But Yoji didn't seem happy with the guests. Nate began to tell them that they had recently been on a student excursion to the Rift and that his colleague had discovered his abilities as a trainer. Emily gasped. It was impossible, because the awakening of an ability is associated with the presence of talent and a certain lifestyle. Training skills can be developed when a person raises pets or works as an animal caretaker. Emily knew there was something wrong with him, but she had no idea he was so unique. Suddenly, another small detail related to their pet caught her attention. There seemed to be a mark in the shape of a 1 on his forehead, and she remembered that 3 years ago, a dragon appeared that had a mark of 10 on its forehead. It took 3 S-rank hunters a lot of effort to kill him. It was probably just a coincidence. She was sure that this cute creature was not a dragon. At that moment, Nate was talking on the phone by the window, telling the boss that he couldn't forgive himself for today. Greg told them not to worry about such bastards, to have a good rest on the weekend, and wished him good night. He hung up the phone and turned around to see Jun, who invited him to the table. When a colleague entered the canteen, he was simply horrified by what he saw. There were about 10 different dishes on the table. He asked him if he always ate like this. Yes, there was always a lot of different and tasty food in their house because Jill was a smart girl. Nate sat down and thanked everyone for the day. It was a really tough day, but thanks to everyone at the table, everything ended well. Jun accepted his gratitude and thanked him in return, because if it weren't for Nate, his career as a civil servant would have ended long ago and they wouldn't be sitting here now. Emily also noted that Nate has a great junior employee, praising 2 guys in the same sentence. And finally, Nate beamed. The evening ended in the best possible way, and he thanked everyone once again. Jun suggested that they finally start eating before it got cold, since Jill had been trying so hard. Dinner flew by with endless conversations and laughter, but the time came to say goodbye. The guests once again thanked Jill for the delicious food and went home. Jun sat down at the computer and began reading the feed, when suddenly he came across an ad looking for an attacker-class hunter to help investigate a B-rank rift. The ad also stated that this would be a great opportunity to work in a team with strong hunters. Currently, the team has 2 healers and a tank. And at the end of the announcement, it was stated that they would welcome newcomers. But did that mean that they were accepting C-rank hunters? He read it again carefully. The ad talked about merfolk, monsters that hunters usually avoided. He decided not to think too much and just called to clear up all his questions. Jun apologized for calling late, but he had just seen the ad and wanted to check if they were hiring C-rank hunters. A male voice informed him that all newcomers were accepted, as their tank was rank A, so it would be easy to handle. After which he clarified that there were also 2 healers in the group. Everything would be completely safe and he had nothing to worry about. Jun thought about it. It was strange that A and B rank hunters would accept a C-rank attacker. But there was nothing else to do. He needed to help raise Kate's rank to B, so he said he agreed and asked about the meeting place. The man told him about the meeting place, said that it was not far from the fault and they would wait for him there at 10 in the morning. Jun tapped his finger nervously on the table. It was all too easy. No interview or meeting like usually happens when a band is looking for a new member. Hunting in the rifts was very dangerous, so it is very important to know well how strong your partners are. It is necessary to give a correct assessment during the interview, so why didn't they ask him anything? The hero continued to think about this again and again, while all the inhabitants of the house snored peacefully in their places. He flipped through the ad again. It was 3 hunters from Solomon's Guild. It seemed that the ad's reread count had already exceeded 100, but he still couldn't figure out what the catch was. He picked up the phone and dialed Kate. The girl answered literally within a couple of seconds. Jun apologized for calling so late on a Friday and asked if she had a few minutes to talk. Kate assured him that everything was fine. She was just going through her things so she could talk. He asked if she was free tomorrow at 9:30 to meet him. She beamed with happiness and shouted into the phone that she could, and even in the event of a disaster, she would be in the right place at that time. Jun thanked her, apologized again for the late call, and said that he would wait for her tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he thought he wouldn't be able to get rid of his thoughts all night. I threw on my jacket, glasses, mask, and bag and decided to check this fault in advance just in case. Kate couldn't control herself at that moment and was glad that they finally had a date tomorrow. It took Jun about half an hour to get to the place. He jumped over the fence. He needed to get in and out quickly before he was noticed. Finally, the location of the new fault was found. The hero didn't think for a minute before going inside, because he knew that he was definitely not in danger. He found himself in a rocky cave, the tunnel of which went far ahead. June opened the app and registered rift number 6001. When he suddenly stopped, something caught his attention. There was a wide trail of red-pink slime on the floor, similar to what snails release. He took a small amount on his fingers. It was poisonous, but not dangerous until it got into an open wound. The hero thought, it seemed that there were no merfolk with poisonous slime in the world. There was a sound from behind. Someone was confidently moving towards him. It was that same merfolk, a purple alien creature with one eye and a mermaid tail. He looked down at the screen and realized that he wasn't on the list of rift monsters. I looked at his tail. It was the one that secreted this strange mucus. The monster became tense with this strange anticipation, and he let out a terrible roar. Jun's eyes showed that if he moved now, he would be dead. The monster stepped back in fear and raised his hands as if surrendering. The hero confidently moved towards him, feeling no fear at all. He grabbed the merfolk by the head and began to study him carefully. He twisted and turned it as if he had brought a dog to the vet for a checkup. Jun ordered the creature to open its mouth to examine its mouth. There was some kind of poison on his little fangs, but it was different from the mucus. The most important thing was to remove the mucus from the skin, but it would be difficult for a hunter below B rank to do this. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and began looking for the organ that secretes the poisonous mucus. The hero took his paw in his hands and finally found what he was looking for. The fight will be much easier if you cut off the merfolk's legs first. The job was done well. He thanked his patient and kicked him away, and he added to him that if he wanted to survive, he should stay in the farthest corner of the cave and not leave it. Now all that remained was to reach the place where the map data ended. Suddenly, the computer reported that he had become the merfolk's target, and if the hero was spotted within a radius of 50 meters, his stats would be reduced by 30%. He continued to explore the cave. 99% of the map was already ready. The last percent remained to be found. June had already walked around everything, which meant this place was the only remaining area. Right in front of him was a huge metal door. The program said that if you open the door, you can see a huge monster, but this did not frighten him, so he went inside. The air trembled, because right in front of them was the boss monster of this rift, a 15-meter shark that swam around the arena, even though it was not filled with water. Her mouth was filled with huge, shiny teeth. This was a special sacrifice quest. The boss Shactus will start his attack as soon as anyone crosses the red line. To complete the quest, it was necessary to hold out for 5 minutes or make a certain number of sacrifices. If the sacrifice target is met, Shactus will be sealed for 1 hour, and as a reward, the hero will get the opportunity to open a treasure chest. The body count was 9 to 10. June doubted there was a hunter who could hold out, which meant 9 people had already died here. This was the reason why the hunters were not interested in rank, skills, or his name. They just needed a victim. He thought that such terrible people could be found everywhere and took a step beyond the red line. At that very second, Shactus opened his mouth and swam towards June at high speed. But as soon as he swam up to him, he felt the terrible power that June possessed and became frightened. In a panic, the shark tried to swim beyond the red line itself, just to avoid being here with this man. The hero sat down on the chest and began to wait for the quest timer to end. He was amused by his boss's behavior, so he took out his tablet and took a photo, which he added to the rift data. He carefully studied this room and entered data into himself in order to have complete information. And then the computer reported that the special quest was completed. The lid of the chest clicked and opened. The sharkus will be sealed for 1 hour and the red line will disappear forever. Jun reached into the chest and pulled out Shactus's A-rank bone sword. He picked it up. The specs were great. He was sure Kate would like it. He continued to swing his sword like a little child and went home. Arriving home, June quietly opened the front door so as not to wake anyone. He glanced at Yoji, snoring near the bowl, who was actually taken as a protector. He gave him a gentle kick and told him to go sleep in the corner and not lie on the road. Yoji muttered sleepily that Jill had covered the meat with dog food and that if he got caught, he would have a terrible headache. June knew his daughter was feeding him, but he was happy that the two had become friends. Entering the room, he glanced at it again. Perhaps he should get rid of it after all, since for now it remained useless. Jun walked into his room and Yoji jumped up. For some reason, the room suddenly became terribly cold. He climbed onto Jill's bed and began asking her why she had turned off the underfloor heating when it was still winter outside, after which he muttered that this was animal cruelty and collapsed into sleep next to her. The next morning, Kate arrived at the place an hour early because she was afraid of being late. She put on a white blouse and a beautiful soft pink suit, did her hair and makeup. She walked up to the window of some cafe and looked at herself again. She was ready for today's date. She waved to the child who was sitting outside the window. She was happy and enjoyed everything that was happening around her. Suddenly, June appeared on the horizon and noted that the girl had arrived early. She smiled at him and hoped that he had not witnessed her admiring herself. He came closer and said that he was about to finish sorting out the data about the rift. Kate was taken aback. Right now, she wanted to believe that this was not a work meeting. He handed her the sword and informed her that she would clearly be more comfortable with this than with what she had now. The girl's eyes widened. It was an A-rank sword. But where did he get it from? June replied that it was a secret. But in any case, it would help her become stronger. After which he offered to find a place where they could sit down, and he would let her in on the details of the rift into which they would soon find themselves. She looked at her with disappointment. It seemed as if right now the colors were leaving the world and everything was turning gray. Kate hung her head and said that she thought so, that they weren't here for fun. Only now did June notice that she was wearing some very expensive earrings, which he had never seen her wearing before. An incredibly beautiful necklace that highlighted her thin neck, clothes that were not suitable for combat, and a lunch basket that no one would take into the rift. He felt like a complete idiot, because yesterday he hadn't told her that they were going into the rift. The girl addressed him by name. He tensed up and expected only a bad outcome. She said that it was all his fault. It seemed as if she was hanging over him and became several times larger. Kate continued that as a hired hunter, she should have been informed about the overtime in advance. But they didn't tell her anything, which meant it was an obvious blunder on his part. She started screaming that he had to take responsibility for his actions. June began to apologize and assured her that he would make sure she got paid for the overtime. Kate gripped the basket handle tightly and announced that she didn't need any money. She added that everything could be fixed by having dinner together, for which he would pay. After which she added menacingly that dinner should be only for two and he should not invite anyone else. He agreed. The girl clarified that he had made a promise and was obliged to fulfill it and offered to follow her. They settled down nearby in the park to have a snack. June enjoyed eating the sandwiches she made and commented that they were incredibly delicious. The girl was happy to hear this, but reminded them that they probably shouldn't be late. The hero reported that he had already contacted those hunters and said that he would wait for them at the rift. She began to talk about how in the rift they would encounter a merfolk that secreted toxic mucus. Merfolk can neutralize hunters with paralytic venom from their fangs, he continued, when he suddenly asked if she was even listening. Of course, she listened to him, but it was still nice to watch him eat her food. He continued and said that hunters paralyzed by the mermaid's venom would be unable to move for a long time. Kate nodded, took another sandwich from their baskets and handed it to him, but he was already full. The girl recalled that she put a lot of effort into preparing them, not knowing that she would have to work on the weekend. She took a sandwich out of the basket, handed it to him, and told him that she would leave only when he ate everything. After breakfast, they had to call a taxi and go to Kate's house because she didn't have a suit with her. They were 20 minutes late, but June knew the hunters would wait for them anyway. The hero handed the hunter his business card and said that it was he who called yesterday. Without looking at the business card, he looked at them and asked why they came together. The team was counting on only one person, and one of them was clearly not a hunter. June said that Kate was a hunter and he was her manager, so he came with her. The department they work in was formed 5 years ago, and they currently deal with C-rank faults and below. The guy reminded them that right now they were about to enter a rift of a higher rank. June reassured him and told him that there was nothing to worry about, as Kate was a B-rank hunter. Besides, he will go with them. This phrase surprised the hunters quite a lot. The guy knew that civilians couldn't enter the rift, but June explained that managers and employees had that option. The guy with the short haircut asked to give them time to think while his partner was ready to go together. He pulled him along and invited everyone to finally enter the rift, after which he whispered to not complicate things and to kill them both in the rift. Having entered the rift, everyone began to look around and study the area in which they found themselves. The bracelet around Kate's wrist began to glow, and a message came through that the oath blessing had been activated since the master was within a radius of 500 meters. Kate turned to him and smiled. Even though this rift was not under their control, He still held a working tablet in his hands. June asked if everything was okay, and the girl replied that everything was just fine. He came closer to her and acted strangely, as if he was uncomfortable. The thing was, it seemed to him that the girl was not listening to him attentively when he was talking about the merfolk. Kate calmed him down. She had heard everything about the paralytic poison in the fangs and that their paws needed to be cut off first. The girl asked him not to worry, because she was sure that she could handle it. The hunters stopped. They had been wandering along the rift for a long time, but had not encountered a single enemy. At that moment, June announced that 5 mermaids were waiting for them 10 meters ahead. One of the hunters looked at him strangely. How could he know that there were enemies ahead? But confirmation was not long in coming, and the hissing of merfolk was heard from behind. There were exactly 5 mermaids, just as June had said, and they were moving quickly towards them. While the boys stood there in surprise, Kate flew past them, not intending to linger. She chopped off the morphologist's limbs one by one to protect herself and her partners from the deadly poison. One of the hunters looked at how this girl was eager to fight. At this rate, she might not live to see the boss. So they too began to fight to protect their hope for the treasure. June watched from above as the hunters fought and their abilities were revealed. Judging by the way they handled their weapons, none of them were healers and reported that there were 7 more mermaids 15 meters away. Kate immediately rushed forward. The hunters asked her to stop because pursuing 7 was very dangerous. But the girl didn't find this task difficult, so she confidently jumped into the very center of the battle. She chopped off their paws again and dealt them fatal blows. Literally 5 minutes later, she stood surrounded by defeated enemies. Jun praised her for her quick work and asked her to rest, since there were no more enemies nearby. The hunter looked at them in bewilderment and tried to understand who they were. After which, he gritted his teeth and realized that such abilities would definitely interfere with their plans. It had already been 2 hours since they had been in the rift, and Kate was eager to fight again and again. With quick, sharp movements, she first chopped off the merfolk's limbs to disable them, and then destroyed them. It seemed as if she were faster than the wind. The mermaids could do nothing against her, and so the red-haired tornado left behind another 10 corpses. Kate lowered the blade, which was dripping with merfolk blood, and wiped her forehead from fatigue. The boys from Solomon's Guild watched her, mesmerized. Her swordsmanship was simply incredible. It's hard to believe that she was only a C rank. No one on their team could attack as accurately and precisely, despite each one being B ranked. For such abilities, she herself must be B rank, and A rank is most likely on the way. Kate approached June and shared her feelings. It seemed like she became a little stronger. The boys admired her. They couldn't understand how she could deal with the merfolk so easily. For the girl, this seemed like nonsense, because it was easy to defeat an enemy if you knew his weak points. June told her that if you cut off their paws, they will become very vulnerable. They had no idea about this, but how that damn manager found out about it was an even bigger mystery. June called Kate and suggested they move on, and again, the sounds of battle, they came across another pack of merfolk. While the guys dealt with one mermaid, Kate took on all the others, but the number of mermaids was definitely less than usual, as if only the strongest were hanging around nearby. For the team, this only meant that it would be easier for them to reach their goal. One of the guys approached Kate and asked if she needed any treatment. The girl said that everything was fine, but she suggested keeping an eye on Jun because he was quite demanding. They went together to see the manager to see if he was hurt, but he was fine too. Another of the hunters speculated that a series of unforeseen factors had complicated matters. Now they need to come up with a plan for the 3 of them to get rid of this huntress. But they will most likely get hurt too if they try to get rid of her. Jun looked suspiciously at the guy who was at that moment thinking of ways to kill them. He decided to interrupt his thought process and again suggested moving on. After turning several turns, they emerged from the narrow cave and found themselves at a fork in the road. June studied the map and said that they should go left. Kate immediately went after him, but one of the hunters objected as he knew the local geography better. The guy confidently said that they should go right. Kate looked at him in surprise, because if June said to go left, then it would be better to go left. It was difficult for the hunter to find words against such iron logic, but he still decided to try. He reminded her that she and the manager were here for the first time, but the guys had been here many times, so they should know better where to go. Kate thought for a moment, then replied that then they could go right, and she and June would go left. There was nothing else to do. They agreed and offered to go first. One of the guys quietly stated that he wanted to hit them last, so that his blow would be the fatal one. 10 minutes later, they continued to wonder who the two were. After all, right in front of them was the door to the boss, which had previously taken them more than 2 hours to get to. Kate giggled contentedly from behind him, and the guy just clicked his tongue in displeasure. The last thing you need to do in this rift is fight the boss. The girl immediately told June that it was dangerous to go inside, but he agreed to simply watch from the side. Kate nodded with satisfaction and asked him to be careful and stay away from the boss. Suddenly, a shudder ran through her body. One of the hunters inflicted a disease on her that reduces the enemy's statistics by 30%. Even though this girl was close to A rank, in this state she wouldn't be able to handle 3 opponents. However, the spell was immediately nullified by the oath's blessing. The hunters' mouths opened wide as this spell was cancelled. Is there any way to deal with it? And finally, Kate understood everything. She guessed that something was wrong, but she didn't think that these guys were hunter-killers. There was no time to waste, because she had already drawn her blade, and right now they were preparing to kill her. Suddenly, a shout came from behind, asking everyone not to move. Kate slowly turned around. The blonde-haired boy held a blade to June's throat and told her to stand still if she didn't want June to lose his head. Everything inside Kate collapsed. She couldn't protect him. She let him go. June looked at the dagger and coldly asked what he was going to do with it. The guy grinned, said he would find a use for him, and moved towards the huge gates, continuing to hold him back. The door slammed shut and Kate fell to the floor. Everything inside her was torn apart. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Why hadn't she protected him again? These questions tormented her again and again. The boys surrounded Jun and moved forward in the boss room. They knew Sharkus wouldn't attack until they crossed the red line. But he suddenly roared and quickly rushed towards them. Approaching them, he saw June, turned around and began to quickly swim away. The hunters were puzzled as to why this creature was behaving so strangely. Suddenly, they noticed a new oddity. The red line had disappeared. It was as if someone had been playing a joke on them all day, but it was definitely not a joke. They opened a status window which stated that the quest had been completed, and the chest was open, but there was no treasure inside. June forced a sly smile. He was sure they were surprised, considering their efforts and the 9 sacrifices they had made here. The hunter turned to him in panic, not understanding how he knew. The hero said that they could observe what was in the chest all day long. Kate had been destroying merfolk with a blade all day long. He said that he came to check out the place right after they called each other yesterday. But this was a huge rift, and you couldn't just walk around here like you would in your backyard. Jun sighed heavily. He sympathized with them, because when these 3 took him hostage, they signed a death warrant. The hunter grabbed him by the jacket and started screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. The hero reminded them that they didn't have time for such behavior. All that had disappeared from the room was the red line and the award. But Sharkus was still there. The shark was already very close. June nodded to it, and it moved towards the blonde. The jaws snapped shut and blood gushed out. One of them would definitely not return. It was simply impossible why this boss listened to and carried out June's orders. The hero confidently walked towards the exit and asked to take care of the rest of the trash, and then he would leave him alive. Sharkus was happy that he had 3 victims today and did not hesitate to fulfill the contract. He was pleased that he had punished those who killed hunters for a reward. Kate sat near the closed doors and cried, blaming herself for everything that happened. The girl hit the ground with force, the aura of the oath on her hand glowing red. She should have protected him. She should never have agreed to go into the Great Rift with him. Her eyes filled with rage. Everything inside the cave vibrated. She was ready to kill them all. At this moment, June had already left the room with the boss and called her by name. The girl did not respond. He came closer and shook her shoulder. She looked unwell. Kate couldn't believe her eyes. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. June stroked her back and repeated 1,000 times that he was okay and that she needed to calm down. She was finally able to get back on her feet, and the hero finally suggested returning home. The guy continued to calm her down and noted that they had worked well today, so he would buy her something tasty. The girl walked forward, and June thought about the energy he felt a couple of minutes ago. The energy was like a flame that grew stronger with each passing second. He had never felt anything like this before. Moreover, he felt this energy inside himself. Maybe it was some kind of hidden skill. They left the rift, stopped at a local store for some treats, and headed home. Jill was doing her chores as usual when suddenly a strange sound caught her attention. She turned around to see Yoji zipping around the room on a robot vacuum cleaner she had never seen in their home. The girl asked where he got it, to which the dragon asked to consider it his destined soulmate. She sighed. The owner must have been looking all over for it and was going crazy and offered to return it. Yoji claimed that this thing had already decided to stay with him and he would not allow their strong union to be destroyed. He put his paws forward and began chasing her around the room. Jill laughed and agreed to leave the vacuum cleaner, after which she noted that he smelled strange and suggested going to the bathroom. The dragon grumbled every minute while Jill washed him, and she suggested that he finish on his own. She walked into the room and met Jun. He noted that she looked very busy. The girl explained that it was nothing special, she was just bathing Yoji. Jun was unhappy with the fact that a dragon at that age couldn't even wash itself. He suggested simply leaving this useless creature behind. Yoji heard everything and even shed a tear from grief. Jill remembered that she had an important question for her father and she asked him to talk. The Hunters' Festival was supposed to take place tomorrow and she wanted to go there together. Jun had never heard of this festival and looked at her questioningly. The festival was held every year and featured equipment sales and exchange booths, concerts, and sparring matches, as well as renowned hunters offering consultations. He thought, on the one hand, he didn't want to cross paths with the hunters once again. On the other hand, his daughter would be happy if they went there together. Jill saw his doubts and began to say that it was not necessary, because he worked so hard and she understood everything. Jun recalled phrases from a book on how to become a good father and said that he would be happy to go with her. The girl literally jumped for joy and thanked him. At that moment, a completely wet Yoji ran into the room. He also wanted to go because he had been collecting coins for a long time to participate in the festival. Jun was furious because with one action the creature had destroyed the cleaning that Jill had done. The next day, they went to the convention center where the hunting festival was taking place. The event was truly huge and an incredible number of people came to the center. Yoji, who was sitting on Jill's neck, was whining that he could walk on his own, but the girl refused to let him go because in such a crowd he could easily be trampled. Besides, she knew that he wanted to run away quickly and buy some food. All this time, he's just waiting for the right moment, because that's how he got the robot vacuum cleaner. It was indeed true. He had a bag of coins hanging on his back. He had worked so hard for this day. The girl laughed and asked him to keep his money, and if he behaved well, then she would buy him something. Jun suggested that he carry Yoji. He was probably heavy. Jill refused because it wasn't hard for her. And besides, Yoji wasn't in a hurry to be carried into the master's arms. They sat down at a nearby cafe and ordered baked goblin ribs. Jun wasn't thrilled with the idea. Yoji was drooling over them. This was the first time he would try them cooked. Jill deftly speared one piece with her fork and offered it to the dragon to try first. It was incredibly delicious. He couldn't even imagine that if you first roast a goblin and only then eat it, you could discover such a combination of flavors. The girl suggested that Jun try it too, and he was already pulling out a rib for her. Suddenly, a vicious little dog barked next to them. It looked angrier than all the bosses Jun had ever met. They watched the animal silently as it tried to scare them. Yoji clenched his fist and yelled at the dog to get away from them. And after he called her a troll spawn, she began to shake with fear. A second later, she was already flying towards the exit. Jill suggested getting Yoji a collar, as there were a lot of signs around that said all pets had to be on a leash. The dragon immediately jumped onto the table and declared that he was not a pet, but a security expert, monitoring the safety and health of the master and his daughter. Jun ordered him to get off the table immediately, then asked what the defender had been doing besides cleaning out the refrigerator. Jill washes him, plays with him, puts him to bed every day, so who else protects whom? He suggested that he close his mouth with food and hurry up because he needed to do other things. They had lunch and went to the nearest store where they bought Yoji a collar. The dragon muttered that he would think of it as a very precious family necklace. The company was walking around the fair and suddenly their attention was drawn to hunters who were shooting at a shooting range. The hunter took aim with the mana pistol and fired at the target, but the mana suddenly flew upward. The owner noticed the new customers, approached Jill and asked if they would like to try it. The girl tensed up. She really wanted to try, but she didn't have the money for it. Yoji was already pulling out his bag. The entertainment cost 100,000 won, and to take the main prize, you had to knock out 10 targets. It was too expensive to take the risk, but the owner tried to stop them because the main prize was an elf ring worth 8 million won. The man was distracted by the shooter. The guy knocked out 3 targets, and for this, he will receive a buffalo potion. The guy was breathing heavily. He didn't understand whether these targets were falling at all. The shop owner smiled, but his mind was thinking about a brilliant plan. Specially designed targets, especially the last one, made from the bones of an S-rank monster. Throughout the entire time of the shop, the record was 5 goals out of 10. He was sure that even the Emperor of the Sword himself would not be able to put them all down. June brought him back to reality, said he would try and handed over the payment. Yoji looked at the gentleman with displeasure, because he was always so greedy when it came to his food, but squandered money on entertainment. Jill tried to stop him, but June had already fired 3 bullets in a row. From the outside, it looked like he didn't even hit the target area. The shop owner reported that no targets were hit, so he could only give a stuffed toy as a consolation. He went behind the counter and began looking for the box where the prizes were kept. Suddenly, he saw that targets 8, 9, and 10, which were the most difficult ones, were broken. June smiled and said that his daughter didn't need a stuffed toy. He looked at the targets again. Only small pieces remained of them. But this was simply impossible. Suddenly, he was overcome by even greater panic. What kind of prize should he give for this? The man only paid off part of the loan taken out to buy the Elder Elf's ring, so it seemed that was the end. Jun heard him and offered to give them a low-ranking ability ring since he hadn't completed all the goals. It was the moment of his salvation. Tears came to his eyes and he joyfully held out the ring. Jill pulled it onto her finger and couldn't believe she could actually take it. The hero immediately noted that there was no need to thank him in any special way, and that he could simply say thank you. Jill agreed and thanked her father. Satisfied, they continued their journey through the fair. The hunter who shot before June was indignant because he did not receive any ring, to which the shop owner said that he was closing. He was afraid that June might come back and bankrupt him, so he handed over the stuffed animal and asked her to leave it. June and Jill, with Yoji on their heads, moved towards the main stage, and the girl couldn't stop looking at her new ring. A man spoke from the stage, saying that the first cracks began to appear 10 years ago. It was something like a historical reference, telling about the appearance of the faults and the hunters. Jill suggested stopping and listening, as her father's memory might return. June froze in amazement, and Jill asked if at least part of her had returned to him. He grabbed his head and said that some memories were returning, but lately he was focused only on work. Besides, he was very grateful to the girl for all the housework she did. He certainly couldn't have done it himself. Yoji turned to him and said that he always thought Jill worked for him, not just helped him. The hero stared at him, and rage boiled inside him. A few seconds later, the dragon had a bump on his head, which he had received for his words. The presenter continued the story about the first rift and asked where it appeared, and a second later, a man from the crowd shouted out the answer. He was invited to come up on stage and receive his prize. It seems he was very lucky. Yoji was getting bored and started begging Jill to go look at the food. The presenter started talking about a rift that appeared 3 years ago. It seems this story was about the dragon Masalis. He was showing the claw of the dragon that had killed 857 people and wounded about 2,000 more. Jill looked at Yoji from under her brows and asked him never to do that. He proudly raised his head and said that only lower-ranking dragons did that. They went out into the street and ran around like wild animals. But he was not like that. Yoji missed his lair. He looked at June and asked to be sent home to a lonely existence. June smiled and asked if he could never eat Jill's braised spare ribs again. The dragon called him a cunning old man and hugged Jill tightly. He sincerely enjoyed living and protecting this girl. June smiled at the dragon's last remark and saw that something was happening near the stage and suggested going there. Not far from the stage, people were actively taking pictures with someone. Probably there were famous hunters there. Coming closer, June was finally able to see the center of attention of those around him. The faces seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember where he knew them from. Suddenly, Jill shouted that they were hunters from the Meizai Guild, and June had an epiphany. He asked if she wanted to take a photo with them. The girl screamed and immediately ran towards them. She really wanted a photo with them. She asked Alan to take a photo, and he immediately called Mira and William. Jill started yelling at her father to hurry up so they could take a photo together. June walked discontentedly to take pictures with people who had succeeded only because of him. He stood in the center. Everyone posed for a photo to remember the occasion, Jill looking the happiest of them all. The girl thanked them for the photo, and Alan said that they were very flattered that there was interest in their guild. June asked his daughter if she wanted to see anything else, or maybe get a snack, which caught the hunter's attention. He watched them go and continued to listen to their conversation. Mira approached him and asked what happened and why he was looking at them so intently. Alan jumped up and ran after them, leaving the huntress's question unanswered. He shouted and asked them to wait for him. He only needed a minute of their time. June turned to him and asked how he could help him. Alan's team had already caught up with them, and he finally asked if he was by any chance the hunter Ethan Liu. Jill's mind flashed to the ID card she had found in her father's room, with the name Ethan Liu on it. Yoji tried to intervene and say that they didn't have time and were rushing to the food court, but Jill covered his mouth with her hand. Jill turned to June and asked if everything was okay. He told Alan that he was mistaken and that Ethan Liu was not him. The hunter bowed his head and apologized. Apparently, he had made a mistake after all. The hero didn't see anything wrong with this. It happens to everyone, and they went on about their business. It was definitely the same hunter who saved them in the rift. He was wearing a mask and wanted to hide his identity, so now he didn't confess. More fans of the guild approached them and asked for a photo, and that was definitely the end of the conversation. All participants in the dialogue were confident that they would meet again someday, but now was not the time. They spent about another hour at the festival, after which they went home, as they were very tired. Jun looked at Yoji, who was driving around the house on a robot vacuum cleaner. Now his precious body would not move on its own. He will have this wonderful device at home, and on the street, Jill, it's perfect. June clenched his fist, not liking the fact that the dragon considered Jill a means of transportation. Yoji rushed to the girl on the vacuum cleaner and asked her to be quieter and more careful, because Jill was watching her favorite drama. She looked up from watching and asked her father why he was wearing a suit. Jun didn't want to tell her the details because she would be worried, so he said he would have to go out. An urgent announcement came from the television. A huge fissure had been discovered in Mount Wumian. Yoji clarified the location of Mount Wumian as it was quite close. Jill listened carefully to the conversation. The mountain could indeed be seen from their window. The girl and the dragon were glued to the window of the room. What they saw was both fascinating and frightening. The silence was broken by June's phone ringing persistently. He replied, "It was Nate. They were already waiting for him in the office. The situation was emergency." Jill looked at her father again and again out the window. The crack that had appeared was visible even from the house. A huge red and black ring that continued to grow. Emily was already near the fault. In just 10 hours, the fault had become the size of a 20-story building. She opened the status window. The rough estimate of the crisis had risen to 2,000 and was still rising. The rift from which the dragon Masalis emerged was estimated at 2,200. But the readings continued to rise very quickly. She turned to the hunters gathered there. There were about 100 hunters here, mostly A and B rank, and there are only 7 S rank hunters, including Emily and her partners, Gale and Ray. Everyone was in a terrible mood. The rift's numbers had demotivated them even before the battle had begun. Ray continued to stare at the rift, his appreciation growing with each passing minute. He thought about telling his mother the password to his bank account, since he would most likely never return home. A headquarters for coordination was established in an abandoned building near the fault. Gale reported the situation. They had completed the deployment of troops and were currently awaiting further instructions. President Adrian reiterated that this was an extremely dangerous mission, and civilians were being evacuated to keep the rift perimeter under control. It was necessary to prepare for the worst. All the hunters who were sent on the mission understood this. Besides, this time the Behemoth Guild and the Sword Emperor won't be able to help. Adrian folded his arms and announced that the only one who could be the commander-in-chief was Gale. He didn't have time to answer him. A siren sounded throughout the area. It was an urgent broadcast from the Rift Control Office, asking all civilians to heed the instructions and proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. The sirens died down, and Gale said he would do everything he could. But it was impossible to do everything they could. They couldn't afford it. Everything had to be done perfectly. Emily listened to their conversation from around the corner and didn't want to interfere. Adrian reported that according to the information, there are 2 hours left until the outbreak. 70% accuracy. If the outbreak is not stopped and monsters fill the streets of Seoul, a terrible tragedy will occur. The catastrophe is not comparable even to Masalis. Everything must be kept inside the rift at any cost. After which, the president clarified that he would give the signal to enter and sent the hunters to prepare for that moment. Emily leaned against the wall and slid down it a little. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. The situation at June's home was also tense. Jill wondered if he was going to work because of the news. He didn't know the exact answer to that question, so he needed to get to the office quickly. But she was probably right. The news reported that the rift crisis exceeds 2,000. Yoji asked if he should go straight to the rift instead of the office, as it would obviously be faster that way. After which, I decided to ask if maybe he should go to the rift. It was a very attractive idea. Jun thought about it for a couple of seconds. But still, this option will only complicate everything. The hero headed out and ordered Yoji to protect Jill since he couldn't stay home. She turned to him and gave him the most menacing look. June suggested that he figure out for himself what would happen to him if the house was destroyed or Jill was injured when he returned home. He went out into the corridor and said to be sure to lock the door. As soon as the hero found himself outside, his phone started ringing again. June picked up the phone and was quite surprised that it was Emily calling him. Emily was very worried and asked him for a favor. He stopped. He was not prepared for this outcome of today's events. She continued. He probably already knew about the rift on Mount Vumien. The monsters are expected to emerge from the rift within 2 hours, and the hunters plan to enter and stem the tide. Typically, the team commander-in-chief for S-rank rifts is Jonathan. But right now, he and the Behemoth Guild are exploring another rift, and it will take him 3 weeks to return. By order of President Adrian, Gale received the position of commander of this expedition. They had only 11 teams and 7 leaders, S-rank hunters. If everyone focused on the mission, it would be possible to clear the rift. But after these words, Emily hesitated. All the hunters are depressed and expect more problems than even Masalas had. And finally, she told him what she wanted to ask of him. Jun needed time to think. He hung up and sat down on the nearest bench. After sitting there for about 10 minutes, he was finally ready to move on and make a difficult decision. He exhaled heavily, as if gathering courage, called Nate and said that he would not be able to come to work. The colleague replied that he understood him and would pass everything on to the boss. June found it strange that he didn't ask any questions, so he added that as soon as he finished his business, he would come to the office. Emily's words echoed in her head. She understood that he had reasons for hiding his true powers, but she was asking only one favor. She wanted Jun to be the commander-in-chief in this battle to protect her comrades. At this moment, everyone at headquarters was terribly tense. Gale stood against the wall. His head was splitting. Was he really going to be the commander of a huge army, and when he gave an order, would they listen to him? Emily interrupted his thoughts and pointed out the fact that the president had made him commander-in-chief. But despite Adrian's orders, she wants to ask someone else to become their commander. He couldn't believe it, because right now his colleague was asking him to let the upstart Jun boss them around. She lowered her head and said that it was not a joke. Gale asked if she really thought the other hunters would agree to this. But the huntress knew they wouldn't agree, so the two of them had to stick to the same legend. They needed to tell everyone that this was the president's order. Then no one would be able to disobey. He became furious and started screaming. He didn't understand what was happening to her and why she was making such decisions. It seemed as if steam was pouring out of his ears from anger. At that moment, Jun said hello. Emily rushed to him. He really came. She was grateful to him for that. Gale also headed towards him and asked for clarification on something. Why does he think he can take the place of commander-in-chief in such a complex rift? June replied that if his help was not needed, then he could leave, because they were waiting for him at work at the mayor's office. Emily stepped in front of June and started yelling at Gale. With each passing second, the hunter believed more and more that he was dreaming than that this was reality. Jun clarified when it was possible to go into the rift. This could only be done after the director's order. This is expected to happen within the next couple of hours, as we need to get in there before the outbreak. Suddenly, a male voice came from the entrance, asking who this man was. It was Ray, who stared at June and reminded him that this place was off-limits to civilians. Emily introduced June and said that he would be the operation commander today. And now the debate about his candidacy has begun again. Ray shouted that they were short of S-rank hunters and were inviting some government official to a command position. Emily said that it was Adrian's order and there was nothing they could do about it. Gale leaned on the table and said that he, too, was curious why the order had been given. But it had already been given. Emily smiled discreetly as Gale agreed with her plan. At this point, June was already outside and announced through the window that he needed to prepare something. He suggested continuing the meeting without him and that he would return soon. The team looked after him in amazement. This man does whatever comes into his head because he can be trusted. June headed towards the rift, which by this point was already over 60 meters deep. But without thinking, he entered it in one jump because he needed to check it from the inside. He moved quickly from rock to take the most advantageous position for observation. The rift was S rank. The number of monsters was huge, but just because the rift was high-ranked didn't mean the monsters would also be S-ranked. There were A and B rank monsters here. Trolls, ogres, and even creatures June had never encountered. One of them caught his attention. It was a goblin, but his skin color was strange. He threw a pebble right at his head. This goblin looked stupider than usual. The creature began to quickly turn its head and spin in place to find its offender. And finally, he raised his head and pointed a finger towards June. The goblin scratched at the huge rock, trying to climb it, but it was impossible. The goblin's body began to swell strangely, as if it were being filled with liquid from the inside. And a couple of seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. June managed to quickly group himself and jump to the next rock. A deep crater remained where the goblin had stood. So, the source of this explosion was the goblin himself. June noted this feature of the rift. He went further along the fault. He needed to check the next section. Next, huge ogres were waiting for him. One of them noticed him and tried to kill him with powerful blows. The ogre didn't pose much of a threat, and the hunters would deal with him quickly, so June moved on, which surprised the monster. And while he lost sight of him, it was necessary to quickly move on to the next section. Jun thought about how there were a lot of monsters in the rift that weren't listed in the registry, and that clearing the rift in that state was very dangerous. He noticed strange yellow stripes on the ground and landed on one of them. At that very moment, there was a clap of thunder and lightning struck the place where he landed. My head hurt terribly. One blow like that would kill another hunter, obviously. It's not worth stepping on the yellow areas. The rift was huge and filled with a bunch of different monsters and gadgets, probably due to its high rank. The Hunters Academy continued to monitor the situation and the rift's numbers. The assistant entered the director's office, which usually didn't mean anything good. But this time, the guy reported that the level of the crisis was gradually decreasing, and the time of the outbreak had been pushed back by 15 minutes. Adrian looked questioningly at his assistant. He didn't understand why this was happening. There were only two options that could lead to this. Either the rift dissipates on its own, or the number of monsters inside decreases. But if the rift were to dissipate on its own, the numbers would decrease much faster. The president proposed to continue with the plan. But seeing his colleagues look, he clarified what was wrong. The assistant decided not to continue this conversation and only said that the operation would continue in 30 minutes as planned. Gale walked up to Emily and relayed the president's instructions to begin in 30 minutes. He was worried about where June had disappeared to since no one had seen him for an hour. He assumed the manager had checked out the situation and simply run away. This statement made Emily furious because he was not that kind of person, and if he did not want to help, he simply would not have come here. Gale yelled back at her. He didn't understand how she knew this. He didn't know they were that close. Besides, it was strange that he came after her call. June appeared behind him and said that he had not run away anywhere. The hunter froze. He could not understand why he did not feel his presence. June handed Emily some papers and asked her to be sure to distribute them to the leaders of each group. Gale kept thinking. He had been ranked 7th among the best hunters for over 8 years. So why couldn't he sense his presence? Maybe it was because of stress. No, stress couldn't have affected this. There was only one option. This guy is not as simple as he seems. June clarified the situation and specified when they would be able to enter the rift. There were less than 30 minutes left. So there was time for a short briefing, and he asked to gather everyone to do it. All the hunters who arrived for this mission gathered near the headquarters and looked in surprise at the guy who stood in front of them. The crowd whispered that maybe the administration wanted them to die for sure since they had chosen him as commander-in-chief. No one understood why the president chose this kid to lead the mission. The hunters started shouting for this circus to be shut down and for Gale to be returned to them. And while Emily tried to calm everyone down, June silently watched the chaos that was happening here. June asked for attention and his voice rang in the ears of the hunters. The screams immediately died down. Everyone looked at him attentively and felt the enormous power that emanated from this man. June coldly announced that he was starting the meeting. The hunters looked at him in amazement. It was unclear what was happening here. And Sam from the Icarus Guild even had his defensive skills activate on their own. Jun continued and thanked everyone for finally noticing him. He turned to Emily and asked her to distribute the printouts he had brought to the leaders of each team. She went into the crowd and began to carry out his task. The hero said that what they would now receive was a map of the area inside the rift. This amazed the hunters even more. Where could he have gotten a map of a rift in which no one had been? The map was divided into 9 parts, from A1 to A9. He started to talk about the order of attack, but Sam raised his hand. He had a question. Sam asked if there was any evidence that the map was genuine. Jun replied that even if such evidence existed, they would not believe it and asked if there were any other questions. Gale intervened. Jun should have answered this question, after which he clarified that whether to believe him or not was their concern, not his. In addition, the hunter had many questions regarding his identity. Jun said that he would tell about this later. He explained that the Fault Control Department staff can use a special application. The app provides access to information about registered faults, and all information about this fault is also located on his tablet. Sam started shouting because what he had just said sounded like mockery. Gale turned to Jun and asked him to stop being sarcastic, because the lives of all these people were at stake. Jun continued calmly. He understood that everyone was nervous, because this rift was the largest since the incident with Masalas, and their commander-in-chief is a civil servant who handed out pieces of paper at a briefing and claims that this is a map. He understands that they do not want to trust the documents called a card because their lives are at stake. There may not be a single person here who is confident that the operation will be successful. On the contrary, those present probably came to the conclusion that the missions would be destroyed as a result. However, they had to trust him for the operation to be successful. He asked them to trust them one more time. Their victory depends on how much faith they can give him. And if they believe him, he guarantees that everyone will survive. After this fiery speech, everyone began to listen to what Jun was saying, and so, 30 minutes later, they entered the rift. The hunters walked in a tight crowd and looked around, studying what was inside. Ray cried out, because what the manager said turned out to be true. The map was absolutely accurate. Jun announced into the headphones that, as he had said earlier, the 1st through 5th teams, Squad A, were entering Zone A7. From 6th to 10th is Team B, which is responsible for Zone A9. The 11th group, responsible for the delivery of supplies, will follow Team A. He also asked to report without delay if anything happened, and gave the command that we could begin. The hunters roared and moved forward into the designated area. Emily turned to Gale and bowed to him. It was time to go into battle. Gale continued to watch as the squad headed into battle. One of the hunters said that it was time for them to move forward. Suddenly, Emily thanked him internally and offered to treat him to dinner when they returned. At that very second, he jumped onto the ogre with a joyful cry. Sam called him an idiot for attacking like that because it was supposed to be unexpected. Squad B was in a wait-and-see position when Jun suddenly reported that Squad A had begun the battle. Ray immediately jumped up and shouted that none of them could lose today and sent the troops into battle. Each of the hunters was giving out his battle cry. The mood was better than ever. Jun watched from a high cliff and coordinated the troops, hoping that they would finish with this rift very soon. The president watched the battle unfold on camera and could not understand who had taken command of the operation. Gale delivered precise blows to the ogre and suddenly his head flew off to the side. Sam was a tank hunter, so he punched monsters. The entire field was strewn with dozens of hunters, each of whom had his own creature to fight. In his next attack, Gale put all his mana into it and slammed the ground with all his might, causing a blast wave that destroyed a bunch of monsters at once. Sam admired his last blow. It was exactly what he expected from him. Even though this battle was not easy, they seemed to have destroyed everyone in the area. There was a pile of corpses around them, and Gale informed Jun that Team A had cleared Area A7. The manager thanked them for their good work and gave the order to proceed to Zone A8. Sam decided to talk to Gale and said that if he were president, he would appoint him commander-in-chief. The hunter asked him to focus on the battle. Sam sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand what Adrian was even thinking. However, Gale continued to warm to the thought that after everything was over, he would have dinner with Emily. Jun stopped the squad and announced that from now on they would need to follow several rules. Ahead of them were black goblins who either attack or blow themselves up. If the goblins explode too close, you can die and even armor won't save you. The hero noted the advantage, which was that they never attack first, so if you are careful, there will be no problems. The entire column of hunters moved along the rift, as if Jun was giving them a tour. He stopped the squad near the yellow lines and informed them that this was the territory of electric traps. If they fell into them, death would come instantly. Sam asked if it was really an electric trap and if anyone had stepped on it. Jun declared that there was no need to step on it, picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it straight at the yellow line. The moment the stone landed, A powerful electrical discharge was heard and everything around began to glow. The hunters made sure that anyone who gets inside will die with a 100% probability. Even with an S rank, death is inevitable. June reported that the main problem was not the electric traps and goblins, and the one who was waiting for them ahead was a one-eyed giant of rank S, who would kill anyone with one blow. June noted that despite the giant's strength, he is very slow, so there is a chance of winning if you stick to a good strategy. He turned to the hunters and asked if anyone had any deterrent skills. One of the guys came out to him with a huge suitcase. This is certainly not a skill, but a deterrent pistol. The gun fired a net that would hold back the giant for a while. He asked how many such guns they had with them. The hunter said that there were only 6, but that was enough. The hunters, led by June, stood right behind the huge giant. And so, the hunt for him began. Group A must attack from the front. Group B will enter from the left, right sides, and from behind. Snipers will prevent the giant from aiming at the hunters, and also eliminate the monsters that come running at the noise. June noted that there were traps everywhere except the right side. So this was the most advantageous position for snipers, and their main target was the goblin detonators. He announced that he would personally command all units except the group with mesh pistols. All instructions were accepted, and the hunters began their coordinated work. It seemed that the giant was even surprised by such courage of the hunters. But with his speed, he didn't have much time to think, so the monster swung his weapon. The snipers also got to work, and while there were no other enemies nearby, they also fired at the one-eyed man. Dozens of blows flew at the giant. They did not cause him any significant damage, but distracted him for a while. Gale made precise, powerful attacks and shouted to his squad to keep going. The monster received another wave of blows, but it was difficult for him to respond, as the blows came from different sides. Sam flew straight at the giant and delivered a flurry of fist punches. This seemed to anger the monster even more, and he turned his eyes to Sam. He chuckled nervously, asked his opponent if he had overdone it, and waved his hand. The monster waved his hand and Sam flew into the air. The squad with net guns took advantage of the opportunity and fired nets towards the monster. The nets flew right on target. They entangled his legs and wrapped them tightly. Gale shouted that they had succeeded. They had been able to block the giant's movement. He gritted his teeth, which meant that the moment had come to deliver the main blow. In a few big leaps, he climbed onto the giant as if he were climbing a ladder. He remembered Jun's words that the most important thing was to be able to blind him. Then they had every chance of winning. But they only had one try. Gale raised his sword right above his eye when suddenly a huge hand moved straight towards him. Emily was already next to him and held out her sword to protect him. At that moment, the snipers fired a shell into the giant's hand, and Emily was forced to leave the huge body. Gale grinned. This was his chance, and he raised his sword again. He plunged the blade into the giant's eye. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the monster roared in pain. Sam turned around, hearing strange sounds behind him. They were the dark, explosive goblins, who had come running towards the noise just as June had expected. The snipers reported over the radio that there were too many goblins and they couldn't handle them. June took note of this and gave the order to all 11 groups at once. He ordered to shoot to kill and not to spare ammunition, and the hunters immediately began to obey. Hundreds of projectiles flew at the explosive dark goblins. The goblins began to explode, hoping to damage the shooters. But they were too far away and the entire field was illuminated by explosions. The forces were running out. The battle lasted about an hour, but there were no casualties among the hunters. Gale thanked Jun for his excellent leadership, but they all needed a break. But they didn't have that time. Jun ordered everyone to concentrate. They needed to kill the last monster. Jun said that they needed to pull themselves together and find strength in themselves, because the main boss was already approaching and pointed ahead. The hunters looked high into the sky, their faces quickly filling with horror. It seems that this level will be impossible to pass. None of them have seen such strong and huge opponents. Jun was focused, trying to find this enemy's weak points to figure out how to fight him. Ahead was a control line, and behind it stood a giant, about 300 meters tall. This was the Titan Maranuk. Instead of hair, flames blazed on his head and his eyes glowed bright red. He looked at the crowd of bugs that had not yet started fighting him and waited. The status window stated that only 5 people could enter the boss area, and those who did not enter the boss area would be expelled from the level. If Maranuk is not defeated within an hour, his army will follow those who remain. Gale began to list those who could fight among the S-rank hunters. It was him, Ray, Sam, Emily. But June didn't let him finish the fifth name and said that he would go with them. He once again listed the names of those whom Gale had named and asked them to begin preparing for battle. Tired but not broken, Emily accepted his order with a smile. Gale looked at the mysterious June and asked if he had any plan. The hero simply walked forward and noted that the entrance to the boss was behind the yellow line. The hunters followed him and also crossed the yellow line. The team was chosen. Nothing could be changed. At that moment, all the other hunters seemed to evaporate and disappear from the rift. Ray clenched his fist and declared that the main goal was to hold out as long as possible. Sam tried to continue joking and said that he thought that they had already won, and now the main warriors of this battle would be served a table, and the rest would be sent home. After which he turned to June and asked why he went with them, since he wasn't even a hunter. He replied that he couldn't find a way. Sam looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what way he was looking for. June continued his sentence and said that he could not find a way that would allow them to defeat the Titan without him. The thought flashed through Gale's mind that this strange man still thought there was a chance to win. To defeat someone who was 100 times bigger than them and loomed over them like the tallest high-rise building. Marinuk began to awaken, which meant that the battle was beginning. Suddenly, the computer reported that Marinuk's abilities were being restored. The players were frozen, and the use of skills was impossible. Sam started to cry. It wasn't fair, they couldn't even move and Marinuk would kill them. At that moment, the Titan raised his axe in the air and aimed at a pile of ants on the ground. A huge blade rushed towards them at the speed of light. Emily closed her eyes. Right now, there would be a blow and they would die. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that the blow never came and opened her eyes. In front of them stood June, holding the blade with one hand. There was not a scratch on him. Only the ground was slightly cracked. Marinuk was perplexed. He could not believe that anyone could escape death. Jun began to squeeze the blade with his hand, and it began to crumble, as if it were not steel, but clay. He finally clenched his fist all the way, and a powerful shockwave emanated from the axe, throwing Marinuk into the air. The Titan's abilities were restored, and he was fully combat-ready. At that very moment, the team's freeze was lifted, and they were able to use their skills. Gale was shocked. This man never ceased to amaze him. Some great power was hidden inside him, but no one knew what it was. Jun turned to the team. There was only one moment that made him worried, and the fears were confirmed. A camera was installed on Sam's shoulder. Jun exhaled heavily, calling him a coward for having everything filmed. After which he turned to Marinuk and said that this time this was truly the last request that he would fulfill for Emily. A blue aura began to appear around June, and right now he was filling the air with his mana. Blue energy began to rise from his body like mist and take the shape of a sword. Jun slowly raised the heavenly sword over the Titan's head to strike. It seemed as if the whole world around her froze. Emily forgot how to breathe and simply watched what he was doing. Gale was shocked. In his 8-year career, this was the first time he had seen such abilities. Jun was focused only on defeating this giant. He made a movement with his hand towards him, and the heavenly sword fell upon Marinuk, cutting him in half. Everything happened so quickly that the Titan didn't even have time to understand how his body began to fall apart. A stream of blood began to flood the field. It seemed as if it had started to rain. The computer reported that the object had been eliminated and the rift had been cleared. The rift will dissipate in 2 hours, so candidates should hurry to exit it. Emily looked around for the manager, but he seemed to be nowhere to be found. Sam can't believe he actually just left. But all this didn't matter now. Gale announced that they had won and suggested going home. Besides, they had to hurry, because they had to report, and the day had been terribly difficult. Ray invited everyone to have a drink at the bar today and turned to Emily, to which the girl said that she had a date today. Gale was happy to hear these words. Jun was already in the center of Seoul and heading home. He called Jill and said that he was free. The hero asked what she would like for dinner, while Yoji was shouting in the background asking for pizza. The information system reported that the state of emergency had been lifted, but June continued to discuss the upcoming dinner. June was walking home and had no idea that a couple of hours before his return, the city had become quite unsettled. A couple of hours after June left, Jill offered the dragon dinner. Yoji wished her bon appetit and attacked the bowl of ribs. While the pet devoured one rib after another, Jill completely lost her appetite. She was worried about her father and hoped that everything would be okay with him. Yoji reached for June's plate and asked if he could have his portion since he wasn't likely to be back anytime soon. The girl quickly lifted the plate, and Yoji began shouting that the gentleman was invincible and would definitely return home. He began to parody the moment when June closed himself off from his flame and called his power crazy. Jill placed the plate in his paws and told him he could have it since there were still some braised ribs left. Suddenly, the whole house shook and Yoji had to balance to save the food he had just obtained. Jill looked at Yoji and asked what that push was just now. But this didn't bother Yoji, because the most important thing now was that he didn't drop anything. There was breaking news on TV. A dragon appeared in the city center and another tremor occurred. The whole table was overturned. Food was scattered everywhere, and Jill appeared to have hit her head. Yoji sat on the table, covered in sauce and crying because he had dropped his ribs. He turned angrily to the TV, looking at the one who was to blame for this. And a second later, he flew out the living room window, heading towards the city center. Jill tied her sneakers, annoyed that this dragon only caused problems when her father was not home. A huge rift opened in the center of the city, from which a dragon emerged. The dragon was in no hurry to attack. At the moment, he was simply studying the situation. The rift team was already there. Greg shouted that the Mazai Guild had finally arrived. Alan, Mira, and William moved towards the rift. From that moment on, this place was under their control. William approached the guard and asked what rank this dragon had. At the moment, it was the same rank as Masalas, but the numbers could increase. Mira pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow towards the dragon. Alan tried to stop her in a panic, but the girl believed that while he was standing still, it would be better to take away one of his eyes and simplify the task. Nate hurried towards them and asked them not to make hasty attacks, because the dragon could become enraged, and there were still many civilians nearby. He shouted that he understood her anger, but attacking right now was a mistake. At that moment, the dragon was staring intently somewhere. The hunters tried to find the object of his interest and looked in the same direction. Nate didn't notice anything unusual and asked if there was anything in the sky that might have attracted him. Suddenly, a red star blinked in the sky. No one had seen it before. It was Yoji, running at the speed of light to get revenge on whoever had deprived him of another portion of ribs. At the moment of landing, he changed shape and turned into a huge red dragon. Yoji was much larger than the dragon that emerged from the rift. The crowd froze. It was simply impossible to believe that there were two dragons standing right in the center of the city. Greg, hiding behind Nate, asked if he thought they had seen this red dragon before. At first, Nate didn't understand what the boss was talking about, but then he noticed the number 1 on his forehead. This was the same animal that June took to help in the rifts. Yoji flew up and gave the second dragon a hard push, after which he caught it in the air and with a powerful kick sent it back into the rift. Nate heard a familiar voice as Jill ran past him, heading towards the rift. She jumped, crouched, and disappeared inside the portal. No one had time to stop her. The purple dragon sat in a deserted rift and held his head. The previous blow had been strong. He wondered what idiot dared to stop him and turned his gaze to the offender. The purple dragon, with the number 9 on his forehead, finally realized who he had just called a bad name. Right now, his master, the dragon Isaias, the strongest of them, was looming over him. Isaias reported that the dragon made 2 mistakes. The first mistake was that he left the rift without his permission, after which he struck a powerful blow. The dragon flew too far away. He beckoned him with his claw and asked him to come to him. He looked down on him and asked if he knew what braised ribs were. The purple dragon thought about it. He knew what ribs were, but he had never heard of stewed ones. Azaz said that this was his second mistake. The dragon struck him again, and the second one did not understand how he could be mistaken about something he had never heard of. He was about to continue this conversation when suddenly Jill's voice was heard from somewhere outside. Azaz looked at her in panic and asked how she ended up there. The girl was afraid that he would cause problems, so she followed him, to which Azaz said that she still couldn't take such a risk. The second dragon became furious. He did not understand how the pathetic little man dared to address the Lord informally. Azaz stopped him and clarified that he was going to do this to a member of the owner's family. He said that this was his master's daughter, a great man who makes the most delicious braised ribs, after which he swung his fist at him and said that he would have to get 5 more blows for wanting to harm Jill. A few minutes later, Jill was looking at a picture that had once looked different, much like how her father had trained Yoji. The purple dragon was doing push-ups, and Yoji was sitting on top of him, noting that he was in terrible shape. Jill shouted that she already felt sorry for this dragon and suggested going back. Yoji didn't think it was enough to awaken the bitter taste of human society, but Jill suggested they cook some spare ribs at home. Yoji immediately changed his form and said that the second dragon was lucky, but if he went out again without permission, it would be the end for him. Jill looked around and asked if this dragon also had nowhere to go, and that was why he lived here. She suggested that he go with them and ask his father if they could leave him, but Yoji was against it. She sat down next to the purple dragon and asked if he could shrink, and he nodded. And in a couple of seconds, he was already different. A little dragon with incredibly beautiful pink eyes. The girl stroked his head, praised him, and called him cutie. She finally suggested going to their home, but if her father was against it, then nothing could be done. Tears welled up in the dragon's eyes. He realized that the owner's daughter was an angel. At that moment, Nate and Greg were blocking the way to the rift on the street. Alan asked them to stop talking nonsense and to step back, because they had to protect this place, and a civilian had just entered the rift. Suddenly, Mira was taken aback. It seemed she wouldn't have to save that girl. The girl emerged from the rift safe and sound, and she had company. Nate couldn't contain his emotions. He was happy that June's daughter was okay. He ran up to her and, just in case, checked to see if she was hurt. The guy saw that she was fine, but thoughts were spinning in his head. She went in there without equipment. How did she manage to return in one piece? But there was one more question that needed to be clarified. Nate leaned towards her and whispered if the two creatures were dragons. Jill happily confirmed his suspicions and reminded him that he had seen one of them last time. The girl didn't understand why Nate's face twisted like that, because she thought everyone already knew it. Mira also carefully studied these creatures, and although it was impossible, she had an idea of who they were. She finally said that they were dragons. Nate vied with her to answer that they were the pets of their employee June. Nate began to stretch Yoji's face and asked Mira if he could do the same with a dragon. He made another attempt to convince her that they were puppies. Yoji looked up at him and asked if he wanted to die. Jill asked Yoji how dare he talk to his father's colleagues like that, and if he continued, she would not feed him today. Mira continued her investigation and noted the numbers on their foreheads. Nate interrupted her again and asked Jill if it was time for them to go home. Jill looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he was going with this. Nate motioned with his finger for her to come closer so he could speak something into her ear. He whispered that if it turned out that these babies were dragons, it would turn the whole world upside down, and besides, her father would find himself in a difficult situation. Jill loudly declared that her father was already waiting for her at home and that she should return home as soon as possible. Mira tried to stop her. Nate stood between them and stopped the huntress, who continued to shout that these creatures were dragons. Jill scooped up the little ones and, her heels sparkling, ran towards the house. Alan was putting the pieces together in his head. June was the guy they met in the rift, and these two pets of his were dragons. And even though he had most of the details of this picture, he still couldn't put them together. Jill had already reached the house and was trying to tidy up the house, which was in chaos. Yoji continued to run after the dragon and shouted that it was because of him that he didn't get to eat the ribs. The girl made another attempt to calm them down and noted that the house was in terrible condition and needed to be tidied up before her father arrived. Yoji finally took a break, thought about the consequences of the devastation, and announced that he himself was going to start cleaning up. Jill looked at him and asked if he could handle it on his own. The dragon immediately armed himself with a broom and a rag, ready to fight the mess. A couple of minutes later, he was flying around the apartment on a robot vacuum cleaner, and Jill was amused by the whole picture. Suddenly, the phone rang. She took it out of her pocket. It was her father. June announced that he was finished with work and was heading home, after which he asked her what she wanted for dinner. A joyful Yoji shouted into the phone that he wanted pizza, to which the hero replied that no one asked him. The dragon was upset that his master always ignored him, because he tried so hard to behave well. June hung up and decided that having pizza was a great idea. His attention was drawn to a screen showing the news and announcing that a dragon had appeared in the city. There were two dragons on the screen at once. One of them was Yoji, but the second one he had never seen before. He sighed heavily. It seemed that while he was gone, his pet had managed to cause trouble. 30 minutes later, June was already home with a box of pizza, and Jill was waiting for him. He told her that he was fine and that she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Yoji flew out into the corridor, hugged him by the leg, and started shouting that his master was the best. June assessed the situation. Jill was fine, and the house was intact. He turned to the dragon and informed him that fortunately he would continue to live. A second dragon peeked around the corner, shocked that with just one glance this man could subjugate the crazy tyrant Isas. He must have been a truly great man, since Isas himself calls him master. The dragon jumped out in June's path, bowed down and said that he, the ninth dragon, Carciel, would now worship him. Jill looked guilty and asked her father if they could keep the dragon. She said that he was alone in a deserted place, and besides, Yoji also gets bored alone. June didn't mind leaving the dragon if that's what she wanted. He asked his name again, and the dragon dropped to one knee and loudly announced that he was Carciel. Jun liked his name, so he suggested not changing it. The hero headed to the shower, and Gil went to heat up the food. Yoji felt like an empty space at that moment. He ran into the kitchen and tugged at Jill's apron, wondering why she didn't give Carciel a nickname. Jill agreed with her father. She liked his name too. She picked him up in her arms. Yoji continued to squeal that his name was cool too. Having seated him on the sofa, the girl suggested watching TV and again called him Yoji. The dragon was angry because his real name is Izas. June went into the living room and carefully studied what had happened to her. The window was covered with paper because someone had broken it. He turned to Yoji and asked who did it, even though he knew the answer perfectly well, so he deprived him of pizza for dinner. Everyone had dinner and wished each other good night. The dragons were sleeping under a blanket on the living room floor. Yoji was dreaming about pizza and drooling on the floor. Someone touched his paw. It was Jill, sitting next to him with a plate of pizza and asking him to be quiet. He rushed towards her with tears in his eyes and hugged her tightly. After which he began to gobble up piece after piece because he was incredibly hungry. June slept soundly. He had had a terribly difficult day today, which was finally over. Notifications continued to arrive on his phone, and it seemed like he was in for a tough day tomorrow. The next morning, the news reported 2 incidents from the previous day. 2 dragons in the city center and the most complex fault in history. The most talked about person was June, because thanks to his command, not a single hunter, let alone civilians, was harmed in that rift. He didn't like this explosion of popularity, but he was glad of the fact that at least no one came to their home. At that very moment, the intercom rang. Jill went to open the door, and June asked her to pretend that he was not home. Jill turned on the screen. The man standing there looked familiar. Suddenly it dawned on her who this man was, and she screamed. Right in front of their door stood the president of the Hunters Academy, Adrian Chall. A tense, gray-haired man stood behind the door, waiting for the door to be opened for him. June shouted the command to rise, and the dragons lined up. He informed them that a very important person would be coming to see them, so they needed to hide and not show themselves. Carciel's whole appearance showed how much he respected his master. The hero liked how the second dragon extolled his orders. She hadn't experienced that in a long time. Yoji was angry. He was infuriated by the fact that the gentleman was falling for this acting game, but was not paying attention to him. Jill opened the door, and the president and his assistant entered the apartment, bowing low to June. June got straight to the point, asking where they got his address. Adrian replied that he had personally been doing a long search. The hero noted that it was tactless, but since they had come all this way, he invited them in. Everyone went into the kitchen, sat down at the table, and Jill served tea. Adrian thanked the girl for the tea, despite the fact that their visit was so unexpected. June interrupted the pleasantries and asked what business they had come for. The president said he had been monitoring the situation through emergency surveillance cameras, and the more he watched, the more he admired it. June noted that he had to go to work soon, so he asked to get down to business. The assistant nodded and pulled out a pile of papers from his folder. They checked the cameras that the Meizai Guild used and found out that the person who saved them was Jun. Jun looked at the papers and was upset by the fact that he had been caught after all. But they didn't come here to find out what is right and what is wrong. The assistant stated that they were here to offer to officially become a hunter, and if June becomes a hunter, but he interrupted him and said that he would not do this. The president was stunned, and his assistant suggested looking at the conditions first and then making a decision. But June wasn't interested in fame and money. He was happy with what he had now. Living in a place where there was a constant struggle for power and the smell of blood was in the air had worn him out. He lived a cruel life where he was reborn thousands of times to get everything. And after he defeated everyone, he was left with no fame or money, but only loneliness. Therefore, he was not going to exchange the peace and happiness that he had for wealth. But he added that if they showed a little sincerity, he would think that Adrian had blossomed. June asked if it would be possible to arrange a joint inspection of the B-rank rift with their rift department. The president noted that this, as stated in the content of the response, is contrary to the law. June sighed, then he couldn't offer them anything either. Adrian continued that if everything was as expected, he would hand over the right to control the rift, and he would sort out the conditions himself. After which, he asked what he had decided about his proposal. Jun waved his hands. He had no intention of being a hunter, especially since civil servants were prohibited from having other jobs. The president and the assistant looked at each other, as if they were communicating with the power of thought and coming up with a new plan to persuade Jun. The hero interrupted their thought processes and declared that in moments when they really needed his strength, he would help. They looked at him with their mouths open and couldn't believe their ears. Adrian jumped up, leaned his elbows on the table, and shouted that this was more than enough for them. After which he suggested not to delay his request and to please his department immediately. Nate picked up the phone, and Jun said that the Meizai Guild had signed a contract with them. The office was in a frenzy. Everyone was jumping, rejoicing, and dancing. This was their long-time dream. Greg performed the hottest dances, shouting that today was a corporate party and he would treat the entire department to beef. He snatched the phone from Nate and asked when his best and favorite employee would finally arrive. Jun said that he would come to the department immediately after he finished the meeting. The presidential aide noted that he had excellent colleagues, and Jun smiled back. They walked further down the corridor, approaching the conference room. They were to meet with the invited hunter from abroad who would soon be here. The invited hunter Richard has just landed at the airport. He thought that taking the first place among the hunters from the Sword Emperor would be an easy task. But I still hoped that Jonathan would hold out at least a little so that it would be interesting. The hunters, accompanied by the president and Jun, had been waiting for Richard's arrival for several hours. The assistant tried to contact him, panicked, and did not understand why he was so late. Everyone in the conference room felt awkward being there given recent events. Emily finally decided to start a dialogue with Jun and noted that the foreigner was very late. Gale also spoke up. Most likely he didn't take them seriously since there was no Behemoth Guild here. At that very moment, the door swung open with force. It was Richard, who decided to open it with his foot. He lowered his glasses and announced that Daddy was here. He looked around the room and asked why all this scum had gathered there and where they had put Jonathan, after which he began to reassure them that it was just a joke. None of the hunters understood what was happening as Richard spoke in English. A minute later, he realized this himself and took the artifact out of his pocket. This device allowed his speech to be translated into any language, without the use of an interpreter. He walked up to Ray and extended his hand. Gale was quite wary of this pompous idiot. Richard looked down on the hunters. He did not consider them strong opponents, but they could become excellent subordinates. Emily felt extremely awkward under his gaze, and Gale tried not to notice his impudence. The guy spun around sharply and continued to study those present. His attention was drawn to Jun. It was immediately obvious that this guy in a suit was not an S rank. Did the government really send a civil servant to clean up after them? Richard dropped into a chair next to Jun and declared that his mood was spoiled because not everyone here knew how to fight. The president wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and proposed to begin the meeting. He said that 10 years ago, a huge hole appeared on Mount Sode, which was called the Core. In order to suppress the Core, Hunter Jonathan created the Behemoth Guild. Over the past 3 years, more than 20 dives have been completed. But suppression is still impossible due to the varying levels of difficulty. The assault team reported that the core seemed safe at first glance, but as soon as someone went beyond the 500-meter mark, the number of monsters suddenly increased. In addition, according to preliminary estimates, the monsters that appear there are above S rank. The Behemoth Guild has put forward a proposal to continue level ranking and introduce the SS rank. Enormous monsters lurk in the core at every turn, attacking on land, from the air, and in the water. So far, the Behemoth Hunters have not been able to advance very far. According to the Hunters Academy's estimates, it was determined that at this rate, conquering the core would be impossible even in a century. The aide added that everyone present was invited to join the attack. Gale asked the president how strong the monsters were compared to the final boss, Maranuk. Adrian exhaled heavily. They could only guess. Most likely, Maranuk was a child's toy compared to those who are in the core. Emily asked if Jun would go there with them, but that hadn't been decided yet either. Her last words shocked the foreign hunter. He didn't understand why everyone was so worried about this guy who wasn't even on the list. Richard decided to immediately remove all questions, pointed his finger at Jun and asked who he was. The president remained nervous and announced that Jun was the commander-in-chief of the S-rank Major Rift operation. Richard laughed, because if the man who looked like he would break if touched was a commander, then he would gladly kill him. Gale jumped up from his seat and asked him to repeat what he had said, but Richard did not look away from his goal. He towered over him and told him that he had seen many weak guys who became commanders and then died with a hole in the back of their heads from the Allies. And if he doesn't plan to end up the same way, then he'd better get out of here. June just laughed, stood up from his chair and straightened his tie, after which he turned to him and asked if he could cope with him with such little inner strength. The veins on Richard's forehead began to bulge as anger began to build within him. Then he grabbed him by the suit and raised his fist, aiming at his head. While Richard was preparing to hit June, he stood motionless without any emotion. In a second, Emily appeared between them, asking them to stop this circus. The foreigner asked again what was so special about this bastard that everyone was fussing over him. Emily stopped them because it was a public conference room and ordinary people nearby could get hurt. In the basement of the building, there is a training room where you can freely compete with each other. Richard laughed even harder. Was it worth going somewhere far for a guy who would break from one push from him? He pointed at the presidential aide and asked if he would take them to the gym. The assistant leaned towards Adrian and whispered that at this rate, Richard could get hurt. The president turned to June and asked if everything was okay, to which he merely nodded in response. After which, Adrian headed towards the exit and announced that he would take them there himself. Richard began to flex his fists and declared that although he was not into intimidating people, he would show this guy his place. And so everyone present in the conference room went down to the basement training room. June promised that he would sort everything out and settle it himself. But even if he was lenient, Richard might get into trouble. Besides, the group leader will torment him if the training hall breaks down. The foreigner was ready for a fight, called June a suit, and suggested that he get down on his knees right then and there and beg for forgiveness. The only thing that irritated Jun was that this guy talked too much. Richard was seething. He promised that even if someone tried to stop him, it would be useless and he would kill the suit. Jun finally decided to end it and stepped into the training ring. Richard rushed towards him and tried to strike, but nothing happened. Another blow, and again it missed. It seemed as if he was 10 times slower than Jun. The hunter began to panic. He did not understand how his opponent was dodging his blows. Jun just continued to watch him suffer. Richard threw another 10 punches, but still didn't hit. And at that moment, when the foreigner simply rushed at him, Jun took a step to the side and the guy flew down. After which, the hero struck him once in the shoulder. The team's mouths dropped open, not understanding what the consequences of this might be. But Richard only froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The hunter lost his balance and fell like a stone onto the ring floor. Jun won another of his fights, turned around and headed towards the stairs from the ring. He glanced at the resident and said that he hadn't hit him too hard, so he would wake up on his own in a few minutes. The manager checked Richard's limp body. Everything was fine, nothing was broken. He just lost consciousness. The president froze. He could not even imagine that they were faced with such force. Gale also finally confirmed his suspicions. This man really was on a completely different level. June approached the president and informed him that he was leaving because he had other things to do. The hero headed to the bar where his department was celebrating an important event, the signing of an agreement with the Meizai Guild. The West Department rejoiced, and the chief treated everyone to drinks and beef. A girl from their unit asked why they were looking for Jun from the academy, whether they really wanted to recruit him. The manager replied that they only had one request, at which point Greg and Nate breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case, the boss reminded him once again that June shouldn't leave and abandon them. He smiled in response and agreed with his words. Nate didn't understand why the Meizai Guild, a recognized A-rank guild, wanted to sign a contract with the city hall. And Greg still felt uneasy about this news. He added that it seemed that these hunters would not listen to them, but would simply laugh. The boss asked June if he would take on Kate and one of the new hunters. The answer was yes. He asked to take care of Kate so that she would not feel alienated. The entire department was looking forward to the next day, as they were sure that the huntress would enjoy working shoulder to shoulder with the Meizai Guild. And so the next working day arrived. Everyone was expecting new hunters to arrive, but the atmosphere in the office was tense. From the very morning, Kate stood her ground. She would not work with other hunters. The employees were stunned. They didn't expect such an answer from her. The girl noted that she could protect June herself, so the department did not need additional team members. Nate tried to convince her otherwise because no matter how strong Kate was, you can't stop 10 opponents with one hand. After which he asked a logical question. What would happen to the manager if the monster attacked from behind? Memories flashed through his mind. Considering what had happened some time ago, he was right. Jun knew what needed to be done and reported that he was fine, and that Kate was now in no way inferior to the A-rank hunters. He looked at her with his mesmerizing black eyes and waited for an answer. Kate was pleased by his words. She was embarrassed, but agreed with him. It seemed the conflict was resolved. Kate agreed, and Nate thanked June with his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and a guy entered and announced that the Mezai Guild had arrived. The staff were running around in a panic. Tea needed to be prepared, and it wouldn't hurt to tidy up. The chief stopped the chaos with his hand and asked the fault handling department to gather around him. He made a speech that the department was, of course, grateful that the Mezai Guild was signing a contract with them, but that there was no point in groveling before them. After which he added that if they were to harass anyone, they should immediately report it to him. He would sort it out. Nate was shouting that their boss was cool, and June just smiled silently. And then the members of the Mezai Guild entered the door. Alan, Mira, and William. Greg ordered the staff to put strength into their gaze and not to be nervous, but he himself was terribly nervous. The hunters confidently approached them, and Greg and Nate tried to remain calm and look brave. Alan towered over Greg and asked if he was the head of this department. He hesitated in response, muttered something unintelligible, and only at the end said that he was the boss. The hunters bowed low and greeted him. Nate and Greg, who were watching what was happening, opened their eyes wide. The boss whispered to June why they were so disciplined, but he didn't know the answer. Alan stood like a tin soldier. There was no room for error. Memories of how the academy president had negotiated this job with them came flooding back to him. He asked to serve June unquestioningly with all his heart. And if the relationship between the president and the manager deteriorates, it will be entirely their fault. Alan was only thinking about how June would not remember how he had insulted him in the rift. June invited the hunters to sit down while he made them some tea, but Alan and William offered to pour the tea themselves. But this would put him in an awkward position if the guests were busy with tea. The hunters trembled again. The manager asked me to simply read the contract carefully and familiarize myself with the terms before putting the stamp on it. Alan hesitated for a second, then ordered his partners to quickly sit down at the table. A moment later, all three were in their places and waiting for the papers to be brought. And as soon as they received them, Alan gave the command to sign, and they raised their hands in unison. While the hunters were signing, Greg tried to shout that the contract needed to be read and then signed. Jun realized that the probable reason for this behavior was the president's instructions. After signing the contract, the department completed all the paperwork and June headed home. Yoji greeted him with joyful cries. June assumed that they hadn't had dinner yet and needed to do it without him. The dragon laughed maliciously. He didn't even know that this was possible. Jill was already advancing from behind. She pushed the pet away and asked when he would stop behaving like this. They sat down at the table. Yoji continued to watch the master, waiting for a command. Jill sighed heavily and said that he could eat. The dragon seemed to be drunk from these words. Yoji pounced on the bowl, and June asked if this dragon was really that strange. Or maybe Carciel was strange, because he was sitting far from the table and eating dog food from a bowl. Suddenly, Yoji choked and began screaming for water. Jill decided to ignore the theater and asked her father if he was free tomorrow. There would be a lesson at school at 10 in the morning with parents present, and she hesitated. The girl didn't ask anything and just reasoned that tomorrow was a weekday and her father was probably busy. June said that he would come, because he had worked well today. Jill blossomed and began to tell that the lesson would take place in the rift that appeared 2 weeks ago and there were no monsters in it. The hero was happy to see her happy. He could not refuse her because he liked to see her like this. Yoji slammed his paw on the table and declared that he would go with them too. The next morning, all four of them went to an open lesson. A small market stall selling drinks and treats had been set up in the rift. Jill walked up to one of the stalls and asked for 3 fish filled with red beans. She gave one to Yoji and the other to Carciel, but he refused. The purple dragon thanked her for her concern, but such food was not suitable for him. Jun glanced at Yoji. No matter how you looked at it, Jill had instilled in him bad eating habits. One of the teachers shouted into a megaphone and asked everyone present for attention. He said that this place appeared immediately after the Marinuk rift was cleared and that no monsters spawn here. But if the students find a fragment of an unknown map, they will be able to better master the use of mana. Parents will be able to watch their children only from the observation deck. Students must find map fragments and place them in a cup in the center of the wasteland. To make the search for fragments easier, everyone will be given auxiliary beads, artifacts for practicing mana control. June and Jill had already received a bead. Jill's was glowing red. If you introduce mana into this ball, You can change its shape as you wish, and the color changes from red to purple. The more purple, the stronger. Jun hesitated, in case he put too much mana in there and it would break. Suddenly, the ball changed in his hands and turned into a black knife, but Jill had never heard that black was even possible. The teacher spoke into the megaphone again and asked the students to get ready to leave. Jill waved to her father and the dragons and set off on her mission. June waved to his daughter when he suddenly felt something strange. The wasteland where the bull was located had incredibly powerful energy. It seemed to come from the cup that was there. He couldn't let Jill get into danger, so he decided to test something by releasing some mana into the cup. Vibrations began to spread through the earth, and the bowl began to emit purple energy. Jun couldn't understand how the cup was able to absorb his energy. The earth shook, a strong wind arose, and it became difficult for the parents to stand on their feet. As soon as the vibrations died down a bit, the parents rushed to the teacher. They were unhappy that their children were being trained in a dangerous place. Another strong vibration passed and everything stopped. The parents screamed for their children to be brought back here immediately. Jun continued to watch what was happening as the cup absorbed his energy. In addition, the energy emitted by the thicket has become much stronger. He opened the information window. Nerges was watching him. He needed to head to the center for a special quest. Once the quest was completed, he could get an entrance ticket. There were 60 points left until the end of progress. These were probably the very same pieces of the map, and the cup was the key to enter the core. Everything around calmed down, and the parents began to shout even more furiously and look for the person responsible for this event. It seemed that in just a couple more minutes it would become more dangerous here than in any rift. The dragons discussed how all people except their master were so weak. Jun continued to study the information. The gatekeeper was interested in him, and judging by the fact that he killed the applicants, it was impossible to allow anyone else to get the map fragments. He turned to Yoji and ordered him and Carciel to follow Jill. While one dragon was ready to sacrifice its life for its younger master, the second was glad for the chance to taste some more food. They walked away from Jun and Yoji headed towards the food stalls. Jun understood perfectly well that Yoji would go to Jill only after he had done some of his own business, which meant he had time to calmly look for the fragments. Jill wandered through the forest without success. So far, she had not found a single fragment. She didn't want to upset her father, but suddenly the ball lit up and she felt hope. The girl believed with all her might that this was not another dummy. But the ball led her to some bone, and this was another failure. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a strange sound coming from the bushes. A frightened Olivia emerged from the bushes, screaming Jill's name. The girl came out of the bushes, shook herself off, and asked if everything was okay. She angrily walked up to Jill and asked her not to scare her like that again. Jill gasped. It seemed Olivia was worried about her. The classmate blushed, crossed her arms, and returned to her previous state, declaring that she simply had to take care of the weak. Olivia continued to scream at the girl not to do that again, but something was rushing towards her at high speed. She quickly turned around, covered Olivia with her body, and tried to force her to lie down with her hand. The girl took a fighting stance and quickly fired a burst of shots towards the attacker. The number of shots raised dust around, through which two figures could be seen. The haze cleared and Yoji appeared from it, rubbing the spot where the shots had been fired and asking what kind of stupid bugs were in this forest. Olivia finally saw the dragons and realized that one of them was the same pet she had seen last time. Yoji rubbed his nose and asked Jill why she was lying on the ground. The girl also finally opened her eyes and did not understand what these two were doing there. The two little warriors clenched their fists. They decided that Olivia was offending Jill. Olivia felt something strange. Some strong energy did not allow her to move. Jill lightly poked her finger at Yoji and asked him to calm down because Olivia was her friend. And at their last meeting, she called him very sweet. After which, she ordered him to go and apologize for his behavior, but the dragon refused. The girl added that then he too would eat food like Carciel. A second later, Yoji was kneeling in front of Olivia, apologizing and promising that this would never happen again. Carciel began to lament that he should have first assessed the situation and only then taken action. Olivia was taken aback by how skillfully Jill controlled these monsters as if they were pets. Suddenly, June appeared behind her, interested in what had happened there. After which, he added that he just wanted to check if everything was okay. A terrifying chain of events formed in Yoji's head. If the master found out that he had only just arrived and had even attacked her friend, the consequences would be dire. Jun asked Jill if Yoji protected her well. The dragon rushed towards the girl, covered her mouth with his paw, and assured the master that everything was fine. Then he walked over to Olivia, put her hand on his head, and told her that the girl's friend was okay too. June watched him closely. He knew that this creature had only recently arrived here. But luckily for Yoji, Olivia hugged him and confirmed his words. While the girls were busy with the dragons, June opened the status window. By this point, he had found all 66 map fragments. He put them in his pocket and thought that if he returned here in the evening, he would be able to remove the seal from the cup. The hero walked towards the girls and said that it was time to gather and they needed to head back. Jill began to burst into tears because she had not found a single fragment. June encouraged his daughter. This time, she was just unlucky. Next time, everything will definitely work out. They were already home, had a delicious dinner, and were getting ready to watch a movie together. But June was getting ready to go somewhere. Jill asked him in surprise where he was going at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hero said that he would return very soon, but Jill still did not want to let him go. She begged him not to go anywhere today, and there was fear on her face. He turned to the dragon sitting near the TV and understood everything. She was too scared of the horror movie. At that very moment, Yoji and Jill grabbed his legs and started crying just so he wouldn't leave. He asked everyone to be quiet, and an idea came into his head. Jun froze over Yoji and clarified that in fact he wasn't the least bit afraid. And as punishment for his behavior, he will take the dragon with him. Jill then began to beg to be taken along. But it was too dangerous, so he would not take her with him, and in return he promised to return quickly. The girl was interested in how quickly he would do it. Her father said that the taxi ride there and back would take only 2 hours. She howled again. If this took 2 whole hours, then he really might faint. And when asked what time would suit her, she held up 2 fingers and said 20 minutes. Yoji laughed and asked if she had a conscience, how she imagined a distance of 2 hours in 20 minutes. She loomed over him with the most terrifying expression on her face, as if his life depended on the answer to the question about time. June stroked the girl's head and promised to come as soon as possible. Besides, Carciel stays with her. He is not afraid of anything and will always be by her side. The door slammed shut and Jill grabbed Carciel and began to sob in fear. Jun chose the fastest way to get to the place. He picked up Yoji in his arms and ran with big leaps towards the rift. Yoji suggested riding on it, as it would be even faster, but it was too noticeable. The dragon fluttered in the wind like a flag and wondered where they were going. June said that there was a monster in the rift where they were during the day and they needed to deal with it in about 5 minutes, because Jill was at home and she was scared. The dragon wondered whether the one who could last 5 minutes in battle with June was a god or a monster. Literally 10 minutes later, they were already in the rift. June was heading towards the treasured cup. Yoji noticed that there really were no monsters here, and that was strange. Jun asked him to wait a bit and threw the collected fragments into the cup. The cup vibrated and began to emit clouds of purple light. The dragon hid behind June. It all looked like a scene of a monster appearing, and if the light appeared, it would be perfect. At that very second, light burst out of the ground, blinding the heroes. The little ball of light began to take on the shape of a fairy from a children's book. The fairy carefully studied June and Yoji because it was they who freed her from the seal. She explained that she was the administrator responsible for the tutorial and that it was her responsibility to check the qualifications of applicants. Yoji chuckled and asked sarcastically what that flying thing was. The fairy screamed. The dragon Isaias was standing right in front of her, although she was sure that the dragons were now deeply asleep. These words gave Yoji even more confidence, and he suggested catching this thing and returning home. Nerges retreated. She was only a center guard of the lowest rank, and she couldn't cope with Isaias. She asked him to stop, and asked if he was the same dragon born in the center and why he listened to the orders of a common man. The dragon did not understand what he wanted from him and what difference it made where he was born. Yoji was furious, no matter how strong he was, but none of his opponents fed him braised ribs anymore. June glanced at the timer on his phone and asked if there was anything else Nerges could tell them. He had absolutely no time for chatter. He took out the auxiliary ball and began to fill it with mana. The ball began to fill with black-blue energy, and after a couple of seconds turned into a huge sword. He was already swinging it to strike, when suddenly the fairy began to scream and beg for mercy. Nerges screamed that if they killed her, they would not be able to continue the attack on the center. Jun lowered his sword and asked why he couldn't attack. The fairy explained that if the tutorial administrator disappeared, then the path to the next floor of the core would be blocked. But the hero didn't care. All he had to do was hand over the entrance ticket to the academy. Nerges fell at their feet, begging for forgiveness and apologizing for her impudent behavior. Suddenly, a mysterious bag appeared in front of them, and the status window announced that the hero had received Nergis's recognition. Jun released the sword and it stuck into the ground next to the fairy. They grabbed the bag and tickets and headed for the exit, Yoji trying to taste them. Nerges closed her eyes and waited for the outcome. After all, they had received a ticket so they could kill her right away. She opened her eyes slightly because it was too quiet around. The fairy straightened up and watched as Jun took the bag in one hand, the dragon in the other, and simply walked away. Jun was only thinking about handing over the tickets, and that would be the end of his job, and let the hunters deal with the rest. At this time, at the entrance to the center, the Behemoth Guild was trying to figure out when they would finally find the real entrance. Jonathan reported that this time their expedition was over and they needed to return to report everything to the president. After which he added that reinforcements would soon arrive and his team would have a little easier time. Ricky asked the Sword Emperor if they would send newcomers to help them. Jonathan clarified once again that these would be reinforcements, hunters who belonged to other guilds, so there was no point in even thinking about treating them unceremoniously. Ricky claimed that even his mother didn't nag that much. Chloe asked if that was why he had such a terrible temper. He immediately turned to the girl and noted that he would write a statement for insulting her parents because of her statements. The next day, the fault department called. Nate spoke to someone and said that he would pass everything on to June. After hanging up, he asked June if he had completed basic rift training, and June said no. Then he should have done it next Monday, as lectures would be taking place at the Hunters Academy. June nodded, as this trip was a great excuse to take the entrance ticket to the president. Kate cried out that she had a rank assessment the following Monday, to which June then suggested going together. The girl beamed and asked if they could have dinner together after that. June remembered that a couple of weeks ago he had promised her a dinner together, just the two of them. He happily agreed, and Kate suggested meeting at the entrance after they both finished. The following Monday, June went to training lectures. He had already finished his morning class, and the lecturer dismissed them for lunch, asking them not to be late. Jun grabbed the bag he had retrieved. Now was the time to hand over the entrance ticket. He approached the president's office, but someone was already there, and an assistant had already noticed him. The assistant quickly ran up to him and told him that if he needed anything, he could just call. Jun reassured him and said that he was here for basic training anyway. The guy looked at him in bewilderment, wondering why a person like him needed to undergo training. June simply handed him the bag and asked him to give it to Adrian. The hero headed towards the elevator, announcing that they were already waiting for him at class. The assistant opened the bag and a pink light appeared from inside. He took out a strange paper and couldn't understand what it was. In the classroom, the lecturer had already begun his afternoon lecture. The girl sitting next to June watched as he diligently wrote everything down. She decided to start a conversation and asked why he was using his free time so stupidly. Jun said that he was quite inexperienced in working with rifts, and his memory was not very good, so it was better to write everything down. The girl lay down on the desk and declared that no matter how hard they tried, the attitude towards civil servants would still remain terrible. They were not some Mr. June. And after he asked again who she was talking about, the girl screamed, "How could she not know the famous June?" This is a well-known figure who has proven that even an ignored and despised civil servant can be respected by everyone. He cleared an S-rank dungeon with 0 fatalities and crushed the arrogant hunters, after which she added that she would really like to get his autograph. The door to the lecture room swung open and the president's aide walked in. The president stood right behind him, and his assistant pointed his finger at June and shouted that he had indeed come for basic training. The president apologized to the lecturer and said that he had come there on very important business. Jun thought the president should have realized that he didn't like to attract attention. Adrian approached the desk and loomed over the hero. The other civil servants asked what this guy had done wrong. The president apologized to Mr. June for his sudden visit. At that very moment, the civil servants in the audience turned into little children who had just realized that the very same civil servant was standing in front of them. Jun exhaled heavily. It seemed he wouldn't be able to listen to the rest of the lecture. He stood up and walked towards the lecturer, apologized, and asked permission to leave. The lecturer was puzzled as to how he could refuse such a person, but just in case he allowed him to do so. The entire lecture hall watched the men with surprised glances, and the group headed to the president's office. The girl sitting next to him couldn't believe that it was Jun himself sitting next to her, and she thought that he was just a handsome and strange guy. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone to ponder the recent scene. Jun informed the president that if he did so, their cooperation could be difficult. Adrian apologized again, but the entrance ticket was so important that he simply had no choice, and he also promised to apologize to all the spectators for this scene. Jun watched him closely. It seemed that he still understood his words, but something needed to be done to prevent this from happening again. Adrian opened the door to his office. He knew that such an appearance would cause inconvenience, but there was simply no other way out. The Behemoth Guild members, who had just returned from the center, were already sitting in the office. Chloe looked at June in surprise and did not understand why an ordinary person came to meet them, while Jonathan knew the person who entered very well. The Sword Emperor jumped up to the manager and began to shake his hand. He had no idea that Jun was the person who found the entrance ticket. Moreover, no one knew that the entrance ticket could be located in a completely different rift. Chloe asked Ricky if he was going to stand up and say hello properly. He turned the entrance ticket over in his hands. Did everyone really think it was genuine? The president shouted at him, asking him to stop immediately and apologize to Jun. But he just called him a lanky guy and added that if he was lying, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him so easily. Adrian screamed even louder, his behavior crossing all boundaries. Jonathan and Chloe also tried to calm their partner down and apologized to Jun. Jun chuckled. Ricky looked like a low-class bandit at the Muram market. The hunter began rolling up his sleeves and filling them with mana. He was infuriated by the fact that while Jonathan was talking, someone was allowing themselves to laugh, after which he himself began to laugh, noting that civil servants always hide behind the backs of hunters, and therefore do not know what pain is. Ricky offered to personally demonstrate to the civil servant how scary he was and pointed a gun at him. The tip of the spear stopped a couple of centimeters from Jun, but he did not move. Ricky asked him if he was beginning to understand who he was trying to fool, after which he put away the weapon, patted him on the shoulder and asked him to relax because he would not hit a government employee. Adrian watched Ricky's disgusting behavior and didn't know what to do at the moment. Ricky stretched and said that now he also had to deal with re-educating scammers. Jun turned to the president and told him that he had raised his puppy too poorly. Chloe and Jonathan froze. On the one hand, Ricky really behaved terribly. On the other hand, these words would lead to a new conflict. Ricky became furious and asked if Jun wanted to die at the hands of this puppy. He just smiled in response. He was sure that this guy would not be able to cope with his strength. Ricky froze. He didn't understand what was happening to him and couldn't move. Jun released another wave of mana, and the hunter fell to his knees in front of him, after which he began to choke and with his last strength begged for mercy. The hero said that he would let him get away with it, but asked him to remember that there would be no second time. The manager walked around him and sat down on the sofa, while Chloe tried to bring her partner back to his senses. Jonathan was shocked. This guy subdued an S-rank hunter with just energy. Jun asked if he could hear the reason for his invitation here. Adrian knew that the hero didn't like long, convoluted conversations, so he said it directly. He was asking to become a member of his squad to attack the center. Without any hesitation, Jun replied that he would not join the attacking force. The president knew it was pointless to fight him, so he simply thanked him for the entrance ticket. And he handed him an envelope as a token of gratitude for everything he had done for the academy. Jun was even more upset because civil servants are fired if they take bribes. Adrian waved his hands and tried to assure him that this was not a bribe, but simply gratitude. However, Jun still wanted to maintain good relations with the Hunter Academy. He asked that from now on, no matter what request he made, the president would give his consent. Jonathan understood that these words meant that in the future he would effectively become the head of the Hunter Academy. Adrian agreed to this request, despite the outrage of the Behemoth Guild, but he asked to promise him something in return. Jun listened to him attentively. Currently, many hunters have perished in the rift, and the center boasts a level of difficulty that is incomparable to a normal rift. He asked him to prevent the needless death of hunters at least in the center. Jun replied that he would do his best to achieve this. Adrian clapped his hands and promised to fulfill any request he might make. The hero stood up. The rest could be discussed later, but he needed to return to training. He further asked to refrain from actions that could harm other people and left the office. Everyone in the office exhaled heavily. This meeting turned out to be really tense. The president leaned back in his chair and asked them if they had seen the latest news. After all, just before them was Jun, who became a commander in an S-rank rift and single-handedly dealt with a boss monster. Moreover, it took him less than a minute to kill this very boss. Chloe tensed up and asked the president if he was really human. Jonathan was literally tearing his hair out, because at their first meeting he was giving him advice and asking him not to be upset that he didn't have mana. Jun, unlike the others, was only worried about missing part of his afternoon classes. He entered the auditorium where there was no one. It seemed like everything was already over. The lecturer finally saw him and said that since he had gone out on urgent business, no one expected him to return. Jun apologized for the situation during the lecture, but the lecturer replied that it was no big deal, especially since he had graduated with the president's approval. The hero bowed deeply to him and thanked him for his understanding. The lecturer handed him a box. It was a random box that is given to training participants. It mostly dropped F-rank items, so there wasn't much hope. Kate was already waiting for him in the corridor, simply glowing with happiness. He asked how long the girl had been waiting for him. She said that she had just arrived and started rummaging through her purse. Kate pulled out a hunter evaluation form and declared that thanks to it, she was now a B rank. June was happy for his employee, but noted that this was all the fruit of her efforts. All the business at the academy was finally done, and they went to have lunch together. After lunch, spent in pleasant company, June went home. The entire household gathered around the box that June had received during his training. The hero offered to open the box for Jill, but the girl refused. She had already opened them several times, but due to her shitty hands, she only got the lowest ranking items. Yoji burst out laughing and kept saying over and over that she had crap hands, and the girl ran after him, screaming that the expression meant bad luck, not what he thought. June decided not to hesitate and opened a random box himself, which began to emit a red light. Jill noted that there should at least be a yellow light, otherwise it's a dud. Suddenly the box began to gain strength and glow even more. The light changed to a light blue and enveloped the room, something Jill had never seen before. But the light did not stop and continued to change, now becoming purple. They say that if you get a blue one, it means an unexpected turn in life. But purple is the level of the 9 o'clock news. Jill asked if her father was being too indifferent to what was happening, but he only noted that it all looked good. Music began to play from the box, and a voice announced that a spiritual heritage had been discovered. June didn't understand whether this was good or bad, because he didn't feel any special power. He held a beautiful emerald book in his hands, and the status window indicated that it was an encyclopedia dedicated to the center, which, as the study progressed, would increase anti-magic power. Jun thought about it. It was strange that he received a spiritual legacy dedicated to the center. If we are talking about the same center, Nergis said that dragons were born in the center. Jun turned to Yoji and asked if he knew what it was. The dragon didn't. He gave him a nasty look, suspecting him of hiding something, but the dragon really didn't know. Carciel also clarified that he knows nothing about the center. He was definitely born there, but he doesn't remember anything. Jill said that this box usually drops items up to S rank, and she hasn't heard anything about legacy items. Carciel thought that this was the first time he had seen the gentleman so interested in something. Is the owner really going to go to the center? Yoji lost interest in the book, as it was not something edible, and decided to go to bed. Jill went after him because he had promised to brush his teeth before going to bed that night. June stood up and stated that he would make sure the teeth were brushed. At that very second, Yoji clung to Jill and shouted that he was ready to brush his teeth and wanted to do it with her. But June took him by the wings. For today, this task will be done together with the main owner. The hero picked him up and headed to the bath, while Jill and Carciel wished him luck. The next morning, the dragon sat in front of the TV and was indignant that all the dramas lately were the same. Yoji was even more indignant and asked the writers to come up with something new, continuing to switch channels. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the sound of the front door lock opening. Carciel noted that the younger master was currently studying, and the older master never returned so early. So could it be that thieves had come to visit them? Yoji flashed his fangs. He hadn't exactly relieved the stress of brushing his teeth last night. The door opened. The dragon screamed that he would bring justice upon the thief and flew towards him. Suddenly, he crashed hard into the hand of the one who had just burst into their home. It was June, who was very curious about what this dragon was doing again. But what interested him most was his words about yesterday's stress. The hero squeezed his muzzle a little harder, and the dragon screamed that he didn't mean anything bad. While Jun continued to hold Yoji, Carciel calmly walked out into the corridor and bowed to his master. The three of them finally made their way to the kitchen, Yoji wondering why he had returned from work so early. And without waiting for an answer from the owner, he began to shed tears because of his dismissal. Jun reassured him that it wasn't like that. He just had a business trip to Kanwodo that evening and he came to pack his things. Carciel only listened attentively to their dialogue, not daring to interrupt it. Jun said that he would cook a little later, but for now he would go and clean up. He decided to start with his bedroom, but when he looked in, he realized that it was perfectly clean. Then it was decided to forget about cleaning and at least do the laundry. But after the hero looked into the laundry room and this business was completed, Carciel said that when the senior master goes to work, the junior master does all the housework and goes to school. June knew that Jill was very different from ordinary schoolgirls, but he didn't expect it to be so different. Then there was only one thing left for him to do, cook. June had almost finished dinner, and Jill had finally returned home. He tried a spoonful of what he had prepared and was glad that the girl was home. Jill was shocked. She didn't expect her father to come home so early. June said that he was going on a business trip that evening, so he decided to cook dinner. The girl sat down at the table and wished everyone a bon appetit. He also wished her bon appetit and asked why she didn't ask for pocket money. The girl said that she had already received pocket money. Last month, he had given her as much as 720,000 won. Jill said she bought a vacuum cleaner and a dryer and started reporting her grocery expenses. June interrupted her. This was money for living, but he meant personal money that she would spend on herself. He explained, for example, that she might need money to go out with friends. Jill replied that she preferred spending time at home with Carciel and Yoji. June only added that sometimes you need to have fun with the guys to find friends and asked her to be sure to let her know if she needed personal money. After which he threw on his coat, took his bag, and announced that it was time for him to leave. Yoji was drooling because now the master's food was his food. He gloated over Carciel because he couldn't understand his joy since he only ate food, but Carciel had already disappeared from his place. June was walking through the area when suddenly someone behind him shouted for the owner. He didn't think it was his name being called, but he decided to turn around anyway. A girl ran after him and asked him to go on the trip together. The girl finally caught up with him and stopped in front of him. She asked the owner to take her with him. June looked closely at the girl and did not understand who she was. A little girl with purple hair and pink eyes revealed that she was Carciel. The dragon added that he didn't like the image because it was uncomfortable, but he felt it would attract less attention. The crowd continued to watch as the little girl called the man master. June noticed the displeased looks of those around him, who were watching them closely. He hugged Carciel from behind and suggested that they first move to another place. At that moment, a heavy male hand fell on June's shoulder and stopped him. The man said that his place was at the police station, but the hero tried to convince the man that all this was not what it seemed. But the man was not reassured by these words. He asked him to follow him calmly since he did not want to shed blood in front of the child. He held June by his coat and said that if the girl had not been there, he would have died at his hands long ago. A child's hand squeezed the huge man's throat with force. The girl was interested in how the pathetic little man could be so impudent in his conversation with his master. June asked Carciel to stop, but he was sure that the man had crossed the line. The hero exhaled heavily. If they stayed here, everything would only get more complicated. He decided to take matters into his own hands and picked up Carciel to leave. Jun looked at the stunned residents. He understood that all this looked strange, but it was not what everyone thought and assured that they could rest assured. He hailed a passing taxi and quickly left the place. Getting into the car, he asked to take them to Mount Sode. The driver quickly drove off. A couple of hours later, they were already there. June paid, and they left. Carciel was indignant about the cost of the taxi because they were driving slowly, and with the money they paid, they could have bought a lot of food. Jun asked him to calm down and noted that while he was in this state, he should not call June master. The dragon was scared. He didn't want his owner to kick him out of the house. The hero reassured him, as he had no intention of kicking him out, and then turned his attention to the happy father and son. He turned to Carciel and asked him to call him dad while he was in the form of a girl. This was the only way to avoid misunderstanding if someone overheard their conversation. Carciel beamed and said that he would be happy to call June his dad. Jun suggested they have a snack before they entered the rift, but Carciel was upset because he hadn't brought any food with him. But if he had eaten dog food like that, Jun would definitely have had to go to the police station. So he suggested having a snack at a diner that was nearby. Jun ordered them a bowl of ramen, which they never ate at home. Jill had forbidden them from eating such food because it was unhealthy, so they had one chance to try it right now. The hero didn't know if Carciel would like ramen, since at home he only ate kibble. Carciel was delighted with the flavors that unfolded in his mouth. June smiled contentedly. June decided to ask why the dragon went after him, since due to the current situation he could not find out right away. Carciel asked in return whether June was planning to go to the center alone, and after June confirmed his suspicions, he began to raise his voice, because it was dangerous even for him. Carciel pounded his fists on the table. He knew that there was some terrible force inside the center, but he couldn't remember what it was. Jun stroked the girl's head and thanked her for her concern, but he really could go there alone. But Carciel said that if Dad got hurt, everyone would be sad, so he would go with him and protect him. June agreed to go together, suggested finishing the ramen and heading to the center. 30 minutes later, they reached the entrance to the center on Mount Sode. It looked truly enormous, but neither of the two were going to hesitate before entering. And now they were already flying into a huge hole, not knowing when their fall would end. They landed, and June realized that this was where they went before entering the real entrance of the center. Everything around looked quite peaceful, given the stories of the Behemoth Guild. June said that since they were going to enter the real entrance today, Carciel would need something. He gave him an entrance ticket and said that everything would be clear when they got to the right place. But the words about the monsters appearing unexpectedly were true, because behind them stood a huge blue titan. Carciel shouted at his master to hide behind his back. He wanted to deal with this monster himself and released fire from his paws. June asked him to wait a little and grabbed him right by the fiery paw. The dragon begged to let go of his hand as it might melt. Dark blue clouds of mana swirled around June. He asked Carciel not to worry about the monsters, clenched his fist, and a handle began to form there. He had some things to figure out this weekend, and it would be best if he quickly figured it out on his own. He delivered a powerful blow and cut the titan in half. The enormous undertaking collapsed, raising a huge column of dust. It even seemed to June that he had overdone it a little with the force of the blow. Vibrations from the force that had been released here began to travel through the water in the rift. The water fairy sensed this. Could it be that someone new had entered the center? If she could sense his energy even here, it meant this challenger was quite strong. She thought that she was just bored, and finally a strong toy appeared after a long time. Carciel asked June where the entrance they were looking for was. June replied that, judging by the energy he felt, they were almost there. In the distance, they saw a red gap in the bushes. It seemed that was exactly where they needed to go. Carciel overtook his master and declared that he would go and check first. Suddenly, something strange caught the dragon's attention. There was a man lying in front of the entrance. It seemed he was badly injured and needed help. June opened a book he had recently received from a random box. He found a similar illustration in a book and clicked on it. Then he pointed his finger at the target, and the book reported that information about human hell had just been downloaded. The book opened with a description of a trap plant that takes the form of a human and attacks when approached. He received the status of a spirit world traveler and was granted additional anti-magic power. The hero thought that it would be very nice to get information by filling out this book, but he had too little time. Carciel pressed himself against him and could not move. With every movement of this trap plant, it hid more and more behind its owner. The dragon asked June if he was afraid to be here. The guy dropped to one knee and stroked the dragon's head. It seemed like he was genuinely scared. He asked to tell him if he was afraid, and then he would take him home. The dragon asked if they were to go together, whether he would be a burden. June reassured him that everything was fine and he would take care of everything himself. He extended his hand to him and asked if he would go with him. Carciel put his paw in his hand and agreed to go. The dragon held his owner by the hand and hovered in the air so that he would not bend over. Suddenly he began to feel very strange. His body was slowly becoming heavier and heavier. June also felt that he had to put in more and more effort to hold the dragon. Carciel's speech became slower. He said that he should not lose consciousness. Immediately after these words, his body went limp and he hung in June's arms like a plush toy. There was nothing to do. June took the dragon like a backpack and headed further into the center. They were located on the first floor of the center, which consisted of several islands connected to each other and having a single center with a cell. Carciel came to his senses. He felt very warm, and he thought that he could sleep a little longer. But realizing what had happened, he jumped up because he had absolutely accurately entered the center. He turned to the owner, who was sitting in a chair, and asked what he was doing. Jun explained that he was told to catch the artifact with a fishing rod, so he was fishing. Carciel was surprised and asked what kind of impudent idiot dared to give orders to the master. The hero explained that this was not an order, but something like a test, and then asked how the dragon was feeling. The dragon felt much better than usual, perhaps because he was born in the center, and because of this, his energy was strengthened. He asked if it would be quicker to go into the water and retrieve the artifact. But Jun was told that the artifact would disappear if he went into the water himself. In addition, the hero waited for the dragon to wake up and was afraid to wake him up with noise. Carciel didn't understand what could be noisy about fishing, and Jun began to slowly fill the rod and hook with mana. The dragon noticed that the water suddenly began to ripple, and the hero asked him to step back a little. A huge column of water rose from the reservoir, which was 10 times higher than them. Yoji wasn't sure it was possible to fish like that, but Jun assured him that it was at least faster. A fish landed in Carciel's paw, and he asked if that was considered cheating. Jun replied that he didn't use anything other than a fishing rod, so it wasn't cheating. The fishing rod began to disappear, which meant that the artifact had been caught, probably a watch. He opened a status window that said he had caught 3 artifacts. Additionally, artifacts could be combined to create a higher-level artifact, an offer Jun accepted. As a result of the merger, he received a wizard's bracelet, which increased his damage and anti-magic power. Jun showed the bracelet to Carciel and said that he would give it to Jill. The dragon was happy for his owner and congratulated him. Jun stroked him on the top of his head. The hero reached into his bag to get a tablet or a book and figure out what to do next, but a black hole appeared in the sky above the lake, as if it had been cut open. A hand appeared from the hole and the sky began to crack at that spot. Carciel jumped out in front of Jun and asked him to hide behind him. What emerged from the rift told her that they had completed this quest sooner than she thought. Jun carefully studied the creature that appeared and behaved cautiously. The little fairy said that her name was Tusitala, and that she was the assistant of the adventurers who had arrived at the center. After which she asked him to take care of her and blew her a kiss. Jun continued to silently watch her actions. The fairy was 5 times smaller than he was, so she didn't seem to pose any danger. Tusitala flew up to Jun and asked why he wasn't reacting to her. It was confusing. The fairy circled around the hero, she tousled his hair, touched his face. She wanted to finally play with this toy, because this was clearly the contender she had sensed long before his arrival. Carciel began to growl. He felt some kind of terrible energy emanating from her. Jun also felt this power, so he asked the dragon to stand behind him and not go out. Tusitala realized that she had been discovered, but she could not afford to lose her toy so quickly. And she began her theater, began to look around and shout, whether they felt the terrible energy. She clung to Jun and said that she was terribly afraid, and could not even imagine how scared the adventurer was. The fairy turned to Jun and asked if he understood at least a little how creepy this place was, after which she added that without her help, they would die in the blink of an eye. Jun glanced at her and realized that Tusitala looked much stronger than he had seen before. But then he grinned and realized that it made no difference anyway and he could handle it. The fairy began to get angry. Why did this man allow himself to laugh while she was speaking? She was literally shaking with anger and wanted to go and kill him right then and there. But then I exhaled and decided to be patient and enjoy the game as long as possible. The fairy bowed to him and offered to tell him more about the center. The concentration of magical power here is very high, so it can weaken adventurers. Therefore, a very important thing here is the anti-magic power, which is able to protect the body from the penetration of magic. And the deeper the adventurer descends, the stronger the concentration of magical power becomes. Tusitala circled over Jun and noted that he had already gathered quite a lot of anti-magic power. But even without her help, they and then Jun interrupted her and asked how to get to the very depths. The fairy promised herself that this was the last time she would let him get away with interrupting her. She pointed ahead. Each floor had a challenge. On this floor, you had to catch the monster on the central island. Then you could move on to the next floor. Tusitala added that if they were afraid of the monster, they could, of course, simply jump off the cliff. But then they would be certain to die. Jun chuckled and told her that he would be okay even if he jumped. The fairy began to grin. This man irritated her more than he pleased her with his presence. She said that Jun was her first toy in a long time, so she was patient. But this was too much. Jun thought that he had cast the line only to check whether the explanation written in the book was correct. But everything fits together. Everything written in the book is reliable information. In front of him was the psychopathic fairy Tusitala, who loved the suffering of adventurers, and right now she wanted to kill Jun. He chuckled and told her that she had apparently misunderstood something, because the one who didn't know her place was her. Jun's hand shot up. He released energy and fired at Tusitala's spear, which disappeared a second later. A couple of minutes later, they were walking across the bridge towards the center. The fairy was on a leash and was crying, asking her to forgive her because she had been too arrogant. June asked her to close her mouth because she was preventing him from concentrating. She actually fell silent for a couple of minutes, but then decided to announce that the bird in the cage was a monster. There was a huge bird in the cage, roaring and trying to escape. Tusitala asked if he would let her go now, but June had no intention of doing so. The fairy began to cry again, and Carciel grinned and wished her luck. June asked if he caught him and whether he would go to the second floor of the center. Tusitala frowned and said that it was so, when suddenly she screamed when she saw the book. She flew closer and asked if the book was a fake. But after she realized that it was a real relic, she started screaming and asking where he got it. June coldly replied that he had found it for her in a random box, took out a tablet and took a photo of the bird. Tusitala begged him to tell her more about the book, because in any case she would have to wait 5 minutes for the bird's barrier to dissipate. But the hero didn't have enough time to just wait, so he grabbed the cage. He began to pull on the rod, and the dark blue energy burst out again. It was simply impossible, but with just one movement of his hand, he removed the barrier that protected the bird. Tusitala was shocked. She knew for sure that no one could remove the barrier before the set time. The barrier fell, killing the bird along with it. The status window reported that the entrance to the second level of the center would open in 168 hours. Additionally, the challenger can choose a reward for victory, a random third-level artifact, or the challenger's memories. The candidate's memories allow the creation of a save point on the first level, but selecting this artifact will automatically eject the person from the center. June chose the applicant's memory artifact without hesitation. Tusitala screamed again. Even though the choice was random, it was still a third-level artifact that was very valuable here. June examined the stone again and said that it could stay there because he needed to go to work. He looked at Carciel and said that he had something to do at home, so they were going back. The fairy was shocked. It seemed that a truly crazy contender had appeared in the center. The exit from the center began, and June ordered the fairy to wait here, and he would return next week. After these words, only a glow remained from June and Carciel, and they disappeared from the rift. The fairy prayed that all this would turn out to be just a bad dream, and that this man would never return here again. Everything was calm at home. Jill was doing her usual household chores. She set the table, but Yoji was quite surprised that there was not a single dish with meat today. The girl said that he should switch to vegetables for a while since his belly has already grown. He looked at her suspiciously and asked the reason for the lack of meat. Perhaps it was because June was not at home. Jill said it was all for his health. The dragon was boiling. He started flying around the room and squealing that she was petty and didn't love him at all. Jill started eating dinner and asked him to be patient, and when her father returned, he would prepare a lot of side dishes. Yoji was not at all happy with the fact that he was not treated as well as the others in this house. He jumped down from his seat and said that he was not going to take it anymore. He went to the window and addressed Lady Moon. Tears came to his eyes and he asked her to fulfill his wish. Yoji asked her to make sure that the gentleman returned home as soon as possible. Suddenly, from the corridor, he heard the sound of a door opening. There stood June and Carciel, who had just returned from the center. Joyful Yoji was happy that his wish came true so quickly and rushed towards his owner. June watched his face as if in slow motion, after which he automatically took a step to the side, and the dragon flew with all his might into the wall behind him. While Yoji was sliding down the wall, Jill approached June and said that she was very glad that he returned before Sunday. He headed to the kitchen and asked Jill not to worry about dinner. She grabbed him by the jacket and loudly declared that this would not do. The girl asked to first go and take a bath, as slowly and as long as possible. She suggested that Carciel do the same, since they were clearly tired. June had already lowered himself into the hot bath, and Carciel continued to listen to Yoji muttering something under his breath. The hero turned to Yoji and asked how much longer he would continue to behave like this. He said again that he didn't dodge on purpose and didn't want to hurt him, after which he turned to Carciel and invited him to get into the bath. Yoji offered the dragon a choice, him or the master. Carciel climbed into a hot bath and asked if these thoughts would change anything if the master was still stronger. Jun asked Yoji to finish his theater and get into the bath too. Finally, all three found themselves in the water, and the dragons felt as if they were in paradise. They went out and were met by Jill with a ladle, who asked if everyone had washed up well. But the three of them could no longer utter a word when they saw what was in the kitchen. The table was covered with a pile of dishes, as if today was some kind of holiday. They sat down at the table, and Jill said that they had been working hard over the weekend, so she decided to cheer everyone up. Yoji looked at his plate, saw meat there, and turned to June. The dragon begged him not to go anywhere again. Jill lowered her head. She turned to him and asked him to eat silently. Otherwise, he would leave the table immediately. He immediately covered his mouth with his paw and accepted the order because his dinner depended on it. Jill asked what they had for lunch today. Carciel said ramen without hesitation. The dragon began to say that it was very tasty, when suddenly he also covered his mouth with his paw, because this was his secret with his owner. Yoji was flushed because the second dragon had tasted something he had never eaten before, and June apologized to Jill. The girl just smiled awkwardly and said that nothing bad would happen this time. And right after that, she started her lecture about the high amount of sodium in ramen, which can raise blood pressure. Her story took up the rest of the dinner, and everyone realized that asking her to make ramen was definitely not worth it. June thanked his daughter for dinner and said that he still needed to prepare for work tomorrow. Jill started clearing the table and offered to help him, but not to prepare for it much, since they were going to the auction. And the characteristics of the items will only be shown after purchase, so he just wants to relax. The next auction host announced the next lot, an onion with a starting price of 50 million. Everyone present very quickly raised the price, and now it has risen to 300 million. The man sitting near the employees offered a price of 500 million. Greg asked Nate if they should compete for the lot. Jun said that this bow looked unremarkable and suggested waiting a little longer. The boss leaned towards Nate again, because this bow looked very beautiful. The bow really looked beautiful. It was carved from blue wood. But the presenter hit the bow with a hammer and it was sold for 500 million. And now the moment has come to reveal information about this subject. It was a rank E Choir's ornamental onion. The man who bought it started crying. Greg let out a sigh of relief, as they had just nearly gone bust, and June had said he felt like they were being set up. The boss was surprised by the fact that he simply sensed the low rank of the item. Nate suggested simply trusting June, as he always handles whatever he takes on. The presenter announced the continuation of the auction and presented the next lot. It was an ordinary sign with something written on it, and its starting price was 1,000,001. Greg leaned back in his chair and asked who would buy an old, rotten piece of wood. He glanced at June, who had already started to raise his sign. The boss, who had already rushed towards the manager, was stopped by Nate and asked to simply trust him. June felt a strong energy from inside the tablet, and he also felt the same energy in the center. Someone present offered 50 million for this sign. June raised his sign and raised the bet to 100 million. Greg couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted that it was obvious to the naked eye that it was just a piece of junk. But June was sure that he needed this artifact. No one outbid him, and the host revealed the stats. It was an F-rank amulet that added 1 unit of stamina. Greg didn't know what to do, because they had just spent government money on an ordinary board. It seemed as if he had turned to stone and could not move. Jun said that he would buy this sign with his own money and that he shouldn't worry. But his boss asked him not to worry. Everyone makes mistakes in life, and their budget would cover these expenses. The host moved on to the next item, a strange, tattered cape worth 1,000,001. June immediately held up the sign, and Greg began to beg him to at least discuss it before placing a bet. Those in the audience were in no hurry to place bets on what June was acquiring. The presenter tried to stir up the audience and said that this thing could turn out to be a jackpot, but no one dared, and June bought the cape for only 2 million. The crowd roared, because it was an A-rank vampire cloak with excellent durability. Greg and Nate were also very surprised by this purchase. It was an incredibly big success. The boss rushed to hug me. The auction was over, and they went to the information desk to pay. Greg told June once again that he loved him and always trusted him. For just a few million, they acquired 2 A-rank items and 2 B-rank items. The boss gave June a friendly nudge and told him that they had won about 7.5 billion won today thanks to his instincts. The administrator handed them the very same sign that June had acquired first. The hero asked to draw up a separate contract in his name for this sign. Nate and Greg turned to look at him in surprise. A colleague asked him why he was doing this, because it was even more incredible than winning a series of jackpots on slot machines. But Greg's attention was immediately drawn to Nate's knowledge of slot machines. And while the guys were distracted by the conversation, June paid for that very sign. He took her in his hands and realized that he was not mistaken about her. An enormous amount of energy emanated from her. Jun definitely felt the same as he felt in the center. Black energy burst out of the tablet and began to envelop Jun. The hero did not understand where he was now, and whether those around him could see it, or only he. It felt like he was trapped in space. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and told him that he was not ready yet. He tried to use his power and create a weapon, but nothing worked. He couldn't even move. The girl said that she would now send him back and asked him to remember her words. She pushed him with her sword, and everything behind him began to glow. The last thing he heard from her was a stream in the center. Jun returned to the real world and could not move, but this time from shock. He looked at the sign again and decided to head downtown as soon as the second level opened. Time flew by and Saturday arrived, which meant the second level opened. Tusitala was still trying to cope with the collar that Jun had put on her. She didn't understand how this person could do something that she couldn't handle. It wasn't even an S-rank skill, it was just mana. The fairy had never seen such a strong contender in her life. She sighed heavily and said that with such power, it would be possible to restore the broken center and save Cecilia. Jun was already standing behind her and heard her add that this devilish bastard would never agree to help her. He asked her to repeat what she had just said, and the fairy began to squeal in fear. Tusilata turned to him with fear in her eyes and asked when he had managed to return. Jun asked to forget about everything and tell him more about the center flow. He thought about it, because what the fairy was talking about was similar to the words of that girl. The hero just opened his mouth, and the fairy fell to her knees and begged not to kill her. While she was crying, Jun announced that he wasn't even going to waste his time trying to kill her. He was only concerned about one thing: what happened in the center and what the flow was. Tusilata asked where to begin her story. The hero asked to start from the very beginning. The fairy replied that we should start with the fact that the center is now broken. And it was exactly the same adventurers as he who broke it. Tusitala said that she only knew about the center's breakdown from rumors. If you continue going down, you can reach the heart of the center, and the closer the candidate can get to it, the more power he will gain. However, with the exception of a few adventurers, everyone died before they could even get close. But there was a group of 7 people who not only got closer to the center, but also adapted to this place. And that's when the problems began. In the process of reaching the heart center, the Transcendental Masters broke it. Jun remembered the girl he saw when he touched the sign. Perhaps she was asking him to fix it. He will be able to understand this only when he approaches the center on his own. The fairy began to scream that it was not as easy to do as he thought. Before finding the real entrance to the center, there were S-rank monsters that were pushed to the exit due to their weakness. The hero asked her not to worry, because he would have to go through this path anyway since this was his destiny, and he stepped into the portal to the second level. Tusitala watched him go and wondered only one thing: why did he always speak so thoughtfully? On the other hand, it didn't matter to her because maybe he could fix the center and save Cecilia. Jun entered the second stage of the center zone and the computer reported that the recommended anti-magic power value was 1. But he possessed a large amount of this power, and with the blessing of the heart, all of his characteristics were greatly increased. In the book, Jun read that in front of him in a cage sat a Cyclops monster that could use the weapon skill. Tusitala burst out of the portal and told him that at this level he would be able to learn this skill, which would strengthen his body. She also pointed out the entrance to the subway behind the cage. If you ride it, you can meet a monster at each station, and after killing each monster, the skill will increase. The fairy turned to the Cyclops and noticed his red hands. This was the result of the weaponry that he skillfully used. After which, she looked into the encyclopedia and asked if there was a description of it there, but Jun said that it was better not to read it. These words provoked her even more, and she still wanted to know what was written there. Jun didn't resist, gave her the book and headed towards the subway. The fairy thought that if it was written there that she was one of the strongest creatures, it would even embarrass her a little. But after she saw the words bitch, psychopath, and orphan in the book, she slammed the book shut. Jun noted that he warned her that she wouldn't like what was written there. Tusitala hung her head and finally suggested going to the metro, and Carciel couldn't help but laugh. All 3 of them went down, and it seemed as if they were not in a rift right now, but in a regular metro. Jun read in the book that as he traveled, increasingly powerful monsters would appear at each station, but this would also increase his weapon skill. Carciel was interested in why Jun was photographing all the floors. He explained that he was there as an advanced team and was gathering information, and that the main team would carry out the real attack. The fairy froze. Could there really be other people on Earth as strong as him? He replied that he was not sure about it, but it did not bother him much. The hero headed towards the entrance to the carriage, and Carciel hurried after him. But as soon as the dragon's paw crossed the entrance line, a loud sound was heard, and a voice announced that only those who had passed the first floor could enter. The fairy noted that only the one who defeated the monster on the first level would be able to enter. Carciel lowered his head and said that he would wait for him here then. June asked Tusitala how many stops there were, but she frowned and suggested looking in a book. But the book only recorded what the writer experienced himself, so the information only reaches the second stop. The fairy herself didn't know exactly how many stops there were, but she shouldn't go too far, because after a certain section it's impossible to guarantee its safety. The doors began to close, and she shouted that they could only return from the stations when the monster at the stop was killed. Jun rolled his eyes. He heard what she said, but he didn't think about the real dangers that might await him there. Carciel said that she shouldn't worry too much, because his master was the strongest and most invincible person. 2 hours passed, which is usually how long it took, so the hero should be back soon. But after 4 hours, the dragon and the fairy began to worry, because the owner still had not returned. At this point, June was already at the last station and continued to collect information. While he was taking photos of the area, a monster sitting on a rock was watching him. He opened the book and decided to add the information to the encyclopedia since there was nothing about this place in it. The evil monster said that even if he fully concentrated on him, he would not be able to last even a minute. Not to mention that he was wasting time writing in a book. Jun pointed his finger at him and noted that he didn't have a weapon, so he could manage without it and released his energy at him. A huge hole appeared in the monster's chest, and as he died, he said that Jun deserved to be called the god of martial arts. For a moment, Jun stood motionless and watched the result of his skill, after which he bowed to him and headed towards the exit of the station. As soon as the train doors opened, the fairy and the dragon began waving their hands and screaming. They pounced on Jun with hugs because until that moment they thought he was dead. The fairy started wagging her finger at him, saying that he couldn't do that, and then asked how many stops he had passed in total. The hero calmed down Carciel, who was clearly nervous, and reported that he had passed all the stops. As Tusitala said, he gained weapon skill. The weapon skill became stronger, ranging from red to purple in the order of the colors of the rainbow. The more stations you completed, the higher your skill. But the fairy was afraid to even think that June would start with the purple color right away, since only the 7 who got close to the heart of the center had it. Jun was already outside and decided to try out a new skill. He released a column of mana that glowed black. The monster was defeated in just 1 second, and a voice announced that in 168 hours it would be possible to enter the 3rd level of the center. Tusitala's eyes widened. She had never seen or heard of anyone wielding black weapons. June again chose the challenger's memories as a reward, and Tusitala began shouting, asking what his weapon skill level was. The hero reported that the skill was currently at 0.1%, but the fairy said that this couldn't be, because then the color should be red. He opened the status window and showed her that the skill's mastery level was indeed 0.1%. The hero had mastered it completely, and the improvement level had now begun. June returned home, and it was work Monday again. A couple of hours had passed since the start of the work week, and Greg was already dreaming of the weekend. All morning, the boss had been grumbling that as soon as they started working better, they were only overwhelmed with more work. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open, and the person who entered shouted that he hadn't seen his friends for a long time. There was tension in the office. It seemed like everyone was not happy with the man, except June, who didn't recognize him. Nate leaned over and reminded him that the man's name was Chase. He was a representative of a small workshop and a con man. Chase walked towards a pouting Greg, who was wondering why he had come this time. The salesman narrowed his eyes and asked if they had any budget left to purchase equipment. The boss said that they had spent their entire budget on the auction. Chase cried out in fear, after which the man became sad. He insisted that they should have made the purchase in a real workshop, and he would have sold it to them cheaply. Chase didn't lose hope and turned his attention to Nate, who, without waiting for questions, said that he didn't need anything. The man exclaimed that the guy was rude, but that was his charm, and he had already set his sights on June. The salesman asked who the model-looking man was. Nate reminded him that it was the same June he had seen on his last visit. Chase couldn't believe his eyes, because there was nothing left of that guy that he saw in this handsome and strong man. He asked if Jun had used the mana supplement he had purchased last time, but Jun didn't understand what he was talking about. But the seller was not going to stop and began to take out some kind of bottle from his bag. He spoke about a legendary civil servant who gained his abilities thanks to this supplement. Chase promised that Jun would also become an S-rank hunter by drinking it, and he would sell the drink for only 20,000 won instead of 4 million. Jun turned to him. The man leaned closer and asked whether he would take one box of the drink or two. The hero whispered that the seller should be content with his previous deception and reminded him that fraud with hunters' items carries a life sentence. This phrase offended the seller. He shouted that he was not deceiving them and the drink really works. Jun narrowed his eyes and said that the civil servant he was talking about was now in this building and suggested that they go to him together. Defeated, Chase hung his head and headed for the exit, much to Nate and Greg's shock. They rushed to the savior and endlessly asked how he managed to do it. The questioning was interrupted by a joyful Kate, who entered the office and shouted that she was back. She gave everyone a bag of the drinks the men had just refused and announced that they were gifts. The girl excitedly shared the fact that she snatched up this nutritious mana drink at a huge discount. Greg reminded Nate that he, too, had been incredibly happy with the purchase when he first met Chase. Jun laughed when he heard this information, but his boss decided to remind him of his past purchases as well. He revealed that Jun spent 1.5 million won on mana supplements during his first meeting with the seller. Kate was upset. She didn't want to believe that it was all a scam. Nate decided to support her and started drinking the magic drink. Jun was saddened by the fact that he spent such a sum on this trinket, but he also thanked Kate. After finishing his workday, Jun headed home, where, as always, Jill and company were waiting for him. Noticing the bag, Yoji immediately asked if there was food in it. Ignoring the dragon's question, the hero handed the bag to the girl and said that it was a nutritious drink for mana. Jill took one bottle, told him that the drink was popular on the internet, and asked if he bought it himself. But when the daughter heard that it was a gift from Kate, she frowned deeply. The girl quickly pulled herself together and suggested sending her a message of gratitude, as it was a very expensive and valuable gift. Yoji grabbed one of the bottles and asked with a grin how this water could help with mana. The dragon had just opened his mouth to tell about the true qualities of this drink, and Jun's hand quickly caught up with him. The hero closed his mouth tightly and suggested that they go wash together. While her father and the dragons were in the bathroom, Jill quickly set the table and invited everyone to dinner. Jun took the bottle and asked why it was only near his seat. The girl replied that he was always at work, and since the drink was expensive and healthy, it was only for her father. The hero opened the bottle and began pouring it into glasses, suggesting that they drink it together. Yoji again pointed out that there was no point in drinking it, but was interrupted by Jun. Under the heavy gaze of its owner, the dragon reported that this was undoubtedly the best elixir for mana. Jill didn't hear their conversation and took a sip of her drink. She said the taste was a little unusual, but after Jun took a sip, he realized what kind of drink it was. The dragon spat out the drink and began to grumble that he would no longer drink alcoholic beverages. The hero turned tensely to Jill and asked if everything was okay, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. It seemed that everything was really fine, if not for one fact. Yoji sat there, disgruntled but submissive, as one bean after another flew at him. Jill couldn't get her chopsticks to handle the food and just kept throwing it around. She suddenly became very sad, unable to find an answer to her strange behavior. Jun, Carciel, and Yoji watched her silently. Everything was clear to them. She was drunk. The girl looked at Yoji and asked if he wanted anything else to eat. The dragon pressed himself against his master. Her eyes terribly frightened him, and he was even ready to refuse food. Jill suddenly changed her mind, slammed her fists on the table, and started yelling at Yoji. A second later, the belligerent mood was replaced by tears, and she begged them to answer why they hated her. Jun stood up and suggested that she go to bed early and go to rest immediately. He carried her to the bed, locked the room, and Jill continued screaming that she couldn't sleep until she finished cleaning. But the soft bed quickly drove these thoughts away, and she stared at the ceiling. It seemed to her that the whole world had turned into a tornado right now, and she was at its center. Her eyes began to slowly close, and it became increasingly difficult for her to speak. The girl could no longer lift her heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Carciel and Yoji sat down to breakfast together. Jill got out of bed and tried to open her eyes, but it was very difficult for her to do so. The dragons turned around at the noise coming from their hostess's room. The girl came out into the kitchen very disheveled and asked to tell her what happened yesterday, because she didn't remember anything after they sat down at the table. Yoji leaned back in his chair and told her about her strange condition. She had thrown up on the blanket. She was crying and throwing tantrums. Jill couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't have behaved so disgustingly. The dragon also clarified that the owner had to clean up everything for her and calm her down for half the night. And in the morning, the dragon told June that the girl was now useless and that she needed to get rid of such a daughter. The girl began to cry and shake the dragon, trying to find out if he really said that. But Yoji finally said that he was joking. The father called the school, said that she would be late, and cooked porridge for his daughter to eat before leaving. She glanced at the table, and there indeed stood the breakfast that her father had prepared for her. Jill didn't lose her composure and happily informed Yoji that he would now be deprived of meat side dishes for a week. Her words were like a bolt from the blue for him, and he began to panic. The dragon began to tug at her t-shirt and beg her to forgive his stupid joke. Something interesting was also brewing in the fault management department. Nate was on the phone and replied that he would be heading there right away. He told June that a complaint had come from the rift they had obtained rights to. A group of hunters had set up a blockade there and were controlling the hunt, taking everything for themselves. The colleague exhaled heavily. If a rank B rift was blocked, then there were at least 10 rank A hunters. But if something goes wrong, the department will lose its hard-earned rights to the rift, so he heads there. June had already started to get up from her chair to go together. But Nate asked that he remain in the department. His colleague assured him that he would sort it out on his own and asked him to pass his words on to his boss. The guy grabbed his briefcase and quickly flew out of the office, and June only wished him good luck. The hero decided to find out a little more information and began to explore the internet. He found out that the Ike Guild, which had many A-rank hunters, was operating in their rift. Nate could find himself in danger if he overestimates his strength. Jun thought that his colleague probably wanted to keep his word he had given in the past. While they were in the sauna, Nate was saying that when he came to the rift department, there were no senior people there. After working like this, he decided to become a good elder who could be relied upon. And even though June told him that he was already a reliable person, it seemed Nate decided to confirm this with action. The hero understood what he was feeling, but it was too dangerous for ordinary people to go into the rift with the ceiling. At that moment, Greg entered the office. The boss was stretching his back on the way to his place and said that he couldn't wake up and that his body felt heavy. After this phrase, June's eyes sparkled, and he invited Greg to go for a ride with him. The man was happy to get some fresh air and offered to buy him a coffee at his expense. A couple of minutes later, the happiness drained from the boss's face and he was screaming in the front seat of the car. Greg begged that this ride wasn't straight to heaven as the car sped along. The man held onto his belt and shouted that they had definitely been caught on camera and that now his driver's license would be revoked. He asked why he was rushing things like that, because even if he died, June would not get his position. Jun reported that before the boss came to work, information was received that the Ike Guild had blocked their rift, after which he added that it could be very dangerous there, and Nate went there alone. Fear froze on the chief's face. Did Nate really go there alone? The realization came to him quickly, and he ordered Jun to drive as fast as possible. And if a complaint came, he would deal with it himself. Nate hadn't yet entered the rift and was telling himself that no one would harm him. His attention was drawn to the sound of an approaching car flying straight towards him. At the last moment, he managed to jump out of the way to avoid being hit by the wheels. Nate started yelling about why the hell they were driving like that when suddenly June got out of the car. June asked his colleague in fear if he had already been in the rift, and if everything was okay with him. He was shocked that the driver turned out to be June, said that everything was fine, and asked what he was doing there. The hero replied that it was the boss who wanted to see the Ike Guild, and that at that moment he was throwing up right in the parking lot. Nate said that he contacted the Ike Guild, who denied everything, so he needed to go and check for himself. Greg wiped his mouth with his sleeve and lamented that he should have told him everything first and only then gone into the rift. The chief reminded them that the three of them would die if they separated, but would live if they stuck together. The colleagues agreed that they would no longer cope with difficulties alone and headed into the rift. A schoolgirl stood in the clearing, clearly scolding the hunters working in the rift. She reported that they had set up a blockade there, but the hunters assured her that this was not so. The girl shouted that only 10 people had occupied 70% of the hunting grounds, which meant that this was definitely a blockade. Why would S-rank hunters even come to this dungeon? It's obviously to pressure others. Government officials entered the rift. Greg asked that those who caused the commotion here be brought to him. June noted that the girl was wearing a school uniform like Jill's, wondering what the schoolgirl was doing there. Nate and Greg were puzzled by two things at once: why the schoolgirl was yelling at the Ike Guild, and why its leader looked like he was backed into a corner. The girl finally noticed the government officials and froze for a second. Suddenly, she ordered government officials to quickly arrest these people. Jun continued to study her carefully. She's quite loud and bossy, but he doesn't understand why yet. Greg approached the Ike Guild and asked if the student was telling the truth. The guild leader reported that they had indeed caught many monsters here, but they had never interfered with other hunters or created any blockades. He handed him a flash drive containing video camera recordings confirming his words. June inserted the flash drive into his tablet and they began to carefully study the recordings. The schoolgirl, pleased with herself, was confident that she was right and was already beginning to shine. Greg cleared his throat, apologized to the girl, and informed her that it wasn't a blockage. She pouted, wondering if these men had also sided with the guild, and its leader apologized again and finally said her name: Kira. At that very moment, Greg and Nate began to shake, and June didn't understand why her name scared them so much. Colleagues shouted in unison that this was the daughter of the president of the Academy of Hunters himself, Adriana. The men bowed low before her, and Kira advised them to prepare for dismissal. All this noise this morning was caused by just a little girl, and June said that it would be better if she went to school. Kira, baring her teeth, turned to June and asked him to repeat what he had just said. She started screaming that she would call her father and he would fire him immediately, after which she asked his name. Greg started apologizing for June and begged him to forgive him since he was still a newbie. Kira did not calm down and suggested that June speak with the president personally. The boss was in a state of near fainting. It seems their department will be closed forever after this act. The phone announced that the subscriber could not answer the call. But the girl was not going to back down. She pointed her finger at June and ordered him to follow her. Greg asked June to beg her to calm her anger because it was a matter of life and death for their team. They walked away and Adrian finally answered the phone. Kira reported that right in front of her stood a civil servant who was negligent in his duties and asked that he be fired. June noted that the president probably has a good relationship with his daughter and took the phone number. After he gave his name, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the line. Kira tried to understand why June's name was so familiar to her. Finally, the president came to his senses. He asked how the civil servant was doing and whether he had encountered any problems. The hero replied that everything had been fine until today. But thanks to his daughter, problems had arisen. Adrian began to apologize for her, but June understood that she was still young and had ambitions raging within her. Kira didn't understand why her father was so afraid of this man. At that moment, June reported that the girl had skipped school and subjected government officials to training like some kind of mongrels. The girl was still trying to remember why June's name sounded so familiar to her. Suddenly, a revelation came to her. This was the same legendary civil servant and commander-in-chief of the S-rank Rift. June handed her the phone and told her that her dad wanted to talk to her. She hesitantly raised the phone to her ear and quietly addressed her father. An explosive sound wave hit her ear. Adrian screamed that when he returned home, she would be in trouble. The father hung up, and the girl's spirit sank, as this was the first time in her life that she had been yelled at. The hero thought Jill had never behaved so terribly, and he was glad of this thought. Greg continued to wait for the couple to return, and Nate noted that his nerves could cause an earthquake. The boss shouted at his subordinate that it was impossible not to worry when the fate of his future work was being decided. Guild leader Ike pointed his finger towards June and Kira, who were heading towards them. June confidently approached them, and the girl followed him, her head hanging sadly. The hero asked Kira to apologize to everyone, and she obediently followed his instructions. Everyone froze. Did the president's daughter, known for her character, really just apologize? She felt sorry that they, the employees, had come all this way because of her. And she felt sorry that she had so thoughtlessly accused the guild of blocking it. June smiled at her and said that the main thing was that everything turned out for the best. The hero approached the head of the guild, noted that the issue with the complaint had been resolved, and now they were leaving. June, Greg, Nate, and Kira headed towards the exit of the rift. The boss whispered to June whether he had used any corporal punishment to subdue the girl. The guy sighed contemptuously and said that they were not in Muram to use violence against children. Luckily for June, the boss didn't notice his mention of Muram and they calmly left the rift. The hero approached Greg and asked permission to visit the academy for a short while. He was going to walk the girl home. Greg agreed with him and decided to go to the office with Nate. Getting into the car, June suggested that Kira buckle up if she didn't want to die. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was threatening her with death, but she obediently reached for the belt. June stepped on the gas, and in a couple of seconds, the car sped away from the parking lot. Nate noted that he was always behind the wheel, and he didn't remember June ever having a driver's license. Suddenly, Greg and Nate turned to look at each other, realizing what had just happened. They ran after the car to stop their colleague, but it had already disappeared from sight. June, however, remained completely calm while sitting behind the wheel of the car. Kira turned to June. She was truly sorry that this happened. The guy asked her to forget today's circumstances. This can happen to anyone. After which he asked why she was in the rift instead of being at school. Kira said that she didn't think it was important and fell silent. But June did not break this silence because he had received an answer to his question. The girl asked if he would ask her anything else, and June asked in response if he should do that. Usually after such an answer, they ask why it doesn't matter or whether there is some story behind the reason. June asked, like a robot, why going to school wasn't important. The girl frowned. Kira asked if he didn't care about her that much, then why take her to the academy? The hero said that he has a daughter, about her age, and she studies at the academy. He wants to meet her. The girl started screaming. She couldn't understand where he got his high school daughter from because he looks very young. June replied that she was not his biological daughter, but he treated her as his own. After which he decided to change the subject, smiled at her, and asked why she didn't think school was important. Kira assured that she would become an A-rank hunter, and that the school only taught her the basics, which she found boring. Her father told her to gain experience at the academy, but for her, it was just a waste of time. Jun said that there was truth in her words, but the president did not say anything wrong either. Suddenly, the sky outside the window changed. The computer reported that there was a distortion in the center. They stopped and got out of the car. People around them ran away in panic. Right in front of Jun stood those he killed in the center. But why were they alive? And why did they appear here? The Cyclops and the bird loomed over him menacingly, and he resolved to find out the reason from Tusitala later. At that moment, the bird began to attack and released a pillar of fire in his direction. The pillar was of incredible power. It seemed that this could be the final blow for them. Kira closed her ears and eyes. She didn't want to believe that she had just died. After a couple of seconds, she realized that she was alive and finally dared to open her eyes. June stood in front of her, shielding them from the impact of the official car. Despite the danger of the situation, the hero managed to think about whether he would have to write an explanatory note about the car, since he did not get into an accident with it. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and asked Kira to wait a little while he finished with this. Jun formed a spear out of mana and threw it at his opponents. Kira closed her eyes again and screamed that such monsters were beyond the power of even the Sword Emperor. She added that instead of a long, painful death, she would prefer to die quickly and immediately. These monsters may have been a problem for the Sword Emperor, but they were certainly no problem for Jun, who took off 2 huge heads with one blow. He just turned to Kira and asked if she was hurt. The girl called him uncle again and asked who he was. June quietly replied that he was a civil servant, but the girl was furious with this answer because that was not what she meant. The girl stamped her feet and screamed, "Can't he just go and tell how he did it?" That evening, the assistant came to the president with a report on the situation. There are no casualties. Restoration work has begun, but there is one problem. The hunter who killed the monsters has not yet shown up. But for Adrian, it didn't matter. In any case, only one person could handle it. The assistant thought for a couple of seconds, and then smiled. Indeed, no one but June could have handled this. The guy looked at the president silently. Even though everything was resolved, judging by his heavy expression, he was already thinking about repeating a similar situation. While the aide silently vowed to follow the president for life, he only stared at the phone screen. After his morning conversation with Kira, she no longer answered his calls. Was she really offended because he scolded her in the morning? For a second, Adrian lost the strength to even stand on his feet and fell against the windows. His assistant interceded and stated that no matter how worried he was about the country, his health came first. But at that moment, although Adrian was worried about the country, it was not in first place. Now the most important thing for him was his beloved daughter Kira, whom he had offended. At that moment, Kira was at a house unfamiliar to her, the house of Mr. Jun. She glanced at the phone and mentally apologized to her father for not picking up, but the girl couldn't do anything else. The only person who could solve her problem was her uncle. And until he helps her, she has no intention of returning home. Jill had almost finished cooking dinner. Carciel was helping set the table, and Yoji was completely absorbed by the television. Someone rang the doorbell and the girl asked Yoji to check who had arrived. The dragon trudged towards the door and grumbled that he had been interrupted at the most interesting moment. He opened the door and an unfamiliar girl appeared in front of him, looking over him. Kira looked around and was surprised that the door was open for her, but no one was there. She took a step forward and her knee connected with Yoji's face. The schoolgirl squealed in fear, and the dragon's face twisted into a painful grimace. The girl bent down and began to study the monster. Maybe this was the child that the uncle was raising. She took her hands away from him and said that her name was Kira, and she was looking for Mr. Jun. The dragon rubbed his nose with displeasure and announced that his master was currently in the shower, after which he declared that they did not need any goods and showed her the door. The door began to close, and Kira angrily pushed against it, shouting that she would leave only after she met with the master. Yoji also stood his ground, pressing on the door from the other side and asking her to leave. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of Carciel and Jill, who had already headed to the scene. She looked out into the corridor and asked who had come to them, that the dragon had made such a fuss. At that moment, a girl burst through the door and Jill recognized her as Kira. Yoji was indignant that the girl didn't immediately say that she knew the owner, since he mistook her for a saleswoman. Kira stood up, tidied herself up, and thanked the girl for finally letting her into the house. Jill couldn't understand why the president's daughter came to their home and asked Kira about it. She said that Mr. Jun had helped her a lot today, and she came to thank him. The girl immediately realized that it would not be so easy to get rid of her gratitude. She became wary and finally suggested that they come in and start by having some tea, since her father was busy right now. She was embarrassed that she had to bring 2 suitcases with her in order to thank him. Kira walked through the apartment and looked around. The house looked smaller than her room. The girl nimbly fell onto the sofa and asked if Jill was the daughter the uncle had talked about. Jill slammed her cup down on the table, confirming her suspicions. Kira was puzzled why the girl was angry with her, since she had done nothing wrong. All 4 turned around, because the culprit of this gathering finally appeared in the room. Jun was drying his wet hair with a towel and was clearly stunned by the evening guest. He exhaled heavily and asked what Kira was doing here, to which she asked why he was so unhappy with her. The hero turned to Yoji and reminded him that he had asked to drive away all kinds of merchants. The girl was furious. Could this man really call her a pathetic merchant? Yoji revealed that he had been deceived, and Jun finally asked her why she had come. Kira screamed that she had come to thank him. Everyone had to cover their ears from her scream. Jun took his fingers out of his ears and asked her again if she really came for this. The schoolgirl hesitated, of course. This was not the main reason for her visit, but she also came to express her gratitude. She was terribly worried and finally began to ask her main question. But Jun interrupted her and immediately gave his cold answer. No. Kira started shouting again that she didn't even ask the question, but Jun asked it herself. After all, she came here to ask to be taken as a student. The girl gasped. Did this man really have the ability to read minds? The hero began to explain and asked why she had brought so many things if she had just come to thank him. Kira decided to play her trump card and declared that if he took her on as an apprentice, she would give him 10 billion won. Jun looked at her tiredly and asked if she knew how much 1 magic stone cost. Although she wasn't yet an official hunter, she knew that he was worth approximately 800 million. Kira understood what he was getting at and asked if he wanted something else. Jun remarked that he would be glad to have dinner and have her leave. Kira gave in. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to believe that he would really do this to her. She asked her last question. Would she ever be able to become his student? A plan came into Jun's head, and he said that he would take her on as a student, but on one condition. If she attends classes at the academy and graduates as the best student, then he will teach her. Kira clarified the conditions just in case, not because she didn't hear, but because she couldn't believe her ears. She jumped for joy and shouted that she swears to him that she will become the best in school. After which, she clung to Jill and said that from now on they would see each other at school every day and should be friends. And a second later, she flew out of their apartment along with her things. Jun and Yoji were already sitting at the table. The latter was happy that they would finally eat. The hero was happy that now the girl would diligently attend school, and this fact would please the president. At that moment, Adrian was shocked by what they told him in the academy laboratory. The professor said that in the future, monsters would appear that would be 5 to 6 times stronger than those classified as S-rank monsters. It was the president's worst nightmare. Recently, they had already seen 3 creatures that only one person could currently control. The professor interrupted his thoughts and informed him that they had much more serious problems. The fact is that the center has begun to actively absorb the Earth, and this has dire consequences. Adrian, with a stern look, explained that the center had begun to absorb the Earth, which meant erosion had begun. But Jonathan didn't understand him at all and asked Adrian what he was talking about. The old man began asking with a serious look, since he had entered the center for the first time 3 years ago. Initially, the maximum rank of the rift ended at A, but after they entered the center, rank C rifts began to appear. The discrepancy value between C rank monsters is around 1,000, but this guy has a record of 7,500, far exceeding that figure, Adrian explained. Jonathan asked if that meant the more they explored the center, the stronger the monsters appeared, and looking at the cutie Yoji, you don't think he's super strong. But Adrian replied that it was true. The more difficulties they overcome, the more often the center sends increasingly powerful monsters to the Earth. And how else can you call it if not absorption? Then Jonathan asked with a serious look, "Does this mean there is no hope for humanity?" We can tell from his face that he is really worried. But Adrian replied that this was just his hypothesis for now, and when Mr. June provided information about the tutorial zone, they would think about it again. Adrian himself was worried and told Jonathan that in the end, they and all of humanity depended on Mr. June. Meanwhile, our hero was getting ready to go somewhere. Sweet Carciel told June that he would wait for him outside. June responded melancholically. It was good when Jill called him with a worried look. Jill began to ask him, a little hesitantly, if he was going to work on Saturdays this week as well, or if he was going on a business trip. June replied that he was, and he thought he would continue to work on weekends for a while. Then the daughter, with a sad expression on her face, replied that she understood everything. Of course, she didn't want her father to work so much. And at that moment, Yoji started hitting June on the leg, saying that they were going to go out to dinner somewhere today and asked why he was going to work at all. But June coldly replied that it was the first time he had heard about it, which of course greatly upset our cutie. And Jill said that she had managed to get a scholarship, so they decided to go somewhere for fun on the weekend. Jill said, a little awkwardly, that she wanted to surprise him and tell him about it today. Jill was visibly upset, but told him not to worry about it as she didn't want to interfere with his plans. And Yoji was offended and said that he was so looking forward to this weekend. He wanted to watch a movie, eat a delicious dinner. Jill and Yoji began to get even sadder. June's face showed us that he was in shock. Then June began to think about how to be a good father. And after some serious thought, for the sake of a healthy relationship with his daughter, he decided to spend time together and asked if they would make it if he returned by 5 in the evening. Jill and Yoji immediately became cheerful and simultaneously replied that it was okay, they would make it. Carciel joyfully jumped on his owner with hugs and repeated that his owner was the best. Then Jun said that he would return as soon as possible, which only made the boys happier. After a joyful morning with his family, Jun went to work. It was the 3rd stage of the tutorial zone. Lava was bubbling under Jun's feet. Heat enveloped the entire room. Jun turned to the fairy and asked what he needed to do here. And she replied that he could only start the mission after receiving the item. While Jun was asking where he could get this item from the fairy, Carciel, like a dragon, was enjoying a lava bath. And suddenly Jun received a skill ring, which was colorless. Rank 5, the number of sockets was 0, the description was a ring that allowed the use of skills. The fairy was also surprised that the ring appeared so suddenly and she assumed that it was the most important artifact in the center. But Juno was not very impressed with the ring. He asked if she was sure. But Tusitala insisted that without this ring, he would not be able to use his skills. This alarmed Jun because he used his skills easily, but the fairy just started laughing and explained that it was because they were now in the tutorial zone. The little fairy continued to laugh and confidently said that, as expected, June needed her. She flew around him contentedly and told him that he needed to catch the gatekeepers on each floor to increase the number of skill sockets that could be placed in the ring. This tower had 7 floors, so it could hold up to 7 skills. The fairy confidently said that he could give up at any moment, but it was worth remembering that the difference of 1 skill was as big as heaven and earth. However, the beautiful and kind Tusitala always says this to adventurers. She condescendingly told June to give up at any moment, so as not to get hurt in any way. The fairy continued to praise herself in a fit, repeating how kind she was and how difficult it had been for them without her, while June and Carciel watched her wearily. Then June told the fairy that everything was fine with her, but the problem was that she lost her mind from time to time. Little Carciel shook his head, and said that it was definitely an incurable disease. Then he asked her to come to her senses and help, and asked if it was necessary to kill the gatekeepers in order to increase the number of connectors. The fairy looked at June in surprise and asked what he meant. If not in order, then how else? And June at that time began to use his power and said that he had a meeting today, so he did not have much time. So if it was possible to kill only the last gatekeeper, it would save him time. The fairy became nervous and asked to wait, but June had already used his power to the fullest. June effortlessly struck the gatekeepers with furious force. The fairy hysterically asked June to be like all normal people. In front of Jun lay a huge snake. He was informed that he had won first place in the third stage of the tutorial, and was asked if he wanted his achievements to become public knowledge. June, of course, refused. Suddenly, the ring began to glow. This is how the strengthening of the ring began. After the strengthening was completed, he was asked to return to the lobby on the third floor. Tusitala was very surprised that they had already finished. She asked if they were going back to the third floor. June answered yes. The upgraded skill ring had 7 sockets. Center treasure rank. The fairy was shocked and started screaming loudly. How did he manage to upgrade the ring so much? June wasn't impressed, and Cutie Carciel snapped, saying she acted like she knew everything, but in reality, there was a lot she didn't know. This, of course, angered our little diva, but Carciel was only amused by her reaction. June calmly told Carciel to quickly return home. They quickly ran away, and the fairy was left alone and continued to demand that they explain how the ring turned black. It was 5 o'clock in the evening, as June had promised, and he had returned to spend time with his family. Yoji had already started eating actively, and June had asked what movie they wanted to watch today. Jill suggested the most popular movie that everyone was talking about right now. Then June agreed to go see it. Jill happily hugged him. A huntress was walking behind the boys, and seeing Jill hugging June, she decided that she was his girlfriend and became very upset. Kate thought June had been flirting with her all along, a distorted memory that flashed past. The girl became seriously angry and even activated her firepower, which frightened people passing by. She said that betrayal only leads to death. She grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked in a creepy voice how he could do this to her. His good attitude towards her was just a lie. The girl asked if he considered her a simple toy. With tears in her eyes, she told the guy that she was truly disappointed in him. But when the guy turned around, it turned out that it was not June and Jill, but completely different people who were in shock from what had happened. The guy was still in shock, but his girlfriend was already starting to get angry. She asked if he had met both of them. Then the guy got really scared and quickly replied that he didn't even know this girl. But the girl's anger could no longer be stopped. To the guy's great regret, his name is also June. The guy repeated in fear that he did not know her. And our heroine, who caused this scandal, stood silently, not knowing what to do. Then June, whom Kate had expected to see initially, approached them and asked if she had come to watch the movie. Kate felt awkward and, shouting that she was sorry, quickly ran away, leaving behind June and the couple who had quarreled because of her. She was so ashamed that she ran away at breakneck speed, and Jun thought that she was practicing the technique of fast movement. He noticed that she had become much faster. Jun's thoughts were interrupted by Yoji, who noticed the guy's popcorn and asked if they could eat some of it. Jun asked if he wanted one too, and Yoji happily said yes. So June went and bought 1 large caramel popcorn and a large cola, and Yoji started flapping his wings with joy. He gave the treats to the kids, and they happily began to try them. Yoji ate his popcorn with gusto and said that, as expected from the owner, unlike others, he was very generous. Jill heard this and angrily asked what about her, whether he meant to say that she was not a broad-minded person. Jill raised her hand, and Yoji screamed in fear, asking to spare him and not deprive him of the meat side dishes. But the girl only lightly wiped the dragon's cheek and said that he was all dirty, just like a pig. Then she turned to June and said with a warm smile that the movie would soon start and suggested that they go to their seats quickly, while Yoji watched her in shock. Then Yoji thought that Jill was acting strange today, and since no one else was noticing, he decided to watch her himself. But as soon as the film started, Yoji immediately forgot about his plan and began to watch it with delight. When the film ended, only Yoji left the theater in high spirits. Everyone else clearly regretted having gone there, and Yoji had completely forgotten about his promise. And when Jill said that they were going to eat meat and asked if he was coming with them, Yoji stood up and confidently told them to follow him. June was also happy, because all his loved ones were happy. This was the ordinary life he dreamed of. They went to a restaurant and Jill ordered a lot of meat, so much that Yoji's mouth started watering. Jun looked at the menu and asked how much Jill received as a stipend, because a portion for one person costs more than 80,000 won, which is a lot. Karsiel was shocked, because for this money he could buy 4 bags of food. Jill and Yoji, opposite, were shouting in unison that food should not be saved, and Jun thought that in any case he could burn for meat. Then June remembered that Jill had said last time that she could get a place in the dorm, and he asked if since she was receiving a scholarship she could now get a place. This question made Jill sad, and June noticed it. She asked how her father was, what he thought, whether she should move to the dorm. Jill said that if the conditions were met, he would prefer that she leave. While she was sad, Yoji ate all the meat, but Jun calmly replied that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to go there, and Yoji sniffed the aroma of fried meat so sweetly. Jill was surprised by Jun's answer, and the guy continued that she herself didn't want to stay home. Jun smiled at her and said that he liked her presence too. This touched Karsiel, but not Yoji, who was too busy eating. Jill apologized and said that she needed to go to the restroom, and when she went there, Jill was plunged into doubt. At first, Jill was going to leave as soon as she was given a place in the dorm, but it's only been 3 months since they've been living together. But it feels like they've been together for decades, and she always feels peaceful and safe. Jill understood what it was like to rely on her parents, and it saddened her to think that one day she would have to move out and live on her own. But now she wants to be a family for a little while longer, with her dad, Yoji, and of course, Karsiel. Saturday, 14 a.m., June was on his way to a training trip for the Rift department. The boss was already dancing and singing at full speed. Nate tried to calm him down so that he would sit down in his seat, because it was dangerous to jump like that on a moving bus. But the boss did not agree. He was having fun. Others were also not far behind. They were drinking and having fun. One colleague offered June a glass of alcohol, and June agreed. She then turned to the hunter Kate and offered her a glass of alcohol as well. But when she turned around, she saw Kate blush and decided that she was already drunk, and then said that if she was having a hard time, then she didn't have to drink. Kate replied that he wouldn't drink because he wasn't feeling well. June noticed this and remembered that she hadn't even had a glass. Noticing June looking at her, Kate became embarrassed and quickly turned away. The girl asked her if she was sure she was okay, and Kate hesitantly said that she would feel better as soon as she rested. The reason why she behaves this way is simple. Kate keeps thinking about what happened yesterday, so she can't look Mr. June in the eyes. And this greatly upset Kate, because the chance to sit next to him came so rarely. But as soon as June offered her some water because he thought she was seasick, Kate turned away and pretended to be asleep. The girl fell for her game and said that it looked like Kate was really drunk, and June, understanding her game, said nothing. The girl said pitifully that if she had known that Kate would get so drunk, she would have thanked her earlier, and the drunk and happy boss shouted that they hadn't thanked her yet. The boss started saying that if it weren't for Miss Kate, they would have been sleeping on the street this time. The girl laughed at how the boss started exaggerating everything and said that it seemed like the boss was very drunk. Let's go back a little. To Wednesday, a few weeks before Kate got it all wrong at the movie theater. In the Rift department, the chief was shouting loudly about how they could do their job like this. The chief was very angry. And when they told him that there was nothing they could do, that the refund for the accommodation would be made immediately, they tried to calm him down in this way, but this did not console the boss in any way. He kept yelling at them how he could find accommodation during the tourist season. Meanwhile, Kate was talking to someone. June looked at her in surprise while the boss continued to swear. They tried to restrain the chief while he was shouting at all the buildings, and suddenly Kate started calling him. Then the boss immediately calmed down and said that he was not angry with her. Kate replied that she knew, and regarding a place to spend the night, she had decided everything, so there was no need to worry about it, Kate added. Kate explained that her mother was in the hotel business and ran a boarding house, she asked, and her mother said that she would accommodate everyone for free. For the guys, Kate was like an angel who appeared to save them. June found the boarding house and showed it to the others. He asked if she was talking about it, and Kate answered that it was it. Everyone was surprised, because in one night they would have spent a lot of money. Kate turned to June and sweetly asked if she was really doing a good job and asked him to praise her. But June continued to look at her silently. Then the chief began to loudly whisper to him to praise Miss Kate. June sighed tiredly, then raised his hands and said in a robotic voice, "Good job, and Miss Kate is the best." But even that was enough, and Kate broke into a smile. And finally they arrived at the luxurious boarding house and immediately began to praise this place. They were met by Kate's mother and apparently her younger sister. The mother smiled and said that she had heard a lot about them from her daughter, while the girl closed her eyes in displeasure. Mom thanked them for caring about her girl, who still lacks a lot. The guys, seeing Kate's mom, immediately perked up and looked at her lovingly. And it's no wonder Kate's mom looks amazing. She asked which of the gentlemen is June. Then June came forward and bowed, greeting her. Mom happily said that now she understood why Kate talked about him so much, and then invited everyone to go inside. But Kate's sister immediately frowned when she saw June. Nate looked at the boss with displeasure and asked him if he had just been drooling, then began threatening to tell his wife everything. And Kate happily hugged June's hand and suggested that they go into the house. June, without reacting at all, replied, "Okay." And Kate's little sister, who had been looking angrily at June before, was now furious. It turned out that the girl thought that June was a scoundrel who seduced her naive and kind sister, so she was very angry at the guy. The girl began to follow June. She watched him angrily and thought how this ferret-looking man dared to date her beloved sister. She literally followed June around, screaming in her thoughts that she would never accept this relationship. This could not go unnoticed, and June turned to her and, saying that she had been following him for a long time, asked if she wanted to tell him something. The girl was embarrassed that she was discovered so quickly, so she screamed when she was the one chasing him. Then June calmly replied that he must have made a mistake and was about to leave. But the girl stopped him and ordered him not to bother her sister anymore. June, of course, did not understand anything, and the girl continued to say that she recognized that her sister was a beauty with a good body and an excellent character. Besides, she's kind and always buys something tasty to eat, so naturally he wants to get her, the girl said. And June, still not understanding her, looked at her silently. But then his little sister shouted that she would never, ever accept him, and June thought that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. And the girl continued that, of course, June couldn't give up easily, because losing her sister was the same as dying, so she challenged him to a duel. She suggested they play a game of table tennis, and if he lost, he would abandon her sister. June, who suddenly found himself drawn into this fight, decided to have some fun and asked what would happen if he still won. The girl looked at him with displeasure and said that since he was so confident, if he won, she would fulfill any of his wishes. Thus began a game of tennis for her sister's hand. Before the shot, the girl shouted that he should not dare to cling to her sister after losing. June decided to play along with her and calmly replied that he accepted the bet. His colleagues were watching the game, and the boss asked Nate what the two of them were doing, but Nate was confused himself. And then the girl hit the ball with incredible force, screaming that this time she would show him her deadly strike, which was really strong. Even June's colleagues were shocked. She was confident and thought that he would definitely not be able to reflect it since she had won first place in the district competition. But she didn't take one thing into account. June was determined to win, so the ferret uncle exchanged his indifferent energy for professional one. Jun easily caught the difficult ball and hit the ball with even more force. You shouldn't play chess with chess champions. And of course, June easily won against her. The little sister sadly lay down on the table, sadly repeating that it was impossible, and June asked, she said that she would do anything if she lost. The girl got worried and said that she would do anything, so could he just let her sister go? The little girl continues to protect her older sister even after losing. June replied that Kate was such a precious person, so he couldn't do that. The girl sadly said that nothing could be done. A bet is a bet, and one must keep one's promise. She then shouted that she would turn a blind eye to him dating her sister, but she could never allow marriage. After these words, all three men were in shock. June asked who he was dating. The girl replied that it was with her sister, the boss, still drunk, said that it was not true. And June replied that it seemed like there was some kind of misunderstanding and said that he would never date the hunter Kate. But the girl did not believe him and shouted at him not to lie, and said that he even confessed his love to his sisters. It seems Romeo does not know what the girl is talking about. My sister started talking about some romantic scene that never happened. June sighed and said that it was the hunter Kate who took his words at her own discretion. The girl was surprised and asked why he said that he could not let her go. Then June replied that since Hunter Kate was an irreplaceable talent for their mayor's office, he said he couldn't let her go. Then June put the racket on the table and said that there was something more important. She said that she would do anything. Then the girl became very worried. The girl was frying meat with a serious face and asked June what the hell she was frying meat for. She muttered under her breath, discontentedly, that winning a bet from such a beauty as her and entrusting her with just this was stupid. June noticed that she was distracted and, approaching her, ordered her in a loud voice not to shirk her work. The girl said that she almost had a heart attack. Then June asked whose fault it was. Who was lazy here? Then June pointed to the boxes and asked her to bring the boxes that were lying in front of the bus. He said the barbecue preparations were finished, so they just brought them and that was it. Lena complained that there were a lot of them. Jun replied that she shouldn't worry because once she started, she would quickly get it done. Then Lena decided to change her strategy. Turning on her charm, she called him brother and said that she was a little weak physically and suggested making this place. But Jun, of course, didn't buy into this game. He looked at the girl with a cold gaze and didn't answer. Seeing such a reaction, Lena got scared and ran away shouting that she would bring all the boxes right now. June just laughed at her reaction. He thought that Lena was so bright and lively, and she and Jill would definitely be friends. Finally, in the evening, the party began. Everyone ate meat and drank, talking to each other. The man raised his glass and said that they had all worked hard during the first half of the year, and on this day they could forget about their work and enjoy the holiday. The chief and Nate also raised their mugs of beer and drank happily, relaxing after hard work. Then the boss asked how about a bet and said when he thought the two would get married, to which Nate bluntly replied that he would bet on them not getting married. The boss asked how he could even say such a thing, seeing this picture. Nate replied that June had no feelings and asked if anything could come out of one-sided love. Then the boss sadly replied that he would definitely like these two to get married. He said this looking at how Kate was trying to kiss June, who was pushing her away. Then June turned to one of her colleagues and asked if she could take the hunter Kate to her room, as she had drunk too much. The girl replied that it was the same on the bus, since she doesn't tolerate alcohol well, and agreed to take her to the room. When Kate was taken to the room, then Lena came and, looking back, asked June where her sister had gone. June replied that Kate looked tired, so they took her to the room and put her to bed. Lena frowned and asked if he had taken her to the room himself. Lena put a portion of meat on the table and said that, surprisingly, June had behaved nicely. June thanked her a little awkwardly for thinking that about him. Then Lena said that she thought he could get 5 points. June asked how many points he had now, and Lena answered bluntly, -95. Then Lena stared at the alcohol and asked if alcohol tasted good. June replied that he wasn't sure and that she probably preferred cola. This angered Lena, and she asked with displeasure if he was now treating her like a child. June, not understanding her anger, replied that she was not an adult. She stood up and asked, "Do your job diligently, eat and live. Isn't that what it means to be an adult?" Lena declared that in that case she was already an adult, and with these words she took a glass of beer and drank it. And immediately she got carried away. One sip made her feel sick, and she asked why she would drink something like that at all. It seemed that even this small sip of beer made her drunk. She turned around and walked away with uncertain steps, saying that since she was an adult, she had to get down to business. The boss asked June if he shouldn't take her to her room. June replied that it was her house, so nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Leon, swaying from side to side, walked and talked about why she liked such a guy and kept talking only about this uncle. Kate often told Lena about how June helped her when she was in trouble and about other incidents. When Lena first heard about him from her sister, she thought that he was some kind of cunning and evil person who was trying to do something to her. But it turned out that he was not as bad as she thought. Lena was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice how she sat down next to the rift. Suddenly, she was pulled inside. The number of applicants who can enter the rift is 3 people. It turns out that there is a clause in the rules that prohibits leaving the rift, so Lena cannot return. But Lena still tried to go out into her world, and then a huge ogre appeared who was about to attack her. Lena tried to remember what her sister told her to do in case of danger, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything. And the only thing Lena could remember was that June saved her little sister. She closed her eyes when the ogre swung his axe, but opened them because she felt no pain. Luckily, Jun sensed the strange energy and decided to check it out, arriving in time to save Lena. Lena asked how he got here. Jun looked at her and thought that it would be dangerous to leave her here while the rift was being cleared. He apologized and threw Lena over his shoulder. Of course, Lena started screaming. Why did he lift her up? Jun asked if she didn't want to go home. Lena replied that that wasn't the point. Then Jun told her to hold on as tightly as possible. Lena, before she could understand what he meant, began to fall at a breakneck speed. During the jump, Lena asked Jun to stop, but Jun tiredly replied that she should be patient for a little while. But Lena said that there were a lot of cave ogres ahead, and started screaming that they would definitely die. Of course, this didn't frighten Jun at all. He said that she shouldn't worry and he would quickly finish off these ogres. Lena was still scared and continued to scream what he meant. Lena said that if he didn't stop, they would all die. But Jun had already started using his magic, and thousands of swords immediately flew at these huge monsters. When it was all over, Lena got off Jun's shoulder and, shocked by what had happened, said that it was just a dream, because what she saw was impossible unless it was a dream. Jun replied that it was not a dream. Lena still couldn't believe what she saw and asked how he killed A-rank monsters at once, adding that something like that didn't make any sense. But suddenly, from the depths of the cave, a frighteningly huge ogre emerged with a terrible cry. And this did not impress our hero. He was only irritated by the noise that this ogre was making. And Lena asked in horror if this time they really didn't need to run. But before the huge monster could even raise its weapon, Jun used his ability again, and the monster was pierced by thousands of huge swords. And the monster fell with a roar onto the bodies of the other monsters that Jun had defeated. And then Jun achieved an amazing achievement. The useless cave was cleared in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Having succeeded in the timing attack, Jun opened the hidden part, and now the Kun of Belial, one of the 72 demons of Solomon, appears. The entire cave glowed. Jun thought that this was the same energy as the anti-magic energy received from the center. As soon as Jun touched the object, it began to glow even more intensely. And suddenly an angel appeared and told Jun that even though he was just a clone, he was able to block the light of total destruction. The creepy angel turned out to be a clone of Belial, the 68th of Solomon's 72 demons, and he said that he liked the insignificant human because Jun was trying to join his squad, and added that being his servant was an immeasurably glorious opportunity. This angered Jun. He called the clone a half-chicken and asked who he told him to work for. Apparently, Jun was very angry because his power scared the Golubushka. He realized that Jun had at least enough power to pull his body. And so it happened. Despite the angel's pleas to stop, Jun surrounded him with his magic. Lena was very surprised. She asked who he really was. Jun joked that he was a civil servant. Lena told him to stop talking nonsense. Jun replied that it was actually true and suggested that they leave. Lena ran after him and said that before leaving she would like to say something. Lena said that she should thank him, no matter who he was, from the special forces or a hidden hero, then thanked Jun for saving her. Jun smiled and said that the sudden change in attitude was a bit strange, and suggested that she behave as usual. Lena said that he didn't need to pretend to be indifferent and asked if he really came to save her to get points from her sister. But Jun said no, and said who would clean up after the barbecue if she wasn't there. Naturally, such an answer only angered Lena. She began to get indignant, but Jun replied that she had promised that she would leave. Meanwhile, in the center of the heart, in Belilal's mansion, sat the real Belilal. He read the rating and was surprised that the tutorial's rating, which never changed, suddenly changed. Besides, this is the first time that someone with a rank higher than purple has appeared, and Impelheim must be sharpening its teeth. But more importantly, Belial was furious that he dared to kill his clone. And he also didn't like that Jun called him a half-chicken. This really angered him, and he threatened to personally tear off all the limbs of this insignificant little man. It was a typical Saturday morning, the day of departure to the center, and the dragons were watching a drama on TV with great interest. While Yoji was happily shouting that the drama had a great plot, Jun suddenly grabbed him by the wings and said that he had to go somewhere with him today. Yoji asked him discontentedly what he was talking about. Carciel told Yoji that he had been spending a lot of time at home lately, so his owner said he would take him to the center instead. Yoji asked if he was going to the center with him. Jun was about to say that he had gained weight lately, but suddenly Yoji burst into tears and began to thank Jun. He even started dancing. His reaction surprised Jun, and Carciel was touched and said that it seemed like Yoji really wanted to go. Jun and Yoji arrived at the last zone of the tutorial center. Yoji walked to the edge and said that the view was terrifying. The view was truly terrifying. There were huge snakes below that were biting each other. Jun asked Yoji if he was scared. Yoji replied that he was actually the king of dragons, and he was different from all this little stuff. Yoji said that this impudent fellow dared to raise his voice at him. He was talking about a monstrously huge snake that was devouring another snake. Then our dragon confidently asked if he could play with them a little. No, more precisely, if he could deal with them. June asked him to wait. Yoji replied sadly that he was already looking forward to stretching his body for the first time in a long time. At that moment, the fairy appeared and immediately began to scream and complain that they were late, and she already thought that they would never return. June asked if she was waiting for him. The fairy replied that of course she was, because now there were no other contenders from Earth except him. The fairy wanted to confess something, but immediately closed her mouth, and a little later said that in any case, let him know that she has no one but him. Yoji looked at her with displeasure and thought how dare she raise her voice at June. Jun thought that judging by the way she immediately changed the subject, she was definitely hiding something, and it needed to be remembered. The fairy said that first he should take this and handed him something. June asked what he needed to do here. Yoji hoped that the fairy gave June some kind of treat, but June was holding a small snake in his hands. But knowing Yoji's big appetite, June said that it was not food and asked to bring the book, which Yoji quickly did. The book told that it was a colorless snake, and the number of characteristics that can be used depends on the color of the gems absorbed by the snake. The fairy asked if they knew everything since they had looked in the encyclopedia, and began to say that the precious stones must be absorbed in order. Apparently, she was still angry about the last time. June replied that he would go get them, and she should stay here. The fairy said condescendingly that he would cope without a doubt. Without listening to the fairy, they jumped off the cliff, and Jun ordered Yoji to collect precious stones from the snakes according to their colors. Yoji didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped on these snakes, who weren't expecting such a guest. Jun wondered if Yoji had been sitting at home for too long. Jun thought that a moderate walk wouldn't hurt him. Apparently, that's what he meant by a walk. Yoji was enjoying fighting the snakes. Then Jun decided to buy a book called How to Be a Pet Owner. As soon as he got home, and cutie Yoji was happy, he collected all the stones and asked Jun if that was enough. Jun praised Yoji, who proudly said it was nothing, and Jun began feeding the snake pebbles. Then he asked if there were any more snakes. Yoji answered no, but Jun still decided to check personally and rose up, hitting the fairy as he flew. Having risen to a height, they saw either a snake or a rock in the shape of a snake, but Jun felt a strange energy from it. Ouroboros. A snake, representing the place where the fourth stage of the tutorial zone is located. It was a mythical creature that even Tusitala didn't know about, and Jun didn't know what it was either. But Jun knows one thing. This creature must be killed. Jun took out his sword and immediately dealt it several blows. Tusitala was shocked and asked how he knew about the existence of this creature, since even she did not know about it. But Jun and Yoji ignored Tusitala again, which of course made her angry, and they did not pay attention to her because the snake suddenly began to move, and then it turned into a bracelet. Yoji said that if it was red it would be cooler, but Jun replied that red is the weakest color. The current possible activity of the snake is all colors. The skill level is 100%, but the main thing is that Jun completed the tutorial. Having fulfilled all the hidden conditions, Jun received the amulet of the center. It allows him to teleport to the place he remembered. Yoji said a little embarrassedly that he thought he had done a good job today on an important matter. So he thought that it would be possible to go to that restaurant again and eat beef when suddenly there was a noise. Yoji thought it was Jun and said that he just suggested going there. Jun replied that it wasn't him, there was no need to make a fuss. But now it is important to understand this earthquake. Suddenly a huge black hole appeared and long red smoke began to emerge from it. Suddenly the fairy changed her tone and congratulated Jun for opening the entrance to the first floor of the center. Yoji started joking that the fairy, seeing how her master was fighting, thought that if she showed off, it would be the end for her, and decided to change her behavior. Tusitala got angry again and started shouting that that wasn't the issue. It was just a formality for those who had completed the tutorial, so there was no need to show off. Jun asked if he should come back in a week this time too, but the fairy was busy because she was teasing Yoji. But then she calmed down and replied that this was not necessary. In the case of the tutorial, this was done to avoid clashes with applicants from other dimensions. And starting from the first floor of the center, he will coexist with applicants of all dimensions. Jun asked with which other applicants. Then the fairy snapped her fingers and said that, to be more precise, we were talking about applicants from the so-called copies of the Earth. After the fairy clicked, several planets appeared, and the fairy continued that in the center is the Earth from which they came. The planets revolving around are other planets created by copying the Earth. Some of them have places identical to places on their land, but there are also completely different ones. The pretenders who came from the copies also have a human appearance, but this does not mean that they are not real. They are truly living people. This didn't impress Jun at all, and he simply replied, understandably. But Tusitala was shocked by his reaction, or rather, the lack of reaction. So the fairy started to circle around Jun and say that usually people feel sick or even lose consciousness when they find out about this. But Jun replied that it wasn't that surprising. Jun summoned his sword and added that even taking all the skills and other things from life was unrealistic from the very beginning. Then the fairy lost her patience and shouted, "He is not too frivolous, because when he enters the center where different dimensions are mixed, he will not be able to return to Earth." It seems the fairy just blabbed. That's right. The fairy said something she shouldn't have said, so she quickly closed her mouth in fear. Jun calmly asked if he wouldn't be able to come back, and Yoji started screaming in horror that he really wouldn't be able to eat delicious chicken anymore. The fairy began to scold herself. In her thoughts, she said that she had gone crazy, because he was the only one who could save Cecilia and who would now go to the center. Yoji became dejected on Jun's shoulder. Tusitala also began to feel sad and scold herself, and only Jun calmly looked at them, not understanding why the fairy suddenly began to feel sad. Jun was calm because he had an amulet that allowed him to return to the place he remembered. But the fairy doesn't know that he has an amulet. But Yoji should have known about the amulet. But apparently he was too upset that he wouldn't be able to eat spicy chicken that he completely forgot about it. Yoji asked Jun not to go there because then they wouldn't be able to eat the stew. Jun patted him on the head and told him not to worry. Yoji immediately asked happily if that meant they wouldn't go there. But Jun replied with a smile that they would go. Then Yoji began to fidget and shout that he didn't want to, and asked that they call him a lawyer. Then Jun turned to Tusitala and said that he would return soon, then immediately began to fall, taking Yoji with him, and the fairy screamed that she had told him that he would not be able to return. And suddenly she realized that she had not yet managed to explain anything. Then she scolded Juna after her for asking him not to act rashly. They continued to fall for a while, and Yoji kept screaming. Jun told Yoji that he was being too loud and that he should be quiet, and Yoji kept screaming how much longer they were going to fall. Jun replied that they were almost there, and then a notification appeared that the status window being used was blocked, and the status window for use in the center was activated. The snake on Jun's hand began to glow. Jun's characteristics will be shown in his status window. Jun was shown his current stats, and compared to his original status window, his stats were definitely weaker. But since it's a black window, the stats are definitely not equal to just a 5, Jun thought as they landed. Yoji started looking around in surprise, asking where he was. Jun thought that since they were open, he could just register the skills. Then he put on the ring and registered the skills Heavenly Demon Spiritual Technique, Pocket Watch, and True Jin Armament. And due to the artifact's effect, the skill's power increases. Jun decided to leave the skill slot blank for later, when someone asked if this was the first time a newcomer had appeared in 10 years. The man suddenly appeared behind Jun and said that he was glad to meet him and added that his level of mastery. And Jun, of course, didn't understand anything. He asked what the man was talking about, and this alerted the man. He took out his spear and asked before entering the center. He didn't listen to the explanation. He said that if you catch a monster or a challenger like yourself, a gem will drop that will increase the level of mastery of the status window. Jun asked coldly, "So what?" Then the man got angry and asked, "What do you mean?" "So what?" Then stated that he would absorb the gem that was left behind and become much stronger. The man's impudence angered our dragon, and he began to laugh terribly. The man, not knowing who was in front of him, asked who this cutie was. At first, the man laughed at Yoji, and when Yoji asked if he knew how to make spicy chicken, he didn't answer. The man's face changed from a grin to horror as Yoji turned into his true form, even though he continued talking about food, and the man began to shake with fear. The man asked who he was, and Yoji, with tears in his eyes, replied that he was the king of dragons. He was the one who explored all the delicacies of the world. He was the one who was left without Jill's cooking, and now he had nothing to fear. And even though he wants to swallow this impudent fellow right now, if he knows how to cook delicacies, then he will spare him. June couldn't resist and took out his amulet, saying that with this they could go home, and Jill said that she would make braised ribs today. Yoji immediately stopped crying and asked why he was only telling him this now. He turned into his sweet self and said that he thought he would never be able to taste braised ribs again and would live on nothing but grass like spinach for the rest of his life. Jun replied that this was understood and asked if they could slowly start to leave. Yoji didn't understand, and then Jun added that he was talking about the people who were there. Yoji turned around and looked at the rocks, saying that there was no one there. Then Jun asked if they really wouldn't show up even though their comrade had been captured. Apparently, this behavior really angered Jun. He started using his magic and said that in Muram, as here, the hunters are all the same. The man was horrified, and rightly so, because Jun had literally dissolved him in his terrible magic. As Jun said, there were other hunters hiding on the rock, and they froze in fear when they saw what Jun did to their partner. One of the hunters asked how he noticed them at such a distance. The other, instead of answering, only asked if it was important now. Before the man could tell him to run away, a black dab suddenly surrounded him and dissolved this hunter too. Then the others immediately started running away and shouting that on the first floor, only the red status window could be used. So where the hell did the black energy come from? One by one, all the hunters began to die due to Jun's magic. Not even bones were left of them. There was only one hunter left, and then Jun appeared in front of him. He asked if he was done playing hide and seek, and not to say that after all the murders he had committed, he was now scared. The man fell to his knees and replied that he had committed a mortal sin and began to beg for forgiveness. How about we unite and join their guild, the Lawless, by swearing a blood oath? The man suggested to Jun. A man named Sid invites Mr. Jun to the Blood Guild, the Outlaws, but is immediately refused. Jun was beside himself with anger. The man did not understand why he was immediately rejected. And then he received a notification that the Lord could not be invited to the Blood Guild. The man didn't know that Jun was the Lord, but Jun approached him and said that the Blood Union must be something like a clan in Muram, but in any case, he had no intention of joining them. After all, getting involved with people like them means becoming a bad father for Jill, of whom she will be ashamed. Meanwhile, Jill was asking Ciel that she was going to make a spinach salad instead of braised ribs today. And what he thought, Ciel replied that he liked the idea. But Yoji clearly won't like this idea. Jill asked where her father goes on business trips every weekend. Ciel became worried and remained silent. Then he quietly said that the master had ordered it to be kept a secret. Then Jill sweetly approached him and asked if he could tell her a little, and explained that she would just pretend that she had not heard anything. Ciel replied that Jun said that the younger master would be worried. Jill said that it meant he went to a place that she would be worried about if she heard about it. Then Ciel fell at Jill's feet and started complaining that it was so unfair and how could she draw such conclusions. Jill sat on the table and sighed. Carciel asked if she wasn't worried already. Jill replied that that wasn't the issue. She replied that she is very happy now, but sometimes she is scared. It seems that happiness is ready to disappear at any moment. Jill said that when she dreams that neither her father, nor Yoji, nor Carciel are around, she becomes very scared and cries. Ciel was so touched, he kept wondering why the younger master sometimes had such a sad expression on his face. So that's what she was worried about. Then Carciel took Jill by the hands and asked her not to worry, and even if she told him to leave, he would not leave. Suddenly Jun and Yoji returned. Jill asked when they arrived. Jun replied that they had just arrived. Jill asked why they had to sneak up on them like that. Yoji replied that he walked in the front door with pride, and Jill asked when he heard that. Then Yoji played along and said that from the moment she said that she just cried sometimes. "It's my soul that's crying, not my eyes," Yoji said and started laughing madly. He joked that she was acting like the heroine of a novel. Jill became embarrassed and started hitting Yoji, screaming that she never said such a thing. Yoji apologized and told her to look over there. The owner also thought she looked worried, so he bought a huge bed. Then Yoji said that Jun bought it not because she cried, but because the horses sometimes fell asleep at the table, and now he and Carciel decided to sleep with her. Yoji said that he was completely discouraged. A dragon is a creature that values its nest as much as its life. Carciel added that for him and the master, this house has already become a nest. Then Jun asked if she felt calmer. Jill smiled and tearfully replied that she did and thanked her father. From now on, if she has any worries, she should definitely tell him because they are family, June said. So Yoji and Carciel slept together with Jill. In his sleep, Yoji asked to be saved. Then Jill woke up too. Carciel asked if she had slept well. Jill happily raised her hands and said that perhaps because she had slept with them, she had actually slept well for the first time in a long time. Jill said it was time to make breakfast, but she froze when she saw that the clock was already 20 minutes past 8. In a hurry, Jill ran to the kitchen. June said that she got up early. Jill replied that there was no time for this now and he would be late for work, and she would prepare clothes so that he could go wash himself. June asked what was wrong with her all of a sudden and said that today was Sunday. Jill froze. Then June asked if she had any dreams today. Jill asked what he was talking about. June replied that he was talking about nightmares. Jill replied that no, she hadn't dreamed anything today. June happily said that, thank God, there was some benefit in changing the bed after all. Then Jill wanted to thank her father again, when suddenly Carciel and a sleepy Yoji came and Ciel said that they would help Jill with breakfast. Jill told June that he could have something light for breakfast, and that she would prepare a lot of delicious things for lunch. Carciel asked why Master Yoji looked so tired. Yoji replied that for the first time in his entire dragon life, he dreamed that someone was trying to kill him. Yoji really does look terrible, and Jun turned on the news, which said that this Wednesday at the main building of the Bureau of Hunters, the updated ranking of C-rank hunters will be announced. Based on the past year's rift hunting data, Bureau of Hunters President Adrian announced that the 1st through 30th places would be redistributed based on each hunter's contribution. June thought that he had to transmit the data to the president at the center, and it was quite a hassle, and whether it was worth sending everything by mail. But June thought that then he would ask about everything again, so it would be better to tell him personally when they met. June called him, and Adrian started shouting, which was the reason for his early call. June apologized for calling so early on a Sunday morning and said that he needed to tell him something. June wanted to ask him to come to his house. But then I realized that if they talked here, then Jill would worry when she found out that June had gone to the center. Adrian said that he could come to him and would be there in 30 minutes. But June said that he would send him the address and let him go there. June asked if he had time. The president replied that he had plenty of time, so he shouldn't worry. So they agreed to meet right after June sent him a message. June entered the cafe and the president immediately noticed him, smiled, and said that he had ordered coffee in advance. June replied that it was a bit of a hassle and asked him to sit down. The president then bowed and apologized for causing him inconvenience again, and June replied that there was no need to apologize. Adrian said that after looking at June up close, she could tell that he looked very young, like a student. Jun replied that 26 years old in Korean reckoning is the age at which people still attend university. Then Adrian said that he even wanted to introduce him to his daughter. June remembered his daughter and said that he would gratefully accept only his intentions. Jun took out his tablet and asked him to read it. The president took it and started reading. Adrian was shocked. He asked if he went to the center alone and said that he thought June would just get entrance tickets for them and leave it at that. June calmly replied that he had simply dropped in, completed the tutorial zone, and that the results would reset in a month. So June asked to tell the Behemoth Guild that they would not be able to enter for now, and added that he would send all the materials by mail. Adrian was happy and took June's hand, thanked him, and asked how he could repay his kindness. June replied with displeasure that he would tell him later, but first he should let go of his hand. Then the man sat down in his seat and apologized for his excessive emotions. Jun replied somberly that the Behemoth Guild should contact him before heading to the center. When the man calmed down a bit, June said that he had been watching the news this morning and they said that they would be making an important announcement next Wednesday, and June asked what it was about. Adrian looked around and got too close to June, which June didn't like, and Adrian whispered that he should keep it a secret. June replied that he knew how to keep his mouth shut. Then Adrian said that in truth, there were plans to make a CC rank that would be higher than C rank, and he was going to announce Hunter Jonathan as the first CC rank hunter. Jun asked disappointedly. And that was all. Adrian answered in a serious tone. Yes? Then June stood up and said that he thought he had conveyed to them everything he was supposed to, so he would go. Adrian asked him to wait and asked if June wanted to have lunch with him. He said that he had reserved a table at a good restaurant. But Jun replied that since he was a government employee, he would get into trouble if he accepted food worth more than 30,000 won. and he left, with the president shouting his name and asking him to stay. The next day, Monday morning in the Rift department, Nate sighed wearily. June asked if something was wrong, and Nate replied that there was a grade A fault in front of the house, and the loan was due in 30 years. But it looked like the house would collapse before he could pay it off. Then Jun asked if the hunter associations were involved in repairing rifts in residential buildings. Nate sadly replied that yes, but it was a large A-rank rift. It wouldn't be easy to close. There's also a small chance that this is a rift that will remain even after the boss monster is destroyed. The Hunter Bureau is dealing with this rift, so they can't even do anything, Nate said, not holding back his tears. Jun looked at the company in the distance and thought that he could ask the Mezai Guild. But given Nate's character, he wouldn't do it. Apparently, the guy sensed Jun's thoughts and menacing gaze and said that for some reason he felt so cold. Then a joyful Kate entered the office and shouted loudly that she was back and asked how Jun was doing. Jun thought that Miss Kate could handle the A-rank rift on her own now, and then he smiled and asked Kate if maybe they could stay and work overtime today. The guy knew perfectly well what he was doing. His bright smile blinded Kate, and in a loving voice she replied that of course she would stay. And how did he only find out that she liked to work overtime? Jun thought that since he was getting dressed up for physical work, it would be better to eat something light for dinner. But Kate's mood quickly changed. She asked with displeasure, "Shouldn't they have stayed to work overtime, just the two of them? Why did they come to Mr. Nate's house?" Jun replied that they needed to find out how worried the locals were. Then Nate came over with coffee and said there was no point in arguing. Jun then said that it was understandable why he was so worried, since the rift was not only large for an A rank, but also located right in front of his house. June took a mug of coffee and asked Kate if she wanted to go straight to the rift after drinking the coffee. Nate became worried and said that it was an A rank rift after all, and he had been told that Hunter Kate was growing at an unprecedented rate, but it was still too dangerous. But Kate replied that everything was fine. Because when he thought about Mr. June supporting her outside the rift, it strangely gave her strength. June replied that Nate should not worry. Nate thought they were going to such lengths for him and burst into tears, and the two were just pursuing their own goals. But Kate lied that they were all like family and should help each other. Kate pouted and said that she certainly didn't come here to be alone with Mr. June, but the guy decided to remain silent. The rift area was cordoned off. Mr. June from the rift department, identity confirmed. Kate was also ready to enter the rift. Kate asked if June wanted to tell him that he was going in too. June replied that the hunter he was responsible for was going into the rift. He couldn't just sit back. But Kate didn't believe it, and pouting, she said that lately he had been letting her go alone without any problem. Then she frowned and said that he still couldn't come here, since it was a large rift and he could really be in danger. And then June decided to play again and asked in a sweet voice that she would protect him in any case, right? This, of course, worked, and Kate, forgetting about everything, happily replied that he need not worry because he had her. Then he said in his usually cold voice that since they had all decided they could come in, Kate complained that she had fallen for it again and said that June had been playing tricks a lot lately. They were about to go in when a guy stopped them and asked if they were going to enter the rift now. Jun asked what he wanted. Then Payne asked if they could take him with them. He said that hunting alone would be difficult, so he was looking for help. The guy confidently said that naturally he would not be a burden to them. On the contrary, their efficiency would probably increase if they hunted together. Kate thought for a moment and asked if he was Sam the hunter. June asked if she knew him. Then Kate replied that she didn't know him personally, but recently he had become famous on the internet. The hunter uses the latest model of a camera connected to the external internet and uses it to broadcast his hunt. The guy became embarrassed, and Kate began to praise him, saying that he had more than 10,000 viewers and that he was an A-rank hunter, so his skills were good. Sam sheepishly said that he wasn't particularly famous. Jun said that 10,000 viewers was a lot. Sam replied that there were streamers with over 1 million viewers on their live broadcast. Then he asked them to tell him their names. Kate said hers, then Juna's. Sam noticed Juna's pass. Sam said that judging by his card he was a civil servant, then suddenly shouted, "He is that legendary civil servant." Jun immediately raised his hand and said that it wasn't him, they just had the same names. Sam laughed and said that with such merits, he would now be the owner of the building and could fly to France for lunch on a private jet and then have dinner in Vietnam. The guy kept talking and talking. Jun wondered if all streamers were that talkative. If they went together, Miss Kate would feel less burdened, thought June, and he allowed Sam to go in with them. They entered the rift and found themselves in a forest with huge trees, the dark elf forest of the A-rank rift. Jun thought that there were no monsters nearby that posed a threat to Miss Kate. This means that the boss monster is now right in the center, and this guy will be difficult for Miss Kate and Sam to deal with. June asked if Kate was ready to move on, and she said yes, when suddenly Sam loudly greeted his viewers. Sam said he was going to upload the video after he edited it, in case someone wrote that Sam was complaining about not having a girlfriend. But then, who's in the front? Kate, seeing the comment, walked away and said that she already had someone she liked. She accidentally touched June, and he asked Kate to be careful because she could fall. Kate immediately blushed, and Sam said, as his viewers can see, unfortunately, he is single. Then someone asked why the guy was in a suit. Was he really on a blind date? Sam replied that it was a government official who had come with the beautiful huntress Kate, who was standing next to him to oversee the process and keep an eye on her. Kate said that June had said that she was beautiful. People started writing that June was very handsome and asking if he was single, and Yoji was watching the broadcast. Jill took off her apron and asked if her father had arrived, saying that he was a bit late today. Yoji said that he hadn't arrived yet and advised him to watch the broadcast he was participating in. Carciel replied that he thought the owner didn't like that. Jill became worried and asked when he would return home, since it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yoji said that if they also donated money, they could ask when the owner returned. But it turned out that the minimum sponsorship amount for a voice message was 100,000 won. Yoji scolded Sam for robbing him, so he asked Jill to top up the balance for them. But Jill, of course, refused, because 100,000 won is a lot of money. Yoji began to be capricious that the precious meat was getting cold on the table right now, and if it is not eaten quickly, then everything will be lost. To tell the truth, it is the owner's fault that he did not warn and is late. Then Jill gave in and agreed. They wrote when the master would return home. Sam decided that this was a message to him, and replied that his house was far away and he would be late. Jill got angry and hit Yoji with all her strength. Then Yoji shouted why that idiot answered instead of June. Jill scolded him that it was his fault. She continued to scold Yoji for just wasting so much money. Carciel told Yoji that he should have written down the owner's name so that he would understand. Jill said that CL was right. Yoji decided that he could write again. Then Jill became even more angry and began shaking him even more than before. Yoji, holding back his vomit, said that the money could be used for pocket money. But Jill replied that it was impossible, because it was money that her father had earned through hard work, and thus they would simply throw it away. CL supported Jill and asked if he knew how much the owner had spent on meat last month. Yoji tried again to win the argument, saying that they could earn this money later and return an even larger sum to the owner. Then the sly man asked Jill if she wasn't interested in knowing when her master would return home. And then Jill found herself at a crossroads. On the one hand, she had never been an ungrateful daughter who didn't worry about her father. But on the other hand, this is precious money that her father earned by overcoming the hardships of the world, and she cannot spend it so carelessly. Then the evil side said that if they asked, he would come faster, and then she would be able to see her father even faster. So Jill gave in, and she asked Sam again when June would be coming home, and then Sam called June. Sam said that Mr. Yoji was probably waiting for too long. Yoji was angry and said that his neck was already stiff while he was waiting. And then Sam said that Mr. June said that he was going to be back in 3 hours. And the gentleman also asks if they always spend a lot of money on broadcasts. Yoji asked to tell him that this is not the case. Sam began to thank Yoji for the mission to clear the rift in 3 hours, and said that they would begin clearing it as soon as possible. Suddenly there was a crash, and Kate ordered June to hide behind her, and then a gate appeared. Kate said it was the first time she had seen such a changing rift. The inscription on the stone read that this place would become a grave for those who defied the sleeping forest. Sam became worried and said that it felt like this was the boss's zone, and Kate started to worry too. Kate thought that she had to protect Mr. June, and wondered if the door she chose led to the boss's area. She was afraid of choosing the wrong door. Sam decided to choose the first door and enter it. He said that the edge of the forest was safer than the center. But Jun replied that it seemed like it would be difficult, and that it was a system where the 3 of them could enter through one door. So, only one person can enter through one door. Kate immediately asked June to stay here. She ordered that when the rescue team from the Bureau of Hunters arrived, he should get out of here first. Kate was very persistent. She wanted to protect June. Sam and Kate each chose a door and went inside. June was wondering what other salvation Kate was talking about. June thought she should know that since they entered the rift, unless it was a rare occurrence, rescue teams didn't come to the rescue. He realized that Kate must be very worried, but June is a person who is responsible for his own life, and so he also chose the door and walked through it. And of course, Jun chose the door where the boss of this rift was. The boss was sitting on his throne under a huge tree. Then the monster stood up and said that it seemed he had a guest, and asked if he knew why this place was called the Sleeping Forest. Jun replied that he did not know, and the monster replied that the name was given to him because the forest plunged into eternal sleep those who invaded its dark elf realm. The monster said he was pleased with the name, the Sleeping Forest. Isn't that the perfect name for their haven where they punish their named guests? The elf asked, laughing madly. The elf said that he was a guest who had come for the first time in a long time, and therefore he would show him great mercy by sending him to the next world painlessly. Having said this, he began to use his magic. Jun thought that this was a dungeon that ended with killing a boss monster, and he needed to finish it as quickly as possible and go help Miss Kate. So June, calling the elf uncle, suggested that he stop there and said that he kept wondering why he was here alone. All his rumors must have escaped because they talked too much. The elf became angry and said that he would soon regret this, as he would die in fear. Without hearing or seeing anything in front of me, the other side of the sleeping forest opened up, and the status window sealed. June, of course, was not impressed. The elf said that there was one thing he did not tell. Since the barrier extended to all 3 roads, and his comrades would slowly die in pain they could do nothing about, this scared June. The elf wanted to say something to June again, but June said that he should stop there, and this angered the elf. He said that now his arrogance would disappear, then arrows were aimed at June. But June apologized and said that he didn't have time for that and destroyed all the arrows with his magic. The status window is black, activated. The skill upgrade ring is activated. The elf didn't expect this. June raised his hand, and the monster said that this state window obtained on the ground should definitely have been blocked. June attacked the boss monster and of course was able to defeat the Sleeping Forest boss with ease. Then he immediately went to help Miss Kate and Sam, who were already dying. June came up and picked Kate up, saying that he had misjudged the situation and didn't think such an ant existed. The elves didn't even get close to June before he immediately destroyed them in an instant. By activating the center status window, even if he doesn't die, he can use this skill. Pocket Watch skill. Activates only after June's death. Due to the ring that enhances registered skills, the penalty of activation only after his death has disappeared. And thus, Jun was able to return 24 hours ago. He was with Yoji and Ciel, who were splashing in the bath. Jun thought about the appearance of the guy who made it so that in the rift located on the ground, only the skills and state windows of the center could be used. Perhaps this was also the effect of the transcendental masters who stirred up the center during their journey to the heart. Since those who have reached the heart are called transcendental masters, they are not the ones who originally existed there. Then there is a high probability that these are people from a copy of Earth. The center, the copy of the Earth, and this Earth, they are all connected. Besides, if such changes continue to occur, even if the center is attacked by the Behemoth Guild, the Earth will be in danger. June and the babies came out of the bath, and Jill said she would quickly make them some tea. But June replied that he would do it himself, because if she did this for him, it seemed he would become a complete fool when he lived alone. Jill immediately became sad and asked if Dad wanted to live alone. June replied that most likely it would happen anyway. For example, when Jill gets married and when Yoji and Carciel return to their old nest, he will be left alone. Yoji immediately replied that he was not going to leave, and Jin shouted that she was not going to get married. June replied that it was her business, and being single was popular at this time. Yoji ran up to Jill and hugged her, telling her that she would then make spicy braised chicken and braised spare ribs for the rest of her life. No matter how much June thinks, it seems he needs to visit the center in person if the events that happen tomorrow continue to happen. His quiet, everyday life that he had dreamed of so much would simply collapse. June told Yoji that it was time to get ready for bed. June addressed him as His Majesty Yoji, his online name, and Yoji became frightened and asked how long he had known about it. And June replied that from tomorrow, and by the way, he thinks that Yoji spends quite a lot of money while watching broadcasts. Yoji nervously replied that he sometimes donated, but it was money he had carefully saved by picking up coins on the street. He never touched Jill's pocket money or living expenses. Then June went out onto the balcony and called Kate. He said that she must definitely live a long time. Kate became worried and asked why he was saying such a thing out of the blue. June replied that he just wanted to hear her voice and called. Then he said goodnight and turned off the phone, leaving Kate puzzled. The call lasted only 50 seconds, but for the enamored Kate, it meant that June had given her the green light. Kate tossed and turned happily on her bed, glad that June had said he wanted to hear her voice. June's unexpectedly sweet act made Kate think that he might ask her out on a date tomorrow. Trusting her imagination, Kate dressed up more beautifully than before and came to work on Monday happily. Kate asked where they were going since they had a date, but her rose-colored glasses immediately fell off when she saw that June was not there. Nate told her that June had asked for half a day off today, and a sad Kate immediately asked if he knew where June had gone. Sadness turned to anger when Nate replied that he didn't know anything, and June simply told him not to worry about the price of the house and left. For some reason, June decided to meet the president at a dog cafe. The president said that he heard June looked into the rift today. The president apologized for being late, but June replied that everything was fine and that the place reminded him of home. June did not mention the dragons that lived with him, as he did not want to give details. June said that besides, it was he who suddenly called him, but the president continues to behave like this, and it is burdensome. The president replied that he was indebted to him every time. June replied that such a difficult attitude towards him, on the contrary, was even more inconvenient. So he asked to treat him like an ordinary person. Then the president sat down and promised to try, and asked. This time he said that he would tell him about a special rift. Jun replied that it seemed like the conversation would drag on, and handing over the menu, asked what he would like to order. The president looked at the menu and asked the waiter to bring a chocolate brownie, immersing him in sweet memories with his beloved. The names of the dishes, of course, are strange in this cafe. The president's order was finally delivered, and June couldn't help but look at it. He, too, was surprised by the name. The president read Jun's report and was unpleasantly surprised to read that there was a rift in which the status window could not be used. June replied that he didn't yet know when a similar rift might appear again. He couldn't take action every time such rifts appeared, and asked if Adrian understood what he was talking about. The president said with a serious expression that June wanted the hunters to become stronger using the information he had just given him. And also, every time you go through a tutorial stage, you will need to choose between items such as the artifact and the challenger's memories, said June. June also asked to tell them that they must choose the candidate's memories, and the president asked in surprise why. Because they must at all costs obtain the hidden part called the Heart Amulet, thanks to which it will be possible to return to Earth, even having entered the center. The president clearly did not expect this. He shouted loudly that when he rose from his chair and asked what would happen if he could not get it, he would never be able to return from the center. Jun asked to listen to him and said that he heard that there is now equipment that allows broadcasting even from the rift. When the Behemoth Guild enters the center, tell them to start the broadcast so that he can see them. The president tried to restrain himself at first, but he couldn't help it. He stood up from his chair and hugged Jun tightly, saying that it was as expected from Mr. Jun, who goes so far for them. In the evening, our little family played cards. Everyone was serious, and the stakes were in the form of lollipops. Yoji looked at his cards and laughed evilly. Jun said that it looked like he had gotten lucky cards. Then Yoji put all his sweets on the table, or rather on the mattress, and said that he would play for high stakes this round. Jill and Carciel immediately said they wouldn't play this round, but June said he supported him and bet 5 lollipops. The atmosphere was tense, cold. A dagger flies into the chest and pierces it. But Yoji was still confident. He had a pair of chrysanthemums in his hands, the third most powerful combination. Seal has 1 maple tree, so unless the owner has a bright sakura and moon combination, he will definitely win. Yoji confidently laid down his cards and shouted loudly, "A pair of chrysanthemums!" He was already starting to celebrate his victory when Jun grabbed him and threw his cards. And as we see, he has the moon and sakura card, the best cards. So poor Yoji was in shock. Even after 3 hours, the boys hadn't managed to beat Jun, and he asked contentedly that they were apparently without sweets this week. Poor Yoji screamed that it was impossible and asked how it was possible for the cherry blossom and moon combination to appear 5 times in 5 rounds. Carciel said that the idea of defeating the master was a bad idea from the start. Yoji got angry and shouted whose side he was on. Then Carciel replied that since ancient times they have said that dragons balance well on a rope. June decided to make fun of Yoji and gave Ciel some candies. Ciel thanked the owner. Jill said that she would return to school. June asked if at this time it was because of the practical lesson in the rift tomorrow. Jill replied that she did well in the practical lesson last time and had already reached Class B. And this time she's going to the C rank rift, and if she gets good scores, she thinks she'll quickly move up to Class A. Yoji said it sounded fun and he would go too. Jill said better next time. Practice points are very important, so she needs to focus. And to this, Yoji nodded and said that if it was impossible, then nothing could be done. Jill was shocked, because usually he would have thrown a tantrum, cried and rebelled, had Yoji really grown up. But Jill didn't show it and said that in return she would buy him something tasty. Yoji just nodded, and Jill became worried. She thought that maybe he hadn't matured, but was just having a hard time because he looked so exhausted. The next morning, Jill said that she would definitely buy something tasty today, so they should take good care of the house. But Yoji hadn't matured at all. He put on dark glasses and was ready to follow Jill. Ciel said that if he behaved like this, the younger master would hate him. Then Yoji said that he could stay home alone. And this made Ciel think. The angel told Ciel not to go because that could betray the younger master. The demon asked what he would do alone at home. The angel said that it was better than being scolded later. The demon replied that he would not be scolded for long, but that the loneliness would last 10 hours. Ciel decided that loneliness was worse, and that they wouldn't scold him for long, and ran after Yoji. June was at work when he received a call. He picked up the phone and introduced himself. It was Nate. June asked if Mr. Nate had a cold, and he replied that he thought so. Nate apologized and asked if he could take a sick day today. June replied that he would tell the boss so that he could not worry and rest. Then Nate asked June to go to the Hunter Academy for his internship, and the boss also seemed to have a cold. He kept sneezing. June replied that he would go there so he didn't have to worry. Emily ran to the car because she needed to get to the internship location as quickly as possible. But suddenly I noticed a crowd and thought that there might be a rift there, so I decided to go closer. However, it was not a rift at all, but 2 dragons. Yoji shouted at the guy and ordered him to put it down. The guy thought that Yoji was a talking dog looking for his owner. Yoji started screaming even louder. How dare they call him a dog? Then Emily decided to take action and said that she would sort everything out. Approaching them, she asked if her kids were making a noise. Emily said she was distracted for a second, lost them and looked for them. Then she thanked them for looking after them. The guy advised Emily to be careful because the modern world is a scary thing. Yoji looked at Emily for a long time at first, thinking that he had definitely seen this woman somewhere, but he didn't remember, and decided that since she was helping him now, he should play along with her. He jumped with hugs and called her mom. Everyone was surprised and started calling her the Mother of Dragons. Emily was a little awkward, but she also played along with him. But it seemed that Ciel did not understand that this was a joke, and bowed before her, greeting her. They all got into the car together. Emily asked if they were going to practice at the academy. Yoji answered yes, and again called her mom. Emily asked Yoji not to call her mom and said that she was just on her way to practice so she could give them a ride. Then Yoji asked how much the car cost and decided to call her auntie, but Emily didn't like it. Emily replied that she was wearing about 8 billion probably, and asked if maybe he would call her big sister instead of auntie. Ciel calmed down when he realized that Emily was not the queen mother, and Yoji asked if she wanted to marry the master. Apparently money prompted him to ask this question. At this time, Jill and her classmates were standing in front of the rift. One of them asked how much time had passed since she was transferred to Class B, and she was already aiming for Class A. Jill replied that she would try her best, and suddenly someone caught her attention. It was her classmate, and he wished Jill good luck at today's practice. Jill thanked him and also encouraged the boy. The boy decided that this was a green light and asked if maybe after practice was over, they could all go out to lunch together. Jill apologized and said she needed to repeat what she had practiced. The boy, holding back tears, left. It turned out that the boy was the heir to a large company, Steve. It seems that the boy fell in love with Jill when he first saw her. The girl said that there would be more guys chasing after Jill. She had never seen anyone more perfect than Jill in her life. But Jill doesn't even suspect that Steve likes her, although everyone in their class knows it, which means she's simply not interested. Suddenly, the guys shouted for everyone to concentrate and said that the practice was about to start and everyone needed to split into groups. Then he introduced June as an employee from the Rift department, who kindly gave them his time despite his busy schedule. Jill was very happy to see her father, so she began to clap for him actively, and Steve noticed Jill's joy. Jun greeted everyone with a straight face and said that it was an honor to meet them today, and if they had any questions about the rifts, they could ask at any time. All the girls were happy because June was handsome. Jill thought that today she had to try harder than usual. She had to show how hard she had worked all this time. June noticed Jill in the crowd and smiled and waved at her. Jill smiled and waved back. The boy, noticing her sweet smile, became excited. It was the first time he saw Jill smiling so brightly. So Steve decided that she liked this guy and got angry, but he was not going to give up under any circumstances. He decided to show Jill his cool side. Suddenly, everyone heard a noise and turned to notice a beautiful car that stopped abruptly right in front of them. All the students froze, and Emily came out and apologized for being late. She promised that she would teach them diligently and until late. Emily noticed June in the crowd and asked what he was doing there. The students froze in shock again. Carciel said that it seemed like this lady was famous and asked what they would do if they got caught. Yoji got angry and said that if they hid well, how would those kids know about them? Even if they do get caught, they can simply pretend to be toys. And in any case, all eyes are now on the lady who might marry the owner. But suddenly Yoji froze in fear, and all because Jun was there and immediately noticed them. Jun said he would give them 5 seconds and walked up to them, and the dragons froze. Jill also noticed Yoji and Carciel. She wondered if they had followed her. It was no wonder that she found it strange that he reacted so indifferently. After all, it was all just acting. She was glad that the dragons followed her, but noticing that June was communicating well with Emily, she became worried. A girl with freckles approached Jill and said that the civil servant was handsome and that there was a strange charm in his indifferent expression. But beautiful people always pay for their face. They always have a lot of women around them. The type of guy who seems like he would break your heart if he became yours, the girl said. Jill couldn't stand it any longer and shouted that she didn't understand what she was talking about and didn't even understand how caring her father was. But then she immediately said that she thought he would be a caring father, and the girl threw up her hands and said how could she know that? June watched Jill interact with her friends and smiled. But then his smile disappeared and he angrily asked what he should do with these naughty dragons. But to everyone's surprise, June said they could go play and he wasn't going to scold them. Seal, a naive soul, happily asked if he really wasn't going to scold them. Jun replied that he was telling the truth, so they could have fun in peace. Just let them be careful not to hurt the students. Yoji wanted to say something, but he was too shy. So Carciel asked instead if the owner was not busy at the moment, whether he could go for a walk with them. Jun thought for a moment and said that he had sensed something strange behind the orc village. So the location had already been decided, and asked if that would suit them. Dracoshi happily replied that they agreed, and, satisfied, they walked forward, with June following them, and Jill noticed that they were leaving. Jill felt sad, and this is understandable, because she also wanted to go with them. The girl said that she also wanted to get a lesson from the hunter Emily as soon as possible. The girl complained that their turn was never coming, and the guy angrily suggested that they not wait and go themselves. The boy decided to show himself and said that they didn't have to worry about the orcs because he was nearby, but this only made the girl laugh. The girl started to mock him and revealed his cards by saying that he was trying to show off in front of Jill. The boy became embarrassed and said that he was just the strongest among them, that's all. Steve tried to assess his chances again and told Jill that she shouldn't worry. Jill thanked him for her concern, but said that she also needed to get stronger so he shouldn't worry too much. The girl laughed at his failed attempt, and Jill was already in the mood for hunting. To begin with, Jill decided to focus on practice. It's even good that everything turned out this way. She will show how much she has grown while her father is here. Meanwhile, Yoji lined up the orcs and for some reason became their commander. Seal said that he thought it would be best to apologize to the younger master for leaving the house without permission. Yoji replied that it would be enough to make a cute face, so there was no need to worry. Carciel looked at Yoji with displeasure, thinking that his dragon mind had completely disappeared while Yoji was pleased with himself. Suddenly, Jun pushed Yoji aside and struck with his magic, revealing a hidden dungeon. Carciel congratulated his master on finding the hidden dungeon so he could now get the treasure. Yoji asked what he was talking about. Carciel replied that they say that if you find a hidden dungeon in a rift, instead of a monster 1 or 2 levels higher, a treasure goblin will definitely appear. While Carciel was explaining that if he could catch him, there was a chance to get the skill book, Yoji didn't listen to the end and ran into the rift. Seal said that he heard that one skill book was sold for 35 billion. June patted him on the head and said that it was useless for Yoji to talk about it and praised him for his knowledge. Carciel said he was just standing by while the younger master was studying. June said he was proud of him and suggested they go into the rift. They came in and saw unregistered monsters. The Discoverer June can give them names. June can enter data about the Red Goblin's danger level, rank, and other characteristics. Jun then assumed that they were B rank, but he would still have to fight him himself and check if he had any other special abilities. He told Yoji to wait for him here. Yoji scolded him for being negligent and abusive, saying that pets grow up feeding off the love of their owners. Ciel said that Yoji had now completely confused himself with a pet, but June asked if they went with him. Wouldn't they all run away? Yoji complained that he also wanted to have some fun, and suddenly noticed something shiny. Carciel replied that judging by the way it was shiny, it seemed to be a treasure goblin. Suddenly, Yoji called out to this goblin, saying that he was the color of poop, which the goblin didn't like. But when the goblin turned around, he saw that Yoji was a dragon. Yoji wearily asked if he was not going to approach him, and began his report. Then the goblin quickly leaned towards Yoji, but he didn't like that he was hesitating and therefore began to scold him. Carciel looked at him tiredly. Carciel looked at June, who was killing goblins with a calm face, and thought that if something edible fell out, Yoji might just eat it without asking anything. The Red Goblin battle analysis was completed. The hidden dungeon rating information was updated. Jun thought that now all that was left was to catch the treasure goblin and add the dungeon to the map. But when he turned around, he saw Yoji scolding the goblin for having such a big bag but only one thing in it. Yoji ordered the goblin to take out everything and gave him 3 seconds. The goblin sadly took out everything that was in his bag. Then Yoji said that a merchant should never lie. But Yoji said that this was still not enough. The most important thing was missing. The goblin asked what he meant by the most important thing. And of course, Yoji talked about food. He scolded him for not having food, and Carciel felt ashamed. Then June finally approached them and asked what was going on here. Carciel said that Yoji was looking for treasure from the goblin. The poor goblin started shaking when he heard Yoji call Jun his master. Jun started looking at the objects, and Yoji said that the goblin was a beggar. Then the goblin said that he was not a beggar, and in his field of activity he was considered very rich. Carciel didn't like this. He approached him and menacingly asked how he dared to raise his voice, and it was not he who would judge this, but the owner. Then the goblin became frightened and asked to spare him. He began to say that he had a wife at home, like a bear, and 30 children rabbits. June replied that he was not going to hit him so he could calm down and began reading the book. The book had a skill effect, summoning a target that can bind an enemy when used. The strength of the chain increases proportionally to the caster's mana. Then June said that if he gave him this book, he would spare him. The goblin asked in surprise, "What about other things?" June surprised the goblin by saying that everything was fine, because he also needed to live on something. This touched the goblin because usually everyone was trying to kill them, but he took only what he needed and even spared his life. For the goblin, June appeared as a real angel, so he began to thank him and bow. Jun thanked him for the book and promised to use it well. Yoji advised him to hide well from now on and not get caught. Suddenly, the goblin called the owner of the dragons, and taking out something bright, he asked to accept this gift. He gave Jun a Treasure Goblin Company pass, which when used, transports him to the Treasure Goblin Company, one-time use. The goblin said that next time he came to see them, he would serve him the full course. Yoji decided that next time he would be able to taste delicacies and food that he had never tried before, and this made his mouth water. At this time, Jill easily dealt with the goblins. She killed one after another. Emily said it was impressive, and honestly, her mana control is worthy of A rank. However, there is residual mana in the accumulation stage. If you protect this part, there will be no waste of mana. Jill thanked her. Emily asked where Mr. June had gone. He was nowhere to be seen. Maybe Jill knew where he had gone? Jill replied that she didn't know either. The girl noticed Jill and Emily talking and asked if they knew each other. Emily, not suspecting anything, replied that she had once visited Miss Jill at home. Then the girl asked why he came to Jill's house. Of course, Jill is cool, but for a hunter of such rank to come to visit her is surprising. Emily replied that, to be more precise, she met Jill during the entrance ceremony together with Mr. June. The girl asked why Jill was with Mr. June and asked Jill if she knew him. Emily did not understand what the girl was talking about and said that of course she knew they were father and daughter. Steve breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that the guy was her father and was happy. But the girl remained in shock while Jill told Emily that she shouldn't have said anything about it. Emily froze and asked if it was a secret. So when she realized her mistake, she ran away, saying that she had to look after the other children. But still, Emily was glad that Jill was surrounded by good people, and Mr. June was one of them. At June's house that evening, Jill cooked dinner and everyone ate happily. Carciel was in the form of a child and was having difficulty eating food with chopsticks, so June gave him a spoon. But he didn't like it. Carciel asked if it wasn't for children and stated that he could also eat with chopsticks like the owner. Then Jill handed the box to June and asked him to accept this gift. Jill said the gift was inexpensive, but the watch on his wrist looked very old. She bought them on the way back after stopping at the mall. The watch looked beautiful. Today she caught orcs and got quite a lot of money. She wanted to give him a gift first. June thanked Jill for the gift and said that he would definitely use them. Then June said that he also had just the thing for Jill and handed her the book he had found that day. Jill opened the book and was happy that it was an A-rank skill book, but then said that she couldn't accept it. Yoji shouted out why, and Jill replied that she was worth at least 100 billion won. But June asked, "So what?" Jill answered that this book is so expensive, but June answered that for him, family is much more valuable than 100 billion. Then June went out when he got a call. Jonathan apologized for calling late, but he was calling because he was about to enter the center now. June said he hoped he would get good results. Jonathan replied that following discussions with the president, they had decided to make the broadcast he requested available to everyone in the world. He had originally intended to consult with him in real time, but the decision was made possible by his written report. Jonathan thanked June again and ended the call, then told Ricky he could start broadcasting. At the office, the boss was full of praise for Jonathan, calling him the divine guardian of Korea while watching the broadcast. Jun collected all the documents and told the boss that he was going. The boss asked, "Today is the day of the E-rank rift inspection, isn't it?" And then Nate said that the Behemoth Guild had finally moved on to the first stage of the tutorial. This amazed Kate and the chief. If only they knew that June had gone to the very center alone. June said that if Miss Kate wanted to watch the broadcast, she could stay here. Kate sheepishly replied, "No, how could he patrol the rift without a huntress?" Then June replied that she looked like she really wanted to watch the broadcast. But Kate turned on her charm and said that if it bothered him that much, maybe they could go out to dinner together. When the door suddenly swung open and Yoji loudly called out to his master, Carciel again asked Yoji to keep his face as the Dragon King. June asked what brought them here, and Jill replied that she didn't have to go to school today, so she was going to the training center, and she came to give him his lunchbox. Then June asked why she suddenly prepared a lunchbox. Carciel put on his glasses and said that he would explain everything. This morning, the younger master overslept for the first time in his life. June told her that she could not worry about him and go about her business. Therefore, she was unable to prepare a normal breakfast for the owner, and this tormented her throughout the day. As a result, after school, she prepared him a lunchbox for dinner in exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds. June said that he was also heading towards the training center and suggested that they go there together and have something to eat at the same time. Yoji and Jill immediately became happy, and Yoji started asking for food. Then June threatened that if he ate everything, he would be in trouble. They all got into the car and June started explaining to Kate about the rift. The spirit tomb where they were heading now is wider than other rifts, so it takes half a day just to go around it. Then Kate asked if they had a private date all day after lunch. June replied that it was patrolling. Jill didn't like this. Poor Yoji asked if Carciel hadn't said that pets were not allowed in the training center. Carciel didn't understand what Yoji was talking about and tried to ask something, but Yoji shut him up and asked if they could go with June to the rift. June allowed them to come with them. Yoji whispered to Jill that they would keep an eye on this woman, and in return they would have meat side dishes all week. They arrived at the rift and entered it. Yoji asked if it was a dungeon where only weaklings lived. Jun replied that it was an E-rank dungeon. So yes. Yoji looked closely at the drawing and said that such drawings only exist in places where Ragheim lives. Kate asked what it meant. Carciel explained that this is the Queen of Spirits. She is the first spirit and the mother of all spirits. The energy Jun felt was far above E-rank, as if it was beckoning him to come inside. It was good that they started their inspection before the hunters arrived. June thought that Miss Kate would be better off staying here. Kate asked, "How about the day starting to go back? because the Queen of Spirits sounds dangerous. Then June smiled slightly, and Kate said that now is not the time to laugh. She's against going inside since it is the Queen of Spirits. At least a monster with a name. Maybe he is even a C-rank monster. Suddenly, June did something to Kate that made her lose consciousness and said that her decision was very reasonable and that she should not forget about it in the future. Then Jun said he would go see what was going on. Yoji said he would go with him, and CL said he would protect the red-haired girl. They entered the black cave and suddenly found themselves in a bright and beautiful place. The view was very different from the view outside. June said that Jill would have liked it too if she had seen the place. Yoji said that the moment he invades their territory, they become terribly annoying. And then he added that high-ranking spirits could be very dangerous, when suddenly magic fell upon them and Yoji repelled the attack. Yoji asked if it was Ragheim and what she was doing, since the owner wasn't some strange person. But the queen replied that she didn't care who the man was. She asked how Yoji dared to appear before her, escaping alone on the day of the final battle. Jun asked what Yoji had done again. Yoji replied that he had done nothing while he was running away from the queen's attacks. We were shown a beautiful queen, with a beautiful crown on her head, and she said with tears that Yoji was a dirty traitor. Yoji still didn't understand what the queen was talking about. He asked why he was a traitor, and she was the first one to attack. The queen burst into tears and told Yoji not to dare pretend that he knew nothing, and attacked him with even greater force. Yoji asked why she was doing this to him and stated that he should at least know the reason. But then Jun intervened, and with his strength he grabbed the queen and brought her down. Yoji was happy about how strong Jun was. Jun said that he needed to ask something, and so first she should calm down. Yoji asked. So she says that they formed an alliance and fought together against the transcendental masters and demons. The queen said that she had just spoken about it. Yoji replied that he did not remember anything like that. Jun asked Yoji to get off her, and he told the queen that she could get up too. The queen rose up a week later and complained that Yoji was a traitor, and Jun thought that if she put her words in order, it should initially be in the center, and its appearance in the cocoa crack is associated with erosion. And this should have been part of the second floor of the center. Jun can also use the power of the status window that could not be used. Judging by its instability compared to the elven forest, it would be useful to take Ragheim with you. But then these little spirits would be left without a protector, so Jun only called Yoji. But then the queen said that it seemed like they were going to the center and asked what they planned to do with the transcendental masters and demons. They were so thirsty for power that they were even ready to destroy the center. And a life-threatening war was about to begin. Jun threw up his hands and said that if they started the war first, nothing could be done about it. The queen happily said that she immediately understood it when she saw him walking with Yoji. She called Jun a holy man who would deal with evil. Yoji looked at all this and said that their queen was strange and asked if her mood was too volatile. Saturday morning at Jun's house, he called and reported that the Spirit Tomb dungeon had become E rank again. It returned automatically, so nothing special happened. The boss praised Jun for his good work and apologized for not going with him. Jun replied that everything was fine. So they finished their conversation, and then Jun sat down on the sofa and asked, "His Majesty Yoji will donate again." But Yoji said that cockatrice meat is so popular now, Jun replied that he needed to look into the dungeon anyway. It turned out to be just in time. Karsiel and Yoji were delighted and said that they would also go with him, but Jun replied that he would go alone, and they immediately became sad. Yoji started playing, saying that pets definitely need to receive the love of their owner to live, and Jun would go alone. Then Jun said that he would only take one. Then Yoji became cheerful and said that whoever wins the fight will go with the owner. But Karsiel suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. After 3 rounds, Karsiel was able to win and was happy. Plus, Jun bought him ice cream. Jun confirmed his identity as an F-rank hunter, and Karsiel happily ran onto the bus. The man thought that if he was an F-rank, then this person seemed to be a porter, and wondered why he brought the child to such a place. Jun told CL to be careful and wiped his cheek, but the man continued to worry because he knew how badly porters were treated. Then the man asked Jun if his daughter was next to him. Jun replied that yes. Then he said that bringing his daughter to the dungeon was a little dangerous, and he didn't want to appear in a bad light in front of his daughter. Jun thanked him for his concern. The man became nervous and advised him to speak more quietly. Otherwise, people behind him would hear. The man said that he was also raising a son, which may have been the reason he had shown excessive curiosity, and then he introduced himself and said his name was Call. They shook hands, and Call said that even though they were fathers for whom he was ashamed, he offered to do everything possible for the sake of their children. The bastard who was sitting behind hit Call. He put his foot on the man's shoulder. Then the bastard said that if anyone hears, they will think that they are some kind of villains, and asked if he is weak, then that means he is good, and they are bad guys who mock good people. He then turned his attention to June and said, "Just look at the look in that idiot's eyes," and asked what he was unhappy with and called him trash. The bastard started pushing June and asking if it irritated him to hold back in front of the child when everything was boiling inside. Call was horrified. He started shaking. He thought it was all because of him, and he just needed to sit quietly and tried to stop the bastard. The freak put a gun to June's head, and then June asked why he was speaking informally from the very beginning, and whether he had really become his boss. The other men began to laugh at the main freak, saying what he would do now that a low-ranking hunter was behaving like this. And Jun said that if he was worried about him and gave advice like his boss, then he would humbly accept it. But if he was just trying to intimidate him, then it would be better for him to keep quiet. The man said that he had not expected to listen to instructions from a porter, and it seemed that he could not see anything beyond the cracks, and began to threaten that he would make a hole in his head so that he could see better. Then Jun, with a terrible look, and with Carciel, who was mad with anger, said that the warning was given only once. The other men started laughing and telling the bastard to punch Jun. But the man, having sensed Junu's energy, was so frightened that he quickly sat down in his place. Jun then asked what was wrong with the ice cream, and Carciel replied that he had just killed him instead of that shameless man, the man watching them in shock. Then Jun said that he would buy him a new one, and Carciel thanked the owner and added that Mr. Yoji was probably already tired of waiting, so they should return quickly. June replied that he didn't have to worry about it. Instead of going there, he and Jill also decided to go out for a walk. He said that Yoji was probably having fun right now, but then we see Yoji's disgruntled face. Yoji asked if Jill hadn't said they were going somewhere interesting. Jill happily asked if it wasn't great here. Then Yoji asked her how old she thought he was, and Jill replied that he might be 5 or 6. Yoji replied that he was over 8,000 years old, and she brought him to a place where children have fun. Yoji seemed to be really angry and thought that this wasn't going to work, so he didn't say anything to Jill the whole time. But, taking advantage of this opportunity, it is necessary to clearly explain everything in terms of ranks, that the second most important person in the owner's house is he. However, before he could say anything, Jill picked him up and placed him on the slide. Then she let him go, and Yoji rolled down easily. It seemed like Yoji really enjoyed it. Yoji sheepishly said that it was a good place to wait for the cockatrice meet. Then Jill asked if he was going to ride another slide. Yoji asked why the sudden respectful speech, if she was teasing him. Jill replied that everything was wrong. It turned out that Jill had started reading a book about how there are no bad children in the world, and it advised that in order to calm a picky child, you should always use respectful speech when talking to him. Monday, the Hunters Bureau, Jun said that hunters from the Seoul City Hall should pay a moment's attention. Today is the day of regular strengthening of the body with the help of a C-rank magic stone. Jun asked if anyone needed a higher-level stone. Everyone remained silent. Then Jun told everyone to go and strengthen their bodies. One of the guys said that this guy, after he had an accident, is no longer afraid of them, but before, it was worth approaching him and he would tremble. Another one asked if he hadn't heard of the hunter Kate. She went with this guy and went from C rank to A. Then the guy replied that he would have to ask to change the manager. Nate was no help. If this incompetent guy reached rank A, then there must be something in this guy. He decided to threaten Jun to find out his secrets. Suddenly, everyone froze when they saw the president and Team Behemoth bow to Jun. Jonathan apologized if he had overstepped his bounds, but he couldn't just sit quietly when he heard Jun was coming. Rick asked Jonathan why he left that guy alone when he could be heard even from far away. He continued to say that Jonathan couldn't help but hear the words of this scum. Then Rick approached him, and the man became nervous. Then the man began to apologize. But Rick said that he did not need to apologize to him. He needed to apologize to June. And with these words, he took out his spear. June asked Rick to stop. Chloe said that Rick was crazy, and everyone got nervous too. Adrian approached them and said that they were only there to visit June. Then Rick stopped and tried to act civil. Jun replied that it wasn't really necessary, but thank you for coming in. And the president shook his hand and said that it was very important to come out and greet him. The president had just let out a sigh when he thought that June had taken their greeting well. when June pulled him closer and said menacingly that in the future they should think about whether a greeting like this would be acceptable to a man like him. With an unperturbed face, Jun continued to squeeze his hand and said that since the president was a wise man, he was confident that such a thing would not happen again. And Rick turned to the hunters and told them not to dare disobey June, to serve him with all their heart and soul. At school, the girl and Steve approached Jill and said that their practical classes were over and how about they have some fun at her house. Jill pouted and said that her father would probably be against it, and the girl became sad. The girl asked if she should ask him after all, or if she might get into trouble because of it. Jill said her father was very kind and Jackie's manipulation had worked. She asked if he would then probably be interested in what kind of people his daughter was spending time with. Then Jill called him, hoping he wouldn't answer. But June answered, and Jill asked if she could bring 2 friends over to their house that day. June, of course, gave her permission, although Jill hoped he would say no, and June asked if she needed to buy anything for home. But the boss approached June and said that the hunters from their city hall had become so polite and courteous, it was strange, because literally that morning they were behaving like royalty. Steve and Jackie asked if he allowed them to come. Jill replied very sadly that he allowed them to come. That same evening, the boys were at Jill's house and happily ate and praised Jill for her cooking. Then Jill said that Jackie was a good cook too, but Steve said outright that all her cooking was going to waste. Suddenly, 2 dragons came out of the room, and Yoji sleepily asked if this was the first time Jill had brought friends into the house, and Carciel greeted Jill. Then Jill, with lightning speed, picked up the little dragons and led them into the room. She said she was sorry, but could they please be in puppy form and promised it would just be for today. Yoji didn't like this. He swore that he was being oppressed, and how could anyone even ask for such a thing? Carciel replied that it was still the mistress's request, and they must obey. Jill apologized and said that they had already made a lot of noise, and she had heard that if people found out that they were dragons, they would cause a stir throughout the world, and if that happened, they would have to run away. Then they won't be able to eat any more ribs, or even simple food. Yoji immediately apologized and said that although he didn't understand what was happening, it was all his fault. That's how our dragons became puppies for the evening. Jill said that she forgot to feed the puppies. And then June returned home. Steve immediately stood up and loudly greeted June, saying his name. Yoji was angry that he had to eat that dog food because of people like them, and Jackie, not knowing anything, said that their puppies were cute. This made Yoji even more angry, and he quietly said that he was damn angry, while grimacing. Jackie asked about the puppy that just started speaking Korean, but June immediately interrupted her by asking about the boy. The boy sheepishly replied that he and Jill were in the same class and that his name was Steve. June asked if he was Jill's boyfriend. The boy became even more embarrassed and accidentally said that he liked her, but he hadn't confessed to her yet. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand what he had said, and so an awkward situation arose. Yoji didn't like that the guy had his eye on her, and Carciel tried to stop him. Jackie thought all was lost, but suddenly Jill shyly asked Steve if he liked her. June joked that Jill did have a boyfriend, but Jill slammed the table and screamed that he was just a school friend killing the guy. The next day, Jill went to the market, and Yoji was surrounded by children who did not let him go. Yoji asked Jill to help him. Jill replied that he wanted it himself, and that she could do it if the children liked him so much. The kids are always clinging to him, so the time spent shopping at the store is significantly increased. And since that's the case, he and Carciel will go together, and he should wait for them here. Yoji was already angry at the children when suddenly a distortion appeared due to the rift in the center. A warning appeared. A powerful monster appeared from the depths of the central places. A terrible monster said that he had finally arrived on the land where only pampered people live. Vapula reveals his true form. The great demon Vapula is one of the 72 demons of Solomon. The demon declared that all good here would be destroyed and evil would take root. All beings on this planet would exist only for his sake. Then the demon began to laugh madly and shout that he was a great demon who would rule this land. The children still couldn't tear themselves away from Yoji, who decided to take action, calling the demon scum. Yoji asked, "The land looks like it would be easy to conquer. That scum like him are flocking here." Then, Yoji attacked him with a powerful fire strike, and the monster didn't even have time to do anything before it died. And of course, after that, Yoji started posing and saying if they saw how cool he was. After some time, Jill and Carciel returned, but the children began asking Yoji to stay with them. But Yoji patted them on the head and said that they would see each other again, so there was no need to be upset. When Yoji approached the guys, he asked what car CL had smeared around his mouth, then began to get angry when he decided that CL had eaten all the delicious things on his own. Jill tried to calm him down by saying that they had bought him something, but Yoji replied that it couldn't be eaten. Jill then explained that it was a ticket for a darts competition, which could only be entered by purchasing something at the market. You can also win a beef set there. If you get there, the hot pot of beef is all yours. Yoji was very serious. His goal was beef. He didn't even listen to what the guy was telling him. He lived for 8,000 years and became the king of a great and noble clan. So, for him, it was as easy as pie. Just as Yoji was concentrating, Carciel suddenly told Jill that they forgot to buy soy sauce. Yoji was scolding Carciel because he wanted to win the meet. Ciel was apologizing to him when suddenly the guy said that Yoji won first place. Jill picked up Yoji and told him that he had won the grand prize. Yoji asked if that meant he could get and eat even more beef. But Jill said that meant he had won a voucher for a first-class family holiday, a prize that didn't make Yoji very happy. However, the bonus here is a coupon for unlimited barbecue, which means there will be even more meat. So Jill decided to make her father happy and called him, but her father was out of reach. And June was in the dungeon, so there was no signal. Suddenly there was a little girl in the dungeon. She told June that he cannot be here, because they will kill him here. On the first floor of the center, in its very core, live 3 mythical servants with powers, the strongest unicorn, the ruler of the skies. However, the last of them exists in deep secrecy. Until now, no one has seen it in real life. June got the book. An unidentified mythical servant was discovered, not registered in the encyclopedia. Identity cannot be established. Kinga said that the girl was an unidentified mythical servant, and he was advised to run away immediately. The girl said that the book told him the truth, and he should run away, because a monster would soon appear from there and pointed to the lake. And as the girl said, a monster jumped out of the water and said that a human being dared to invade his territory. It seems he does not value his life at all. The girl asked why her uncle didn't run away, and June said that she shouldn't worry, and there is a saying like that in Korean. The one who strikes first wins, said June, and created his sword. And it's hard to believe, but June defeated Raikar, and he did it with one blow. The girl asked what Juna's name was. He sat down and said his name, and asked what her name was. The girl replied that she didn't have a name. Then June asked if he could give her a name, and the girl happily replied that she could. And June came up with a beautiful name for her, Star, which means little star, and thus he tied the mythical servant to himself. Then June said that it was time for him to go home. The girl asked where he lived. June replied that he lived in a place called Korea. The girl asked if they would never see each other again, and June reassured her that he would come back. Nate and June were having drinks together. Nate said that he thinks he is just an amazing person. He only cares about himself, and it doesn't come easy for him. And June, at that age, is raising a child? Nate said he couldn't even imagine it. June said that it was over. He couldn't know for sure, but he thought he could handle it well too. June looked at the book Nate was reading about raising children. Having a child is a blessing, June thought, but he knew it could also be scary. June encouraged Nate by saying that there was no one in the mayor's office who advocated for caring for the younger generation as well as the older ones. And if he had only thought about himself, he wouldn't have bought a book about raising children, June said. June asked when he had time to get married. Nate replied that he didn't have children. He bought the book so he could look after his nephew the following week. After hanging out with Nate, June returned home and the dragons immediately ran up to him. Jill said June said he was going to drink today, so she made some hangover soup. June has a good tolerance for alcohol, so he is not drunk at all. Jill became worried and asked if she should have made soup from dried pollock. June replied that he likes that kind of soup too. Then June asked. She didn't want to tell him anything, that they were going on a school trip for 4 days and 3 nights. June said that she would need pocket money. Jill asked how he knew about this. Apparently, it was Ciel who showed him this piece of paper. Then June said that she should have told him about the trip. Jill replied that she didn't tell him on purpose. She just decided not to go. To be a good father, June remembers all of Jill's class schedules and extra trips. June asked why she didn't want to go since it was her last trip with the academy. Jill replied that their contract, in Clause 4, stated that Party B was required to do the housework at all times. Yoji said that June was not that strict about the terms of the contract, and that was true. June said that she could go. After all, What father would refuse his daughter a school trip because of household chores, and he will give her pocket money, so let her eat whatever she wants on the trip. Jill was delighted and said that if that was the case, then she would go. Then she thanked June. Then he suggested that she go to bed earlier. Busan Station the next day, Jill took only light clothes, but for some reason the bag was heavy. And here we are shown the reason why Jill's bag turned out to be so heavy. Jill quickly went to the toilet and asked what they were doing there. Yoji replied that they were going on a school trip with her. Then Jill asked why, and Yoji replied that the owner asked them because he had a bad feeling. And today, the place of their excursion will be a hunting festival, the girl asked. Being here, in Korea, in the place where the first hunter is, do they not feel this power of their country? While the girl was talking about the first hunter who tamed a wyvern, Yoji was enjoying his shashlik. But when he heard about the wyvern, he asked what it meant. Carciel replied that apparently people really are very fragile. Then the girl introduced this creature to all the guys. The wyvern looks like a Pokemono. The girl said that they could touch it, and the girl suggested that they go too because it was a rare, high-ranking monster hard to meet. Suddenly, one boy ran ahead of everyone and said that he would be the first to touch it. The girl said that he should first listen to the safety precautions because they weren't allowed to touch his head. But it was too late. The girl told the boy to run away. The monster really got angry and flew into the sky. The monster growled angrily. The girl asked the hunter how to pacify the monster. The guy answered that it was impossible. That's why he asked to read the safety precautions first. But suddenly Yoji took his form because he was angry that his kebab flew away because the wyvern was flapping its wings. Carciel and Jill begged Yoji to come to his senses, but Yoji grabbed the monster by the throat and asked if he knew what his kebab was made of, cockatrice. Yoji remembered how he would clean everything until it sparkled for the sake of meat, and Jill would give him a sticker as a sign of praise. And when he filled out the entire sheet, she exchanged it for 5,000 won. Milash had been saving all his money for his shashlik, but the monster dared to ruin everything. Then Yoji said that the monster was finished and flew into the rift, taking the hunter with him. Although thanks to Yoji, people did not suffer at the clutches of the monster. His actions only created new problems. Yoji said he would smear him so he shouldn't scream and generally make a kebab out of him. The guy wanted to help his monster, but what could he do against the dragon? Then Jill and CL flew in. Jill scolded him for causing so much fuss. Yoji replied that there was no need to calm him down or dissuade him today. Then Jill said she would buy him more meat on a stick. 2 of them, no, even 3. Yoji asked for 4, Jill agreed, but told him not to ask for more. So Jill persuaded Yoji, and he turned back into his cute form, and said that this time he was kind and would endure it. But still, Yoji hit him again and said that the monster was lucky because of one monster his kind could have disappeared. Then Yoji told Jill that he was ready to eat. Jill first said that he had to promise that this would not happen again. Yoji said that in the current situation, it was not even his fault. Jill asked him if he understood what would happen if his father found out about this situation, since it would now be all over the news. Yoji imagined a terrifying picture, and then he realized what he had done today. Jill said she was worried about him, so he should just promise not to do it again, and then she would put in a good word for him. Yoji ran up to Jill and promised that this wouldn't happen again, and maybe he needed to tell his owner the same thing. Then he said that maybe this incident was not so serious, and it would not make him worry and get angry at him. CL replied that he did not think so, because the owner was wise and strong. And June at this time was with Chloe, who for some reason was in a hurry, in order to understand what happened. Let's go back 30 minutes ago. Chloe suddenly hugged June and asked why he was so late. June did not understand anything and said that he had even arrived earlier than the appointed time. Then Chloe whispered that she was in such circumstances at the moment, and that was why she asked him to play along with her. She suddenly said loudly that this man was her boyfriend, so he should stop pestering her and go his own way. Some old fat guy brazenly declared that she had been flirting in front of him, and now she was saying that she had a boyfriend. He approached June and said that he was like those who groveled before him, and asked if he was really her type. The fat man said that he knew she was looking at his huge muscles. The old man lives in an imaginary world. Jun said he understood what was happening and asked if there was any point in solving the problem this way. Chloe replied that if they find the wrong approach to him now, then later there will be strange headlines about her in the news. Jun asked what this old man was hoping to achieve by pestering a girl from the Behemoth Guild. Chloe replied that he wasn't entirely right and that she felt awkward saying that, but if he knew who she was, he probably wouldn't be standing here now. Then Jun said that they had guild training in the center. There was no time to make a scandal because of him, so he would deal with it. The man said that a frail guy like him couldn't even protect her, and only a man with his body was capable of that. Jun replied that he had quite a lot of fat in his body, which was probably why his PUL was low, and Jun advised him to lose weight. The fat man got angry and tried to hit Jun, but he grabbed his fist and said that they were not just a couple of lovers. Pulling Chloe towards him, he said that they were a married couple. And he's already going beyond all bounds, said Jun, and began to squeeze his fist with such force that the fat man began to scream. The fat man said pitifully that he should have told her right away, because if he had known that they were married, he would have left right away. Then he also left miserably, complaining of pain in his hand. Jun said that it was good that because of him no other problems arose. Chloe asked, confused, why he said they were married. Jun replied that it made him leave her alone. Chloe replied that the old man ran away because he was afraid that his arm would be broken. After that, they went to the dungeon, and Jun said that they arrived on time. Chloe was still embarrassed. Ricky was beaten up, and Jonathan apologized for being late and said that he heard Jun harshly scolding her subordinates for their mistakes. Jun asked who had told him that, and an exhausted Jonathan replied that the guide to Satala was so slow that it was always a wait for her to arrive. Then Jun noticed Ricky and said that it looked like he got it for the last time. Jonathan replied that he just got it from Tusitala. Jonathan said that he thought Chloe was acting strange today. Her face was red and she had a fever. Apparently she was sick. He was worried about her. Then the elders came and said that all newcomers must first greet the elders. Ricky asked if they were monsters because their faces looked painfully dissolute. Jonathan ordered Ricky to pull himself together, because their energy was not like that of ordinary people. The bald man asked what was going on, whether they had simply been kicked out of their previous habitat and come here. He called the boys scum, and then Jun turned around and they all got scared, saying that it was that Jun who grabbed the mythical servant on the first try. And then they immediately became agitated and said pitifully what these teenagers meant along with their shining Mr. Jun. The old men wanted to run away, but Jun stopped them and said that it would take a long time to walk around and tell everyone about his newcomers, so he ordered them to warn all the clans on the first floor about his students. Then Jun threatened them that if they started bothering the Behemoth Guild again, they would not live, and if they did not convey to the clans what he asked, he would personally visit them. Then they ran away in an instant, and Jun sighed and said that the easiest task for today was completed. The Behemoth Guild was left in shock after such a scene. Jun asked if they were ready to start training on the first floor of the center, and added that he needed to go there too, so he should hurry. Jonathan asked if this place was dangerous, and when Jun answered that it was dangerous, all three of them became scared, because even if he called it dangerous, then it was so. Jun smiled and said that he needed to go there anyway because every time he looked at her, he thought of his daughter. Star sat and waited for Jun. Suddenly the tree lifted her up and told her that she should not meet a man named Jun. Star asked why. Then the tree replied that Jun was perhaps the person who would accelerate the destruction and death of all dimensions. Star asked if the uncle would destroy this world. The tree stroked her head and said that it was not certain. But Jun was dangerous. And since there is such a possibility, then one cannot get close to him. But Star did not like this. She beamed and shouted that she did not dare to say anything bad about the uncle. The tree replied that it still thought it would be better if he remained to live only on the ground. The girl heard the noise and thought that Jun had already arrived, so she ran happily. The tree hoped that this ominous premonition was simply wrong. Jun told the guys that they had completed the main tutorial of the first floor of the center here. They had completed it earlier than he thought. Jonathan asked if they could try to engage in combat and catch some of the villains they had been shown earlier. Jun said they had all fought against these at least once before, so he didn't see why they had to do it again. Then Jonathan replied that Jun said they fought, but that was a bit untrue. He said that even though he was so kind and helpful to them, there would be no point if they could not become stronger in this training and gain new knowledge themselves. They don't want to become fools who rely only on his strength. Jun liked this determination and agreed. Jonathan thanked Jun and said that he and Rick would go together, since Chloe wasn't feeling well today. Then Chloe sheepishly said that she was fine, when suddenly Star called loudly for Jun from above. Star hugged Jun and said that it was good that he came so early. Jun replied that it was good that she was happy. Chloe was shocked. She asked what a small child was doing there. Jun replied that she was not a traveler. She is one of the mimic servants living in the center, which means she is stronger than many monsters. The girl asked if this ant was also from Korea. The word ant made Chloe freeze, and June laughed at her reaction. Chloe asked how he could laugh in such a situation. June replied that she calls him uncle. Star asked June to go with her to her great friend, and June agreed. Then she came down and said that he should not lag behind, and there would be places that should not be stepped on. June realized where Star was heading, but it was too dangerous a place for Chloe, so he thought about how he could help her. Then June told Chloe to climb on his back. It was the only thing that would help her, because it was very dangerous there. Chloe was very embarrassed. She wondered if she was the only one who felt this awkwardness, and he didn't care. They ran to a big tree, and it told Star not to tell other people about her location. Star replied that Uncle was a good man, so it was all right, but the tree said that he was sure it didn't really matter. Since he needed to talk to him personally, the tree said that he would talk to June directly. The tree said that Star wanted to go to where he lived, Korea. Star happily shouted that she wanted to go with him. It was because of that system message, apparently, that she treated him like her parent, Jun thought. He hadn't even finished reading those new books on raising children aged 3 to 5. The tree told Star that she must obey her mom and dad. It seems June has another daughter. And since Chloe was the only girl Star had ever seen, she assumed Chloe was her mother. Chloe initially said that she was not her mother, but Star's sad face made her say that she was Star's mother. Well, they really do look a lot alike. June, after thinking for a bit, suggested that Chloe start living together, which of course surprised Chloe. The next day, Chloe woke up tired. It seemed she hadn't slept at all, and a contented Star lay next to her. She could never have imagined that she would come to this house just because she would become a mother. Chloe looked at Star with concern and thought that it was good that she was sleeping so peacefully. She always had problems with sleep. She tossed and turned a lot and slept little. Even that tree had a hard time coping with her. Then Chloe thought that if they had just gone to the hotel together, she would have slept much better. But last night, Star had cried asking if Mom and Dad didn't sleep together. As a result, June was sleeping in the living room, and then June came into the room and asked if they had slept well and invited them to breakfast. Chloe wondered how she could sleep peacefully knowing she was sleeping in the same house with a man. At first, Chloe was angry that June was acting so coldly. She thought that he didn't care at all, but when she entered the living room, she saw a whole table with delicious food. Chloe thought that she almost always ate food to order, and he was so hardworking that he cooked everything himself. In fact, this was food that Jill left. Thus began the first breakfast of the new family. June said that it was time for him to go to work now. During his absence, Star would be with her. He asked her to take care of her. June told Star that Dad would be back soon, and Star started to act up and beg him not to leave. Chloe watched the cute picture, thinking that they were like real father and daughter. Chloe had already started dreaming. She thought that if they got married, then she would see such sweet scenes every day. But the happy picture changed when Star started running around the entire building. Chloe asked to chase after her. If the mythical servant collides with an ordinary citizen, something terrible will happen and the store's customers are in danger. Chloe managed to catch up with Star. Then Chloe told her that she couldn't run around like that alone. Star felt ashamed and asked if her mother was angry. Chloe couldn't resist her cuteness. Chloe replied that she was not angry and asked her to stay close to her mother, and so they came to the clothing department. Star changed into a beautiful sundress and pulled her hair into a ponytail, and of course, Chloe melted from such beauty. Chloe was saying that she thought Star was so beautiful while she was taking pictures, and the employee agreed with her and asked if the princess wanted to try on another dress. Star tried on a few more outfits, which also suited her very well. So Chloe decided to buy everything, and not in installments. But right now, the employee was beaming with happiness. She thanked Chloe and said goodbye to her. And only a little later did Chloe come to her senses. She remembered that initially she wanted to buy only 1 or 2 sets. She realized that she had gotten too carried away. But as soon as Star hugged her mom and thanked her for the gifts, Chloe realized again that she had done the right thing by buying so many things. Star asked where her dad was. Chloe asked if she missed him. Star said she loved her dad. Then Chloe decided that it was okay to go see him for a while. Meanwhile, at work, June was being pestered with proposals. The boss said that, as he had said, this was the only chance, showing a photograph. The boss said that she was an elementary school teacher. She had a nice house. He had already told her about his daughter, and she didn't mind. June thanked him for his concern and then said that he had no plans to get married yet. The boss asked irritably why, and June replied that he understood that it was very difficult to meet such a good person as the boss, but right now he was simply not interested. June planned to think about his marriage only after his daughter's marriage and sighed wearily. Suddenly, Nate froze in surprise. The chief asked what was going on, and then he saw the hunter, Chloe, and Star. The boss's shock was understandable, because the girl ran up to June and said, "Dad," June asked if her mom had bought her new clothes, and Star happily replied that her mom said they suited her very well. Nate and Chief were shocked, Chief asked. This kid just called Chloe the best huntress in their country, Mom and June Dad. June asked what they were there for, and Chloe awkwardly replied that Star had missed him very much. In the evening at home, Chloe tried to cook dinner, but every time it turned out that she oversalted the food, then June came, and Star happily jumped on him. Chloe was so immersed in cooking that she didn't even notice June coming. So when he came up from behind asking if she was cooking dinner, Chloe got scared and attacked him, but June successfully dodged the attacks. Then, seeing June standing in front of her, she apologized and explained that she did so because she suddenly heard a man's voice. June replied that everything was fine, and that everything had been sorted out about yesterday, so she didn't have to worry about it. But Chloe didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Then June recalled that yesterday, when colleagues at work mistakenly considered her to be their wife. Chloe thought that he had explained this situation to them so calmly. Apparently, he really didn't feel anything next to her. And she's probably the only one here who's nervous about the current situation. Suddenly, June asked if this was too much trouble for Chloe. Chloe asked what he was talking about, and June pointed to her soup, which was unfortunately burning. June said that he was still very grateful to her. It must be difficult for her to look after Star, and she also cooks dinner. Chloe replied that she just wanted to try cooking once. There was no real point in it, and she shouldn't expect much. June replied that he would still wait for dinner. Chloe gave in and set the table. Chloe was very worried, and when June said that the food turned out delicious, she was very happy, even though June lied. Then Chloe started hugging Star, saying that Daddy liked it and he said it was delicious. June, seeing her reaction, thought that Chloe was getting too into the role of Star's mother. Or maybe she was just playing very well. Who knows what other special abilities the best huntress has? Suddenly the phone rang and Star picked it up and said it was so weird. Star asked if Dad was here. How could he call Mom? Chloe replied that it wasn't Dad, so there was no need to worry. But Star answered the call. Then Chloe, very nervous, took the phone from her, but her father was already calling Chloe. June wanted something. Chloe motioned for him to be quiet, but suddenly Chloe's father asked who the man was next to her. It turned out that June wanted to warn that this was a video call. Chloe's father said that they hadn't seen each other for 10 years and asked her to come to him and bring this guy. After finishing the conversation, Chloe sadly lay down on the table. Star began to worry and asked if her mother was in pain. June said that she could tell him if there was anything he could do to help, since she had helped him with his ridiculous request. Then Chloe asked with puppy dog eyes if June could go with her to her father. June asked if he should explain to him that he was not her boyfriend, and said that it would be quite difficult to explain why they were in the same house at such a late hour. Even though they pretend to be a family, she feels like he draws strict boundaries between them. And this makes Chloe sad. June said, "Or they have another option." He asked what she thought about him. Chloe asked, shocked, if he didn't think it was too revealing, and June replied that they could find the right wording. Then Chloe agreed, and June offered to explain everything and teach Star first. They arrived at Chloe's parents' house. The house turned out to be luxurious. Chloe explained that her father was doing well in his business. He was the CEO of the company. The company, which has over 50 branches, is the SG Group. June wondered why she became a hunter then. Before entering, Chloe said that her father was very hot-tempered and she hoped for his understanding. As Chloe said, her father was scolding them for standing at the door since they had come. But suddenly both parents froze. Her father began to stutter and asked who the child was. Star waved happily at him and called him Grandpa. And when Star said that Mom and Dad said that he was her grandfather, Chloe's dad passed out. The poor man, having calmed down a little, asked, so, up until today, he had been asking her daughter to play the role of a mother. June replied that yes, but that no more would be necessary, as a person would soon arrive who would take care of her and look after her. Her father began to scold Chloe, saying that she should have at least warned him about this on the phone when Star approached him. Star showed him the tea bags and asked which one he wanted, saying that Grandma had asked him to choose. Father couldn't stand such cuteness and said that he chooses black tea. Star happily ran to her grandmother and said that grandfather said black tea. After this, Chloe's father said that, in truth, Chloe was already of age to get married, but quickly fell silent when he saw the week-old expression on Chloe's face. Suddenly, Star said that there were so many photos of her mother. Chloe turned around in surprise and asked which photos she was talking about. Star invited Chloe to watch them together, but for some reason her father suddenly stood up and told them not to go. Her father said that she couldn't go there for a good reason. It turned out that her father wasn't such a rude old man. His office had pictures of Chloe all over it. A little awkwardly, the father said that Star was a good girl, which meant she listened to her elders. Star sat down on the sofa discontentedly. My father turned on the news and they said that 2 dragons had recently appeared at the exhibition. They disappeared immediately after they appeared, but people were still afraid. Also, the first-place hunter from Japan and his wyvern were kidnapped during this situation, and emergency negotiations are currently underway between Japan and Korea. Jun thought that Yoji was a shameless person who kidnapped a hunter and his wyvern. If there was no special reason for his actions, then he would be in trouble. After some time, June, Star, and Chloe were about to leave, when suddenly the father asked his daughter to come more often with Star and this man, and he wouldn't mind if Star became their real granddaughter. Then, embarrassed, he slammed the door and left. Chloe nervously said that it seemed like her father really liked Star. June replied that it was obvious from him and promised that he would bring Star to them sometimes. If she has nothing to do, she can also come and visit them whenever she wants. Then Chloe remembered that from today on, she would no longer be with them. If June hadn't asked her for this favor, perhaps she wouldn't be so annoyed now. Jill and the dragons returned home. Yoji was still nervous, so he hid behind Jill. They noticed that June wasn't home, and Carciel asked if he hadn't promised that they would have dinner together. Suddenly, Chloe noticed the shirt. Jill said she didn't have a shirt like that and angrily asked why they had a woman's shirt in their house. Then June returned with Star. The 102nd way to become a good father. Be sure to ask your daughter about her affairs in a gentle tone. Jill didn't notice Star, still confused about the shirt. She asked whose it was. June replied that he would give it to her tomorrow. She left the shirt because it was still dry. The dragons decided to quietly run away before a scandal began. They went into their room, and after exhaling, Yoji said that he thought June wouldn't discuss the breaking news. Yoji said it was funny to think and be afraid that June would scold him for beating up Wyvern a little. They then turned their attention to Star. Yoji asked who she was. Ciel replied that he didn't know, but she didn't seem like a normal child. Yoji began to examine her and realized that she was probably from the center. Star introduced herself and said that she would live here. Jill asked irritably if he was saying that Hunter Chloe had to spend 4 days here. June nodded and said that he was grateful to Chloe for helping with the chores while she was away. Jill said she could take care of the housework when she got back. June replied that nothing bad had happened and suggested dinner. Suddenly, Star started calling Jill Mom like she did with Chloe. Carciel said that she was not a mother but a mistress. But Star replied that this was not true. She said the tree was telling her that all the girls who are close to their dad are their mom. Jill said that this wouldn't do, and she thought that her training should start tomorrow. She will be taught how to behave in society. At this age, you can't miss the time to teach her, otherwise you'll get into trouble later. Yoji thought that Jill didn't care at all that this Star had suddenly burst into their lives. He decided that Jill was crazy, and he was the only one in this family who was sane. Jill suggested that they all eat together at the campsite tomorrow. She said that during their trip, Yoji won a gift certificate for a campsite at the market. Jun looked menacingly at Yoji and said that he thought it was possible. He had time tomorrow before being sent to explore the rift. When Jun agreed, Jill and Yoji were delighted. Jumping happily, Yoji said that he could eat his fill of meat tomorrow. Jun said that the ban on eating meat would then be lifted, and Carciel whispered and asked Yoji what he thought he meant. Maybe he wanted to punish Yoji for grabbing the wyvern, and his action became so loud that it even appeared on the news. But apparently he turned a blind eye this time. Jun said menacingly that he knew perfectly well what Yoji had done, but let him know that there would be no next time. They went to the campsite and Jun was frying meat. Suddenly he said that he had to go to work. Jill said that he didn't even try the meat because he was busy frying it. Jun replied that everything was fine and left. Carciel wished him a good day. Yoji was busy eating, and Star asked where he was going. Then Jun said that it was time for him to go to work and patted her on the head, then said that Yoji and Carciel were going with him today. Poor Yoji even cried because he was left without meat, but Carciel continued to drag him. Inside the rift, all the hunters had gathered. Kate was there too. She asked why he had arrived so early. June replied that he had just arrived. Kate looked at the dragons and asked what this creature was. Although it looked like a dog, it was still different from them. June replied that it was the same dog as last time. He took it for a walk. Then June suggested that Kate start hunting. Kate said upset that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and he immediately suggested that they get to work. Jun replied that if she didn't hurry to hunt, then she wouldn't be able to get many trophies from the monsters, and that wasn't a good thing. Then June asked why the hunters weren't going in that direction, and Kate replied that there were still unexplored territories there. She heard that the difficulty level there was high, so the hunters simply refused to go there, and the Icarus Guild formed a team to go there. They went to clear the area a few months ago, but gave up. Judging by the amount of energy felt from there, Titan may be located there. Kate said that from what the team said, the monsters were under some kind of influence and weren't afraid, but the area is still popular because you can get a lot of items from there. Suddenly, 2 armed goblins attacked Jun, and Yoji decided to kill them immediately. But Jun stopped him. Yoji asked why, because these bean sprouts can be dealt with in one blow. Jun replied that he hadn't brought him here for that, and Keith dealt with all the goblins with one blow. Kate turned to June and said that she had already obtained 3 artifacts. June replied that she had grown as a hunter during this time. She received the Xenix Lotus Ring, a special effect that partially increases water resistance, and when equipped, increases water resistance. Xenix made this ring for his wife. Kate said it was very romantic and plucked up her courage to ask if he wanted to have dinner together that day. June calmly replied that he still wanted to invite her over the weekend to apologize for something, so this time dinner was on him. Kate replied that she would pay for it herself. But June insisted on paying for dinner. He thought he could come back here after dinner. Then June suggested trying to collect more artifacts before dinner. Yoji said that it felt like June was treating her like a child. Carciel replied that in any case, looking at how happy his master was, one would think that they were in a relationship. After the dungeon, Kate happily said that the atmosphere during their dinner was wonderful, and if it continued like this, they would probably start dating. She wanted to call him darling or beloved the next time they met. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the boss of the rift in the Olympic Park had been eliminated. Kate was surprised, because they had been there just recently, and it seemed like the boss was invincible. Now she became interested in who had defeated him. At this time, Jun was already looking at the invisible robe of the boss of that dungeon. He thought that it would probably be dangerous if he gave it to Jill. He heard that sometimes murders were committed because of the item, so June decided that he would give it to Jill when she grew up and became stronger. Jill asked June if she wanted some fruit. June said she didn't need any. Then Star walked up to Jill and asked if she could go out and play. Then Jill replied that it was too late now, so she could play tomorrow. Star sadly said that she wanted to play today. But Jun said that everything was fine, and that Carciel and Yoji would go for a walk with her. Yoji started coughing and said that he couldn't go. Even if they were going to go camping now, he wouldn't even be able to eat. But as soon as Jun handed him 5,001, Yoji declared that he was ready to carry out any of his orders. So Happy Star and her guards went for a walk despite the late hour. As soon as they went outside, Star started chasing a butterfly. Carciel and Yoji tried to catch up with her. Yoji yelled at her to stop, but Star said Liga was flying there. Always angry and very big, apparently Star confused an ordinary butterfly with a monster from the center. Yoji said that she was mistaken, and it was not Liga, but a simple butterfly. Star began to praise Yoji for how smart he was. Then, embarrassed, Yoji said that if she lived on Earth for 3 months, she might also become just as smart. Star said that Yoji was the best, and this first praise addressed to him had a tremendous effect on him. Yoji said that he was so in a good mood that he would buy him something called ice cream, something Jill only allows them to eat once every 3 days. Suddenly, Carciel's expression changed, and all because Star decided to enter the dungeon for the butterfly. Yoji remembered the words that June whispered to him before leaving, and then he ran after her in fear. As they entered the dungeon, Yoji yelled at her to stop, complaining that she was too fast. Suddenly, Star asked what was ahead, and everyone looked at the other side. 2 goblins were mocking a man. The guy screamed at them to stop hitting him. At least he had to protect this landscape painting. Star didn't like this at all. She walked up to the monsters and destroyed them with her power. Yoji and Carciel were shocked by her power. Star herself did not understand what she did and asked if they ran away. Yoji shouted if it really looked like they ran away. Then Yoji thought that he had to somehow hide this. If the owner found out, everything could end not only with a ban on meat, but also that there were no witnesses. The guy got scared and said that he wouldn't tell anyone. He was only here to be able to pay for his tuition. He was quite famous in the field of digital drawings, and if they wanted, he would draw as much as they wanted for them. He continued to say that he was very poor, he had no money, but suddenly Yoji threw stones at him. Yoji said that it was all his, so he didn't see anything here. The guy asked if these weren't mana stones from the orcs who were just here. The guy asked if this was all for him. Yoji replied that yes, and the next time he comes here, he should take a weapon with him. Then Yoji suggested that they return quickly, and told her that under no circumstances should she tell the owner that they had been in the rift. The guy asked to give his name because he wants to repay him for his help in the future. Yoji replied that there was no need for that, but still decided to tell him his name like the others. They left and told him to keep his mouth shut. The guy thought he was the artist Eric, and he swore on his name that he would repay them for their help. Then they returned home, and June asked if she had had fun in the rift. Star quickly replied yes. But then she remembered that Yoji had asked her not to talk about it, and she lied that she was playing on the court. June asked if Yoji had asked her to say that. Star shook her head and said no. June didn't believe her and asked Yoji to come with him. At City Hall, the chief was yelling that Nate had to give him today's fault control report. Nate was replying that it would be finished in a minute. The chief ordered a report from June as well, and June replied that he had just sent it. Then the chief ordered to bring a report on the probability of occurrence of emergency faults. June replied that he had sent it too. Suddenly, Olivia approached them and asked how she could help. Olivia said that if there was anything she could help with. But again, they didn't listen to her. Then the boss left and they wished him luck. Then Nate said that this morning it was like being on a battlefield. June replied that Nate did a good job. Then Olivia got even more angry and asked again if there was anything she could do to help them. Nate trembled and asked why she was so angry. He said that she was doing an internship with them. That's why you yourself said that you would just observe how they work, and that's all. Olivia said that it didn't mean they should treat her like a burden. She might not be as good, but she could do whatever it took and would try. Jun suddenly said that it was true when it came to fighting. But in the current situation, they didn't need her help and there was nothing they could do about it. Olivia got angry and asked what he had just said, and June repeated that there was nothing she could help them with right now. June started asking if she could do this or that office work. Olivia, of course, couldn't do any of it, but she didn't want to be idle. Then June asked why her school sent her to do an internship, and he answered himself, in order to see the work and responsibilities associated with the profession of a hunter and what happens behind the scenes of this work. And she also chose the place for her internship herself. This is where they do all the office work, and June thinks she knows perfectly well that there are almost no tasks here that require her help. Olivia remembered how her brother talked about this man almost every day. He always said how outstanding and wonderful June was, but it seemed she couldn't say the same about this man. If Behemoth helps the guild, shouldn't he be on par with the coolest hunters? Olivia thought. Nate couldn't resist asking if June hadn't said he had something to do today, checking the rift. And the hunter Olivia could go with June. This place is right next to the educational institution. Olivia didn't think that would satisfy her curiosity, but then she thought about it. What if she deliberately puts him in danger? Of course, it's a shame to do that. But if he's even half as good as his brother says, then it won't be a danger to him. If a threat really did arise and something didn't go according to plan, she would deal with the problem herself, so she agreed to go with June to check it out. Nate tried to lighten the mood and said that he would be calm about them because they would go together, and added that he would expect good results. Olivia said there was a rift there and asked how a rift worker could be heading to the wrong place. June replied that he himself knew where the rift was located near the school. Olivia asked what he was talking about and began to look around. For some reason, Olivia thought he was going to confess his feelings to her and declared that she would marry a man who was stronger than her brother. June said that she probably misunderstood something, but everything was completely different. But Olivia did not believe it and said that she knew because she had received hundreds of confessions. Then June repeated once again that this was not so. In this place, the flow of chi suddenly changed, and this energy continues to boil like lava. Suddenly, the space broke off, and a rarefaction phenomenon occurred. The appearance of a monster in a place where there was no rift. Usually 1 or 2 low-ranking monsters appear, but this one looks quite scary. It was a Balrog. Olivia said that this was probably where she would die. June told her to step back. Olivia replied that there was no escape from this monster. But then June released his magic. A black fog enveloped the monster, and it died immediately. June approached Olivia and asked if she was hurt. Perhaps such a sight was too merciless for a student. But Olivia was only thinking about how Jun dealt with the strongest C-rank monster with just one blow. Even her brother couldn't do that. Olivia turned completely red and, unable to contain herself, apologized and ran away as quickly as possible. June didn't understand what was wrong with her and thought that lately he didn't understand children at all. And Olivia thought about how ashamed she was. At home, Yoji said that the owner's phone continued to make sounds. June asked to see what they sent. Yoji said that some Olivia sent him a photo from her internship report. He thought she was another fan of Jun, so Yoji asked Star how many mothers she had. Star turned around and said she had 2 moms, so Yoji said she could add another one. Now she has 3 mothers. But Yoji immediately changed his mind and said that if she calls Jill's friends mothers, they will be taken to the police, so let her leave 2 mothers. June covered Jill, who was sleeping in the living room, with a blanket and thought that if he woke her up now, she would say that she needed to get back to her studies, and it would be better to let her sleep than to wake her up. It was time for him to leave, so he left her a note and put some money next to her. It must be hard for her during the exam period, so June decided that she should buy herself something. And the last thing he had to do was June lifted Yoji up and said that they were leaving. Center, entrance to the 2nd floor, the gatekeeper of the 2nd floor, Kurt, issued from the depths. They say he suffered a complete defeat against Imphal, after which he was imprisoned in hell, but has now escaped. Among the countless kings, he is the one who bears the nickname of the Warrior King, and is said to be as strong as 60 of Solomon's 72 demons. The man said that they had said that the gatekeepers at the entrance to the 2nd floor should be vultures, and he almost wet himself with fear. The old man asked, besides how to react if they had any strategy, the girl answered no. Since they could only use the association starting from the 2nd floor, she thought it would be easier to use the strategy in that case. She admitted that they were completely dressed, and if you go down once, you will no longer be able to return to the 1st floor. Then I'll have to accept the challenge. The girl replied that they will wait. You can't trust this peeing boy and attack at his behest. Suddenly, a monarch-level challenger entered, and thanks to the challenger, the gatekeeper's strength changed from 50 to 100%. Gatekeeper, the earth shakes from the furious spirit of the warlike King Kurt. That's when June appeared. He asked why they were so scared. The girl asked why he was here alone. She thought he had no subordinates. But then June pointed to the sleeping Yoji and said that there was one. Then the gatekeeper said that the test had already begun. If they did not go themselves, then he would come to them. June said that it seemed like they were worried about him. The old man replied that he really didn't have eyes, and he himself could see everything perfectly well. Then June went ahead. The old man shouted for him to wait and not go first, and they should come up with a plan first. But the girl stopped him and said that this man would reveal the gatekeeper's attack techniques, and then their chances of winning would increase. The gatekeeper said it was his choice. Even if he died, he asked if he would attack alone. He laughed and said that June had brought some bug and he was not interested. It was a small, useless creature. The more attackers, the better, and he can bring at least 100, at least 1,000 creatures. Yoji got angry and ordered to get out of the way. The gatekeeper got scared and said that first we need to see if the day is suitable for this. If you think about it, the slogan of this test is fairness and correctness. It is natural that one-on-one battles are possible in this exam. The man asked if there had ever been such a rule, and the girl replied that the guys who had fought him before them said that they had attacked the guards like dogs, and that was the only way they had been able to pass the test. The gatekeeper started complaining that he should choose something quickly, and June immediately attacked him. Jun said he thought it would take him a day or 2 to get down to the 2nd floor, but the test turned out to be quite easy. Yoji asked if he came here for this. Why did he take it with him? Jun replied to go for a walk. Jun passed the test at the entrance to the 2nd floor. Now he can pass, and Yoji began to complain that no one raises dogs like that. Yoji continued to whine, and Jun said that as soon as they returned, he could go back to sleep. And when they returned, Yoji crawled tiredly onto the bed. But as soon as Yoji lay down tiredly on the bed, Star woke up and began to wake him up too. Yoji looked exhausted and asked why she wouldn't let him sleep peacefully. But Star did not listen to him and began to hit him and scream at him to get up right now. Poor Yoji got up anyway, and Star ran off somewhere happily. Yoji asked where she wanted to go. Star pointed to the building, but there was a closed sign. Yoji said that it hadn't even opened yet. Supermarkets usually open at 9 o'clock. Yoji asked if she wanted to eat ice cream without her master knowing. Star replied that she wanted to make breakfast. Then Yoji asked where she got the money from. Star replied that Jill gave it to her for a little useful work. Star showed her coins and said that she would buy food with them. Yoji looked at the money and sighed, telling her to wait for him here. Yoji arrived a little while later, taking his wallet with him, and said that the bakery was already open so they could buy something there. The Star's savings amount is 800 won. The minimum price for baked goods is 2,500 won. Star complained that she does not have that kind of money. Then Yoji took some buns and put them all on a tray. Star started to worry. Yoji made a huge tower of buns. Star said that Jill said that if you don't have papers, then you can't touch anything in the store. But Yoji still put everything on the checkout, and the girl asked if he needed a bag. The girl said that it was 47,100 won. Star took out her coins, and then Yoji took out his 50,000 won. Star said that it turns out that Yoji is a very kind and good friend. Then Yoji said that from now on he should call him King, the ruler of all dragons, the Lord of heaven and earth. Then they returned, and Jun was already waiting for them. Yoji asked if he was already awake. Jun replied that he had to go to work. Yoji was afraid that Jun would scold him, but Star called her father and said that they bought his favorite bread. Jun thanked Star and patted her head, saying that he would eat well today. Then he praised Yoji as well. Yoji asked in shock if he had just praised him. Jun replied that he had gone to the supermarket with her. They had gone into the steam room and returned without causing any trouble. Jun promised to return the money spent at dinner. Yoji began to worry when Jun found out that they went to the supermarket and bakery. Yoji was horrified. He asked how Jun knew about this and asked him to explain everything to him. Seal woke up, and Yoji was still thinking how Jun always knows everything. First of all, if you think about his strength, an ordinary person just can't be that strong. Suddenly, Yoji sneezed, and of course he sneezed with fire. Ciel managed to pick up Star and move away. Star pointed to the TV and said that it had gone black. Carciel became scared and asked what they should do now. Yoji replied that everything was fine, because he would be leaving this house, and the two of them should continue to live here. Carciel became even more nervous and fell at Yoji's feet, grabbed his leg and said that this was his home. Yoji screamed at him to let him go, because when Jun returned, he would definitely kill him. And it would be better then to live on the street. You can settle down anywhere, Star. Not understanding the whole problem, happily said that she was with them. Carciel suggested that they first try to at least fix it. Then Carciel took out the TV and decided to fix it. With a TV in his paws, Carciel took off. He flew to some place and said that he had come to them to listen to the rulers of all dragons and introduced himself. The great dragon asked who Carciel was and how he dared to come here. The terrible dragon asked how such a small dragon dared to appear before him. He grabbed Carciel and said that he knew what it meant to show in front of him. The dragon had the number 5 on his forehead. He started twirling Carciel and said that he had been waiting for it for so long. It's been about 2,000 years since their last meeting. Carciel used to be very fond of this kind of treatment. Carciel asked him to quickly put him down on the ground. It seemed he was starting to feel nauseous. The dragon turned into the image of a man and laughed, saying that if Ciel's head started to spin, he should have told him right away, then asked why he came to him. Carciel said that if the dragon couldn't fix it within 2 hours, Yoji would die. The dragon laughed and asked if sweet little Carciel really understood what he was talking about. He said that Yoji is a merciless ruler. The dragon race is strong and at the top of all living things. Their king is no comparison to them. And Carciel himself knows what kind of creature he is, said the dragon. Carciel asked if it really looked like he was joking now. Then the dragon said that apparently not. Carciel was not originally the one who would allow himself to mock the ruler. The dragon said that it would be better then if he explained the matter in detail. Although first, let him say where he saw Yoji in the first place. Carciel replied that they were now living together, and the dragon, shocked, said that the ruler really hated it when someone entered his nest. The dragon asked where he was now. Carciel named the name of the area and the apartment number, and said that his new nest was on the ground in a country called Korea. The dragon seemed to find this hard to believe, so he asked what it meant that if this TV was not fixed within 2 hours, Yoji would die. Carciel replied that this TV simply belonged to their great master Jun, which amazed the dragon even more. Therefore, the dragon decided that Carciel had betrayed Yoji and was already preparing to attack. But Carciel replied that Yoji also called this man his master. The dragon asked how this was possible, and Carciel replied that he didn't have time to explain everything to him and didn't have time to argue with him either. He only has 2 hours, no, already 1 hour and 40 minutes. If he doesn't fix this TV in that time, then Yoji will die. So it needs to be fixed quickly. Hank the dragon agreed to fix the TV and realized that he had heard Jun's name somewhere. Hank thought that he had definitely heard Jun's name somewhere before, and he thought it was when he disobeyed Yoji's order not to leave the nest. Carciel hit Hank in the leg because he didn't start fixing the TV. Hank said that he never left the nest. He always followed all of Yoji's orders. Then Carciel asked if he was acting like this because he wanted Yoji to die. Then Hank finally began his spell. Hank finally remembered that when he secretly went to have fun in the rift, he heard this when 2 strange guys were destroying demons. 10 days ago, Hank definitely heard his name then. And maybe he should have caught that guy instead of secretly watching. The monster said that when Vapula found out about this, they would be in trouble. But this only made the man laugh. The man pierced the monster with his sword and said that he no longer felt Vapula's energy, which meant that he had already died somewhere. The monster said how dare this freak humiliate him. The man replied that he could do nothing but threaten him with his Vapula before killing him. Then he turned and asked if he shouldn't at least pretend to help him, even though they were only dealing with small fry for now. The man replied that, judging by what was written, such a character simply could not exist in reality, and said that it was more like a novel. His appearance is always astonishing, as befits a being, and makes even the gods tremble. A heavenly demon was born here to destroy this world, the king of 1,000 demons. His name is Jun. Carciel scolded Hank to stop being distracted and fix the TV, or he really wanted to see Yoji leave this world. Hank replied that Carciel could stop arguing since he had already fixed the TV. Then he asked why they lived with such a selfish, petty, and touchy person who threatened to kill the Dragon King for breaking a TV. And his nest is probably small, suitable for such a person. Carciel replied that their owner is an honest and good man. Hank asked if such a person could kill the Dragon King for a broken TV, and said that if he is such a monster, he probably already has mountains of gold and silver accumulated at home. Carciel thought for a moment and said that, on the contrary, he is very simple. Even more so, there is no greed in him. But if you look at it from a position of strength, he is the most powerful in the universe. Hank asked if this meant that he controlled the dark world. Carciel replied no. One way or another, the master does not expect anything from them in return. And he treats them like his own children, of course. Sometimes when Yoji breaks something of his owner, he becomes scary. Suddenly Carciel fell silent, and then said in horror that he had forgotten that Jun had given him an assignment before leaving. So Carciel took the TV and flew away, leaving Hank alone. Hank would also like to know a lot about Mr. Jun, but he is afraid to go to him himself, or rather, he is simply too lazy. At this time, Jun was in the rift next to the Spirit Queen, and they were having tea. The Queen asked the gentleman if he liked the tea. Jun replied that he had already repeated many times that he was not her master and not her savior. Then the Queen asked what she should call him. Jun replied that she could just call him by his name. The Queen tried, but she failed because she became embarrassed. She began to say that he was a great personality, called master even by the invincible Lord Yoji himself, and an absolute being who would restore peace to the hearts of countless kings. Because she can call such a great man, who solved all their long-standing problems, by a simple name. Then Jun said that she could call him whatever she wanted. The Queen thanked him and said that for some reason she did not see Yoji today. Jun replied that Yoji would not be here today. He had given him an assignment. The Queen said that he had given this scoundrel an assignment, surprisingly. Exhaling, Jun said that Yoji was good and kind, although her words about the scoundrel were also true. The Queen replied that he had indeed changed a lot thanks to him. Even from his kind and short glance, one could tell about the changes. Yoji has changed so much that sometimes it is simply impossible to believe that he is the same Yoji. There was a sparkle in his eyes, and frankly, for the first time she saw him laugh. A monster who had never smiled or laughed in thousands of years. Anyway, the Queen said that Jun was truly an amazing person and their savior. Jun thought that he really hadn't done anything, but she still wouldn't listen to him. He said that spirits loved people much more than he thought. The Queen replied that no, because after they lost their home, it was people who tormented them. The spirits only liked Jun. She admitted that it was amazing to her too. They had never liked someone so much. June stood up and the queen asked if he was leaving already. Jun replied that it wasn't because he felt uncomfortable here, but that he had already collected all the information about the rift and it was time for him to go. He is also a little worried about the task he gave to the dragons, so he leaves. Jun returned home, and Karsiel immediately greeted him. Yoji too, but somehow hesitantly. Then Jun noticed that their TV was somehow clean, so Yoji screamed. And he jumped on his feet and continued to scream that he missed him very much. Jun asked if he had really done something so wrong. Yoji gloomily replied that he had already decided everything. Then Jun asked where Star was. For some reason, Yoji became even more nervous, and Star, seeing her father, puffed out her cheeks and silently looked at Jun. So Jun asked what happened, but Star pouted and turned away. Then Jun asked Karsiel what happened to her. It turned out that Star was angry because the kimchi soup Yoji made was tasteless. Jill asked, so Yoji prepared this dish himself and didn't even order Karsiel. Jun said that Yoji did something out of character because he had done something wrong again. Yoji got scared and told Star that she needed to eat and brought the spoon to her. Karsiel was shocked that Yoji was feeding someone else. Karsiel couldn't believe what he saw. He muttered that Yoji was the one who never shared tasty food. He always ate all the meat alone. Yoji got angry and asked what he was muttering. Yoji tried to hit Karsiel, and Star enjoyed her food, so lively was their lunch. The next day, at work, the boss was yelling at me about why anyone should come to some internship. June approached Nate and asked if they had a new employee coming to work for them. But Nate replied that it was him they were talking about. Usually, before becoming an official employee, you need to complete an internship. But Jun got here straight away, which is a unique case. Jun's face, which had no memories before he came to Muchim, was funny. Without training, one cannot advance to the 8th rank, so of course he must go, Jun asked. Can't he just go, and that's it? The boss started shouting even louder that they themselves knew perfectly well that this caused problems every year at the end of training. Every time there are reports of beatings and cruel behavior, so he will never send June to this place. But the boss was told that he still had to go on an internship. Then the boss loudly hung up and shouted that they weren't listening to him at all. June said it seemed like a pretty big deal. Nate replied that a lot of people actually quit their jobs after this internship. Besides, he knows that the leader does not like it when his people are treated with disdain and ignored. The chief took a large box of medicines and put it on the table, telling Jun to take it and drink it, and let him eat by himself, alone. Jun thanked him. The boss continued to yell at him not to laugh. If they made any noise or caused any problems, he should let him know. That same evening, the hunting agency came to the director and gave him some kind of list. The man replied that he was there to report to him on the internship of government officials. And the president asked if that wasn't what the head of the department was supposed to do. That's right. But this time, June is on the internship list, and the president is surprised and asks why, since he's been working in the municipality for a long time. This is true, but it was an isolated incident when he was appointed even before completing his internship. The man suggested expelling him and transferring him to another location, but Adrian shouted out whether he wanted to kill him. The president was scared. He sat down at the table and said that let June do the internship like the others. Without standing out in any way, he would like that himself. He remembered how June threatened him last time. Then the president asked me to tell him that if he received complaints about poor treatment of interns this time, he would fire them all. At home, a sad Yoji was vacuuming the living room. Jill asked if he was finished, to which Yoji replied yes. Jill gave him another sticker and noticed that the sheet was already completely filled. She said that she would now bring him the money. But suddenly Yoji said that there was no need to do this. For some reason, Yoji said that she didn't have to give him money. Then he took out his own money and said that she could add it to her living expenses. And he even said that he will no longer ask for meat. His sudden change in personality is frightening. Jill asked her father what was going on with Yoji. Jun said that he didn't seem to have done anything wrong and asked Karsiel what was wrong with him. Karsiel suddenly bowed before them and said that now they could tell them how much mental pain they had endured alone over all this time. Jill didn't understand what was going on and she asked what he was talking about. Karsiel clenched his fist and said that there was no need to hide it from them anymore. They will try to avoid reviving these painful memories again in their great master Jun. Yoji and Karsiel said somberly that they had accidentally witnessed him quit his job. Karsiel said they found out about it before dinner, the news that the owner was now unemployed. Jun had no idea what he was talking about. And Karsiel continued that despite his job in the city government, he had looked into an internship at the Hunters Bureau, perhaps realizing that he was tired of working in the city government and now wanted to quit. Carciel said that they all understand perfectly well that people are weak creatures, so they always envy others. He was sure that the evil freaks were simply jealous of Jun's abilities, so it must be because of them that he quit his job. But the owner, as always merciful, he left this place for the sake of those people who are not even worthy of being called small insects. Star asked what was wrong with him. Yoji answered that he was of course also worried, but crying like that was too much. Carciel cried and screamed. How could the owner survive this? June stopped him and said that he was certainly pleased that they were concerned about him, but he had not quit his job. Carciel said the internship is a system that provides the opportunity to work full-time while applying and developing the knowledge gained at university. Then the familiar Yoji returned, who was worried about his money. He scolded Carciel because he scared everyone. Then Yoji jumped on Jill and started begging her to give him back all his money. Jill asked who told her to use the money for living expenses. Then Jill started blackmailing him, saying that she could give him his money if he told her please. That's exactly what Yoji did. He got down on his knees and begged her to return the money, all the while shedding tears. Jill said that she was just joking and then returned his wallet to him. Yoji began to hug him and call him the love of his life. And of course, she gave him more money because he finished his sheet of stickers, and Yoji became even happier and said that she was the best. Carciel wanted to quietly leave while Yoji was in a happy mood, but he didn't have time. The next morning at the Hunter's Bureau, the day June's internship began, the man was screaming at him. How dare he tell him this information just now? The man continued that they knew perfectly well that he needed to go to Gangnam Station now, and they were asking to make an appointment with him. This was a meeting with a high-ranking guild. He asked if they thought they were required to simply provide them with the meeting materials, and that was it. They told him that a person had come to them today for an internship, and he could entrust this matter to him. Then the man asked if he was making fun of me, if he thought that working in management and here were the same thing. But the man hung up, and the man said that he looked so unreliable. The hunters wouldn't break his bones for the slightest mistake, he wondered. The man approached June and said that he usually didn't give difficult work to interns, but now there was simply no other choice. June replied that he could leave without any problems. He would go to this meeting. He had already checked all the materials for it. The man replied that it seemed he didn't know how everything was set up. If he made a mistake, it wouldn't just end that way. There would definitely be problems. But June calmly replied that he would take it into account. The man was perplexed. He wondered whether June was stupid or just confident. It must be hard for him to be here in the busiest department. The man said that he would be back soon. He added that he was not trying to burden him with difficult work on purpose, and apologized for placing such a responsibility on him, since he was still an intern. He came out and said that if he thought about it, he still had to apologize and justify himself for all the ill-considered orders of these old men. Jun thought about what it meant to meet with a high-ranking guild. There was no information about the guild in the meeting materials, but he didn't think it would be that important. This is how the meeting began. The guy was very nervous. You could tell right away. He said that they arrived earlier than they expected. The other guy was also worried. He said that they would start as soon as the person in charge arrived, and asked to wait a little longer. The hunter asked if maybe they just didn't want to sign a contract with them. But suddenly the door swung open and June walked into the office and apologized for being late. The guy started yelling at how dare an intern be late and said that he should have arrived before the hunters arrived and prepared everything. Jun replied that he would take that into account. Suddenly the hunter shouted, "What is he doing? How can he treat a person like that, even if he is a trainee?" The guy was surprised and said that they themselves said that they would not sign the contract if he did not hurry. The hunter was scared and said that he had not said anything like that. Jun looked at them and said that he didn't think he would meet them here and couldn't imagine such an atmosphere between them. It turned out that they were members of the Icarus Guild. They took off their hoods and looked down in fear. Jun said that they were acting and looking different than usual and asked if this was their true appearance and behavior style. Gale became nervous and said that was not the case at all and asked why he was there. Jun replied that he was there on a temporary internship to get the necessary training. The guy asked his boss what was going on here. It seemed like the Icarus Guild was literally walking on eggshells in front of some intern. The boss said that they better leave. The boss said he hoped they could negotiate successfully with their intern. After closing the door, he asked if he didn't know that the Icarus Guild hated them because of the mistake that happened last time, and added that, besides, if this meeting turned out to be a failure, they would simply blame everything on this intern. Gail said that all that was required of them now was to simply leave the meeting quietly. But Jun looked at them with a creepy expression and said that they would then begin their meeting, and the guild members froze in fear. Emily said it may seem like they were just trying to abuse their power and influence with those men, but they simply had no other choice. June looked at them menacingly. Then Emily said that it was true, because if they did not create a formidable image for themselves, they would be immediately picked on, and, hiding behind their name, they would blackmail and threaten young hunters. Then June asked what they were talking about. Gale replied that he was asking because he really didn't know, or was pretending not to know. In a world where hunters are the backbone of the state, the Hunters Bureau holds the most powerful weapon in its hands. Hunters act for their own convenience and benefit, but if those who control them begin to use them for their own interests, hunters will inevitably begin to perish. June asked if they wanted to say that the two employees who were here now were the same, and that the president, knowing about this, continued to do nothing, pretending not to know. They may be dangerous people, but the president simply cannot pretend that he does not know about it, because in fact, thanks to the president, these people can no longer do anything bad as before. The Bureau has previously exploited young hunters and intimidated citizens, and such cases were far from isolated. And it was the president who was able to change this shitty Bureau. Gale asked if he knew what his first accomplishment in office was. In order to eliminate corruption, about 2/3 of the workers were fired. Of course, it wasn't easy. Even a mouse bites a cat when it's cornered, so even then the remaining corrupt staff rebelled. But then the Behemoth Guild supported the president, and they were able to clean up this trash. This situation had been in the news for almost a month and had caused so much noise, so they were surprised that June didn't know about this situation. Simply put, the shadow always remains. It's strange that when you clean out the trash, another one takes its place. Gale said that Mr. June should be careful too. This surprised Emily, and she asked why he should be careful. Perhaps because the president paid little attention to the Bureau's internal workings, the bullying of lower-status employees intensified. It seems like killing interns has become common lately. Emily asked if he tells June to be wary of regular people who might torment and bully him. Gale sheepishly said that this was not what he was asking people to be careful of, in case he got very angry about the situation, wanted to hit someone once, and accidentally killed the person. June said he didn't have to worry about it. Gale got worried and said he didn't mean he had a bad character or anything like that. Then he said that he understood perfectly what they wanted to say, so they didn't have to worry. Jun added that his internship supervisor seemed like a nice person. The manager was on the phone and was asked if he had sent only one trainee to the meeting with the guild. The man replied that he simply could not cancel the meeting. The man on the other line asked if he knew that they were being told about every mistake and bad worker, and yet he still sent the intern to an important meeting. He yelled at him while he was resting and the manager was working. The manager said that at this stage the negotiations were already over and all he needed to do was show them the presentation. Suddenly, the leader received a message stating that the meeting with the guild had concluded and that as part of additional negotiations, an additional clause had been adopted. The Hunters Bureau was to increase the commission by 2%. The man asked why he wasn't answering, and then the manager asked if they could hire this new intern. The manager said that, as he had said, there had been further negotiations regarding the terms and conditions, and this intern had been able to obtain the guild's consent for them to receive 2% more benefits and profits. Then the manager started shouting at the top of his lungs that they absolutely had to take this intern for themselves. The man said his eardrums would burst from screaming and asked how they could hire a city hall employee. The manager replied that he could change his job at the bureau and that was it. They needed him even if they had to fight the president for him. The man asked if he knew how intimidating the president could be, and the leader told him to fight him himself. The guy said that there was still a little time left before the announcement of the first place in the ranking of interns for last year and he would bring it to this job. Then one guy said, as expected, he takes better care of his subordinates than anyone else. Then a cute guy said that he would definitely put in a good word for him to his father. Then the guy started laughing slyly and said that he hadn't done anything, but if he wanted to put in a good word, he would be glad. Then the manager asked how about transferring to their department. Jun asked if such statements weren't dangerous when he was still an intern, and the manager said that in that case he would work even better than during his internship. The manager said that he meant that anyone who looked at him could tell that he had only been working in this field for a year. He had never seen such a professional. Jun said the manager keeps phrasing things in a way that might make people think something bad is going on, and if anyone hears it, he'll pretend he didn't hear anything. The manager literally begged him not to leave him, but June continued to leave. The guy said that he didn't even understand where he was to talk and behave like that in public. The guy said that he thought the manager was pretty smart, but now he looks like a fool, already going crazy from fruitless attempts to hire June into his department. They kept complaining about the manager, and for some reason the guy looked creepy. During lunch, the same cute guy came up to June and asked if he could sit with him. June allowed him. The guy laughed and asked if he was the intern everyone was talking about and said he was pretty ordinary. He thought of him differently. The monosyllabic answer angered the guy, and he asked if he wanted to study together on the weekend. June asked, "It was in the place where all the interns gathered. It would be wonderful, but he's very shy, so he usually only invites people he knows to this event," he said. Then some strange men appeared and asked who he wanted to invite to study, and he said that he did not look like anything special. June looked at them and thought they looked like a bunch of rich boys. The cute boy asked him what he thought. Wouldn't this group be good for his future? Then he said that apparently he needed time to think about it, so he would simply give the place and time Saturday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the training center. Then the guy said that it looked like they were bowing down to him. The guy was furious and told him to shut up. Moments like these make him envy those who live without thinking about anything, because the world will never become such that one cannot worry about anything. Yoji became nervous and asked if Carciel was lying. It just couldn't be true. Carciel was serious, so he just accepted it. The fact that he is already worse at writing the dictation than Star, who recently arrived in Korea, who received 50 points for each test. Star started to tease him and then said that since Star had won, he had to keep his promise. Carciel sadly asked if maybe she would change her wish, but Star shouted that they had promised. Suddenly, they all stood in their positions and shouted, "The crime fighters are coming." Carciel said he thought his dictation skills were worse than those of a 3-year-old. Yoji got angry and said that he said truly, "A subordinate who speaks the truth is a true and faithful servant." However, does he know servants who tell only the truth usually die young? Star said they had to go, and Yoji told Carciel he could count himself lucky. Yoji said that a promise is a promise and it must be kept. Star was very happy. But Carciel said they forgot that their owners had told them not to go outside because it could be dangerous because of the rain. Danger to Yoji, the Dragon King, or the mythical creature, or to him. Then Carciel used a very strong argument. If something didn't go according to plan, then he might not be able to eat meat for a whole month. But unfortunately, his attack didn't work. Yoji asked what Star told him then. Star replied that it was okay to go out if you weren't caught. Yoji said with satisfaction that she had learned everything well. He really doesn't like getting wet in the rain, but he will go out today. Carciel realized that it looked like Star's upbringing had already failed, thanks to Yoji. Only Star was having fun, and Yoji said that he thought her problems were as small as she was. Then Yoji told Star to watch carefully. This is what it means to have fun properly, and with these words he hit the puddle hard, and the water flew in all directions. But it seems he miscalculated his strength, so Carciel installed a barrier that helped prevent the building from collapsing. Carciel said that if he had destroyed the nearby buildings, the owner would have really killed him for such a prank. Yoji replied that he himself had planned to stop the wave. He just hadn't seen that his blow was aimed only at the water, not the ground. Anyway, Star decided that she could do the same, and she lifted her leg with force. The guys ran up to her as quickly as possible and created 2 barriers at once to protect all the surrounding buildings. Yoji scolded Star. Then Carciel said, "Didn't he show her how to do it?" People looked out from behind the noise, and seeing the dragons, they began to panic. Carciel and Yoji said with a gloomy expression that they had definitely screwed up this time. They took Star and ran away. June, who was passing by, naturally saw everything and immediately realized that his children had done something wrong. Already at home, Jun hit Yoji several times. Then Star and Carciel apologized and asked not to hit him. Jill said she was sure he had no bad intentions at all, so why not let him let it go? June gave his permission and Yoji fell to the floor. Then Jill ran up to him and started to feel sorry for him. Jill asked me not to do that again and said they were having braised ribs for dinner tonight and they needed to try harder this time. Just when Yoji thought Jill was a real angel, she started scolding him. Carciel said that he was currently studying something interesting, and if they didn't mind, he would like to try to tell their fortunes. He said he watched the video recently and studies the topic little by little when he is bored and has nothing to do. Carciel asked if he knew how to tell fortunes with rice. Jill said that of course he knew, and asked if Carciel was interested in such things. Then Jill said that they could go to class. Carciel made a face to show Yoji that he would use this chance to escape. Jill asked if he could tell his father's fortune first, instead of hers, and then Carciel became worried. Carciel asked if the strongest man needed this. Jill replied that her father was often in dangerous places, so it wouldn't hurt to tell fortunes, and Star tearfully said that she would help Yoji. June sat down at the table and Jill happily brought rice in a cup, and only Carciel became worried. Carciel said that something bad might happen, but since he was doing this for fun, he hoped for his understanding. June replied that it didn't matter. Then CL poured the rice onto the table and said that here the rice was scattered across the table, but here, on the contrary, it was gathered in a pile. Suddenly, Carciel became agitated, and Jill began to worry and asked what was wrong. Carciel said that the divination was not important, but the prediction was that small and large threats were gradually approaching. Jill was truly scared and started screaming, threatening to do something soon. Carciel said that she didn't have to worry, but Jill replied that he was warning her about the danger, and how could she not worry? Then Carciel said that this is the master, he is the strongest man in the universe, and it also means that every time a threat arises, small things break in the house, so this layout may mean that the dangers are small and will pass without major losses. Despite this, how can she not worry when it comes to her family? Saturday, the Hunters Bureau, a training meeting for trainees from wealthy families. The men stood and complained about how long they had to stand there. Then the guy suggested waiting a little longer, because another person was supposed to arrive. He said that they had invited someone to the dining room. There was still time left before the appointed hour of their meeting, so they could wait. Then they all saw June approach, and everyone around bowed to him. The man said that he was curious why he decided to invite this strange person to their group, and how influential the people behind him were. They should have told them about someone like him earlier, especially if he was joining their group, the man said. Now, apparently, he should try to appear in the best light to him. Then June came up and said that they had arrived early. The boy became more and more angry. He thought that what his father said was true. This man really existed. The fat man stepped forward and asked if all those present were not one family, and advised them to introduce themselves. They all share a common headache about this free theme building, so the guy suggested sharing this important information for promotion with each other. In addition, the man said that each of them most likely received some necessary information through their useful connections. And today, there is an amazing person with them, still unknown to them, and then he offered to listen to what his topic was. Everyone started whispering about what was so amazing about him, but if this pig talks about him like that, it means there is something in him. Jun stood up and said that before he began, he had one question. Did he have clearance to work with classified information for the project? He said he knew the choice of subject matter was free, but he also remembered very well that the authorized information for the project could only be found in the library of the Hunting Bureau. But the workers asked if he had come to give them orders, and they called him stupid, and the pig began to laugh. Then the pig said that he didn't know who he was, but since he was invited here, he should stop acting like a little child. He didn't threaten anyone with a knife to take and use information, so why not use them? The topics are free, of course, but most of them will try to formulate sales strategies. It's not like they're committing a crime. They're all smart people and gathered here for the good of the Bureau. The fat man asked if he was not right, and also, it did not matter how influential those who stood behind him were. He told us what kind of non-children are here and didn't forget to mention himself. He is the great-grandson of a company with a market capitalization of 10.12 trillion. The guy thought that this pig, despite what he saw, was behaving like this. Jun got angry and said, "So that's how it is. Such influential and amazing people have gathered here, so there was no point in talking to him disrespectfully." But he was able to contain his anger and said that it seemed that this place was not for him. The pig complained that he only spoiled the mood because of such an idiot who was simply out of his mind. Then the pig turned around and asked where that idiot was who brought that madman here, but the guy had already run away. The guy ran after June and shouted that he had a question for him, but June ignored him. But then he started shouting the name of his house, the cost, where he works, and that he is a bachelor with 2 daughters and 2 pets. Jun was angry, and the guy, not suspecting anything, said that he thought Jun was just a hard-working person who loved his job. But after he saw that someone at the director's level bowed to him, he understood. But before the guy could finish speaking, an angry Jun grabbed him by the throat and asked why he was snooping around about him. Jun was furious. He grabbed the guy tightly by the throat and said that even during the time of the world of Muram, he had dealt with countless numbers of those who tried to sniff out other people. These people believe they are above everyone else and are ready to trample anyone in their path, June said menacingly. June remembered that strange guy who was confident of his victory. He told June that he was quite dangerous and it would be better to deal with him now. The guy could barely answer that he hadn't done it with that intention at all. Then June threw him on the floor, and he began to cough loudly. Of course, this did not convince June, and he frightened the guy even more by ordering him to tell why he did it. The guy stuttered and said that at first he learned about him simply out of curiosity, since he thought of him only as a competitor. But the more he learned, the stranger the information became. He is friends with the director and members of the Behemoth Guild, and was the one who single-handedly dealt with a C-rank rift that was a world-class threat. The guy said he wanted to know more about him, but the director personally cut off his search channels, saying that was all he was allowed to know. That's why he can't understand. He has so many profitable connections, so many hands willing to help him. He can stand above everyone in this world if he only wants to. Above them, possessing so much information, but not even suspecting who was walking next to them in this cheap suit, the latter did not please June, because the suit was bought by Jill. However, Juna was not convinced by the guy's answer. He asked if this was the only reason he was snooping around about him, and said that he was sure that this was not the first time that for such a banal reason the guy snooped around for information about someone. Jun already wanted to kill this guy, but he started screaming, then fell to his knees and shouted that he was not lying, so he asked to accept him as his student. The guy was shaking like leaves in the rain, and said that June had received universal recognition only because of her abilities. Jun finally put away his sword and said that then he understood that people with similar interests get along well with each other. The guy stuttered, asked if he heard his words. Then June sighed and asked if the purpose of his words wasn't to be heard. The guy nervously said that before meeting him, he believed that you had to use your money and power to become a person no one could ignore. He admitted that he didn't have the talent to create a huge corporation like his father, and he asked June if he had seen the people inside such corporations. They pretend to be better than everyone else, but in reality they are empty shells that were pushed into this position by their parents, and this means that their only job is to enter the Hunter's Bureau and make connections with others. And in the end, the people who treat him well are those who are primarily interested in his father, but not in himself. Then June thought about it and asked why not give up all this, and said that the guy did not want to give up what he had, but he also had no abilities. The guy was shocked by his words, and June continued that, nevertheless, the guy still wants to become someone without putting in any effort. Jun turned away and was about to leave. The guy said sadly that he was trying. Jun replied that he could just continue to live as he lived, because he had something that others could never have. Then he looked at him and said that he was warning him. This was the last time he would let him get away with what he had been sniffing out about him. But the boy did not give up and again asked June to wait for him, calling him teacher, when suddenly someone shouted what he was doing. It was those two guys. They ran out of the office waving their arms and shouting whether June wanted to be fired. He shouted that June was ugly and that he considered himself superior to others just because the boss valued him and treated him well. Another one approached the guy and asked if he was okay and said how could such an important employee be lying on a dirty floor? Then he immediately began to scold June, saying that he needed to report this employee to the director so that he could be fired. June read the document while the man said that their president had made special rules that prevented them from receiving moral training, and that was why things like this were happening. Suddenly, Jun said that the guy said that he wants to climb the career ladder on his own. Then it's worth showing him how he's changing. The guy even lit up after hearing this from Jun. Jun added that maybe he was just lucky because he was born at a time when people who are above him are not mean and do not use evil methods. While the two continued to complain about Jun and threatened to file an official complaint against him, the guy froze after Jun told him his conditions. The guy told Kevin that he could just pretend he'd stepped in dog shit on the street, then handed him the document. He said that this file contains information about those who did best in the internship and took first place, and added that he was confident that Kevin could also take first place with this information. Kevin was still trembling. After all, June still doesn't think to accept him as her student. Kevin thought that then this information would be an easy way to first place. But I remembered how Jun said that he was lucky to be born in a good time. But in any case, such guys will not disappear anywhere. After some time, a list of winners was posted, and people complained that all of these people were from wealthy families. They said that even if they filed a complaint, nothing would change. Suddenly someone shouted, "First place." Then the pig approached Kevin and said that although he didn't particularly want to take first place, he thought it would definitely be a good thing. This pig started laughing and saying that he was still the best here. Apparently, he didn't see the irony because the fat man himself had never achieved anything. Then he said that the idiot who came to their meeting back then, they say, might get fired from the fault management department. It seems like they were pressured by the hunting bureau. The fat man called Jun a bastard and was happy with this news, but Kevin was not happy with this news. At home, Jill was washing the dishes when she suddenly dropped a cup and it broke. This scared Jill, because she had never broken anything, and she decided that the first danger that Carciel spoke of was approaching. The director and his assistants left the building, and reporters were already waiting for them. They immediately ran up to him and said that an internal appeal had been received at the hunting agency with a complaint of illegal employment, and the prosecutor's office had launched an investigation. The guy said that the manager is at the center of this corruption incident, and the news that some interns were given preference in employment is shocking. Then the manager got really angry and started shouting that he didn't know who the informer was, but wasn't it too unfair to treat them like that? He pointed to one man who had been standing with Kevin and the pig earlier and said that they must have been complete trash this whole time. But you can't just ignore all the proper procedures and fire them like that. They should at least provide solid evidence of their guilt first before firing them. Then the manager would shout again who gave the order. The president suddenly appeared and replied that it was that he had personally investigated the case and had already handed over all the evidence of their corrupt actions to the prosecutor's office. So the president said he hoped he wouldn't be too angry about it because confidentiality was a big point in organizing this mass arrest. The president stood up and began speaking to reporters, introducing himself and saying that apparently because he was busy with other matters and could not monitor the activities of his house, strange things began to happen there. But from now on, he promises to continue working in the bureau, increasing his vigilance against such morally wrong actions. This especially applies to the employees involved in this case. They will never be allowed to work in the bureau again. That's when that fat man came out who laughed when he thought that June would be fired, but only he was fired. The president also promised to severely punish anyone who would help such workers. When suddenly the fat man noticed June in the crowd and began shouting that he was the one who caused them all to end up in this miserable situation. Jun sighed and said that he had no idea the director was planning something like this. The fat man continued to shout, "How dare he tell such a brazen lie? He called June a bastard and threatened that he would not leave him alone." Then he turned on the manager, saying that he was exactly the same and that it was he who had encouraged him to report them. The leader just looked at him and said that he didn't think they would catch him even if he tried, and he didn't think pigs could talk. Jun asked. He was just quite agitated and swore that it was wrong to treat employees like that, wasn't it? But now he looks very calm. The manager replied that it was all an act. The boss specifically asked him about it, said that in this case the president's appearance would look more dramatic. And so, he doesn't care at all about catching such bastards. The fat man heard this and became even more angry, and said how dare they ignore his words. Then he started threatening again that they better be careful, because he would try to do everything to send them both deeper into hell and do the same to their family. At that moment, Chloe punched him hard and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chloe asked how dare he talk about someone's family. Then Chloe shouted for them to quickly take this beast away. Seeing Chloe, all the reporters ran up to her and started questioning her. June thought that the arrest had turned into a chaotic show. What a noisy day it had been today. Rick laughed and said that when Auntie was angry, it was very scary. Life after her blow must have been completely ruined. Then Jonathan told Rick to watch his language. The leader turned around in shock and asked what these hunters Jonathan and Risk were doing here. Chloe suddenly got angry, and Rick was already starting to worry. But it turned out that she was angry because that jerk was threatening the families. Rick approached June and said that June could be very grateful to this aunt. Their communication greatly surprised the manager, and Rick continued that this man with the face of a monster was preparing to take revenge on him behind his back. And she found out about it, and thanks to her, they are here watching as they are all taken away in jingling handcuffs. While Rick and Jonathan were talking to June, Chloe suddenly changed her mind, turning to June and sweetly asking how he was doing. June smiled and said that thanks to her everything was fine. He had no idea what was going on. So he thanked Chloe again. She blushed and replied that she did nothing wrong. Rick and Jonathan raised their hands in approval, and Rick said that Auntie's burning love was so frightening because she even asked her father and mother for help in this matter, which she never does. Of course, he got what he deserved from Chloe for this, and reporters started filming the beaten Rick. And Jonathan told June that he knew Chloe was directly involved in this case, and since he had no information about how everything happened before the arrest, and asked why he didn't talk about it with her over dinner alone. What a subtle hint. Chloe heard this and became embarrassed and complained to Jonathan. June, on the contrary, did not understand anything and asked why Jonathan did not join them. Jonathan laughed sweetly and said that he didn't know anything about the arrests. Chloe had prepared it all, and therefore it would be better for him to be alone at dinner. Then June asked if Chloe had time tonight. She said yes, and June smiled and said that they would see each other for dinner then. His smile made Chloe blush even more. Then Jonathan approached Rick and said that he knew Rick wanted to play a joke on Chloe, but didn't he think she really liked him? Rick replied that of course, and asked if it hadn't been clear when she called her parents about it. Jonathan looked at them happily and agreed that June was an excellent choice. Later, June awkwardly said that she had already helped him, so she should also pay for dinner. Chloe looked gorgeous. She let her hair down and wore a beautiful white dress. She smiled and said that he had supported them in many ways before, so she should pay for dinner. We are shown an expensive, luxurious restaurant. The workers shouted that Mrs. Chloe was already waiting. The boss ordered them to call the chairman. He said that their mistress had finally brought a young man here for the first time. Then he shouted that they would prepare the best food for this wonderful day, and all the cooks joyfully shouted in one voice, "Yes, chef." The chef prepared everything and ordered that the finished dishes be served immediately, but then changed his mind and said that he would serve them himself. Apparently, the boss was serious. With fiery eyes, he thought that the lady could trust him. Today, he would repay her for the courage and kindness she had shown. He served the dishes personally. Chloe was surprised that the chef personally served them the dishes and said that he didn't have to do that. Chloe said that if the person responsible for supervising the preparation of dishes and the actual cooking is here, then who will take care of the dishes for the other guests? The chef replied that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He only came out to her to present the dish as the chef responsible for preparing the food. Then he turned to June and, after greeting him, asked if he could take up his time to present the dish. Chloe said that she could handle it perfectly well herself. The chef started describing the dish when he suddenly turned to Chloe and said that Miss Chloe was very, very beautiful. Then he added that this was not her only merit, not the only one at all. He guaranteed that Miss had excellent management skills. When she took charge of this place for just a year, their sales increased by 700%. He continued to praise her, saying that the luxury room in this hotel, where the Miss stayed, was paid for entirely from her own funds. But even if she lived in this room all her life, she would not be able to spend all the capital she had earned. Then he can say that she is the best only because of her abilities, and this is not true. She knows the names of all, even the youngest employees. And if the family of one of them is in a difficult situation, then she solves all the problems, justifying it with the need for the well-being of the company. She has such a wonderful character. Even I fell in love with her. When their sous chef's mother was diagnosed with cancer, she covered the full cost of her surgery, and Chloe was embarrassed by such generous words. Even when their young employee was working 2 jobs to pay off his accumulated student loans, she helped him get a scholarship from the company. Chloe couldn't take it anymore and shut him up. She felt awkward and asked the boss to stop, then told June that she was sorry for this performance. June replied that everything was fine, but now it was better to worry about whether the boss was okay. Apparently, Chloe clamped his mouth too tightly, so he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Chloe quickly carried him somewhere. When Chloe and the chef ran away, June saw Kevin sitting at the next table, and then he looked at him with a stern look, which scared the guy. A little awkwardly, Kevin sat down next to him and immediately explained that he was a regular customer here, but June was interested in something else. He asked if he hadn't been taken away with his friends back then, and Kevin replied that he would tell him everything since June was interested. It turned out that on the day he was offered an envelope with information to easily get first place, Kevin refused and said that he would try to cope on his own. He was told that he would only be able to get an important position if he did everything right from this stage onwards. Otherwise, he would get a position where even a promotion to a good place would not shine. The guy sheepishly said that, to be honest, he really didn't know why he refused back then, but in the end, everything turned out well. However, he still doesn't believe that he can successfully build a company from scratch like his father, and frankly, he's confused. And yet, he tries his best to make sure he doesn't regret his choice. Jun looked at him approvingly and nodded, saying that everything is fine and he should keep trying. Chloe returned and noticed Kevin talking to June. She felt sad that the boss had just left. and now this stranger was next to him, and this was the first time she had dressed up like this. At home, Yoji complained that today they only had grass because they were having dinner without the owner. Jill got nervous and said that he must have forgotten how much money they had already spent on meat for him this month, so there wasn't much left in the budget for him until the end of the month. Jill lied. But then Yoji attacked Jill with a logical argument, saying that they did have sausages. However, this attack had no effect, as Jill replied that there weren't many of them left either, and Yoji usually ate a pack of sausages at a time. However, seeing how the owner didn't say anything to her after she broke the cup, one could say that the danger had passed, and so Carciel suggested celebrating by giving Yoji some sausages. Yoji immediately became happy and started shouting, "Party!" Then Jill said that they should do it when their father comes. Why should they have a party with such a group? Jill asked. Yoji got angry and said that it was very unfair and he hated Jill, and after that he ran into the room and locked himself in. For the record, Yoji eats 80% of all the meat that Jill buys. Star became worried and asked. Yoji was offended. Carciel sighed and replied that he was just joking, and he was sure of it. That is, he thinks so, because he is the king of dragons. That night, while everyone was sleeping, Yoji snuck into the kitchen and started eating the remaining sausages. If Jill noticed him, he would be in big trouble. But before she caught him, he was eating. When suddenly something thundered. Jill woke up in horror and immediately screamed, "What's going on?" and called the boys, asking if they were okay. Carciel was carrying a sleeping Star in his arms. Jill said that meant he took care of Star, then asked what about Yoji. Then Yoji appeared in front of her with his mouth full. She got angry and said that it seemed like Yoji was also completely fine, and asked if he had apparently been without meat for a while. Yoji was scared and did not answer. Jill angrily threw Yoji out the window, and Yoji screamed that he didn't know who made the noise, but he swears he would definitely kill him. Then Jill and Carciel looked out the window to see what had happened, and then the emergency evacuation warnings came on. A rift of immeasurable magnitude has now opened. Residents have been asked to evacuate immediately. We are shown an incredibly huge monster, and it seems Carciel's prediction has come true after all. We are apparently in some incredible dimension. An unknown man was sitting on the throne, and he said that the destruction of the earth had stopped. The usurper's hourglass had never stopped before, no matter what dimension it consumed, the stranger said. And even the soul stone is destroyed, which means that all the usurpers who carried out the destruction of the earth are dead. He couldn't believe it. Maranuk and Aduntas, those whom even the most powerful conquerors who managed to break through to the center could not defeat. Even the students who had not completed their training could not cope with them. Then the stranger remembered the newcomer who had recently appeared in the center. He realized that this would be more problematic than he thought. Just after the destruction of the earth, he planned to take under his wing a new group of newcomers for training. But the stranger continued to think. Who knew that the destruction of the earth would stop like this? Suddenly, the fire guy asked what he was thinking so seriously about. Then he asked if the destruction had stopped. Then why didn't they go and deal with the problem themselves? The hooded stranger asked if the only ones who could go were himself and the fire boy. And he wondered if, no matter how weak the usurpers were, he thought they shouldn't underestimate those who killed them. Then the fiery one said that it turned out he was a coward, and asked him if he had really forgotten who he was, and introduced himself, the rightful owner of Ognium, the very essence of fire, born in the hottest place, in the heart of the whole world, the king of flame Hyperion. If Maranuk and Aduntas failed miserably in their mission, then he would personally go and initiate the process of destruction. Then the second guy thought that the reason for such furious zeal was completely different. He realized that Hyperion had a completely different plan and got angry. Hyperion turned around and said that anything that was forced into the training area after the destruction of the earth would belong to him. When the fiery boy left, the gloomy one said that Hyperion always lives up to his expectations about him. At least he'll get the information if he fails, and if everything goes well, he can just take what he needs from him and the rest is unimportant. Hyperion entered the earth, and the entire city was enveloped in smoke and flames. And June stood in the midst of all this and calmly said that quite a lot had happened today. And now something unpleasant was happening again. June sighed tiredly, saying that he needed to sort this out quickly and go home to get some rest. Fire noticed that June sighed and said that this was something new. No one had ever given him such a look before. Today he is in a great mood, because the day is finally near when he will rule the world. So in honor of this, he will make him his first earthly slave. He started laughing and saying that this was such a great luck for June. He wondered what kind of expression June would have when he saw him destroying the earth. He kept laughing, and June asked if he was always this talkative. Hyperion chuckled at June's rudeness and said that having a pet that sometimes bites is also fun. And just as he was about to say that June needs to be taught good manners, he was hit. Of course, Yoji hit him with such force that the fiery boy fell to the ground unconscious. Yoji threatened to tear him to pieces. Then he grabbed him by the collar and flew out of the earth, shouting that if you come to another dimension, you need to behave quietly when visiting. It seems Yoji did not even notice that June was next to him. Yoji was very angry. He shouted that in this world people could even kill each other if their neighbors from another floor were too noisy, and he still dared to invade someone else's dimension. Hyperion started shouting, "How dare this insolent little brat touch him?" This offended Yoji. He let him go and asked if he was so good at fighting that he dared to call the Dragon Lord an insolent little brat, and then challenged him to a one-on-one fight. Then the fiery boy became nervous and asked what the Lord was doing here, since he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. So where did he come from? Then he bowed to Yoji and introduced himself, and Yoji reluctantly introduced himself too. Hyperion awkwardly said that since this was how they met, he would probably go back. Yoji was still irritated and asked if he wanted to leave. Then Yoji asked if he wanted to leave, then he should send him away, right? And then hit the fire guy with her strong attack. And then Yoji said, "How can such a weakling talk about the destruction of the world? But the meat ban will apparently still be lifted thanks to the fact that he dealt with this impudent fellow." Then Yoji screamed. Even just thinking about it, he was overcome with anger. If it weren't for that fire guy, he wouldn't have been caught then. Yoji was also sad that he even spent all his pocket money. Jun calmly watched the performance and said that it looks like it's all over. Yoji was crying and saying that if only he had money, even just 5,000 won. Suddenly Jun handed him 20,000 won. Yoji was shocked and asked why he was giving it to him. Jun replied that if he didn't want it, then he wouldn't give him the money. But Yoji quickly grabbed the money, and then Jun said that he told Jill, and Yoji didn't understand what he was talking about and asked what Jun told Jill. And Jun replied that Jill could lift the ban on meat. Yoji even shed tears of happiness and began to confess his love to Jun. The next day, Star approached Jill and asked if she needed help with anything. She stated that she would do whatever she asked. Star only had one sticker left to fill out the sheet, but Jill replied that she had nothing at all to ask her for. Then Star got upset and asked if she really didn't need help at all and said that Star should collect all the stickers as quickly as possible. Jill couldn't take it anymore and said they didn't have any spinach and asked if Star could go to the store to get some. And a happy Star ran to the dragons, who were watching something, and told Yoji that they needed to go to the store as soon as possible. Yoji replied that if she called him the greatest, supreme, best king, then maybe he would go with her. But as soon as Jun looked menacingly at Yoji, he became scared and immediately stood up and said that he was just joking. Carciel said that then he would also go with them, but Star abruptly grabbed Yoji and replied that he couldn't go with them, which surprised everyone. Naturally, Carciel became nervous and asked what he had done wrong. Jun, on the contrary, was calm and said that he did not know. And Star and Yoji were already in the store, and Yoji was watching with curiosity as the boy played. He won some coins, and his sister asked him to buy her some cookies, and the boy happily replied, "Of course." Yoji had already started to come up with a plan, and saying that if 1 coin is equal to 1, then 10 coins, which means the sum increases tenfold. It seems the dragon is not very good at math. Star got angry and started pulling him and yelling for Yoji to go with her. But Yoji yelled that he wasn't going anywhere and would play because if luck smiled on him, then he would get hundreds of cookies. Ultimately, Star couldn't get Yoji to go with her, so she called him a fool and puffed out her cheeks as she left alone. She walked into the store and, taking a deep breath, said hello to her grandmother, who asked why such a beautiful girl was sighing, and then asked what she wanted to buy. Star was about to say that she needed spinach, when she suddenly noticed a bouquet of sweets. Blinded by the beauty of the bouquet, she asked how much these sweets cost. Then Grandma explained to Star that they weren't for sale, because she had to draw a piece of paper, and if she came in first, then she could take it. Star happily shouted out that she would try, and Grandma laughed and said she would let her play once for free. Grandma pulled out one of the pieces of paper, but it was empty. Star was full of hope and happily asked what she had won. Seeing her dazzling smile, The grandmother decided not to ruin her happiness and replied that, of course, the lucky little girl was burning out just what she wanted. Happy Star took her winnings and skipped off to go home, completely forgetting that she needed to buy spinach. She approached a gloomy Yoji with a smile and said that she had managed to win the grand prize. It was obvious that Yoji had failed miserably, and besides, he had already spent all his money on this machine. Star got angry that he not only spent all the money but also didn't win anything, and started yelling that unlike him, she won the first time, and she thought Yoji was smart, but it turned out he was stupid. Yoji couldn't take it anymore and flew away crying. Star shouted where he was flying to, but still didn't receive an answer. And sighing, she said that their Yoji was still such a child, and when June saw that Star came home from the store alone, he decided to teach Yoji a lesson in parenting. But of course he didn't know this yet. He flew and said with resentment that he wouldn't leave it like that. Although Yoji knew that June would scold him for this, it was more important for him now to protect his pride. Apparently Yoji was flying to Hank. He called him by his name loudly, and Hank didn't like it, he said irritably, no matter how much he was a symbol of peace and tranquility. But who dared to call him by his name so brazenly and fearlessly? Hank looked at Yoji and said that the bald head looked familiar to him. Yoji got angry and hit him, asking why he was bald, adding that the top of the head sounded impolite. Then Hank realized that it was Yoji, and standing up, he introduced himself as the insignificant dragon number 5, saying that he dared to greet the great lord before him. Yoji replied that although he really wanted to beat him up, if he fulfilled his request, he would let him get away with everything this time. Hank, shocked, asked if he was saying that he had a personal request for him, from the Lord himself. Yoji became even more angry than before and said that apparently he had not heard from anyone for several thousand years. Asked if he had forgotten what fear was, Hank replied that these were just thoughts out loud and nothing more. Yoji really needed his help though, so he calmed down and showed the machine and asked if he knew what it was. Hank replied, "Isn't it the rock, paper, scissors slot machine in front of the stationery store?" Yoji asked angrily how he knew him and reminded him that he had told Hank not to leave the nest. But apparently he had left it. Hank realized that he had been caught and froze in fear. So Hank quickly changed the subject and said that something else was important right now and asked what Yoji wanted him to do for him. Yoji said terribly, "If he does it in 5 minutes, no, in a minute, then he will close his eyes to the willful forays from the nest. If he doesn't make it in time, he will die." Hank quickly did everything and presented the slot machine to Yoji. Yoji said that he needed to focus and practice, so he ordered Hank to get lost. Yoji was playing hard, and Hank was looking at him and thinking, "This machine, everything in it, drops out randomly, so whether you practice or not, there will be no point." But Hank didn't say anything to Yoji, who was winning and losing. And when Yoji lost again, he smashed the machine and ordered Hank to make the same one again, which Hank did. A few days later, the seasoned Yoji, terribly tired, came with his wallet to play the game again. But when he approached the stationery store, he saw that the slot machine was not there. Yoji asked his grandmother where the slot machine had gone, and his grandmother replied that she didn't know, but it turns out it was illegal, and that some really scary government officials had come yesterday and dismantled it. This news destroyed everything Yoji had worked so hard for, so he cried out in grief that he had trained for several days, was ready even to die for the sake of victory. If this was really so, he would learn it. He had simply wasted his money, and now the master would definitely kill him. Carciel thought that something strange had been happening the last few days. Perhaps it was just his personal delusion, but it seemed as if everyone was trying to have fun without him. So Carciel asked Star if they were leaving again without him. Ciel wanted to go with them, but Star quickly ran away and said that they would be back soon. Carciel was worried and thought that such situations were happening more and more often lately. Could it be that Star and Lord had declared a boycott on him, but he hadn't done anything wrong? He decided to ask the owner. He was so worried that he had a nervous breakdown, he thought. Is there no other way? Why are they doing this to him? Carciel was thinking about how he could make peace with them and decided to do something they both liked. Treat them to delicious dishes, for example. He was still not sure, but he still decided to do something, so he would personally choose every ingredient and cook everything. And so Carciel went out to the market and began to choose ingredients. People looked at him in surprise. The old man said that it seemed that in their day, dogs could even talk. Another uncle asked if it was the first time he had seen a talking dog. The old man replied that of course it was the first time. Then the man asked, apparently he didn't know the famous people of this market, and pointing somewhere said, that red one is just one of them. Then Carciel, hearing this, turned around. And indeed, there was Yoji and Star. They had a bunch of things in their hands, and they were running away somewhere. The man said that this creature had become a landmark of their market in recent days. Seeing these two, Carciel was crushed. Apparently, he decided that his friends had abandoned him and no longer wanted to be friends with him. Yoji was complaining that he couldn't see anything and was asking if it was really necessary to buy so much. Star said that he was just like a little boy, which only made Yoji more irritated. Then Carciel shouted that he would carry his package and started running towards him. He shouted that they could go home together. Yoji and Star were very surprised. Yoji further hurt Carciel by saying that shouldn't they pretend they don't know him at times like this and just walk past. Star agreed and they turned away. Carciel fell down in sadness and thought that it seemed like he really was an outcast. And now they wouldn't eat his delicious dishes. Depressed, Carciel returned home and could not open the door. In despair, he began to force the door open. Yoji told him that if he kept tugging at the door like that, he would definitely break it, and he should understand that if the door didn't open, it meant he couldn't go in. Apparently, this was the last straw. Carciel was very upset. Carciel started screaming why Yoji was doing this to him. What bad thing he had done to make him an outcast. After all, he had lived his whole life as his devoted servant. He screamed that he had always tried his best to help him. Yoji asked him to stop, and the door broke harder and harder. In the end, Carciel took down the door with Yoji. Then Yoji asked if he hadn't told him to stop. What should they do with the door now? Sad Carciel apologized and replied that he lost his mind for a moment. This is a nightmare, thought Carciel. Not only is he hated, but now the door is broken, which means now both owners will hate him. Then Jill ran up and asked what was wrong with the door. Carciel pressed himself against the door in fear and began to mumble something. Jill asked what was going on here, and how long ago Carciel had arrived, and more importantly, if he was hurt. Yoji said he was hurt. Jill pushed him away and said he was perfectly fine, then asked again if Carciel was hurt. But Carciel froze with tears in his eyes when he saw that the house was decorated and the poster read, Ciel, we love you. Jill picked up Carciel and said that he always copes with everything by trying his best, but always says that he doesn't need anything. And she also thinks that Yoji always takes all his pocket money. Jun put a festive hat on Carciel with a smile, so they decided to prepare a surprise party for him, but apparently he arrived a little early. Sweet Carciel burst into tears and said that he didn't know anything. Then Star handed him the bouquet she had won with a note that read, Ciel, love you always, thank you, Star. Cutie burst into tears and thanked Star again for the gift. Then Yoji stood up, and he said that it was necessary to pretend that they didn't know him. They weren't so bad as to make him an outcast. He noticed the packages and asked what was inside, but before Carciel could say a word, Yoji decided that there was meat in there. Yoji said, great, as their good-natured lord and king of dragons, he personally deigned to prepare food for his servant, but Jill immediately shouted, no, and everyone immediately looked at Yoji with fear. Then Yoji pouted and said there was no need to refuse so abruptly. Jill replied that it's not that they don't want him to cook. It's just that there are already a lot of dishes for today, so maybe next time. Yoji smiled creepily and said okay, and asked the owner how about some meat for tomorrow's celebration for Carciel. Jun shook his head and said that it was impossible. But Yoji started to act up, and then Jun said that he would leave them his card so that they could have something tasty to eat tomorrow. And the next day, Jun went to the center. On the second floor, a guy was watching him. The guy thought about how Jun had walked through every corner of the first floor, and how incredible it was. Such an interesting guy hadn't appeared for a long time. But if he showed up to him, he would have to kill him. Carciel, who was with Jun, suddenly asked if he was bothered by him following him. Jun replied that he was not, and asked why he suddenly had such a thought. Then Carciel, a little shyly, said that he was following him because he wanted to help, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to because Jun was, after all, the strongest among the living. Jun knelt down and asked if he wanted to help him. But with what? Carciel replied that yesterday, during the congratulatory party, the owner said that he could not stay and eat with them. But he likes it most when they eat together. He has never felt such a warm atmosphere around him before, even when they dined together with the dragons. Besides, the Lord's character was a little so-so before. Even if his help was not that great, Carciel wanted to help so that the owner could have dinner together. June patted him on the head and said that he was so good. So thanks to him, Carciel would be able to finish earlier and go home. By the way, they still have those there who can help them. Carciel looked in the direction that June pointed and replied that there was no one there. The two guys who were hiding in the tree branches said they screwed up because June noticed them right away. One of them still didn't believe that they had been noticed, because who could notice them from such a distance, unless of course he was the greatest hunter in the world. But that couldn't be the case. The boy wondered why a monster like him was coming to their village when it was in chaos. He told his friend to go quickly and tell the villagers that someone dangerous was coming. He asked what he would do then. The guy answered that he would try to stop him and shouted at him to run to the village. The guy complained that they didn't even know why this man was here. The guy thought that he was here, obviously, to get Yggdrasil, and he would try to stop him, to at least buy a little time. But the guy said that he was also part of the village's security, and he also couldn't let him die. With these words, he rushed at Jun, while Jun was showing Ciel the map. And of course, Jun destroyed his sword in an instant, and Jun said that if they had helped them, it would have been easier. The guy got scared and started screaming that he wouldn't let him touch Yggdrasil unless he did it over his dead body. But it seemed like Jun had no idea what the guy was talking about. Carciel explained that he was talking about that huge tree behind him. The guy realized that they were some kind of travelers, and said that he thought they were going to attack the village on the orders of that monster. To begin with, it is worth clarifying that, according to the description, Yggdrasil is called the Tree of Life. Its leaves contain life force and are used as medicine. The tree sap is considered effective enough to be called an elixir of longevity. But it is said that it is periodically attacked by a monster called Teratalos, who lives beyond the lava field. It is written that we are currently also being attacked by travelers. Jun said that it seems that this situation has caused misunderstanding. The tree guard shouted out what kind of misunderstanding could there possibly be, when suddenly the guy we saw earlier landed in front of them. The man said that Jun is not an opponent for him, so he can let him go. The guard asked in shock if he is here. Then who is confronting Tarantulos now? Mr. Ben said that he should be here so that he would not get hurt. Jun asked what Carciel thought about this. Then Carciel said that apparently the master had become a villain for them. Ben said that Jun was the one who made a mess on the first floor, but they didn't listen to him. Carciel asked if he should deal with them. Jun asked if he could do it without harming him. Then Carciel replied that it might be difficult if he was too weak. Jun replied that he would succeed if he practiced. Ben got angry and said how dare a newbie who had just come up from the first floor ignore him. Taking out his katana, he said that he should not dare to complain later about the death that he himself was striving for. But Jun easily blocked his attack, thereby surprising Ben. He asked if his blow was really too weak, and then decided to show him everything he was capable of. Suddenly the earth shook, and the hunter decided that it was Ben who did it, and began to praise him, saying that Ben could so easily shake with one movement of his energy. But Ben replied that it wasn't him. And then the very same monster that had been ruining their lives all this time jumped out of the lava. Ben shouted, "Why now?" Then he said that if the invader does not want to die, then we need to deal with this monster. But when Jun had already summoned his sword, Ben told him that he shouldn't attack him first. He would attack in turn. This would only anger him. Jun didn't listen to him and easily killed the monster. Then he asked if Dean could talk now or if he needed time to cool his head. Apparently the second option, judging by Ben's face. Ben said, frightened, that he should have told him right away that he just came to explore this area. All he heard was that they searched the entire first floor, and so he thought that they came for Yggdrasil. Carciel said that now they are asking for time, but a couple of minutes ago, they attacked them as soon as they saw them. Carciel said irritably that the owner could destroy their entire village if he wanted to. If they got all the necessary information about them, then let them help them with the exploration of the second floor, Ben answered, of course, and offered to show them everything. Carciel told Jun that if she gave him the tablet, he would complete half of the research for him. The reason for Carciel's rush was simple. He wanted to quickly eat with his family. Sometime later, Jun was already praising Carciel, because thanks to him they would be able to complete this work in a day. But the poor residents fell to the ground from fatigue. Carciel even offered one of them as a servant, because they could be useful. Ben wearily replied that they should protect this place. Jun shook his head and replied that he had not even thought of taking them. Then Carciel said that he would let it go just because they helped the owner have dinner with them. Carciel happily said that the Lord would also be very happy that he was having dinner with them. June asked if it was because then they would order a lot of meat and Jill would not tell him anything. But Carciel had hoped that Yoji was not such a greedy and selfish dragon, but we are suddenly shown Jill, who asked Yoji not to do this. Yoji was holding a newspaper in his hands and shouting for Jill to look at the newspaper too. But Jill pulled his face, saying that it was impossible. But Yoji didn't give up. He said that they could get 10 billion won, and Jill couldn't do anything because she was always worried about living expenses. But Jill asked if he had forgotten how he made the news that time because he took on his true form because of chicken skewers. Jill let Yoji go and said that if it happened again this time, his father might really scold him. And what did money matter anyway when they could live happily as they were now? Then Jill asked Yoji to promise her that he really wouldn't go anywhere. Yoji got worried and asked if he really had to do that. Yoji pouted and said that he wasn't a child. He had to make such promises. He complained that he couldn't believe that an all-powerful dragon king like him would do something like that. Yoji's complaints angered Jill, and she again warned him that she was not messing around with him. But as soon as Yoji came out, he bumped into Jun and immediately said that the owner had returned. Jun replied that Carciel had helped him a lot, so they finished early. Jill praised Carciel, and Yoji suddenly thought angrily that it meant Carciel had distinguished himself, which meant they wouldn't be scolded for a while. Jun noticed this and looked at him menacingly, asking if Yoji was up to something again. Yoji put on an innocent face and replied that he had never done such a thing. Naturally, all three became wary and looked suspiciously at Yoji, of course, because it was Yoji who was causing the most problems in their family. Carciel said wearily, "If Yoji appeared in the news again, the punishment locked in the meat will not end." Yoji, inspired by his idea, told him to keep quiet, and he can't let 10 billion won go. And does he know how much meat can be bought with this money? If not, then he simply doesn't understand the value of this money. Besides, Carousel helped the owner, which means that if he is with him and they are caught, the owner will spare them, and there are more than 100 entrances to the rifts here. It is unlikely that the owner will find them. Even the owner's grandfather cannot know that they will enter through the 79th entrance. Then Yoji said that lately he had been acting really brazenly and was speaking to him very brazenly. Carciel got nervous and said that he had misunderstood him and was speaking louder to him because he was worried that the owner would catch them, but Carciel hid the phone behind his back. But Yoji asked why he didn't stop moving and what he was doing there. Carciel became even more nervous and shouted that he was doing nothing. However, Yoji became suspicious and asked him if he would cut off his hand if he caught him in a lie, or if he hadn't learned that after all this time. Carciel said again that there really was nothing there. Yoji asked if he wanted to die since he dared to lie to him so brazenly. But Carciel pointed at the people and said that there were people lying over there. Yoji came up to them and said that they should have gone where there were a lot of people. Why did they even come here? And now they are lying here. All of them, with the exception of the owner, were weak creatures that would fall apart if they were hit once. So Carciel asked why not send them away from here. Yoji irritably said that he would help these losers and began to heal people, which surprised Carciel. Carciel asked, thinking that the Lord would leave these people and go away, and this cruel, selfish, arrogant dragon was helping strangers. Therefore, Carciel even cried. Thinking that Yoji had grown as a person, the 9th servant Carciel was very impressed by this. Yoji said that he had finished healing them and ordered Carciel to throw them out somewhere outside. But suddenly a pictogram appeared on the ground and began to glow. It turned out that Yoji had fallen into a trap. Yoji was blocked, and then a huge, creepy knight appeared and said that the guys were feeble-minded, a bunch of idiots who fell into such simple traps. The knight called them fools and asked how they dared to come here. Carciel became very angry and asked who else was feeble-minded here and if he knew who he was dealing with. While Carciel was screaming that he was forcing him to return to his cruel, strong tyrant personality, Yoji calmly broke free from the trap and said that it was funny and he hadn't stretched in a long time. Yoji also defended these people and asked if he should also pay the one who was able to make him laugh. For the first time in a long time, the knight was shocked that Yoji did not have any scratches, and then shouted that if he started a fight, everything would collapse here and he would probably get injured too. However, Yoji confidently replied that he would not receive any injuries and attacked the knight. Now the entire area was immersed in fire. But suddenly Jun appeared and picked up Yoji, saying that he knew something like this would happen, so he came running right away. Jun ordered him to stop before anything collapsed here and said, "Excuses later, it's better to stop now, otherwise everything here will collapse and people will get hurt." Then Yoji asked if he would free him from punishment. Jun asked if he should punish him now. Of course, Yoji answered no and asked why he was here. Jun replied that Carciel told him everything, thereby giving Carciel away. Then he said that the boss's item worth 10 billion won would be handed over to the state. They wouldn't be able to buy meat with it. Yoji got angry and said that it was unfair, and asked why he didn't stop him then if they knew about everything. Jun asked if he would have stayed home peacefully if he had tried. Yoji became even more enraged and looked at Carciel, then started shouting that he was a traitor. But Jun picked him up and said that, to be precise, he had asked him to do it, and asked what he thought would have happened if Carciel hadn't told him. That if the place had collapsed, at least he would be able to take everything he got from killing this monster. The sale would bring in a lot of money, and he would also let him get away with it, because Carciel had told him 100 times how Yoji saved people's lives. Then Yoji softened his anger and burst into tears of happiness. Carciel picked up the monster's helmet and told him to take it. In any case, the general's skull was rank B, the effect crowning good fortune. This effect is enhanced when in the possession of a minor. Yoji looked at the skull with displeasure, and a joyful Carciel said that an item with a B rating wasn't worth, of course, 10 billion won, but that amount would be enough to eat meat for the rest of his life. But Yoji stared at the word minor and kept sighing, then went back home and said that it was a gift for Jill and she could take it. Such a generous gesture surprised everyone. Jill asked why Yoji was suddenly giving him a bone helmet. Yoji irritably said what difference it made. She soon had to train in the rift. It was a good thing, so it was worth always carrying it in her bag. Jun and Carciel were proud of Yoji. They watched with affection as he gave Jill the helmet that he wanted so much. Then Jun said that they should eat meat before Jill left for training. The day of training arrived, Jill got ready and was about to leave when suddenly Yoji ran up to her. Dracosha asked if she took it. Jill asked if he was talking about the skull that he gave. Nervously answered, "Of course she took it and it is in the bag." But Yoji took out the skull and said that this was the skull she was talking about. Jill got scared and asked how he found it, since she hid it in the closet. Yoji irritably asked how he could not recognize it, since it was still glowing with magic. Yoji complained if she knew how much he could get for it if he sold it, but he gave up on that idea and gave it to Jill. So how could she just walk away and leave it behind if she sold it? She could buy herself meat for the rest of her life. Jill apologized and said that she was wrong. Yoji asked if she would take it now. Jill replied that she would take it. Yoji added that from now on, every time he wanted meat, she would serve it. Jun laughed and said how many times he caught Jill doing this and took advantage of it. Carciel replied that this was how he got what he wanted and asked if he should let him get away with it. Then Jun looked at him and said sweetly, "He can let it go this time, because this time he deserved it." Jill arrived at the training site in the training rift of the Troll Valley Hunter Academy. A man shouted at the students to ask if they knew what the most important thing was in this training. He himself replied that this was a practical fight. If an unforeseen situation developed, the man advised the students to run away. Right, unexpected things happen all the time, especially in a rift as big as this one. The man asked again what they would do if their colleague was in danger. Jill shouted loudly to quickly leave the dangerous place and call the teachers immediately. The teacher answered correctly and ordered them not to die together just because they were helping someone. They had to go to the instructor. Having said this, he ordered everyone to divide into teams. Jackie asked Jill why she needed a backpack for a day trip, and the guy immediately tried to add points to himself and offered to carry Jill's backpack. Jill replied that it was not necessary. She felt calmer if he was with her. The two began to quarrel, and Jill herself understood that she would not be able to walk with him all day. Then Steve looked at Jill and wondered what kind of expression she had on her face. Maybe such questions were burdensome for Jill, or she was uncomfortable, Jackie asked. This expression meant that no one needed his help anyway. Steve didn't like this comment and said that he would help Jill anyway, but she turned around abruptly and killed the monster. Then Jill said with a serious expression that the monster zone had started. So they should concentrate. In reality, she just hoped that Steve would stop thinking about her bag. The misunderstanding only got worse. Poor Steve became sad because he decided that he had angered Jill. Jackie called Steve an idiot and said that he couldn't even be serious when he needed to be. Jackie told herself that it was time to get ready and work hard. Turning around, she saw that they were already surrounded by monsters, so she quickly took out her katanas. Steve laughed nervously and said that they were finished. Jackie said that there were too many of them and they had to run away. Jill replied that they had blocked all the escape routes. They couldn't escape. Then Steve ran forward and shouted that he would break through the barrier of monsters, but only he would get hurt, and he asked the girls to stay behind him. Jackie said that now was not the time for heroics. Jill did not understand why he was getting into the thick of things. Unfortunately, Steve's heroism failed, because the monsters themselves began to beat Steve, and then the girls came to his aid. Steve was angry with himself, because now he looked pathetic in Jill's eyes. He even regretted that he had moved at all. While the guy sat there feeling sorry for himself, calling himself trash, Jackie screamed at the fool to get his act together and start fighting. Jackie told Jill to bring this fool to his senses. Apparently, he needed to be praised somehow. Jill asked if maybe she would do it better, but Jackie shouted that her praise would do no good. Then Jill shouted that Steve did everything to save them. Steve is strong and reliable, he was there, and it was really cool. Even such ridiculous praise had an effect on our fool, who continued to be beaten by the monsters. Steve finally got up and started beating the monsters. Jackie laughed that Steve was so easy to fool. Jill agreed with her. Jill said that if the other kids were also having monster infestations, then they were in danger. Jackie replied that she knew Jill wanted the best, but they were busy clearing the way. When they finally managed to deal with all the monsters, they returned to the instructor, exhausted and beaten, and it turned out that they were the only ones fighting the monsters. The instructor congratulated them on their first place and said that this was the first time in his teaching career that he had seen someone defeat so many monsters. Perhaps they sensed that skull. The exhausted guys couldn't even be happy about their first place, and the instructor said that they were clearly lucky. They monopolized all the monsters for themselves. That's nothing less than luck. Jackie got angry and asked what luck, since they worked harder than anyone else, and Jill thought about it. It was then that she realized that thanks to this skull that Yoji gave them, they were able to take first place. Jill tried to stay positive and thought that she still had an unimaginable experience. At that moment, Yoji sneezed and said that he was shivering and asked Jun why he took him to such a place. Jun replied that Yoji said that he was bored and offered to go with him. Jun decided to tease him and asked if Yoji was scared. And it worked. Yoji started swearing that he was actually the Dragon King. Jun continued to tease him, saying that means he is scared, and he was wondering why he doesn't watch horror movies. Then Jun asked if that meant he wouldn't be scared if something appeared from there. Yoji irritably replied that he wasn't a child to be scared. But suddenly, someone actually appeared from the darkness, and our Dragon King even jumped in fear. It was a girl. She called the guys invaders and scum that were destroying the center. She threatened to eliminate them. The girl had already summoned her magic when Yoji said that she had a familiar face. While the girl continued to attack the guys, Yoji kept thinking about where he could have seen her, then said that maybe the atmosphere around him was confusing him. They were already attached to each other, but continued to communicate calmly. Yoji said that he had definitely seen her somewhere and asked Jun to hold off on the reprisal. Jun said that he hadn't planned to touch her from the beginning. She was exactly as described in the report. Then he easily destroyed her magic and said that it was a C-rank rift, but among the hunters who entered it, not a single one died. This humanoid monster knocks out people and poisons them away from the rift. And Jun came here for a simple investigation. Maybe he should find out why she was doing this, and he assumed that Yoji could tell him the reason, and he would like to talk to the real owner. Suddenly, the girl said that she could not believe that a person could destroy the binding magic with his own powers, and added that she had to check whether he was really the right person. Since the girl could not meet him in the form of a puppet, it was necessary to go and check everything in person. She looked at Yoji and said that it seemed there was no reason to worry, because this was not an imposter, but the real king. It turned out to be a girl, the 8th dragon Anne. She greeted Yoji as a powerful dragon king, and that's when Yoji recognized her. Yoji was glad that he finally remembered who she was and asked why she had grown so much, adding that he didn't even recognize her. Anne said that he fell into a sleep before the final battle to restore his exhausted body, so it is not surprising that he remembers almost nothing about her. Jun asked if Yoji had ever lost his memories, so he wasn't a fool from birth. Yoji jumped on Jun, asking if he had to say such things in front of her, and Anne replied that dragons often lose their memories when they fall asleep, and asked how she should address Jun. Yoji replied that this man was his master. Then Anne said that this meant that he was her master too, and now she would serve him. Jun said that she did not have to call him master. Anne replied that if the Lord served him as a master, then for her he also unconditionally became a master. Yoji told June to just leave it as is. She is young, so there is no use trying to convince her. She's only a couple of thousand years old. She's quite stubborn. June thought why he was acting like this if he himself was only 8,000 years old. Then Yoji asked what she was doing here. People must be really annoying her. Anne replied that she had been waiting for her kind all this time. She had to tell him about the situation in the center. Anne asked if the owner would mind if she quickly showed them the situation using the memory sphere. Yoji replied that he was still interested because he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Before all the dragons fell asleep, Lord Yoji was the king, the leader of all living dragons, and all living beings in the heart of the world bowed before him. Lord Yoji was an all-powerful ruler, but one day Solomon, one of the center's managers, started a war. June asked if it was a rebellion. With a temper like Yoji's, rebellions wouldn't be surprising, but the girl shook her head and said that it wasn't a rebellion, but something completely different. It is worth telling about who the manager is. Lord Yoji was born in the Central Universe and was the king of the beings born there. The manager of the center were the best beings of those who challenged the heart of the world 100 million years ago. Among them, 2 received powers from him and became rulers who were appointed to manage order in the world. And it is not clear how and why the center gifted them with powers. But what is important is that one of them, Solomon, fell along with the demons who were his subordinates. The best beings joined forces to wage war against them, the original inhabitants of the central universe. Jun asked the girl to stop. Anne said that they may not believe it, but Lord Yoji is really very kind and generous. Yoji asked why it sounded so strange. June asked to continue telling Anne. The girl said that if they listened to her story further, they would understand why she called Yoji kind and generous. The war began, which led to the emergence of many wounded and injured people. The foundation of life collapsed. Lord Yoji did not want any more victims except himself, so he went alone to the final battle with Solomon. No matter how strong the Lord was, there were still far more of them. He simply could not win alone unless he had help. Suddenly a girl appeared next to Yoji. Yoji asked why she was so late. If she wanted to help, she should have come earlier. The girl apologized and added that after all, he was his old colleague. Solomon said that in the end she was going to point her hand at him. It turns out that this girl's name is Cecilia. Tusitala mentioned her. He said that she was pointing her weapon at him, despite the fact that they had been guiding travelers as managers for several thousand years, and now what it had led to. And now the entire central universe has been destroyed due to the selfish greed of travelers, and the speed of the conquest of other dimensions has also increased. This means that everything will end with the destruction of all dimensions. Solomon shouted for Cecilia to face the truth. He shouted that they don't need such a bunch of fools. Cecilia told him that he had no right to destroy all living beings and held back his attack. Solomon attacked again and said that if he became the king of the dimensions and destroyed all sentient beings, then at least he could prevent the destruction of the dimensions. The test to become the king of dimensions can only be passed by those who have the right to it. Yoji won the battle but ultimately failed to destroy Solomon, so the only way to stop him was to seal him. In addition, to prepare for Solomon's reappearance, Yoji ordered that some of the power be stocked up. Yoji asked how she remembered all this, since he and some others remembered absolutely nothing. Anne replied that he, following his order, did not fall asleep. She had to remain the only one and remember to write down everything that was happening and had happened in the center. Yoji asked if it was he who ordered her to stay. Anne replied that someone had to stay anyway, so the Lord had nothing to worry about. Then Yoji praised her, saying that she had tried hard, and added that she must have been very lonely. Anne was happy and thought that he was still as kind as before. June asked if she knew what happened to Cecilia after that fight. The girl replied that she never saw her again after that and asked if June knew her. Then June replied that no, but someone was looking for her, and Anne said that as soon as she found out anything, she would definitely let him know. Suddenly, June got a call from his first daughter, Jill. June answered the call, and Jill said they had a problem there. It turned out that Star was sick, and the medicine wasn't working. If they went to the hospital, they would reveal that she wasn't human, and then there could be problems. June immediately replied that he would come right away. Anne said that since they were busy, she would later tell him about everything that happened in the center during this time. June picked up Yoji and thanked her. Yoji also said goodbye to her. Then June and Yoji brought Star to their dungeon. Star continued to sneeze and asked if everything would go away if she ate the blue one. Yoji said they could just go to the hospital and get her an injection, and that's it. Jun replied that if he was worried about her, let him say so. Yoji himself went with them, barely opening his eyes. But Yoji was embarrassed and asked who was worried here, then said, "Be that as it may, Star should quickly tell what the blue one is." Star pointed to the lake and said that the bottle was at the bottom of the lake, and Yoji, without thinking twice, jumped into the water to grab it faster. But Jun caught it with his magic and explained that if you don't catch it with an object, it will disappear the moment you take it out of the water with your hands, so you need to catch it with a fishing rod. Jun finally managed to get the medicine and immediately threw Yoji into the water, then gave Star the bottle. Star drank all the medicine and recovered safely. Yoji rose from the water and was surprised at how quickly Star recovered. Then Yoji thought, if this substance is so good, then it should be given to Jill. He said that he is always very worried about her during training, because she is very weak. For the record, Jill is a promising hunter who will rank high in the academy, and yet Jun asked if Yoji should buy meat for such an idea. Star approached her dad and said that since she was here, it was worth going to the tree. Yoji replied that he didn't mind the walk. Then Yoji asked where they should go for meat and started suggesting good places for Jill to cook the meat afterward. Jun asked if that was his goal. Star pouted and asked if he was worried about her at all. Yoji nervously answered, of course he was, when suddenly his stomach made itself known, louder than usual. But still, Jun said that he could go. Yoji was surprised and asked if he was serious. Then Jun asked if he wanted to. Yoji didn't wait more than a second and ran away. While Yoji ran out of the dungeon to buy meat, Star and Jun came to her old friend. This time the tree said that Jun brought peace and reason back to the center. Jun asked what his new nickname was. The tree hugged Star and explained that the community at the center was in shock. Peace was returning to a place where desolation and chaos reigned. However, after his appearance on the second floor, the powerful beings on the first floor began to cause trouble again. The tree asked Jun to take care of these monsters. Jun replied that he would do it because it was not difficult for him. Such a simple answer surprised the tree, and it asked why she agreed so easily and whether he had any conditions. Jun answered that it was not difficult for him and told Star that he would return soon. But for now, let her play here. Despite possessing the power to take away whatever he wants, Jun treats everyone with care and is not selfish or selfish, but the problem is that Jun is very powerful, and if his power awakens him, then the apocalypse will come closer. The bald old man swore and shouted that everyone said that he went to the second floor. But how was he here again? He whispered that they had to clear the center of the world and get a special item to return upstairs. While the guy who only reached the second floor was able to return, the guy in the mask asked him to keep quiet. Jun said that it seemed like the guys were prepared and that such a weight was not too heavy for them. So he decided to add 2 more boulders, and added that if the boulder hits, he will add another hour for them. But the boys, of course, couldn't bear such a weight and fell. And Jun said that if they wanted to stand longer, then add an hour. Then he said in a dark tone that, as they already knew, he could go anywhere without restrictions. And if he heard again about them robbing and torturing local residents while he was away, then they were finished. All 3 guys started shouting that this would never happen again, and they regretted what they had done, and even promised to restore everything that had been destroyed to date. The next day, Jun and Jill went about their business, and Star, left with the dragons, asked why Dad works every day. Carciel asked Star not to be upset and suggested going to the playground. Star said that the area would definitely not be enough, and Carciel was already scolding Yoji, saying that they should not create any more problems. If they got involved in something again this time, there would be big problems. But Yoji didn't listen to Carciel at all, but just fooled around. Putting on the invisibility cloak that Jun gave to Jill, Yoji asked what he thought and whether it was really cool. Then Yoji started poking Carciel and asking if he really didn't feel anything. Carciel tiredly replied that he really didn't feel anything. Star also really liked this performance, and Yoji said that if you follow the owner with this thing, and then boom and scare him, Carciel replied that the owner most likely already knows that Yoji has already taken this thing, especially if he tries to scare him. This will most likely not turn out in the most pleasant way for Yoji, because he might decide that this is his enemy and attack first. But Yoji didn't think so. He proposed a bet, and bet that he would never be caught wearing this robe, putting all of his snacks for the week on the line. Carciel bet that he would definitely be caught, and this angered Yoji, and he shouted that while wearing this robe, you can't even hear sounds, and then scolded Carciel for becoming more confident. Because he began to contradict him, Carciel got scared, and Star shouted at Yoji not to mock Ciel. The mayor's office, June's place of work, was where these mischief makers decided to show up. The boss shouted to June when the report on the formation of the faults would be completed. June replied that it would be ready within 3 hours. The boss yelled at him to finish it within a day, then yelled at Nate to set a meeting time for that month, which Nate did. Then he himself complained that he did not want to go to the conference and asked if June could go there. June replied that he would have to go himself, and the report would be sent to him as soon as he completed it. While Nate was trying to persuade the boss to get ready, Star and the dragons came into the office. Yoji was pleased. He decided that June hadn't noticed them, which meant he wouldn't catch them. Carciel, on the contrary, continued to doubt. He asked if he really thought that the owner would not notice them. Star asked if they could scare him now. Carciel asked her to wait because June was working so they could do it during his break. Even Yoji is waiting calmly. Yoji started to mock and said that he and Carciel thought about the same thing, which means he is not such a thoughtless and stupid dragon. Star was bored. She wished it would end soon. But an hour later, they were still standing there, sweaty and tired. And then Star shouted that she couldn't stand it anymore and would go play with her dad. Carciel tried to persuade her to be patient a little longer. Suddenly, a joyful Kate entered the office and immediately ran up to June. Kate said that she assumed he would be here after clearing the rift and suggested having dinner together. Star immediately mistook Kate for her mother. Carciel said that it seemed like they were close to the owner, so that could be assumed. But June refused Kate. Then she nervously asked if it was because of his overtime. She could wait for him, but June replied that he had other things to do. Then Kate immediately became sad, and at that very moment, Chloe came into the office and joyfully called June. Kate asked what Chloe was there for, and she, unsuspectingly, replied that she and Mr. June had dinner planned for that day. Yoji was watching the performance. Kate nervously said that it seemed like she invited Mr. June first. Chloe replied that he invited her to dinner, which upset Kate even more. By the way, the owner is always focused only on work, so why are there always girls hanging around him? Yoji asked. Carciel calmly said that this has been the case since ancient times. Both the males and females always chase good genes. Then Yoji quickly shut him up, shouting that if he continued to talk like that, they would be dismissed. Star asked what it meant, and so they started talking loudly. June sighed and told them to go out. He wanted to talk to them anyway. Yoji was shocked. Carciel said he hoped they wouldn't get scolded too much, and Star was glad they could go out. June said that he didn't plan to scold them. He knew that Yoji had put them up to it. The girls froze, in confusion. Chloe asked who June was talking to. At that moment, Star ran out of the robe and joyfully ran to Chloe, calling her mom. Chloe asked what Star was doing there, and Kate was already horrified when Star called Chloe mom. Kate also noticed that they had the same hair color and suggested that it was their daughter. June replied that Star apparently followed these two. Yoji, of course, was more worried than the others. He asked what the owner wanted to tell them. Jun immediately said that firstly, he forgives him for today, but from tomorrow he will be sitting with Star. Yoji was glad that he had again avoided punishment. But Kate had already completely sunk into depression. After hearing Jun's conditions, Yoji quickly agreed, and then asked what Carciel would do then, since he was also involved in this. Jun replied that tomorrow he would go with him to the 3rd floor of the center, so he would not assign him a punishment. Carciel was pleasantly surprised, but Yoji was in a bad mood. Then he couldn't hold back and started shouting that it was unfair and asked to be taken with him. But Jun repeated that he would stay with Star. On the 3rd floor of the center, a guy screamed in horror and begged for mercy and asked what they were doing here. Then the stranger asked if a patrolman was allowed to behave like that and said that lately everyone he met was so weak they lacked ambition. The creepy guy had several patrolmen behind him, the strongest heart in the world, one of the 7 transcendentals. Dean, he said that in his time, people like him would have been torn apart on the 1st floor. Dean brutally killed the patrolman and said contentedly that it was convenient and was glad that he was getting stronger by absorbing other life forms with the help of this stone. The Stone of Mastery is yellow classification, consumable, and we will learn about the peculiarities of this stone a little later. Nothing happened. Dean looked back at the mountain of corpses and asked if that wasn't enough. The owner could become stronger by killing travelers from the central universe. And by absorbing their skill levels, the owner becomes stronger by that level. The strange guy blushed and asked if maybe he should engage in battle with that freak. He has to get back the other half of his face that was taken from him during the Great War with that Yoji, the big, ugly reptile king. Carciel said that he had finished recording all the information from the opposite side, but then he looked down and asked who did all this. There were dead patrolmen lying on the stairs. Suddenly, with happy eyes, Carciel asked if he knew that this would happen on the 3rd floor, because the Lord destroys everything around him when he fights with someone, which is why June took him with him. June replied, not for that reason, but Carciel was already unstoppable. He shouted that he could control his power well. Then Jun repeated again that he didn't know something like this would happen. He took Carciel with him to complete the research faster, or he really thinks that Yoji can be as fast in entering information as he is. Carciel mumbled that he was sure Lord would do well. Jun said Ciel was very kind to him. Carciel said he wasn't just kind. Yoji really would do well if he wanted to. Then Carciel asked. His smile looked strange and out of place in this situation. Then Carciel began to scold himself, saying that he should control his emotions more carefully. He still had so much to learn. Jun calmed him down, saying that he hadn't even thought about such a thing. But Carciel said that he was ashamed, and there was no need to console him. And as his punishment, Carciel decided to finish the research as quickly as possible. Jun didn't understand why Carciel felt ashamed, but in any case, he planned to go down further. After this incident, Jun bought a book on how to understand his teenage daughter. In any case, there didn't seem to be a single floor that he could quickly and calmly complete his exploration of. Someone continued to talk, and Carciel decided it was Jun. But why was he here? Carciel asked, when suddenly something lit up behind him. And when Carciel turned around, he was immediately attacked. Not expecting this, Carciel was unable to block the attack and received the full brunt. It turned out to be that creepy guy. He said that he never thought that he would meet here the servant of this stupid king of reptiles. After the Great War, he did not forget them for a minute and missed them every day. With these words, Dean attacked Carciel again. But if he just gives in to him, he will be so disappointed that he won't even want to give him a second chance and will immediately tear him to pieces. Dean continued to attack Carciel, screaming that he would kill him halfway. Then they could be happily reunited again after a long time. Number 9, he doesn't even call Carciel by name. The whole room was filled with smoke. The man stood there satisfied and said that it seemed he was so happy to meet them that he allowed himself to be rude. But while he was saying what a great guy he was, a hand reached out of the smoke and then Jun appeared, who began to strangle this freak. Jun hit Dean a few times and he became exhausted and fell to the ground. Jun asked if he was okay. Dean asked if Jun was crazy, almost killed him himself, and asks if he is okay. But Jun wasn't asking him. But Carciel, and of course, Carciel came out and said that thanks to him, he was completely fine. It turns out that Carciel is completely fine. If it weren't for his owner's help, he would have been critically injured. Dean asked why he was completely fine. How did this happen? Jun ordered him to shut up and kneel in front of him. Before he could understand anything, Dean was forcibly laid on the ground. Jun said that he was apparently one of the Transcendentals. Jun was angry. He asked why he was trying to destroy the Central One, why he was trying to bring the world to destruction. Why are he and the demons trying to bring about the collapse of the world? That the central universe is collapsing and this satisfies their greed and selfishness, Jun said. Dean manages to smile in this situation. Dean also seemed to be angry and asked how he could know the thoughts of others. He said he just wanted revenge on the Red One, the leader of this Purple One, and declared that he would finish them off here. Dean managed to escape. He screamed that Jun looked normal, but in fact turned out to be so stupid, he asked if he thought he himself knew that Solomon really planned to destroy this world. However, he would not be averse to killing these demons either. But nevertheless, revenge on the Red One is above all else. As he ran away, he said that the central universe was collapsing. The stronger they became. How was he supposed to know that? It didn't matter. The main thing for him was his life. Even if the world collapsed, logic left the chat. He naively assumed that he had run away from Jun and laughed at him. But as soon as he turned around, he saw that Jun was already next to him. The usual reason, Jun said, is that he hopes others have the same reason as him and attacked. Dean screamed that he couldn't die like this and started to hit with his magic. Carciel asked what he was trying to do. Jun replied that Dean was sending his energy. Jun said that maybe he was sending to a place where there are extra lives. Carciel asked if they shouldn't stop him. Jun replied that everything was fine. His energy came to the two guys we saw in the past. They realized that his main body was dead. The first double. Dan. He began to laugh and say, did he really meet the heavenly demon who descended from the heavens on the chariot of the cloud dragon god, judging by the novel where he read it? The second double, Gak, asked why he gave them his powers, since he left them immediately after his creation, or was he thus asking them to avenge him? Hawk suggested using this power to resurrect Solomon so he could kill the other transcendents who ignored them. Dan was in favor. He said that the demons were going crazy from their own greed, and the resurrection of Solomon, who created them, would be practically unnoticeable for them. But just as the two decided to put their plan into action, Jun's arrows were already aimed at them and immediately destroyed them. Jun returned home and Yoji was waiting for him at the door, nervously and mysteriously saying that he swears all he did was wait for Jun. Jun immediately sensed this atmosphere and said that if Yoji honestly told him what he had done, he would scold him less. Star ran up to her father and said that Yoji had been acting strange today. He had just cleaned the whole house, done all the laundry, and even when she said they had meat, he said he would wait for Dad. Naturally, Carciel was shocked by this news. He ran up to Yoji and began to touch him, asking if everything was okay with him. Jun, on the contrary, was calm and asked him directly what he wanted. Pocket money. Yoji replied that of course if he gave it to him, he would accept it, but then Yoji shouted out that he would leave for 2 days. Jun calmly replied, okay. Yoji got angry and started shouting. Was he really going to let him go so easily? He usually always forbids him to go out. Jun replied that judging by his look, he was not going to have fun, which meant he hadn't done anything wrong. Star and Carciel said that they would also go with him, but Yoji seriously said that this time he should go alone. Jun asked where he was going. Yoji replied, to his golden servants Hank and Anne. They were both dear to him. Yoji said that he had a question for her, and besides, it was time to fulfill his destiny. Anne said that it seemed like the master had made his move and the 7th transcendent was dead. He must have gotten stronger while the dragons were hibernating. She couldn't believe that he was able to catch him so quickly. Despite the passage of thousands of years, people are still trying to satisfy their greed and selfishness, and that is all they are busy with. Mr. Yoji hibernated for the sake of the entire world, and in the end, only such specimens survived. But now there is a master, which means that Mr. Yoji will no longer have to cope with everything alone. Hank thought that their lord's master might be bigger than him, but their lord was the strongest in the world. Then Hank thought that maybe he was threatening Carciel because Ciel was still very small, therefore weak, and because of this, they began to threaten him. Either he used mind magic or a curse. Hank no longer understood anything at all and was building stupid hypotheses in his head. Despite his violent nature, he always cares about his subordinates. Hence, it is possible that he was blackmailed with the help of servants, Hank said. Suddenly, a notification came that the red octopus head was approaching him. Then Yoji landed next to him and shouted, meaning he was ignoring him. The car kept screaming about the octopus head, and Hank got mad and threw the car so Yoji wouldn't get mad. Yoji asked what he was doing and why he broke the car. Hank replied that nothing special. They came, oh, great and powerful Master Yoji. Hank praised Yoji several more times. Then Yoji looked at him with displeasure and said that such greetings were not worth it. Hank began to chuckle nervously and said that he thought that simply speaking about him was not enough. Yoji said that it was right. He should always show respect to him. Hank happily replied that he was completely loyal to him to the marrow of his bones. But then Yoji got angry and asked who the redhead was and if Hank had hoped he wouldn't hear anything. He asked what kind of device it was. Yoji said that of course he knew that hitting with a baton was good for fixing broken devices. So he hit poor Hank and said he was softer now. The old man would have beaten him up for a month. Then Hank said that he had recently heard from Carciel that he had a master. Yoji got angry and asked what he meant by that. Hank explained that his visit last time was so unexpected that he didn't have time to ask if that was true. He asked if the man was threatening him. Hank stood up and said that if so, he would deal with him. Hank said he knows he worships the man as his master because of Carciel's curse and mind control. He was working on something and was saying that Yoji lived in such a cute form that was not like him at all. How hard it must have been for him to be cute and please his new owner. Yoji became furious again and asked if he was deliberately provoking him to strike, then came up behind him and prepared to strike. But Hank suddenly turned around and showed him a black cube, saying that with it he could remove a curse that could not be removed by magic. Then Yoji was touched and began to cry. He called Hank a faithful servant, and he had no choice but to do this to save Carciel. Hank also burst into tears. Yoji added that his loyalty will not be forgotten until the end of his life. But then Yoji sternly told him not to tell the owner his name under any circumstances. Hank was scared again and asked why. Was it not just a curse, but a curse of the soul? Yoji decided not to tell him the truth, because he was simply afraid that the owner would kill him if he found out. So he showed his acting skills and said that he believed that Hank was saving him, only Hank could do it. Our little family was quietly having dinner when suddenly there was an explosion and the window shards flew in all directions. It was Hank. He flew into their house and shouted that the insolent man was a devoted servant of Lord Yoji, the fifth dragon, Hank. The guy just wanted to say that now Carciel's curse would be lifted, and he would receive an eternity of pain for 1,000 years. But June calmly continued to sit. Carciel swore, and Jill felt sorry for their window. But then Hank turned on his device and said that June didn't have to pretend that she didn't know anything and called him an evil person. A scan began to determine the cause of Carciel's curse. But just as Hank shouted to Carciel that he would save him, his machine said that no curses were found and the system was shutting down. Then Hank got nervous and said that the Lord himself had definitely spoken about the curse placed on Carciel. Hank decided that the device had broken. Apparently Hank had completely forgotten that Yoji had asked Hank not to say his name. June got angry and bowed Hank down, asking what Yoji had ordered him to do. June was really angry and asked where Yoji was now. I think now Hank understood why he was Yoji's master. Hank was beaten up pretty badly, all beaten up. He complained that he was just worried. Why did they do that? Carciel was irritated and telling Hank to hurry up. Hank was cleaning up the mess he had made. Hank was complaining and saying he was trying his best. Hank said that he was worried about him, so why did he do this to him? Carciel got even more angry and ordered him to shut up. Then Carciel asked if the Lord had a joking expression on his face at the time. And Hank began to remember that if he thought about it, that expression was very familiar. And it finally dawned on Hank that it was the same expression he had on his face when he wanted to beat them up or play a joke on them. Then Carciel shouted why Hank had fallen for it at all. Seeing his expression, Hank mumbled that he hadn't realized then that Yoji was joking with him. Jill said that this was the first time she had seen Carciel like this. June smiled and said that he did it on purpose. Carciel took the initiative before he scolded Yoji and that dragon. Jill became sad and said that all the food was spoiled. Then June offered to order food and asked what they wanted. Star happily shouted that she wanted to eat a fish-shaped bun. June asked in surprise if she wanted this for dinner. Jill replied that Star had been asking her to buy her this bun for the last couple of days. Carciel tearfully said that everything was cleaned up, that he would think carefully about his behavior from now on, and asked if he could forgive him this time. Hank asked not to hold his hair back so tightly. Carciel said terribly that his life was more important than his hair, right? Then Hank apologized to June. Carciel said that Hank was really sorry. He was good with machinery, so he could be very useful. Jun replied, "Okay," and then raised Carciel, asking why he bowed when this situation was not his fault. Hank saw such a pleasant picture and was, to put it mildly, surprised. Hank thought that usually if he did something wrong, his owner would beat him to death. But when he saw June's reaction, he was struck by this warm relationship. Carciel said softly that if he could, he should forgive the Lord too. June looked at Hank and thought. Meanwhile, Yoji was worried and walking around in circles, thinking hard about something. It turns out he was worried about whether he did the right thing by sending Hank there. Yoji said that he sent Hank just as a joke, so that he would get what he deserved from the owner, but he could have caused destruction and big problems there. Yoji was wasting his time thinking out loud, because the guys were already behind him, and he said that he would swear and deny it. Besides, Hank would never turn him in, because he knew that then he would simply kill him. The dragon got angry and stamped his feet, shouting that it didn't matter if he got into trouble for it, but then all his pocket money would be taken away from him. Jun said that then it turns out that this will not be forgiven. Without realizing anything, Yoji asked who dared to talk to him informally. But as soon as he turned around, he saw Jun, and his anger and flame immediately died down. Jun said menacingly, he was going to let him get away with it if he really regretted what he did, but apparently that wasn't going to happen. He put Carciel and Star in a ball. Hank was terrified, because Lord is considered the strongest. But the energy of this master calmly suppresses him. Jun calmly said that he had to be punished, and hit Yoji with a rather large blow. Yoji got a decent punishment, then Jun turned to Hank, who asked in fear, "Yes, sir." Jun said that as far as he knew, he was good with mechanisms and machines, and asked if he could ask for something. Hank quickly answered, of course, and naively asked what he should do for him, the latest computer. He confidently said that he could do everything. But as it turned out, Jun asked for something completely different. Yoji was also forced to participate in this. He shouted at Hank to get ready. Even he was forced to work like this. If he didn't hurry up and sell everything, then they wouldn't be able to return. Then Star and Carciel ran up, asking for 2 fish with black beans and 4 with red beans. Jun was also with them, but he didn't want to order anything. Then he took out the golden map that the treasure goblin gave him and said that he needed to go somewhere. Jill went to school and Yoji was left alone at home. Jill warned him to behave well and only then went out. Yoji irritably said that he was already more than 8,000 years old and asked what he could do. Or do they think that he is some kind of little child? Apparently, he does not analyze his actions at all. Yoji said that he was not at the age to do anything wrong, so there was no need to worry, since he had prepared so much for the whole family. Jun came to the goblin, who immediately ran to him, loudly shouting Jun's name. Jun asked how he ran to him so quickly. The goblin was exhausted, but still said that as soon as the ticket was opened, he automatically received a notification. Then Jun said that he shouldn't have rushed to meet him in such a hurry. Goblin asked how a hairy monster could be indifferent to his savior. Jun wondered if he had hair. The goblin asked if the dragon gentlemen were with him by any chance, but then added, "It would be a relief if they didn't come with him. Even their simple presence and aura are so terrifying that they almost make you lose consciousness. They can be called something like gangsters or something like that." And just at that moment, Carciel jumped out of Jun's pocket and asked how such a worthless person dared to tarnish Yoji's good name. It was unclear which good name he was talking about. Carciel began to strangle the goblin, and said that even if their lord had a tendency towards tyranny and this was not good, people like him still had no right to insult him. Then Jun picked him up and said that the goblin would really choke. The poor goblin fell to his knees and said that Jun had saved him again. Then he suggested going into the treasury, which contributed to the prosperity of their race of treasure goblins. They walked in, and for some reason the treasury looked like an ordinary shopping mall. Jun said that this place was very luxurious. Goblin explained that from the first basement floor to the 8th floor, only rare artifacts are on display. As you go down the floors, more rare and valuable items will appear. And he, of course, is not bragging. But among the things located here, there are those that he personally brought here. Jun thought that maybe Jill would like it. Carciel asked if it was right to leave such valuable things in such a way that if someone stole them, he should receive payment for the goblin tarnishing the Lord's name. Jun thought that it seemed like Carciel was angry at him because of Yoji, and asked if Carciel had been around Yoji a lot lately, and it seemed like he had influenced him. Carciel shouted that this was not the case at all. Carciel said he just thought about it, if such valuable things were stored so carelessly, and took out a few. The goblin laughed and said that even if a great demon appeared here, or the great and all-powerful Dragon King Yoji tried to approach, no one would be able to steal anything here. Carciel got angry again and said that his laughter was so annoying. The goblin immediately apologized and said that he did not mean to mock Lord Yoji, and bowed to Carciel. Jun picked up Carciel and asked if he was not himself today. If something had happened, Carciel again answered that this goblin was tarnishing the Lord's name. In that case, he would usually rip his limbs apart and then do something to set an example for others. Jun asked Carciel to calm down. Jun said that he understood everything, so that's enough, because Carciel is a good baby. And then he told the goblin that he should watch his words. The goblin bowed and promised to behave well. "Goblin," he said. It seemed he had saved his life again, Mr. Jun, and apparently his name really did bring good luck. But it seems he doesn't know this news from the Central Universe. Recently, some have been calling Jun the king of the lower floors of the center. After his arrival, the murders on the lower floors stopped, and they were able to breathe deeply again. Although the number of items they were able to collect on the lower floors increased, the number of customers they had increased. These are all promising people who were invited by tickets that they handed out. They are not that famous yet, but who knows when they will become famous. Suddenly some guy flew in and asked, not so unknown, who he was. Then the goblin said that it seemed there was a misunderstanding, because all clients have the ability to reach the end of the central universe. Seeing who was in front of him, the goblin bowed, for it was Vane, the third transcendent who had challenged the heart of the world. The goblin whispered to Mr. June, the dragon, and begged them to quickly show respect to this guy along with him. But of course, Jun didn't do anything. He kept looking at Wayne, and then Wayne said that it was interesting. Carciel looked menacingly at Wayne. The goblin became frightened and whispered that he should listen to him at least this time. But suddenly the boy knelt down and said that he did not expect to see him again. The Lord, the leader of 10,000 demons, the strongest of all. The great heavenly demon. The boy and his subordinates knelt down and greeted Jun. Of course, the heavenly demon does not know the insignificant servant, but he has always been his faithful servant, Wayne said. Jun smiled and said that he remembered him. He was a little inferior to the others, but in the end, he was here. Although he graduated last, he was able to rise to the top and become part of Muram, so he can't help but remember him, Jun said. Wayne seemed very touched that Jun still remembered him. He asked Jun if Jun remembered him from those 1,000 warriors. Jun replied, "Of course he remembers." Then Wayne, with tears in his eyes, bowed again with his subordinates, and they shouted in chorus that they were not worthy of this. While Wayne and Jun were chatting pleasantly with each other, the goblin still couldn't believe his eyes. Carciel smiled and said that the owner was quite friendly. Carciel once again began to admire Jun's ability to remember every single one of his subordinates. But the goblin thought how he could communicate with one of the strongest hearts in the world, as if with a pet. In any case, if Jun and Wayne knew each other, did that mean he had come to take all of his artifacts? The goblin wondered. Then he decided to give him something worthy, that is, expensive, and perhaps then Jun would not take everything. But it is worth saying right away that Jun simply came to check information about the Treasure Goblin Company. At the same time, Yoji and Hank, who were forced to sell treats on the street, were completely packed, and even a line formed. While Hank was running back and forth to serve all the customers, Yoji ran up to him and jumped on his back, thereby scaring Hank. Then Yoji, pleased, asked if Hank was still happy to see him, even though they saw each other regularly. Hank scolded. Couldn't Yoji see that he was trying to sell everything on the orders of the owner, and Yoji would destroy the stall if he wasn't careful? The girls froze when they saw how handsome Hank was. Hank turned to the girls and apologized for their dog suddenly going crazy and asked if they were scared. Hank said he would give them another one on the house and apologized again, which of course made the girl's heart beat faster. Yoji was already angry and wanted to hit Hank, but he shouted at him to look at this line. I doubt that all these girls came for the fish, more likely for Hank. Hank shouted that they were dragons, always carrying out orders perfectly, so he had to sell buns to these customers, and Hank asked him to stop mocking him and help quickly. First, Hank put a bandana and an apron on Yoji, then ordered him to pour the batter and bake a bun. At the end of the day, they still managed to sell all the goodies, and they fell dead from exhaustion. But then, Yoji remembered how rudely Hank had spoken to him, so he stood up and shouted that Hank had dared to command him, had imagined himself a lord, or that he wanted to fight him. Yoji asked if he had the pride of a great dragon, how he could sell fish buns to people. Hank said sadly that he enjoyed the opportunity to talk to someone after a long time of loneliness. Hank was always alone and could not meet a soul. Even if he created something amazing, he could not show it to anyone. Even a simple piece of metal, but it is so valuable, Hank said, sobbing. Then Yoji felt ashamed and did not know what to answer. But then he still asked how one could be such a weakling, but he realized that Hank was pretending. However, Hank decided to change the subject and said that he understood how strong the master was. But how was he compared to the Lord? He asked if he wasn't one of the strongest in the world. Yoji's silence frightened Hank, and he asked if he was trying to tell him that Yoji was no match for his master either. Then Yoji shouted that of course they were equal, because he had 8,000 years of experience. Hank happily said that he knew it. Hank added that Yoji couldn't even imagine how stunned he was when the owner released his energy. Then Yoji told Hank to name any number. If everything worked out, he would make sure that he would not sell any more fish buns. Then Hank said, 122,300,000,000 and so on. Apparently, he did it without thinking. So Yoji got angry and started choking Hank, asking if he was kidding or just wanted to die, then ordered him to name a different number. Jun and Carciel returned home and saw Yoji devastated by grief. Jun asked what was wrong with him. Jill replied that Yoji had tried to play the lottery but hadn't won anything. Apparently, he had naively assumed that he could win so easily. Yoji cried and said that all his money was gone and he was now bankrupt. He didn't have a single one in his pocket. How could he live on? Seeing Yoji's sad expression, Jun said that he didn't think he could take him with him in that state. But as soon as Jun said that he was thinking of giving him an assignment in exchange for pocket money, Yoji immediately got up and ran to Jun, saying that he would do whatever he needed. We are shown a guy sitting next to a pile of human skulls, and he said that he intends to become the head of a snake, not the tail of a tiger. He was holding in his hands the Book of Transition, one of the treasures of the heart of the world, a hidden object that can transport anyone to the desired location. Then Wayne came up to him and asked what the guy was talking about. The stranger repeated again that he was going to become the king of the land. The guy's name was Chris, one of the transcendental hearts of the world. He said that he may be weaker than Wayne, but still one of the strongest hearts of the world. He can destroy Earthlings who have not yet completed the tutorial. But Wayne didn't pay attention to this and threw him a book. Chris irritably asked if he was looking down on him. Then Wayne threw another one saying that he was not joking and he really needed it. Meanwhile, Yoji was happily saying that he would destroy everything Jun wanted. He was asking where this rift was, Hawaii or maybe Jeju Island. Jun replied that it was a basilisk dungeon. Yoji asked irritably if it wasn't a D-rank dungeon since it was a dungeon for kids. Suddenly Star started to salivate. Jun asked if she wanted to try the basilisk. Star was surprised and asked how Dad knew. Jun asked how she wanted to eat it. Star replied that first she wanted fried wings, then baked basilisk, and then boiled. Jill hugged her little sister and said that their Star was so smart. Star added that the last dish should be eaten with sauce. And Yoji, all in drool, said that he would return as soon as he completed the master's order, so he would be the one to bring the basilisk meat. Then he turned to June and asked if he could go and bring Star the basilisk meat and do nothing else. June replied that he would go with him because he needed to deal with this quickly. It probably wouldn't take long to catch the basilisks. Yoji was furiously determined to catch food. Yoji said that naturally the capture of the basilisks would not take long, but as soon as they entered the dungeon, they saw this terrible devastation. Jun replied that it was probably all because of the strange man from the central universe. As soon as he said this, arrows suddenly flew and an explosion occurred. That's when Chris showed up and said that no weakling could stop his attack because, damn it, they managed to stop the spread of erosion. It doesn't look like the center is destroyed, but apparently becoming king of the land will be easy, the guy said. Yoji laughed when he heard that Chris wanted to become the king of Earth, which made Chris angry. He asked who the hell he was. Yoji looked at him with displeasure and said that he was giving him 5 seconds and started counting down. And when the countdown ended, Yoji flew up and appeared behind the guy, who asked in shock if he wanted to say that but before he could finish speaking, Yoji hit him. The guy was literally buried in the ground, Yoji asked. Had he lost his last brains or something? And what was he thinking when he went to the ground? Yoji asked Jun if he could use him as a punching bag. Jun told him to forget about it. It looks like this bow is the culprit, so it's worth taking it away so it doesn't cause any more problems. Gunnel, the treasure of the heart of the world, is said to be a bow given by a god. It is so great that it is believed that whoever uses Gunnel can become the strongest person in the central universe. That is why Chris cried so desperately for the bow to be returned to him. June got angry and made Chris freeze. He didn't even understand why he couldn't move. Chris was choking and June said that he just wanted to help him cool down, but it could kill him. He was apparently weaker than June thought. Yoji was still angry and asked if the master was finished with him and they really needed to send him to his ancestors. Then Chris took out one of the books. Then Yoji said that he appreciated his enthusiasm. Chris tore up one of the pages and promised that he would be back soon. And immediately he disappeared. Yoji started shouting where he went, then started scolding him. But Juna was not surprised by this trick. Chris ran to his room and still couldn't come to his senses. He asked why the Lord was there, and Wayne said that it was good that Chris took the Book of Movement. Then Wayne asked where his bow was. Chris sadly replied that it had been taken away, and asked who in this world could treat the Lord like a dog. Wayne said, if you think about it, he subjugated not only the 9th dragon, but also the Overlord as expected of Lord June. Then it dawned on Chris. He shouted out whether this meant that June was the king of the land, and asked how he could get his bow back. From that moment on, the name of June, the king of the earth, slowly spread among the strongest of this world. But back home, Yoji was in danger again because of his own stupidity, and June was angry. However, to understand the whole situation, let's go back an hour ago. Star and Carciel came out and saw Yoji proudly holding Chris's bow in his hands. Carciel asked where he got this bow. Yoji replied that it was the loot and decided to show off and show how he shoots. Jill and Carciel shouted at him not to dare shoot because they were at home. Yoji boasted that he was not a child and was not going to do it. After all, he could get it from the owner, but suddenly Star hugged Yoji and he accidentally fired an arrow, thereby breaking the window. Just as Carciel said that they could put everything in order before the owner returned, Jun appeared on the threshold. Jun squeezed Yoji's head tightly and said that from today on, he did not receive any money or meat. The next day, the weather was good, and Yoji, feeling sorry for himself, said that with the window open and fresh air, it would be better to play outside. The owner was at work, Jill was at school, the kids were playing, and he was left alone. Then Carciel and Star returned, but Carciel entered through the broken window, for which he received a beating from Yoji. However, Carciel had good news. Carciel gave Yoji a leaf, and it turned out there was a competition for memorable photos, and for it you could win the most expensive grade of Korean beef, which is a really good prize. Carciel said that you can win beef or you can take money, and then Yoji doesn't have to worry about the cost of repairs. The other prize is a washing machine. The young housewife has a hard time using the old washing machine, so even if they take second place, it would be great, Carciel said. Star thought that Jill would probably be happy, which meant she would be happy too, and she wanted to give Jill the washing machine. Carciel praised Star for how kind she was, and they began jumping around happily while Yoji was gloomy. Why did Carciel decide that Yoji would also be happy to give Jill a washing machine? But of course, all his thoughts were occupied with meat. Carciel tried to bring him back to reality, but Yoji was no longer able to be stopped. He told Carciel and Star to gather the equipment. Then Carciel said, "How about money for repairs, not meat?" Yoji cursed and said that it was not important for now and ordered to bring a general tab. They will think about it if they make it to the finals. Yoji approached Hank and said that this guy would be their main model because Hank was very popular lately. So Yoji ordered to close their shop. Hank asked so suddenly, then Yoji got angry and said that they were in a hurry and ordered to close this shop so that they could go. Hank was in no hurry to close the shop. Then Yoji swore that it was because of those people behind him. Were those kids more important than his order? The girls, hearing this, got even angrier than Yoji. The girls were trying to steal their model, so they started scolding Yoji, calling him a stooped dog, and how dare he scold their Hank like that. Then Yoji completely forgot that he was still the Dragon King, and began to bark like a dog, driving the girls away. Hank told Yoji that he would get it from his master if he did something like that again. Star found it funny, but not Hank and Carciel. Yoji said that it made no difference. He just wanted to hurry and drive them away. Suddenly, Carciel said that he acted like a madman, and he even thought that Yoji was possessed. Hank asked if it was time for the Lord's honor to reach rock bottom. Yoji told Hank to stand next to Star. Yoji asked Hank to smile, and all of Hank's good looks disappeared as he smiled nervously. Then Yoji started yelling at him to try to look good and asked if he couldn't put on a normal face. After several attempts, they were able to take a good photo, but Yoji was unsure. Carciel added that they also needed to choose a better location. Carciel suddenly began to say that this photo was taken to show the life of people of different races together on this old street in Korea in the current era of multicultural families, as a way to show world peace. He praised him, saying that as a vassal boat, he committed a great sin by not understanding the will of the Lord, and at this point he vows to put in more effort and become his strong assistant. Yoji awkwardly said that at least Carciel knows that he is glad to be his lord. A few days later, on the day of the results, Jill returned home to find Yoji and Star lying on the floor in tears. Jill asked what was wrong. Carciel was also in a bad mood, but still answered that Star wanted to give the young mistress a gift that she would have won in a photo contest. So she was upset because she couldn't do it, and Lord was in this state because he couldn't eat meat. Star tearfully said that she wanted to give Jill a gift. Jill smiled and said that her feelings were enough for her. Then the father of the family returned home. He brought with him a bunch of boxes. One of them contained meat, beef ribs. Yoji immediately perked up, thinking that this was the same prize they could have won for first place in the photo contest. But he was grounded and couldn't eat it. But suddenly Jun said that Yoji might be prepared to eat meat. Yoji naturally didn't expect that. Jun said he was in on it so he could eat too. Yoji jumped on Jun and said he didn't know what it was, but thanks. We are shown a cute photo of the whole family except for June, and that photo won first place. Now we see Jonathan training hard, easily killing monsters and also deftly dodging their attacks. The old man said that Jonathan's results were incredible. He killed all the ogres in 5 seconds, and not only that, he also dodged all the magic bullets. The president came into the locker room to see Jonathan, handed him a towel, and asked if he was still recovering from his injury. Jonathan replied that he was already better. The 10th dragon, which constantly appeared to him in dreams, but no longer appears. He dreams of such a terrible picture, where the 10th dragon kills all his friends with its flame. After conquering Masalas, the dragon reappeared less than 3 years later, and he could not allow such a nightmare to happen again. Jonathan asked if the location of the dragon that appeared in Banbedan was still unknown. The president sighed and said that they were not happy about it either. On Masalas's head was the number 10. The numbers of the 2 dragons that appeared in the city were 1 and 9. According to analysis, the lower the number, the stronger the dragon. Jonathan said that he was not sure that he could defeat them. The president said that if they both appeared at once, even Mr. Jun would not be able to stop them, the president believed. Little did he know that these same powerful dragons lived with him and behaved like pets. Jun called and said he would get straight to the point. He wanted to give him a book containing information about clearing the 2nd floor of the center, so he asked if he could come to his house and listen to an explanation. Naturally, the 2 immediately perked up, and Jonathan happily replied that it was a great honor for him. Jonathan immediately ran away happily. The poor president sadly said that he also wanted to see Mr. Jun. Within a few minutes, Jonathan was at Jun's house, dressed up and looking like a salesman. Jonathan came in and said that it was a great honor for him to be invited to their home. Yoji said that they already had a newspaper to read. Jonathan shouted that the red puppy could talk. Yoji asked why the sellers were so rude in their time. Then Jonathan said hesitantly that he was not there to sell newspapers. Then he introduced himself and said that Jun had invited him here. Yoji asked nervously if it was a cake from the super trendy dessert shop across from their house. Jonathan said the cake looked delicious, so he bought it. Then Jonathan handed the cake to Yoji and asked if he wanted some. Yoji drooled and said that although he looked suspicious since he was giving cake, he must be a good person, so Yoji happily took it and ran away. And Carciel, in human form, was very tired and said that the owner told him that he would pop into the store for a while. Jonathan sat and thought, so Jun lives not only with Jill. He was surprised that Carciel called Jun master. Yoji asked if Carciel wanted a piece, but Ciel said that the Lord can eat the whole cake. Having fallen asleep, Carciel again transformed into his cute dragon form. Then Jonathan realized that he had seen those numbers on the forehead somewhere before. He lifted Yoji up in shock. Yoji was screaming at him to let him go. The owner is the only one who can touch him. He kept screaming that he wants to eat cake. And Jonathan finally realized what those creepy dragons were. That's when Jun came and apologized for being late. Jonathan said in shock that there were dragons here, and Yoji shouted that he had done nothing wrong. But Jun didn't understand anything and said, "Dragons are cute, aren't they?" Jonathan was so shocked that he couldn't answer. Jun began the lecture and said that since they did not have enough strength to study all 200 riffs, Jun asked them all for help. Jonathan thought he was wrong. He thought he was 2 or 3 times stronger than him, but it was obvious he was raising dragons. It's funny to think that he is only 2 or 3 times stronger, because he's one of those whom they don't even dare to look at. Jonathan began to respect Jun even more, and Chloe and Rick began to argue again. Then Chloe turned and asked if this was a great opportunity since this was the first time Mr. Jun had asked them for help. Chloe said that they were always the ones who got it, should they send him C-rank assistance. Then Rick started to mock, saying that it looks like the wifey will take responsibility. Jonathan said that this was their chance to repay him, since other people would do anything to look good in front of Mr. Jun. They needed to complete the task in record time. Chris was sitting in the library in a bad mood. Wayne asked why he didn't ask for it back. He was talking about the bow, Chris asked irritably. Did he want him to meet that bastard again? Then Wayne said that it looked like he had another choice. Chris said in fear that if he returned to Earth, that guy would kill him. Wayne came up to him and said that it was Chris who boasted that he would become the king of the Earth. And wasn't it he who said that it was better to be the head of a snake than the tail of a dragon? At work, the boss and Nate were horrified. The boss asked if anyone could explain what was going on. Nate replied that he himself did not understand anything. And here's the reason why these two were so scared. because standing opposite each other were the two coolest guilds. Then June walked into the office, and before Nate could ask what was going on, June asked him to hand out the papers. Nate ran to hand out the drinks, and the chef walked up to June and told him to go buy some drinks for these people. June turned around and asked if everyone would like an Americano on the rocks. The chef whispered that these people might refuse because they were real celebrities, so it was not worth offering such celebrities a regular Americano. As soon as the chief began to say that they might be misunderstood, all the hunters, as one, bowed and thanked the chief. 10 minutes later during the meeting, June said, as stated in the document, that he would like everyone to explore 10 dungeons. June asked if they could handle it, or if it was too much. Jonathan asked if it would be okay if he explored more. It would take no more than 3 days, and they would have enough time to explore more. So this is the perfect opportunity to prove themselves to Mr. June. Then Chloe and Emily said that they can also explore more, 20 or 30. But June calmed everyone down, saying that 10 was enough, no more. The girls sat down, a little sad, and then they asked June what his number was. Since it would be nice to save the contacts of the Behemoth and Icarus guilds in addition to them, June wrote down his number, and everyone immediately wrote it down. Rick was thoughtful that day. He thought that maybe he hadn't made the best first impression, but this time he wouldn't screw it up. So he shouted to June that he would go first, and without listening to the rest of the speech, Rick left the office. Jonathan yelled that he should hear the rest of the explanation. Chloe apologized to June, and June himself said that he was almost done with the explanation, so everything was fine. A joyful Rick ran through the dungeon, shouting that he would take advantage of this chance. Many people were looking and filming Rick. They also wanted to get his autograph. Chris was also among these people. He asked why there were so many people here, and the King of the Earth was here. Rick said that nothing would change if his report was the same as everyone else's, and he wondered if he could do anything differently. Then all the people who had gathered started shouting how cool Rick was and asking if they could take a picture. And Rick said that he could take photos during the investigation. Then he picked a tall guy in the crowd to take a couple of photos. It turned out that Rick chose Chris for the photo, who was not at all happy about this. He asked how this piece of shit dared to order one of the transcendentals among the worlds. Chris just pounced on Rick to beat him up when suddenly Rick got a call and it was June calling him. So Chris froze in place when he heard June's name. Then Chris wondered why the Earth King was calling him, whether he was showing in this way that he had eyes everywhere. After June's call, Rick hugged Chris and said that the guy could come closer for a photo, and it would be better if the photo was taken with accessories. Chris was shocked by such a strange acquaintance. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, Jonathan and Chloe were sitting, the latter asking the leader if the idiot could handle it. Jonathan replied that Rick was not such an idiot. Just then, Rick wrote to them that he was doing a great job and even attached a photo. Jonathan said that it was not like him to use his head. They believed that Rick was working hard and decided to look at the photo he sent. But as soon as they opened the file, they froze. Jonathan asked in shock how the hell he was using this photo in the report. Of course, Rick and June sent this strange photo with the caption that Mr. June thought about it. The photo shows Chris looking nervous, but June simply replied that this photo is not suitable. Chris returned to the library in disgrace, where Wayne was already waiting for him, and said that he had done nothing since he had found him. Wayne replied that it was obvious. This man had always been omnipotent, both before and now, little did they know, because Jun was neither hot nor cold when he saw Chris in the photograph. June had enough of his own problems. At home, Jill and Yoji were acting strange, both saying they had done nothing wrong, but at the same time not even looking at each other. When the food was ready, everyone sat down at the table, and Yoji asked with displeasure, "Steamed soybean paste again?" He usually doesn't pick on food, but isn't this too much? Yoji complained that they were eating stew for the 3rd time this week, and besides, there was no meat in it. Jill replied that she had fried sausages, so he should stop complaining and just eat. Jill said that he would grow up if he ate different foods. Yoji picked up a sausage with chopsticks, but it slipped and landed on Jill's head. Yoji laughed and said that she could just eat it. Jill got angry and asked if he really didn't like today's food, grabbed his bowl and shouted that then he didn't have to eat it. This made Yoji angry, and he said that it was as if he couldn't handle it. Jill replied that there would be no food if he was going to throw things around like that. Then Yoji ran out of the table and shouted that he was leaving. And so the quarrel happened. Yoji really did leave the house, and walking along the streets, he said that he would like to eat right now. Suddenly, Yoji noticed a plump man and how the other two were rushing him to eat everything. Then Yoji came in and asked what he was eating, why Yoji reminded this man of a dog. Yoji asked him to tell him what was going on here. The guy replied that it was a ramen eating contest. If you eat a whole bowl in 30 minutes, it will be free. If you eat 2, you will get a coupon for a month of free ramen. And if it's 3, then you get a coupon for 6 months. Just so Yoji knows, the guy said that mukbang bloggers couldn't handle it, but Yoji was only thinking about free ramen for 6 months. The guy said that the man lost, and if he loses, the man will have to pay 40,000 won. 1 bowl of ramen was enough to feed 5 people, and then Yoji shouted for 3 bowls of ramen. He was warned that if he lost, he would have to pay 40,000 for each bowl. The guy asked if this dog could handle it. The man confidently said that even that big guy couldn't, so today they could make a fortune. But Yoji finished the first bowl in 2 minutes. The man thought that he didn't know how to handle 1 bowl, but 2 would definitely be difficult to handle. A minute later, Yoji finished the second bowl. Then Yoji told the owner to take those bowls and bring 3 more. Then the men went into shock. The next day at June's house, Jill cooked dinner and invited everyone to eat. Star happily ran to her. Jill thought that she had been too rude yesterday and needed to prepare some meat dishes since Yoji was looking after the children well. Today, she cooked the spicy chicken stew that Yoji loves so much. But then Yoji surprised everyone by saying that he didn't want to eat it. Star asked if Yoji ate wounded alone and added that she could smell ramen. Then Jill asked if she wanted ramen and said that maybe she should make ramen. Jun was wondering what he had done again. It turns out Yoji had won a coupon for 6 months of free ramen. Jill asked if Yoji would have ramen. Yoji replied that they didn't have to worry about him and just eat. This really hurt Jill. She asked Yoji if he didn't like her food. Apparently Jill was ready to cry. But Jill restrained herself and slammed the door, shouting that she hated Yoji. Everyone became worried. Well, except for June. Jill walked sadly through the city, saying that she shouldn't have yelled at Yoji yesterday. But it was too mean of him to refuse her food, because she tried so hard while preparing dinner. As Jill wandered around town, she heard Hank muttering that he shouldn't be selling buns at all and that he should take a rest. Hank noticed Jill and greeted her. Jill came up and said that she heard that his buns were very tasty. Hank gave her 1 bun, thanking her for the kind words. Jill said she understood what he was talking about and that she really enjoyed it when their family ate the food she cooked, but that it was probably time to take a break. Then Hank suggested that they take a break together. There were plenty of people who could fill in for them. Jill said that sounded like a great idea. Hank and Jill returned home and announced to everyone that they were going on strike. Jill said she wouldn't be doing any housework today, so she'd leave it all to Yoji. Hank also said that he was very tired. Yoji asked if he didn't sell buns because he liked it. Jill asked why. If she could do it, then he could too. And Hank said that he was not a fish bun seller, then they quickly left. Yoji complained that it was pointless and asked why she wanted him to do housework. Now Star and Carciel were selling buns, but there was no one there. Carciel asked Star why there was no buyer. Star said that Mr. was doing great. Carciel thought why he should sell buns. At this rate, he won't sell a single one. Then Star suggested asking Yoji, since he was good at such things. Carciel was unsure, but still followed her. Before entering, they had already asked Yoji to help them. But when they entered, they saw this horror. The house was a complete mess. Yoji said he just put the laundry in and was washing the dishes, but the washing machine wasn't working. Carciel asked wearily if he hadn't told her to only use 1 portion of detergent. Yoji showed a huge bottle and asked if this was the cup. Carciel shouted that a measuring cup was needed. Then Yoji said seriously that anyone can make a mistake, then asked why they were here and what did it mean that they couldn't sell fish buns. Carciel replied that there was no buyer there. Then Yoji surprised them by telling them to follow him and he would solve their problem. Then he sat down and started taking out everything at once. And Carciel asked if this food wasn't for them. Yoji asked if Hank had left any buns for them. Did he really want to close the business like that? Carciel sadly replied that business was too complicated. Then Yoji suggested they swap jobs. Star started yelling that Yoji couldn't cook. Carciel said he still had great taste despite his crooked hands. Yoji asked if he was trying to praise and insult him at the same time. However, Yoji is good at trading and he knows how to make buns. Carciel replied that then they could trade. Star said that she would look after Yoji and the buns. A joyful, sly-faced Yoji said it was a deal, and he would leave the housework to him. Carciel said he didn't know if they could trust him. Star agreed. So Star and Yoji started selling buns. They started shouting cheerfully that they had the most delicious buns, 4 for 1,001. Meanwhile, Carciel, he cleaned everything up and sat down on the sofa. Carciel was wondering if it was possible to exchange the duties that Jill and Hank had assigned to them. But Yoji is a real cunning fox. Carciel said it was true that housework suited him better, but it was indeed not easy. Meanwhile, Yoji and Star were doing well. The guys already had a line of customers. Someone got a bun with strawberry jam, another got a bun with peanut butter. Yoji complained and said that if this continued, his buns might turn out better than Hank's, and that would be a problem. Suddenly Hank appeared and asked if things were going well. Yoji asked if he shouldn't come back later. Hank asked how he could rest when he was worried about his lord and decided to try one of the buns. But he was unlucky. He got a terribly spicy bun. Yoji gave him some water and Hank complained about how they could sell something like that. Yoji replied that it was actually the most popular item. With these words, they showed a bucket of money and happily said that they had sold a lot of fish. And Jill, of course, returned home and saw Carciel and the apartment clean to a shine. Hank asked how their day had gone, and everyone answered the same. It had been hard. The children shouted that they had no idea they had to work so hard, and had no idea that trade and household chores were so difficult. Jill said that it was their plan to show them how hard to work, so they are really grateful for their hard work. She thanked them for accepting her comments and promised to tell her father that they should go and eat some meat. The children began hugging Jill and apologizing for complaining so much and promising to help and be better. At that moment, June arrived and saw such a beautiful picture that he thought he should book a table at the barbecue restaurant for that evening. And in Amon's castle, the demon sat on the throne and asked, since the king of the earth had cabalized the primordial flame of the Fire King, if he fought with the Fire King, then now he should be weakened. If he is defeated before he is restored, will his original flame become his? The demon ordered his soldiers to go to Earth. June was at work when he received a notification that the water would be turned off from 9 to 11 in the evening. So June decided to go to the sauna to wash up. That's what he did. And it turned out that Gale was also in the sauna, hoping to wash himself in peace. But then he noticed that someone had already come into the locker room. June said what a coincidence it was to meet him here. Gale laughed nervously and agreed with him. Gale said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but June reminded him that they had met a few days ago, and it was in such an awkward atmosphere that they entered the sauna, although it was only Gale who felt awkward. Therefore, unable to bear this awkwardness, Gale decided to talk and thanked Jun for the artifact that he gave him. Rumargu's heart extract increases the speed of regeneration and health recovery by 30%. Gale said that the heart extract is very effective and it helped him a lot. June said he wished he could give something better, but Gale immediately replied that other people were insanely jealous of him, and the extract itself was amazing. June replied that he was glad they could hear it. There was another awkward silence, and Gale tried again to get rid of her by saying that the pool was magical. Apparently, the effect would be much greater if you dipped your head in the water, so Gale proposed a bet to see who could hold their breath the longest. June didn't understand what Gale was doing since he wasn't embarrassed, but he still agreed. Gale even reminded Jun of Yoji. With his mischievous nature, Gale himself started the countdown and immediately plunged into the water. Jun looked at the sky and said that he just wanted to wash himself in peace, but it seemed like another obstacle had appeared. That same demon nevertheless flew to the earth. He proudly said that he could feel the energy of the king of the earth nearby and called the king to battle. At that moment, June flew to him, having managed to change his clothes. The demon, in shock, asked who he was, and June replied that he was a government employee. The demon asked how the weakling dared to be so arrogant, but then said that this was a great opportunity, because if he started killing all the weaklings, sooner or later he would appear. However, Jun easily held off his attack and said that he had been called arrogant a lot lately. While June dealt with the arrogant monster, naive Gale continued to hold his breath in the water. Gale wondered how much longer he had to hold his breath, but when he opened his eyes, he realized that he couldn't stand it any longer and jumped out of the water, and June was already there, sitting relaxed. Out of breath, Gale asked when June had emerged from the water. June replied, 5 minutes ago. And Gale naively believed him and asked if that meant he had won. Gale thought it was quite surprising that Mr. June was not good at such things. But he won. Jun finally told him that Gale had indeed won, and Gale began to laugh happily, and June thought that he really did look like Yoji. Then they took a photo together, and a happy Gale wrote to Emily that he defeated Mr. June, and here is the proof of his victory. Emily looked at the photo and asked what was so special about banana milk, but then she zoomed in on the photo to look at June. Then Emily saved it safely. It was Sunday morning at June's house a few days later, and June was sitting quietly on the sofa reading his newspaper. Carciel approached him and said that he would be leaving for a while. June asked if she was going to see Anne. Carciel asked how he knew since he hadn't told anyone. It turned out that June had simply read the label on the package, food for horned squirrels, and Anne just happened to have one of those squirrels. At this time, Anne was in a secret place. She said that it was the first time she saw something like this. The usurper's clock stopped, and Carciel had already come to Anne. He passed through the dungeon and came out into a beautiful sunny place, and called Anne. Carciel brought Anne some buns. Anne asked where he got them from, since Anne doesn't like Hank. Maybe he shouldn't tell, thought Carciel. Anne offered to eat them with tea. Carciel asked what she wanted to see. Anne replied that she had discovered a flock of Argos in the heart of the world. Carciel asked if dragons weren't the only ones who could deal with them, and that was why they had occupied a small territory in the heart of the world. Then Anne replied that it was true. No one else had been able to deal with them before. The Argos were the strongest monsters among the inhabitants of the heart of the world. Newcomers would die in 3 seconds, so it was recommended to run away immediately. We are shown a guy who wearily said that he was fed up with all this, and they should know to clear the way if he was here. With these words, the stranger swung his spear, and all these terrible monsters died in an instant, then asked if there really was no one stronger here. Suddenly he turned around, and Carciel asked if he had noticed him. Anne replied that the kings of the world's heart had been growing stronger for 1,000 years. The 3-moon Murimu, the second place in the ranking of transcendence. He is much stronger than the other hunters of the Great War. Anne said that even the 2 of them couldn't defeat him. Carciel said that they were great dragons, so they wouldn't know unless they tried. Then Anne said that they could rely on the land and live there for a while, but sooner or later they would have to return. They can't stay here forever because they have to be in the heart of the world. Anne cast some kind of spell. And after this, the usurper's clock appeared. The earth and the moon are reflected in the lakes. Hovering above the usurper's clock, they show how much time is left until the complete destruction of the earth. But for some reason the clock has stopped. These guys can't get back to Earth without a transfer artifact. Carciel asked when they stopped. Anne looked at her diary and said it was March 8th. Then they started to slow down, but now they have stopped completely. "Ramen eating day," Carciel shouted, turning around abruptly and saying he needed to go home. Anne asked him to bring bigger buns next time. Carciel said that he needed to hurry and tell the master about this, but then froze when he saw someone he didn't expect to see. Jun, Star, and Yoji were in the dungeon. Carciel asked what they were doing there. Jun replied that it just happened that way. He needed to explore the dungeon, but Star wanted to go with him. Jun asked if he had managed to meet with Anne. Carciel replied that he had already finished with his business, then asked what happened to those horned squirrels that were jumping all over the dungeon. Our culprits began to explain that they could not catch them because they were very fast and their friends. Horned Squirrel Dungeon. A few hours ago, June left Star on Yoji. Bad idea. But as soon as June left, the horned squirrels ran up and started bothering Star, and she, of course, started screaming. It turned out that the horned squirrels mistook Star for one of their own and asked her to reveal her identity. Then Yoji got angry and ordered them to stop. The squirrels were very scared and came to Yoji. He told them that they could just say that they wanted to play if that was their wish. Then he told them to apologize and then they could play together. One of the squirrels felt great and said that what idiot would want to play with him, and of course he got hit on the head. Star said her name and said that her dad gave her this name. The squirrels looked around and said that they did not have names because they were just horned squirrels. The cheeky squirrel sat on Star's head and said that Star really smelled strange. A pleasant smell, exactly the same smell as them. Star asked why they didn't have names. The squirrel replied that even if they got names, they would die tomorrow anyway, so they didn't need them. This upset Star, and she said that it was all so sad. Even Yoji had a name. Yoji objected that it was all because they were too weak and he was strong. The squirrel answered Star that everything was fine. They were used to it. Then Star had an idea and told Yoji to follow her. But before he could object, she dragged him along with her. They came to the Goblin Company. Yoji tried to stop Star, saying that she can't just come here, But Star, of course, didn't listen to him. A goblin we knew met them and asked if this was not the great and powerful Dragon Lord, the head of all dragons. The goblin asked why they came here. Yoji replied that this child brought him. Then he asked Star why they came here. Star said squirrels are very slow and she wants to prevent people from catching them. The goblin looked at the squirrel and said that they were like F-rank monsters. They were quite fast, but humans could catch them easily, but their items were too valuable to use for such a small thing. The squirrel became sad again and said that they were apparently insignificant creatures, since no one even wanted to help them. Star got angry and shouted that squirrels are her friends and they are not insignificant. Yoji began to scold the goblin for making the child angry and ordered him to apologize immediately. The goblin immediately apologized and said that he had something that would be perfect. The goblin took out a test tube and said that once they drank this, they would become faster forever, and would be able to move so fast that people would have a hard time seeing their movements. An elixir that increases movement speed, an elixir created from the blood of the ancient thunder monster Rancy. Star immediately cheered up and asked to give her 100 of the same. They took the box and walked away happily, completely forgetting about the fee. So the goblin asked if they were going to pay. Yoji asked if he wasn't the one who gave the box to them and said that it was a low-ranking item, so he should just give it to them. The goblin fell to the floor and grabbed Yoji's tail and started screaming that if they just left like that, his family would starve. Yoji replied that he had plenty of things and screamed for the goblin to let him go. Then the goblin decided to make a decisive argument and said that maybe it was too low and he didn't want to use this method. But he still said that he was sure that Mr. Jun would not do that, so Yoji should pay the appropriate price of 100 nyang. Yoji shouted how he could ask for gold for such a low-grade potion. Star replied that they didn't have any gold. Then the goblin replied that unfortunately, if they didn't have any money, he couldn't give the box to them. And Star asked how about this? It was delicious. She took a choco pie out of her bag and put it in his mouth, saying it was delicious. The goblin tried it and asked what it was. Star said that it was choco pie, and the goblin suddenly forgot about everything and said that he would trade the potion for this if they gave him 100 of these treats. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Star gathered all the squirrels in the forest and began to give each one a name. Then she gave each one an elixir. The squirrels took turns drinking their elixirs and immediately felt the power. Suddenly, their bodies became light and they literally flew away. Yoji was upset. He couldn't believe that she bought a goblin for Chocopi, and now he had no pocket money left. But Star didn't listen to him. She was happy for her squirrel friends. But suddenly Star told the squirrels that now it was time to pay Yoji back. The squirrels began to say that they would return his money. And Chocopia, Yoji said that they were F-rank, and they could be caught if they attacked people. Back to the current situation. Carciel said that they ended up buying a potion with Chocopi, and that's why they became faster. Yoji kissed his coin and asked if they hadn't killed 2 birds with 1 stone anyway, and said they were pretty good. He didn't expect anything from these little guys, but they were good at making money. It turned out that the squirrels mercilessly attacked people and took their money, just like bandits. The next day, the news reported that hunters returning from the Frank dungeon had sent in files with complaints, and the presenter described how horned squirrels, which had previously been easy prey, had suddenly turned into nimble bandits. And our family was at home. Jill said that it seemed like a lot had happened in the dungeon. She also couldn't believe how the horned squirrels had suddenly become fast. They used to be the perfect monsters for beginners to hunt. Then Jill asked if her father hadn't gone into this very dungeon. June answered vaguely. And Star was glad that no one else would be able to catch Ramsey and his friends. Carciel was worried because he hadn't told June anything yet. But he had to tell him what had happened in the heart of the world and that the hourglass had stopped. He sighed, and noticing this, June stroked his head and asked if it was a good visit to Anne. Carciel thought that the hourglass had stopped because of him, and besides, the usurpers wouldn't be able to do anything to him, because Mr. June was the strongest, so there was nothing to worry about. So he smiled and replied that it was fun, and Yoji brazenly grabbed his meatballs and said that if he didn't have this, he would eat everything. Carciel grabbed Yoji by the cheek and yelled at him to stop being so selfish. Jill yelled at him to stop eating so much meat. Wayne's house is in the center of the world. The guy was calmly reading his book when Chris ran up to him screaming and said that he had important news. But Wayne ignored him, and then Chris repeated again that he had very important news. Then Wayne told him to take off his shoes. Chris took off his shoes and then cleaned up his tracks. When Chris put her shoes down on the street, Wayne asked what happened this time. Chris replied that Eamon was dead, and he saw that his name had been removed from the ranking. This idiot probably fell to the ground, so it's clear who finished him off. It was obviously the king of the earth. Chris is talking about the demon that June killed. Wayne replied that if it was him, then something like that was possible. He was called the Heavenly Devil, and he did the same thing. Chris became curious and asked if it was true that he worked for the Earth King. Vane replied that because he was a member of the Shadow Squad of the Heavenly Devil sect, there were 5 squads in the sect. The Shadow Squad was responsible for inspection and investigation. Typically, only the best graduates of the Black Death School are allowed into the squad, but Wayne was able to join after a rapid increase in his abilities following a single lesson from Master Jun. Chris replied that he knew nothing about the Shadow Squad, but Wayne said that he was working with the King of the Earth. He asked to tell him about Jun's weaknesses. Then he would give it to him. Then he pulled out a rainbow stone. It was a rainbow depth, a consumable artifact that increases magical power. But Wayne shouted that this man had no weaknesses at all. Chris complained and asked him to think again. He was sure he had at least a couple of weaknesses. Come to think of it, this was back when Jun was still a sky devil, Wayne said. Wayne was still a little kid back then. He was looking for his name on the list, and finally he found himself. Wayne was ranked 207th. Suddenly, someone called the guy a dumbass and asked why he started looking for himself from the top of the list. Then Wayne turned around. Taking the last place is also a kind of talent. Call is a heavenly genius. He always takes the first place. They say he was offered to become the leader of a small sect. He can personally meet the heavenly demon since he is the best in the class, and Wayne is terribly jealous of him. Jun called Wayne to him and asked if he was unhappy with his rank. Wayne was surprised, wondering why Jun called him and asked about this. Even if he is new, he should know that every year he ranks last. But he has nothing to say because it depends on his abilities, the boy thought. Jun said that a year ago he got up 2 hours before everyone else and honed his sword technique, and then asked if he had any regrets. Wayne replied that he regretted his mediocrity, not the end result, and he had not intended that his mediocre work would fail. But Jun gave Wayne a self-analysis report and asked him to leave, and then surprised Wayne by saying that he would give him a chance. This conversation only confused Wayne. He began to train even harder. He kept thinking, was it really in vain that he dreamed of becoming the best? The naive thought that if he worked hard, everything would work out, led to the fact that by trying, he simply destroyed his body. The time when he was sure that he needed to work hard, it all turned into some kind of report. Wayne even thought that it would be cool to turn back time, but he laughed at such thoughts. Then he sat down at the table and began to write a report. After finishing his report, he came to Jun and gave the report to him. Jun praised him for the work he had done. Then Jun told him to make sure he followed the instructions for the next 3 years, which might be much more difficult than it had been before. This was his first meeting with Lord Heavenly Demon, Wayne recalled. Chris kept pressing Wayne, asking about Jun's weaknesses. Wayne replied that he shouldn't rush and then handed him the paper. Wayne said with a smile that Chris could also write a self-analysis report, after which Chris's self-analysis report was spread on the Central Universe forums, and even began to spread across the Earth. We are shown a man who joyfully shouted that he finally reached C rank. Suddenly he was asked if he liked it. It was Rick. The man said that he heard that someone was taking him to the privileged territory for C rank, but he never thought that it would be him. They arrived at the agency. Rick wearily showed his card, and after greeting Rick, they wished him to enjoy his vacation. The man opposite proudly showed his card, and the guy laughed and greeted him. While Rick was calmly choosing a drink, the man was delighted at how they greeted him just like a VIP, completely different from the time when he was an A rank. Rick threw him a few items and said that they were for him. The man was delighted and said that he couldn't believe that Rick himself chose the equipment for him and promised to keep it for the rest of his life. Then Rick asked what weapon he uses, and he replied, a spear, and that it was a great honor for him since he uses one too. Rick confidently said that it seemed like he knew his business and he liked the man, so this older man would give him a couple of tips. The so-called wisdom of life. As long as he has this, his life will be smooth, Rick said, trying to sound like a super important person. For the record, no other hunter in the world, other than criminals, lives the way he likes, except for this guy. But as soon as the man tried to take the diary, Rick said that he would not get any freebies, and that he owed him a drink for tonight, and the man naturally agreed. In the evening, they actually came to the same establishment, and Rick was already drunk. The man began to read the diary, which talked about Juna, his approximate age, where he works, whether he has a daughter. Rick knew nothing about his favorite and least favorite foods. While drunk, Rick was praising himself and June in every possible way. June himself entered the establishment with Yoji, and Hank met them. Hank asked what they were both doing there, and Yoji shouted that it was a mistake and he didn't know him anything. But June didn't listen to him and handed Hank some money, asking if it was enough. Rick, seeing down, ran out from behind his desk and, bowing to June, said that he was glad to meet him here. June asked if he was drunk. The man was shocked. He couldn't believe that Hunter Rick was so polite to the guy. It seemed like he really was an unusual person. Meanwhile, Rick picked up the man and introduced him to June, saying that he was a new C-rank hunter. The man said that he was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Pete. Jun also introduced himself and said that he worked in the underground management department of the Seoul City Hall. And then the man realized that this was the person he had read about. Suddenly, Yoji noticed the diary in which information about Juna was written. Pete quickly picked up his diary, under the pretext that there was a fly in it, and Rick nervously turned away. Of course, June didn't like being followed. The next day, everyone was at the Hunter's bureau except Rick, so the president asked where he had gone. Chloe replied that Mr. June had sent him on errands, Rick in uniform, shouting how anyone could possibly write 100 pages of a self-realization report. Later, Chloe angrily walked towards Rick. Instead of working, Rick was playing with toys, so Chloe pulled out his headphones and asked him to listen to her. Rick scolded Chloe for scaring him and why she even came here. Chloe replied that he could give her some relationship advice. Apparently, she didn't know that Rick had been lying all this time, that he had had many women. But to back up his story, Rick laughed nervously and said she'd come to the right place. He was a relationship expert. Chloe, a little embarrassed, asked how she could interest Mr. June. Rick only now remembered that she liked June. Rick asked if she needed a way to get his attention and added that even though she was an old maid, other guys were attracted to her. After receiving it from Chloe, Rick continued. He asked if Mr. June was too distant. He was like a stone Buddha, and Rick did not believe that a simple confession of love would impress him. Chloe replied that it didn't matter and she just needed advice. Rick chuckled and said that after a long time he could finally show his skills. Rick took a piece of paper and wrote in huge letters, "Heartbeat target is Mr. June," and said that they use blitz tactics. No matter how difficult the game is, there must be a way to beat it. Chloe supported him, but didn't even notice what he wrote there. The chief asked June where the dungeon report was. June replied that it was on the table behind him. Then the chief asked if he was busy on Saturday. June was about to say that he had no plans, when suddenly he received a message from Chloe. She wrote that if he had no plans for Saturday, maybe they could have lunch together. The boss said he hoped June would want to work and then have dinner if he had time, but June replied that he had some business to attend to. The boss asked what business, since he had none, and June, with a straight face, replied that he must have a date. The lack of any emotion made the boss doubt his words. He said that June could have simply said that he did not want to go. June replied that he was not lying, but the boss again did not believe him. It was Saturday, and Chloe looked so soft and beautiful. She was waiting for June at the subway station, and she arrived too early. Then June came. Chloe thanked him for coming and said that they could go to a restaurant. She had already made a reservation. She herself thought that he was so handsome. After the incident with Star, she saw him in casual clothes for the first time. Chloe remembered Rick telling her to get ready and take his hand without saying anything, so she held out her hand. Luckily, June answered her and they held hands. June even smiled, and Chloe naturally blushed. After a delicious lunch, they went for a walk, still holding hands. Chloe thought that men cannot resist a fragile woman, so she should use her advantages. But Chloe is a C-rank hunter and isn't even sick, so she decided to come up with another plan and suggested that Jun try shooting. The guy said they could try hitting the target with a gun loaded with mana charges, and one attempt cost 200,000 won. Of course, Chloe was recognized. The guy said that her boyfriend was quite tall, and would he like to try? June agreed. They were given pistols, and Chloe began to think that she needed to miss when it was Mr. June's turn. He should be encouraged. But it would be very suspicious if she did poorly. She needed to hit the bull's eye at least a few times. But for some reason, Chloe really couldn't hit the target. It turned out that this guy was using an illusion skill, he laughed to himself, because even a huntress finds it difficult. Chloe was getting really angry and berating herself. Then June walked up to her and told her to raise her head. While June was telling Chloe to loosen her finger, focus her eyes, and so on, Chloe couldn't think of anything because June was too close. In a fit of rage, Chloe started shooting, and amazingly, she hit all of her targets, surprising not only herself but the guy as well. Chloe received a keychain as a gift. June said that she seemed to really like the gift. Chloe said that it was cute. Then June said that as far as he remembered, the subway station was somewhere around here. Then Chloe felt sad because she wanted to be with June longer, so she grabbed June by the shirt and asked if June could walk a little slower. June said that they could go slower then, and next time he would invite, June asked to say when it was convenient for her. Chloe asked when she wanted. June replied that yes, she could choose the date. Then Chloe replied that she would think about it as she wanted them to get to know each other more. That's how Chloe and June's first real date went. And Star was watching TV. The program was talking about monks who are vegetarians. Yoji said what a meaningless life it is, because they don't eat meat. But Star said she liked mushrooms, and Star also wanted to be a monk. Yoji replied that she had just eaten meat yesterday. Jill asked if she would not eat meat from now on. Star confidently replied that she had become a monk and would not eat meat from now on. Yoji, of course, couldn't stand by and said that he was betting that she would give up in a day, so Star started hitting him and saying that he could do anything. Jill said maybe we should make some mushroom dishes for today, but there were no mushrooms at home, so later we would have to go to the supermarket. Yoji started shouting that he wanted to go and he could buy some. But Jill didn't listen to him and said that last time he only bought meat, so no, Yoji said that he would definitely manage this time. Jun remembered that on the fourth floor of the center, filled with something like mushrooms, a place called the World of Immortals. 10 immortals lived here. Chen, nicknamed the Immortal Ghost, was the most eccentric of them. That is why the other immortals looked down on him. The old man sat by the shore and said, "Just one person. He needs just one person to come." In the order in which they came into the world, the 10 immortals took disciples, and now it was Chen's turn to take the next one to come as his disciple. Just as the old man was sadly saying that why the hell no one had come for 2 years, our guys jumped out of the water. Jun was with Karciel and Yochi. The old man scolded Yochi, calling him an empty-headed dog for splashing water. The old man asked if he was the one who would become his disciple and thought that he didn't see anything unusual in him. The guy looked more like a weakling. He couldn't believe that a weakling like him would become his disciple. Jun extended his hand and greeted the old man, but Chen was shocked that a disciple would extend his hand to his teacher. He's probably one of those people who needs to be shown who's boss right from the start. So the old man decided to teach him a good lesson and make him clean the bathtub. Jun noticed that the old man was squeezing his hand tightly, so he told the old man that it was a bit rough and squeezed his hand even harder. Now the old man realized that it was Jun who taught the lesson, not him. And he also realized that Jun was a completely unusual guy. The dragons looked with disdain at the old man's attempts to show off in front of Jun and called him a fool. The old man asked Jun to follow him. Jun asked if he had any other students. Chen replied that they all ran away because they were weak. Then he said that Jun was a pretty calm guy, and suggesting that they act like wise people, he asked if Jun already knew that he would become his student, and where from. Yoji asked, "Actually, he looks weaker than the master, so who else is the student here?" Karciel asked. Does he seriously think that the master will become his student? Jun suddenly pointed to the portrait and said that he knew it. It was not, by any chance, Black Serenity. The old man asked how he knew it, because only 10 immortals knew who he was. Then Jun replied that he knew him. Since they had been in the same sect for some time, the old man ran up and asked for details. Jun said that he would tell if he promised to do something. The old man, without knowing what he was agreeing to, nodded in agreement, and Jun began to say that it was a long time ago. He approached the man and asked him to join the Heavenly Demon sect and lead the Heavenly Flying Squad. The guy refused. He said that he had retired from Muram's affairs, so he asked Jun to leave. Jun nodded and said that he would come again. Jun did not give up and read all the books related to various Taoist arts and studied the practices of Black Serenity, after which he showed them to him. The first time he refused without even listening to him, but he realized how much effort Jun had put in. The man said that Jun's art was not bad, but he would not join his sect, but instead, he offered him to become his disciple. Of course, June happily accepted his offer, and after 2 years of being a disciple of Black Serenity, June eventually surpassed him. Suddenly, the man said that if he had surpassed the Black Serenity, it meant that he had ascended to the upper heavens spoken of in legends. Then the man bowed to June and asked to be taken as a disciple. June asked again. Then the man would join the heavenly demon sect, and this time the man agreed. The old man asked in horror. So June was a heavenly immortal teacher. So the old man fell on his knees and asked to be taken as a disciple, offering him a mushroom. But June apologized and said that he had promised himself that he would not take any more disciples. However, the old man did not give up. He offered a cute mushroom and again asked June to take him as a student. June said that since he really wanted it. The old man received the diary and joyfully jumped through the forest. He could not believe that he met a heavenly immortal teacher. From that day on, the old man began to call him crazy. At home, they cooked mushrooms, and Jill fed Star and asked if she liked it. Star nodded and said that Star ate stewed mushrooms today. Star then said that she had cut off ties with the outside world for 20 years, imitating the monks in the program. Jill tried to feed Yoji some mushrooms, but of course he grabbed the meat and started eating. Back in the center, Chris was running towards Wayne in a funny way, but accidentally broke a jug. But this did not stop him at all. He continued running towards his friend and said that he had finished the report on self-realization. Wayne asked irritably why Chris was making such a fuss, as if this was something very big to be proud of. Chris extended this and proudly showed his report, asking Wayne to read the ideal self-realization report, also adding that he would make changes if necessary. His report was scant. Wayne asked why the last section was not filled in. Chris replied that no matter how much he thought, he had no idea why he met the king of the land. But there is one thing he knows. Maybe he was just unlucky that day. Wayne laughed and said, "He really is unlucky. It doesn't seem like she is asking for trouble." Wayne was sure that if he was honest, he would not be killed, and he also needed to trust his bow. Chris praised himself again and asked why Wayne put the jug outside. Then Wayne smiled and licked his lips and asked why he was asking, and he thought that it would probably be time to eat soon. Chris replied that he had broken the jug by accident, and that it didn't look like there was anything important inside anyway, and Wayne was overcome with rage. Then Chris ran to the ground. He walked around June's apartment, mumbling that he was Chris and they had met before, and he would be very grateful if he returned his bow. And he even wrote a report on self-realization. Suddenly the door opened. Yoji asked if the owner had confiscated his bow. Star asked if he had done something bad to his dad. Chris was surprised to hear the word Papa. He said that it meant she was the daughter of the king of the earth, and admitted that he had indeed made a mistake. Star told him that his dad would be home late. Chris asked how long he had to wait. Suddenly his stomach made a noise, and Star asked if he was hungry. Carciel asked what to do, and maybe he should take him to the supermarket. Yoji said that maybe he should since he felt guilty towards him, and Star replied that she would go too. They arrived at the supermarket. Star greeted her grandmother and said that she had come with friends today. Yoji immediately ran away, saying that he would only take one thing since he needed to save his pocket money. Chris was surprised as he came to the supermarket for the first time. Yoji grabbed the cookies, and Carciel said that this place is called a supermarket and warned that he can only take items if he lights them. Star found a box of Chocopes and said that she really loved them, and that's what they chose. Well, of course, Yoji bought himself more sweets. Then Chris tried the sweetness for the first time. Yoji asked him happily how he liked it. The taste was to die for. But Chris didn't listen to the dragon. He was amazed by the wonderful taste of the delicacy. So soft and sweet. Something that he would never find in the center. Of course, he wanted more. So Chris said he wanted one more. No two, no three. Star replied that she didn't have enough money. She only had 401. Then Chris suggested playing the slot machine and said that this way they could earn money and buy more. Yoji said that those dangerous machines were still here. Chris asked if it would help them eat more Chocopes, so he decided to play for the treats. June was returning home and was thinking about buying some snacks on the way when he suddenly saw Chris and his children who were diligently playing the slot machine. Chris and the kids were so engrossed in the game that they didn't notice anything. June somehow received a report on Chris's self-realization, then smiled and said that it seemed like he could return the bow to him. The next day at the city hall, the chief signed a new contract with the hunters. The chief was happy with the new hunters. The chief thanked the boys and asked them to take care of them for the next 3 months. But Hunter Will was not so happy with this contract. Even though the guild leader recommended this place, there was nothing special about this guy, and he didn't understand why he was told to return to the Soul series. He decided that he just needed to wait out these 3 months and leave. The boss said that he was so busy that he forgot to offer them coffee. The guy said that Will made a good choice. In fact, contract work is not that bad, especially for returning hunters like him. Will replied that it was only for 3 months, and if it weren't for the guy, he wouldn't have done it. The guy then told him to forget about it and just focus on returning as a hunter if he wanted to join his guild. Will said that he was a real trickster. The guy replied that he had to be good in the eyes of Mr. June, the civil servant. But that warning didn't work. Will said he couldn't believe he was asking him to kowtow to a regular government employee. But the guy said the president said he wouldn't sit idly by if anyone bothered Mr. June. Suddenly, the president called him and told him that Mr. June wanted to meet with him for a short time. Jun said the guy came quickly. It must not have taken long. The guy was sweating heavily, so June offered him a drink, but the guy politely declined. Then June suggested they talk inside. It was quite hot outside. Jun showed the documents and said that it would take some time to talk. The guy was irritated for some reason. He was wondering why June called him here, and why the captain was groveling in front of this guy, so he said that they could talk here. Then June started reading the report. He said that Will was close with one of the hunters and was in the same guild 2 years ago. June also heard that he had been retired for 2 years due to an injury, after which he returned. Will replied that his treatment had ended 3 months ago, and that he was now fine and could go to the battlefield. This file contains information about the dungeon they will be exploring tomorrow, and it is not yet available to the public. Will was surprised. He thought that June was in a hurry. He mumbled that he, of course, could start working right now, but he thought that the captain said to be calm. But if he said that he didn't want to work, he would kill him. So he said that tomorrow they have a day off. After an awkward silence, June smiled and said that for working on weekends, the rate is increased by 1.5 times. So Will lost. He came to work on the day off. For some reason, he was worried, so he tried to calm himself down. It's only a C-rank dungeon, but since this is his first fight in 2 years, he needs to get his act together. In this world, he could die at the hands of a goblin if he was careless. June came up and said that the guy came early. Will got scared and screamed. June asked if it was his hunting suit. Will replied that it looked old, but was still quite useful. Will took out his suit and put it on, saying that he was now ready for battle. June noticed that as he thought, the suit was quite shabby. Suddenly, a notification came to the lab, an old man shouting that the danger level of the C-rank dungeon near the station had just reached 6,000, which is much higher than the C-rank dungeon, which has a danger level of 4,800. Then the president decided to call June because only he could handle this. June answered, and the president apologized for calling him so early in the morning, but he was calling because of an emergency. A C-rank dungeon appeared near the station. They called C-rank hunters, so he asks him for help. Jun replied that there is no need. Jun said that he actually just entered this dungeon. We see a monster in human form on the throne. A dungeon corruption has occurred. A special quest, Forced Erosion, has been activated. If defeated, the Central Universe tutorial quest will continue, and they will be moved to the center. The monster turned to the black guy. He said that seeing his calmness, he must be confident in his abilities, and he hoped his arrogant attitude was not just a show. June got angry and said that it felt like wherever he went these days, something was bound to happen. Will was yelling at him that he would definitely die if he went there. The monster said that the little man was asking, since he was not at all surprised to see him, whether this meant that he was the king of the earth. June raised his hand, and a black snake crawled out of it, and he himself said that he only sat once on a place that looked like a throne. The monster said that it was the first time he saw a black snake in the status window and asked if he was so arrogant just because he had something special. Jun replied that the jerks from the Central Universe always talk a lot. The monster got angry and called Jun an insolent idiot and decided to attack him. However, Jun easily grabbed the monster by the neck and said that it looked like he was an uneducated idiot. Jun said that the monsters wouldn't have lost their lives if they were calm. But why did they keep crawling out of every crack, then threw him to the ground? The monster was in a fit of rage and said that he needed to return to the heart of the world and that he needed to tell Lord Baal about this monster. Jun took out his sword and cut his throne into several pieces. Then the monster said in shock that Jun had destroyed the gate to the dimension, doing what even Lord Baal had failed to do. Then he asked how a simple man, an ordinary person, has such power. Who is he anyway? Jun called his snake and told the monster to slam shut. Of course, after everything he saw, Will was in such a strong shock that he simply fainted. A few days later, Nate said that they were contacted by journalists asking if they had a video from the dungeon on the station. The chief asked why they needed it and how they could show them a video that doesn't even exist. They think it was a pleasure ride for C-rank hunters. Nate agreed and said that it looked like they were the only ones suffering again. Then Will, with a smile and a tray of coffee, said that they did a good job at the meeting and offered to get coffee. The chief said that they should be the ones bringing him coffee, but Will bowed and said loudly that he wanted to help them with their difficult work. Then he gave coffee to Juna, and also loudly thanked him for that investigation in the dungeon, and asked him to take good care of him. Meanwhile, Jill was cooking, the broth was already ready, and she had prepared enough noodles. Yoji, seeing such a wonderful dish, wanted to eat it all first, for which he received several blows from his younger star. Jill called her father and set the table. The children saw such a dish for the first time and began to eat it hesitantly. But as soon as they tried it, they all immediately lit up with happiness because the dish was so delicious. Everyone ate, and Yoji lay down on the sofa, saying that he wouldn't go to the supermarket today because he was overeating. Star replied that she wasn't feeling well and that she wouldn't go either. Jun said that noodles are digested quickly, so why doesn't he go to the store because they don't have any more snacks left? Yoji replied that nothing more would fit in him today, so the owner need not worry and work, and added that he was not a pig or anything like that. June thought, since he is more than a pig, one might assume it is a little strange to call him that. 2 o'clock in the morning, in Jill's room, the girls were asleep. Jill slept peacefully, but Star could not sleep because she was hungry and thought that Jill would scold her if she ate. But when she left the room and saw that someone was already rummaging through the refrigerator, Star asked if they were thieves. It was just Yoji, who was irritatedly saying that he should have listened to his master and gone to the store because now there was nothing to eat. Star asked if Yoji was hungry too. Yoji asked if she should try making some of it. Star said no. She shouted that Yoji couldn't cook. Yoji asked her to speak more quietly because Star might wake everyone up. Yoji then decided that he could simply reheat the remaining food, but the frying pan slipped from his hands and fell to the floor. Yoji thought that if Jill woke up, they were done for and wondered if they would be able to eat anything. But it was only Carciel. He asked what they were doing there. The two exhaled. Star said that it was so scary. She thought her heart would break. It turns out that Carciel was also hungry. Yoji got up and started heating up the food again, and Carciel suddenly crawled for something. Carciel pulled out the only instant ramen Jill had left to eat later. Just as Carciel said that he needed to pour water into it, Jill suddenly came and asked where he got the ramen. All three children cried out in fear, and Carciel quickly replied that they were simply hungry. Jill replied that there were leftovers on her plate and she was hungry too, so she went out to eat. Yoji said that they had been unfair and turned to Star and Carciel that they should have woken Jill up. But they reminded him that Yoji himself had not woken anyone up. So the late dinner began. Carciel was cooking ramen, and then June came and joined their dinner. The president said that as far as they know, a few days ago the situation in the dungeon almost got out of control. Luckily, they were able to prevent this thanks to Mr. Jun, who was on site, but they can't depend on him all the time. They decided to quickly clear the second floor of the center. Jonathan replied that they could not put everything on the shoulders of Mr. Jun. They needed to become stronger. Chloe said they would do their best. Rick said he would never stand aside if the two older ones did it, and he was tired of using Mr. Jun's cheat key. Meanwhile, in the center, Chris was sitting at Wayne's house, and looking at the sky, they saw a glow. Wayne said that the energy looked ominous. Chris asked if some other idiot was trying to challenge the king of the earth while eating his choco pie. We are shown a monster. He said that even Kamatra was defeated. Apparently, he is talking about the monster that Jun recently killed and called all his subordinates useless scum. He said they were all going to die because they were weaklings who walked alone. They just needed to change their approach. If they keep sending troops to different places at once, sooner or later they will fall to their knees. When a person suffers, he will not be okay because what he values will disappear. And now the monster ordered his disobedient minions to go one by one or in a group and killed everyone. Back to June and his family, Jill asked if she could really go on vacation. It was only for 1 night and 2 days, because June would have to keep an eye on Star and Yoji. Jun replied that Jill could go, and Jill and, for some reason, Yoji also began to rejoice. Yoji had already started getting ready. Carciel said that Jill shouldn't worry, and he would make sure that Yoji and Star were fed and washed. Yoji said in surprise that he was going on vacation. Jill realized that Yoji was going to go with her, so she whispered that if he stayed home and behaved well, she would buy him some Korean beef. There would be only pork on vacation. Yoji thought that he would either have to hide in a corner and eat pork, or eat a lot of beef and take good care of the children. Then Yoji said that it would probably be better for number 2 to stay home and guard him, and he would make sure they all ate well. Jun watched his family with affection and thought that tomorrow, after he returned the bow to Chris, he would go to the store for groceries. Chris was happy that his bow was finally returned to him. Star and the dragons were also next to Chris. Yoji said that the onions kept getting in the way when they were cleaning, and Carciel agreed and said that he was sure Yoji remembered that he wasn't the one cleaning. However, Chris did not listen to them. He kissed his bow and told him that his bow was the best and a real treasure. Yoji told him that since he had taken his bow, he could now go home quickly. But Star asked when he would come to visit them. Chris replied that he had finished his business, so he had no need to come to Earth. But Star was upset and began to cry. Chris was afraid that June would hear her crying, so he quickly said that of course he would come back. Then Star invited Chris to eat some fish buns with them before they returned to their house. Star asked Hank to give her some buns, but suddenly Chris said that this crazy otaku obsessed with cars. Hank called Chris an insolent person and asked if he wanted to die. Yoji said that meant they were friends, but Carciel was scared and asked how he could say that, and added that now was no time for laughing. At this rate, everything here would be destroyed. Hank said it was time to decide who was the winner in their 1,000-year battle. Chris said he was just a lazy, pig-like dragon. There was nothing special about their kind except a king. But before they could begin, Yoji hit them both, then said that he was not at all interested in their bickering. However, if they fight here and leave even the slightest scratch on the asphalt, do they really think that the owner will let them get away with it? Yoji himself did not intend to leave things like this, and found a way out. He led them to a deserted place where they could fight without worrying about the consequences. The sly one put on a whole show. He said that he could cure them before they were dead. There were no rules here. Carciel said that if the owner found out about this, they would be in trouble. But Yoji didn't care. He said that while kids fight, they grow up, and watching fights is the best thing in the world. Hank yelled at Chris why he wasn't attacking, or simply couldn't because he was scared. Then Chris took out his bow and started aiming at Hank. Reflecting the rainbow, Chris fired and then started calling Hank childish names. But Hank wasn't worried at all. Thick smoke covered the entire horizon, but then Hank suddenly appeared behind Chris and prepared to strike. But Chris was no slouch. He deflected Hank's attack with his arrows, causing a huge explosion. Chris shouted that this was not enough and called Hank a stupid lizard. Hank replied that Chris was weak, and if it were not for his bow, he would have already died, without equipment. "Chris is nobody," Hank shouted. Suddenly, Carciel noticed that a gap was forming due to their battle. Yoji asked with displeasure if it was because they were fighting. Then Carciel asked them to stop, because they didn't know where they would fall if everything here was destroyed. Yoji, less tactfully, shouted at them to stop fighting, otherwise he would kill them both. But these two idiots were so busy with their useless squabble that they didn't notice anything, and just at their last blow, a gap formed. Yoji said with displeasure that he asked them to stop, but he was still sure that they would not be torn apart. After all, they were both quite strong. Jun was walking home, thinking that they had been eating a lot of pork lately, so mackerel would be more appropriate today, when suddenly those two idiots fell right in front of him. They were still fighting with each other and didn't even notice Jun until he asked them what they were doing. The two cowards immediately gave up on Yoji, saying that he was the one who asked them to fight each other. And the kids sat on the sofa, not suspecting anything, eating ice cream. Yoji said that wherever these two were, everything would be fine with them, unless, of course, they fell right at the feet of their owner. June received a text from Jill asking if he had had breakfast and saying that she was eating breakfast right now. Then she sent another photo and said that she took this photo yesterday. June thought that she looked like she was having a good time. Then Carciel wrote to June and said that Hank was currently writing an explanatory note and he would keep an eye on them, as we see Yoji received from June for causing problems. Then we see a crowd of people. They were talking about the beginning of the festival. The man said that he didn't hear anything, but what does it matter? He said he was more concerned about Ken, the guy who is the most interesting figure this year. The guy was warming up and thinking that it was better not to miss such an opportunity. His goal was to appear before the public as a talent that would soon become equal to C-class hunters. Besides, if he wants to impress the president, he needs to make an effort. Then the president came with Jonathan and Gail. The guy thought that the impudent city hall representative he saw yesterday clearly had something in common with that guy and the president. Something was definitely wrong here. Yesterday afternoon, at the city hall, a seminar room, Jun came on stage, introduced himself, and said he was there to explain to them the details of the contract with the city hall. There will be a special interview immediately after the fencing festival. It will take priority over the entrance test to the Hunters Guild, Jun said. Then the guy interrupted him, saying that this was strange. Frankly, joining the guild would be much better than joining the mayor's office, the boy said, and asked why special contracts were then a higher priority. Jun replied that he might think so, but he didn't have time to explain it to people who lacked the qualifications. The guy thought that they needed to find out why a stupid contract with the city hall, which doesn't even provide normal support, was more of a priority than contact with the guild. Most likely it was due to corruption, and he decided to find out. June was also at the festival. Next to him sat a guy who looked like a squirrel. He shouted that so many hunters had gathered here, and everyone was waiting for the competition with great impatience. Then the guy introduced himself. His name was Jay from J Management. The guy said if June didn't mind, could he ask where June worked. June took his card and introduced himself, saying that he was a member of the Seoul City Hall's Fault Management Department. For some reason, the guy thought that since June worked at the City Hall, there was no need to be friendly with him. Suddenly, the president and the hunters noticed June, and the president said in surprise that Mr. June had come in person. Then they bowed to him. Jun probably didn't like the extra attention. The guy turned around in surprise and asked who they were greeting. The director and the hunter were looking in their direction. Ken also saw this and was no less surprised, because the great hunters bowed in greeting to an ordinary City Hall employee. The guy again decided that this spoke to how great the scale of corruption was, enough to bring the most powerful behemoth guild to its knees, and what kind of benefit they promised. Here's another reason to win, the guy thought, and he waited for the moment when he would be given the floor to comment on the victory. If then, right in front of everyone, he asked a question about corruption, they wouldn't be able to get out of it. Of course, his intentions to eliminate corruption are commendable, but it was worth first finding out everything and not jumping to conclusions. That's how the festival began. Cadet Duck uses B-level skills. He has a defensive skill that absorbs damage equal to his magic level. He was ranked 81st in the overall ranking, and he also specializes in close-range combat. Jay said that there was a high chance that this attack would be blocked by a magic shield. His place in the overall ranking was about 10 positions lower than Dak's. He was sure that Dak won this fight. June said that he thought another hunter would win and was betting his vote on his victory. Jay said that it was immediately obvious that Dak had the advantage. But as Jun said, another hunter won. A new duel began and Jay chose the guy on the right, June on the left, and won again. And so it was several times. Then Jay asked how he guessed every time. June asked if the guy had ever fought a monster or fallen into a rift. Jay replied, never, and asked why he was interested. Jun replied that he asked because he relied too much on the database, and it would be better if he focused on the match rather than on his laptop screen. Jay said that he was following the match, but the information was also very important. Jun replied that he was not saying that the data provided was incorrect. But skills also play a vital role, and they are just as important as the database. Jun asked if Jay had been so eagerly awaiting the start of the match, and said to watch it live, feel it, and reflect. And he came here to see everything with his own eyes. Then Jay finally closed his laptop and agreed with Jun. The winner of the 5th Hunter Academy Fencing Festival was Ken, a third-year student, and he took home the prize. Second place went to Cadet Lily. The old man asked if Lily didn't want to express her thoughts after Ken. The girl wearily replied that she didn't really want to. And the guy finally got his moment. He thought he had to address the president and this employee, a public speech. Everyone should pay attention. Well, hopefully this won't be an embarrassing moment for the guy that he will remember for the rest of his life. Ken stepped forward and addressed the president. He apologized for being rude, but asked to be asked a direct question, and said that a couple of days ago, a representative of the village administration mentioned something called a special contract. To be honest, he didn't understand why he was given priority over all the other Hunters Guild contracts, and why the judges were the director and the 10 best hunters. The president even ensured that he was unable to submit an application. And Ken would like the director to comment on this issue. What is the reason for all this? Now the mayor's office, which was unable to provide adequate support, had become a priority over the Hunters Guild. Jun naturally sighed without saying anything. The guy kept asking why they were being forced to sign a third-party contract with minimal support. There was corruption involved. Of course, none of the guys understood what this guy was talking about, and the president became worried because he knows that Jun doesn't like it when he is the center of attention. And so it was. Jun said that he didn't think it would do any good if a city hall employee started explaining, so let the president explain. The president took the microphone and said that the accusations of corruption were nonsense. The fact is that the mayor's office is currently responsible for most of the work required by hunters. To support them, they just need to sign contracts. Although the mayor's office has that power, Ken said he doesn't understand why he's presenting it as a priority contract. The president tried his best to avoid mentioning Juna, and therefore said that the most important thing was to call on your heart and discover your talents. Ken asked what the point was of discussing this at City Hall, so Jonathan stepped forward and said he could explain. This is because a person more capable than him works in the mayor's office for free, and the absence of corruption can be proven through the magic of confession. Then people started discussing everything, asking if the behemoth wasn't the most competent guild. They said they could prove everything with magic. Since he didn't directly mention the president, then that's probably all that can be said. And besides, this is the opinion expressed by the manager himself. To strengthen their forces, they need more staff. Even though the magistrate does all the hard work, they still have the same opinion. Then Ken asked, "What about the magic of recognition?" Ken admitted that he only thought about becoming famous. He decided that he would contribute to the safety of the people as a Korean hunter. For Ken, a boy intoxicated with youthful maximalism, this was the moment when his growth began. June praised the president for his answer. The president thanked him and added that he was afraid he would say too much. But the situation ended well. But then the president asked how far the plan had gone, and June replied that they were currently aiming for the 4th floor and that there was nothing particularly complicated there. "Perhaps there are any cadets who were selected at today's fencing festival?" the president asked. June was on the phone the whole time because he was checking the children's explanatory notes. The president thought that the person who dared to cross June's path must have no brains. We see a photo of tired guys holding their explanatory notes in their hands. That night in June's house, the dragon slept peacefully. But Star couldn't sleep. Her magic suddenly awakened on its own. Then she remembered that the tree, before she left, had asked her that someday, if she felt as if a weak energy was moving inside her body, she should come to him. Star received a talisman that would help her go straight to the tree. Star got out of bed and decided to use it. But then she thought she could use some help, and after a few tries, she was able to wake Yoji up. Yoji said he didn't remember whether he had eaten or not and asked why she had woken him up and made so much fuss. Star said that this was the only way she could see the tree. Yoji wearily suggested that they eat first. But June said that only Star could use it. Star asked if he could use the talisman. Then June helped Star tear apart the talisman, and a bright light blinded the entire room. Surprisingly, Carciel was still sleeping, so the three of them found themselves in the center right in front of the tree. And Star's magic was becoming increasingly uncomfortable for her. Yoji asked if she had bedbugs, which meant she hadn't showered, and June asked what kind of energy Star was feeling right now. The tree replied that there were no bugs, which tickled Star because she was a mythical creature and lived up to that title. Those they defeated also held titles close to divine ones. However, mythical creatures are difficult to destroy. Yoji said that this was all great, but why was she living in the owner's small, cramped house? It seems Star is ready to transform into a divine mythical creature. Star is ready to take her title. The mythology of the central universe has changed. When it was all over, Star said that she was now an adult. Star received the title of Guardian. June stroked her head and praised her. Star said that she had done well with the itch. Then Star asked if she would remember that Star was now an adult. Yoji said that if she waited a little longer, she would become an adult. Yoji said that she had not grown taller at all. She looked like a halfling mouse. Then Star started scolding Yoji and calling him a liar. Yoji also started teasing Star and calling him a dwarf. The tree said that June must have raised her well since she was so comfortable, and asked if June had a title. Jun replied that he did and stated his title, Sky Devil, a rather creepy title. After her rest, Jill returned home and happily called out to the children that she was home, and asked if they had behaved well while she was away. But for some reason, these children were in a bad mood, Jill asked. She had just returned. Why were they all lying down? Weren't they happy to see her? Carciel replied that that was not the issue and said that they had not been able to go to the supermarket for several days. Jill asked if the kids who would like to go to the supermarket every day instead of watching TV, can't go to the store. Carciel replied that the store had been closed for the last few days. At first, they thought the owner was just resting. The children persistently tried to enter the supermarket. Yoji asked his grandmother to open the door. Then Carciel saw a piece of paper, and it was written there that Grandma was resting for some time due to poor health. Carciel said that she had not yet lived to be 100 years old, and he was sure that she was not yet at the age when the Grim Reaper comes. Jill also felt sad. She said that her grandmother was so sweet and she hoped she would get better soon. The whole family was in a bad mood. Yoji asked where they would buy food now. Carciel said that he was worried that they would end up dying of hunger. June noticed how upset all the kids were and decided to take action. He came to the store and tried to call, but without success. The old man approached him, and June said that his children loved this grandmother very much. But lately they had not been able to contact her. The old man replied that she had been admitted to the hospital after fainting. Rejection of the can status is a symptom when the body no longer fits the status window that grandmother was a very good person, said the grandfather. She needed to rest if she was sick. It's not surprising that she lost consciousness like that, because the grandmother didn't pay attention to the pain and kept saying how much she loved to see children. The old man heard that she needed some kind of elixir, but it was very expensive. Where could an elderly woman get that kind of money? Jun asked if all she needed was the elixir. The old man replied that it was true, but it cost as much as a house. She was an old woman paying rent for a place that only had a small hole in the wall. Having learned everything they needed, June and Carciel decided to find the elixir. They came to the mountain. It is included in the list of the 100 best attractions in Korea. There were a lot of people on the mountain. They looked at June and Carciel in surprise. One person asked if they were filming some kind of movie. Why would a hunter take a child with him? Carciel asked why they were there. June replied to find the elixir, then Carciel asked what they would use it for. Jun replied that Star was so sad that he wanted to cure Grandma Mart. Carciel said that he was so touched and wanted to call him Master, but remembered that June asked to call him Father, and so he said, Father. So Carciel said that he would follow his father all his life. All the people turned around in surprise and said that what an unusual child. June tried to confirm his identity, but for some reason the card didn't work. Carciel complained that the machine didn't recognize people properly and told the machine that June was raising a dragon lord. They eventually entered the rift. The entire area was covered in snow. Carciel said that he was so interested. There was so much snow here. But just as they began to admire this dungeon, they were suddenly attacked. Jun, of course, blocked all the attacks. It was then that the strange spirit of the old man appeared and asked June who they were to enter here. Having received no answer, the old man again asked why they had come here. They must know that he would punish them if they did not reveal their identities and the purpose of their coming. Jun said that he heard that you can get elixir here. The old man asked why he needed the essence of the earth. When Jun casually replied that he was simply needed, the old man shouted at him. How dare a lesser man treat him with such disrespect? The old man said that he would freeze him and his soul in an ice cage for tens of thousands of years if he could. But his role is to guard the essence of the earth. So the old man said that he would pass the test despite his arrogance. June asked what test. The old man said that he would measure the strength of his soul. But seeing his ignorant behavior, he was sure that June would not pass it. And then his soul would be torn to pieces. So the old man asked if June still wanted to take the test. Carciel said he had a feeling it was full of germs. The old man said the pet was as ignorant as its owner. Jun said that he had not taken any tests for a long time and swallowed the stone. The old man said that he was a complete bastard, and June confidently replied that he was taking the test. The old man called June a fool for those who think that the elixir is just a cure for all diseases, and that the crystals of nature are a medicine given by heaven. Then the old man asked why June felt okay. Wasn't he in pain? Jun asked. But it should hurt. The melancholic expression on June's face surprised the old man. He thought June was so stupid that his sensitivity to pain had become dulled. But then he froze in horror. A notification came that he could not see the target's characteristics. Due to the difference in the rank of their souls, the old man could not use the skill. And if he continues, His soul will begin to disintegrate. He had 10 seconds. Of course, the old man couldn't pass the test and fell to the ground, then asked who Jun was. Jun replied that it didn't matter now and asked where the elixir was. The old man replied that he didn't need the elixir. He had already surpassed the nature stage. Then Jun said that he didn't need the elixir. He was going to give it to someone who was unwell. He suggested that in the form of a potion it would be best if possible. The old man said that they should have said that, then they should have said it earlier. Carciel returned the insult by saying that it was ignorant of him. They managed to get the elixir and they went to the hospital to see Grandma. Carciel said that he understands that they got the elixir, but Grandma's vital signs are very weak. But Jun said it was okay and just poured the elixir on her, and suddenly her magic ignited. Carciel said that he thought she would wake up soon, and that he was glad that after such a long wait they would be able to greet her. But Jun said that it would be better if they left her for a while so she could rest. However, Carciel tearfully said that he was so worried about others, despite the fact that he was the strongest in the world. Jun said that it would be some time until the store opened, so they would probably have to buy groceries at a smaller market for now. As they passed the doctors, they heard what they should do with Mrs. Martha's hospital bills, since the grandmother had no family and she was still unconscious. The girl said that she was so sorry, since she helped her so much when she was little, but if the bills were not paid soon, then they would have to stop the treatment. Carciel asked if he should go talk to some bad people and take their money. Grandma finally woke up. She said that she understood that her turn to leave would soon come, and asked how much time she had left. The doctor sat down and said that everything was completely wrong. It was some kind of miracle that she had recovered, and that she would soon be able to be discharged. But her grandmother said that this was impossible. Grandma said that she had no strength at all, but as soon as she grabbed the doctor by the shoulder to get up, he bent over in pain and said that it was such a relief that Grandma had full energy. Then he said that she really had very good neighbors, and it was worth thanking them. One young man mentioned that he was her neighbor and paid all her hospital bills. Grandma was very impressed by such a generous gesture from her neighbor, and a couple of days later, Grandma came to her store. Yoji and Star joyfully ran to her. Star asked if her grandmother was feeling okay, and her grandmother stroked Star's head and said that she was perfectly fine. And Fidget Yoji immediately began to play with toys. He said that he had been waiting for this for so long, and turning to his grandmother, he said that today he would win all her prizes. Carciel was with them too. He went into the store and found the gummy worms that Star likes so much. Then June came, and the grandmother took him by the hand and said that she did not know how she could repay him for his kindness. June replied that he had not done anything special, and that he would like his grandmother to stay here for many more years, since the children adored her so much. Then a couple, Tom and Jerry, came. Chris said that now he won't have to go far for Choco Pie. He was annoyed to go to another supermarket these last days. Hank said that he would better think about buying normal food. But as soon as they approached the store, they saw June and immediately became scared. Jun looked menacingly at the boys and asked if they were causing any trouble. Yoji said that all the kids do is cause trouble. He always wondered when they would grow up, but apparently they have matured a little in the end. Apparently June didn't see the irony and continued playing. Tom and Jerry wondered when Lord was going to grow up. Then Yoji asked why the two were together. Hank said that he had opened a new street food stand and somehow they had teamed up considering how busy he was. Chris boasted that Hank begged him so much that he, as a humble man, decided to help him. June said that everyone seemed to get along well with each other. It was nice to see such peaceful relations. Of course, June was a bit mistaken when he said that because Chris did something stupid. But let's go back a few hours, to the F-rank Gap, the home of the Plains Goblins. Hank, in his farmer uniform, said that the soil here was so good, it was the perfect place to plant this vegetable that only grows underground. Chris asked if the white lizard would really give him free food if he helped him. Hank replied that dragons never lie, and he swears on the honor of dragons that he will give them as much of the most delicious food as they want. If, of course, they work hard. Hank shouted that if Chris does not work, he will not even give him soup. Chris said he understood everything, which meant they needed to get rid of those red goblins first. Hank told Chris to hurry up and deal with them, and asked him to make sure everything was nice and clean here, even if it took a long time. Chris took out his bow and said that Hank was underestimating him. As if the goblins were taking a lot of time, he confidently said that he could deal with them in a couple of minutes. But Hank kicked him in the back and said that Chris was crazy. He would ruin the farmers' fields with his bow. Chris said that Hank himself asked him to deal with them, so why stop him now? Hank shouted that not only would he ruin the farmers' fields, but the entire land would become unusable. And what will he do if these people get hurt? Hank asked if he really wants the owner to kill him. Chris replied that anyone could make mistakes. Yoji said that he simply took them out one by one with his bare hands. So Chris started getting rid of the red goblins, and Yoji moved the rock so Hank could dig in peace. Yoji was proud of himself and said that this is how people feel rested despite the hard work on the farm. Chris was cursing that in fact he is the only one working there. Then Chris asked if it was okay for these people to keep staring at them like that. The old man asked why they were plowing the ground here in the dungeon. The girl said that for hunters they had strange skills. And besides, the red dog was pretending to move stones. Apparently even they noticed that Yoji was slacking off. Yoji asked what difference it made, or was he thinking of bullying the commoners because he was supposedly powerful in the central universe? Hank proudly said that as expected of a lord, he could see right through his character. Yoji added that guys like him had intelligence equal to their egos. Chris said that he would be smarter and would not even argue with him. It would take more than a month for everything to grow here, which means that one of these people could come here and decorate something. Yoji said that Chris just said something logical. Maybe he ate something wrong. Hank said that this is the first time he has ever heard him talk about something useful. And they started fighting again. Hank yelling at Chris to stop acting like he knew everything when he couldn't even offer a solution to the problem. Chris shouted back that he could, and he knew a way to stop people from stealing crops. Hank suddenly asked seriously if Chris really knew the solution. Then Chris pulled out a bag and said that everything would go smoothly as long as they had this. Yoji asked what it was. Chris replied that it was called a seal bag, and if you bring a monster to the point of death, you can put it in that bag. But that's not all. As soon as the monster is in the bag, it will quickly restore its health. Yoji asked. Chris doesn't think about beating these people and putting them in the bag. Chris replied that if they wanted to protect their belongings from thieves, they would need a guard. It seems the guy overdid it. Yoji scolded him for bringing them all here. Chris replied that they would need a lot of force for it to be considered security. Yoji continued to scold Chris. He said that Chris was going to put these evil creatures, because of which people would suffer, into the goblin dungeon, and then his master would beat him to death. Chris asked why no one could listen to the explanation to the end, and said that these creatures obeyed only him. He was only going to order them to tie up the thieves and drive them out of the dungeon. Then he turned to the skeletons and ordered them to protect the field, catch the bastards stealing the harvest, and tie them to that tree over there. Yoji and Hank were still worried. They said that something would definitely go wrong, but Chris, on the contrary, was optimistic. He asked to trust him at least this time. Saturday, Jun's house. Jill cooked lunch and called everyone. Yoji said that there would be kimchi soup for lunch. But Jun got a call from his boss, which was strange because he's not the type to call on weekends. The boss immediately said it was urgent and all employees needed to go to work. The chief asked June if she remembered the goblin dungeon, and it turns out that there were no goblins left there, and instead, as yet unconscious monsters had appeared. Nate was already at work and working hard. The boss said that there was an ascension phenomenon here. That's the problem. Everyone is seeing such a monster for the first time, so the information is only being entered now. Luckily, there had been no incidents so far. It was a whole hour's journey, and the chief asked if June could go straight to the dungeon. Jun jumped out of the window. Yoji said contentedly that it seemed like he would get the owner's portion, while the others said goodbye to June. Then June called the chief and said that he was near the dungeon and asked him to send him information. The chief said in surprise that only 10 minutes had passed. June had lied that he was nearby, and he would immediately begin the investigation as soon as he received the information. Jun entered the dungeon, and after receiving the information, he thought that everything looked the same as the last time he was here, except that there were no goblins here. It's strange. There should have been some preliminary signs indicating an elevation, but there was nothing like that. There are usually 2 or 3 more types of monsters in a goblin dungeon, causing the goblin population to grow rapidly. But here the goblins suddenly disappeared, and a multitude of unidentified monsters immediately appeared. This is not an ordinary elevation. Jun was wandering through the forest looking around, when suddenly one of the skeletons attacked Jun. It's one of those unidentified monsters, Jun thought. But then he saw the harvest and remembered that he had seen a similar plant in the central universe, and these creatures emit chi energy. Then he remembered that Tusitala had said that as soon as the erosion ended, the earthlings would be moved to the center, and then the training would begin. June wondered if this was a sign that the erosion was nearing completion. If chi shifts, 80% of the population will die. He must quickly deal with the monsters and call the director, the Behemoth Guild, and even all the C-rank hunters. Then we are shown the culprits of all the commotion, who were working in their establishment. Chris sneezed. Hank scolded him so that he would stop fooling around and serve the customers. Chris walked around the city to shop and asked his aunt how much it would cost. His aunt said that green onions cost 3,001 and onions 5,001. After finishing his purchase, Chris said goodbye to his aunt, and June, Yoji, and Star walked by. Yoji asked what he was doing there. Chris also asked them what they were doing there. Yoji replied that he had started growing crops in the field the day before yesterday so that he could eat the vegetables that grew there. June said he didn't know when they planted the crops, but it usually takes about a month for the plants to grow. Yoji said that then he thinks it will take a long time until he can eat the nularium. June asked if he was talking about that thing that grows in the dungeons. Chris said that it was very hard to plant it yesterday, but they planted not only nularium, but also other vegetables. And in case anyone decided to steal them, they posted headless knights there to guard them, and so they gave themselves away. Jun got angry and said that because of this, he sat for a long time yesterday at the meeting about taking measures to protect humanity, and it turns out that it was their fault. Yoji, without thinking twice, turned in Chris. He said that he tried to stop them. It was all Chris's fault. But it didn't work, and June slapped them both, saying that they both had to write a 50-page explanatory report. Chris thought about what to do. He had nothing else to write about. In the end, he would only write the same thing as last time. The guy was tormented, wondering what he needed to come up with this time. If he had to write another explanatory note, he really had nothing else to write about, so real hell awaited him. Star looked at Chris's suffering and ran away somewhere. She ran to the store and looked at the rabbit's pajamas and saw that the pajamas were expensive. A salesman approached her and asked if she wanted to buy these pajamas. Star sadly replied that she didn't have money, they were too expensive. Then the seller said that he could just ask his dad to buy the pajamas. He was sure that his dad would not refuse his princess. But Star is a smart girl, she thought. Daddy buys pajamas, the money goes away, and there is no more food in the house. And since there is no food in the house, the family is dying of hunger. Such thoughts horrified Star. Star asked if everyone liked the pajamas and if the salesperson thought anyone would buy them while she was saving up money. The salesperson hesitantly replied that the kids really liked them, so it was a sure thing. The seller then promised Star that he would not sell it until Star had saved up enough money. Star was happy and said that she would save money faster. Then Yoji shouted that Star couldn't just walk around like that. For some reason, these three were together and all sweaty. Yoji asked how many minutes were left. Hank replied that the owner gave them 10 minutes, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds had already passed, so there were only 30 seconds left. Chris and Yoji burst into tears of happiness, rejoicing that they had found Star within 10 minutes. But then they became sad again. Since these two needed to go write an explanatory report, Yoji told Star to hurry up, but Star was still looking at the display case. Star pointed to the pajamas and Yoji asked if that was what she came here for. Star replied that she would buy those pajamas when she saved up some money. Yoji said he didn't think she could buy it even if she did housework all her life and he'd rather eat 2 chickens than buy the thing. But Star confidently said that she would buy pajamas with the money Jill gave her. Yoji asked why she was angry when she planned to save enough if she only got 501 at a time. The next morning, June's house, Star was in a bad mood. Yoji said that they were going to the store and asked what she was doing. Jill and Carciel were very upset and said that they did not understand why she was acting like this. Then Star said that Yoji was right, she would not be able to buy it, she did everything she could, but she only saved up 2,401. Yoji said he had almost the whole amount and could lend it to her, but then said he was joking and asked if he hadn't said that it would be better to eat chicken with the money. Yoji got what he deserved for bullying him. Star screamed that Yoji was mean and bit him on the ear. Jill picked Star up and said that she shouldn't bite her friends. Star said that it was none of Yoji's business. But then Jill said that Yoji was in pain and asked if it was okay to do that to friends or not. Star said no. Then Jill told Yoji that it was not okay to bully a child. And Jill added that they both would not receive pocket money. Yoji and Star immediately began to apologize and promised that this would not happen again. But Jill was adamant. She said that she would not give them pocket money for 3 days. And if they did not apologize to each other, she would forbid them from going outside. Yoji hesitantly extended his hand, apologized, and said that she really couldn't buy pajamas with her own money. Of course it didn't work. Star slammed the door and shouted that she would not put up with Yoji. Then Yoji said, upset that Star had ignored his apology. Carciel said wearily that Yoji was already 8,000 years old, and this time he was not going to help. Yoji became sad and said that this meant he would no longer receive pocket money and would not be able to go outside. Carciel advised him to think carefully about why Star was angry, but the dragon really didn't know what he had done. Then Yoji thought that maybe he should give her this gift after all. Yoji quickly ran to the store and told the salesman that he wanted to buy those pajamas, but the salesman replied that he had promised a girl that he would not sell the pajamas. So Yoji said that he was really in a hurry. And anyway, this girl was his sister. Hearing this, the seller agreed and told him to take her safe and sound. But as soon as Yoji brought Star's pajamas, she no longer wanted them. Apparently, she was too angry with her brother. Star slammed the door again and shouted that she was no longer communicating with Yoji. Jill and Carciel were not surprised, but Yoji was devastated. A few days later, Star happily showed June that she had done her homework. June praised her, and Star asked if she could go play outside since she had done all her homework. Jun said that of course she could go, but she should remember to take Carciel and Yoji with her. But Star pouted and said that she didn't want to go with Yoji. The three of them went outside anyway, but Yoji was still sad. Carciel told him to cheer up. Yoji was sad. He said that Star said that she didn't want to communicate with him anymore. Then they met Tom and Jerry, this universe. Chris asked the guys what they were doing here. Carciel asked if they were still working on the farm after the owner scolded them. Hank replied that the owner said that if they only did farming, then it was okay. Chris came down and asked why Yoji was so depressed. Yoji sadly replied that Star didn't love him anymore. She said that she hated him. Here he said in an actorly manner that the whole world loves him. But that's not true. Everyone just treats Yoji well because they couldn't cope with his tyrannical character. Yoji said, "Just think she hates him." Hank and Carciel, who knew what a tyrant Yoji was, looked at him with displeasure. Then Yoji told them what had happened, and Tom and Jerry began to laugh uncontrollably. While the guys were laughing, Yoji sadly asked if maybe she was going through puberty. Carciel replied that that was not the issue. Chris said it would be better to talk to her instead of just handing her the gift, and advised her to be simpler and say, "I'm sorry." Hank was impressed by Chris's advice and asked since when he had said the right things. And so another fight between Tom and Jerry began. Yoji lay down on a stone and said that he is 8,000 years old, but he is a dragon that never grew up. Hank said he could help him set things up. Chris said he was digging his own grave. Carciel admitted that the situation was quite serious. Hank, Chris, and Carciel decided to come up with their own plan. We see Gail and Emily. They were also in the forest. Gail said that if you believe the map that Mr. June gave them, they are on the right path. Emily scolded him for holding the map upside down. Suddenly they noticed Star. Emily first told Gail to be careful, because she might be a monster, but then she sweetly asked who she was. Gail reminded her that she herself said that the girl could be a dangerous monster, and now she was acting so sweet. Star replied that she was Star and asked who they were, and said that her dad told her not to talk to strangers. Emily said they were just lost. Then Star said it was hard because Dad said you need to help people in trouble. Suddenly the tree said that these people are good, they are from Korea. Star asked if this is the place where she lives with her dad. Gail asked how he hadn't seen the tree before. Its power was immense. Emily said she didn't feel any hostility from it. Suddenly Gail's stomach began to ache, and Star asked him if he was hungry. Gail replied that he hadn't eaten anything in 3 days. They have to take care of their physical needs. Then Star handed him a choco pie and said it was delicious. Emily asked if Star wanted to give it to the master even though he was so scary and said that Star was so kind. Then Star sadly said that Yoji also loves Chocopi. Emily asked if that wasn't the name of Mr. Jun's dog. The child who knows Mr. Jun's dog, the father who lives in Korea, only now realized that Star is Mr. Jun's daughter. Gail realized that June had 2 daughters. Emily asked where her dad was, and Star replied that she came here with Yoji and Carciel. Emily asked why she was alone then. Star replied that she had a fight with Yoji, but she did not accept his apology. Star admitted that she wanted to apologize herself, but didn't know how to do it. Emily asked, so she wanted to make peace with the red dog, that is, with Yoji. Gail said he didn't know what had happened, but dogs love bones. Emily replied that he didn't look like a dog who liked to chew bones. Beef would be better. Star said that Yoji loved meat, but he bought her bunny pajamas even though he didn't like them. But she didn't accept them because she was so angry. Gail said that Star could just take her pajamas and that's it. Emily replied that maybe it would work with him since he was so simple. But Star was Mr. June's daughter, so she should think about it some more. Then the tree asked if it would be better to write a letter, but Star said that in the last days she would learn to write. Emily brought a piece of paper and said that Star could write down what she felt. Gail said that she could apologize in a letter and then draw something at the bottom of the paper after the text. Star started writing the letter, while Yoji and the other three were also working hard. Yoji was still sad. He asked why she would like it. Carciel said that he could just try, and asked how long he was going to go without apologizing. Then Carciel made Yoji put on those pajamas and said that Star would definitely like that. Then Star came with Emily and saw Yoji. Emily said that Star said that she wanted to tell Yoji something. Yoji immediately bowed and apologized, saying that he knew he shouldn't have said that, and that he was truly sorry for upsetting her so much. Star handed over the letter and said that she hadn't accepted the pajamas, which she actually really liked, because she was angry, but she wasn't angry anymore. Yoji burst into tears and hugged Star, saying that she was much more mature than him. Star replied that she was glad that Yoji was part of her family. Jun talked to the president that he had finished exploring the 5th floor of the Central Universe a little earlier than he had expected, which is why he was going to the 6th floor. The president asked if the advanced squad hadn't finished with the 1st floor yet, even though they had a report in hand, and he was already getting ready to go to the 6th. Jun replied that there was no need to say that because everyone had their own pace. But then Jun thought that this was not the 6th floor. This is the outer area between the 5th and 6th floors. There is nothing here except books. And he was wondering why he only feels one type of energy. Suddenly, the rabbit girl said that she would forgive him for this because no one had come here for a long time. You need luck to get into the outer zone, so she doesn't often have the chance to see people. Then she asked if it was nice to look at a pretty goddess. After such fights, Jun asked if she was ashamed to call herself a goddess. Most people are under pressure from her energy and can't even look into her eyes, and he acts so casually. Character or not, she can know everything. The skill of the gaze of truth, Cecilia's innate ability. She can view the status window of other creatures. But she didn't dare to look at the target's information. Jun calmly asked if she was a magician or a clown, what she was trying to do. Cecilia was surprised that she couldn't see Jun's information because this skill works even on Yoji, the Dragon King. Jun said maybe he should have brought Yoji with him since they knew each other. Cecilia asked if he was really saying that he was the famous Jun. Then Jun asked how she knew him. Cecilia replied, how could she not know when everyone was talking about him? A lot of people are talking about Yoji's transformation. Judging by the fact that the truth sight didn't work, it means that he has some kind of special skill for protecting the mind. That's why he takes Yoji with him, because Yoji is quite simple and vulnerable to attacks on the mind. He just doesn't know how scary the world really is. She was sure that his true nature would show itself as soon as he got scared. Cecilia called Jun an adventurer and asked if he knew anything about the status window, since he knew that the Central Universe absorbed all the dungeons. The status window is a system that allows you to survive in the Central Universe. It will also help you become stronger if erosion starts. That's why they call it a blessing. But it can also become a weakness if revealed to someone else. Impilheim is the window to the status of one of the 7 strongest transcendents. Purple is the window of the status of the strongest, not counting the unknown black color one day when all the planets will be transferred to the Central Universe. And whoever takes the throne of the heart of the world can become the god ruling the entire dimension. And Impelheim is aimed at this position. His status window is purple. To defeat him, you need to have the same purple status window, or a black one, which is 1 level higher. And she's willing to bet that one must be at least as strong as the heavenly devil described in the novel to possess the black status window. Cecilia said that he is a great hero who was able to surpass all 7 colors of the status window. Cecilia thought that maybe she was getting a little carried away. But Jun answered calmly, understandably, and Cecilia asked, he didn't even listen to her. Apparently he wasn't afraid of anything since Yoji was next to him. Then Cecilia asked him to be careful with this book, because it was her favorite book. It was a biography of the heavenly devil she was talking about. Jun read the book and asked if she was Cecilia. Her name was written on the book, but Cecilia apparently forgot that she had written her name and asked in surprise how he knew her name. Cecilia asked again how he knew her name, or if he also had hostile abilities, but Jun said that they could talk later, and now he had to go home. Thanks for watching. The three friends ate together. Yoji talking about how he killed Alichus, the 50-second demon, with one blow. He even fought on equal terms with the owner. He could have even won. The guys were in shock. Hank said that the dragon's power is greatly diminished when they go outside the central universe. The overall reduction in ability level is approximately 20%, and combat power is reduced by 50. So, if they fight inside the central universe, then maybe the Lord will win. Yoji replied, "That's right." Then Hank started to rejoice and praise Yoji, while Chris was less enthusiastic about being happy for him. Yoji continued to praise himself and say that he could fight the boss if he wanted, but he was just trying to be polite. And June was already behind, but Yoji didn't know this, so he continued to show off in front of the guys. Kate was in the dungeon and quickly dealt with all the monsters that were there. June said that she had become stronger and asked if she would like to purchase a new weapon. Kate replied that she was going to use this sword forever. But she thought to herself, "It was his gift, doesn't he remember?" June asked coldly if she should continue using it even though it was impossible to fix, and Kate insisted that she would use it. Later, June and Yoji came to the Goblin Trading Company, the Goblin following them. Yoji continued to bother June. Then June asked how much the dragon mints would cost. The Goblin replied that they had never done such a thing, but he could check. Then Yoji got angry and asked how much the Goblin mints would cost. While these two were arguing, Jun came to the place he needed. They came to the blacksmith. Yoji said most of those guys with beards bow their heads when they see them, but he didn't even look. They watched him for a long time. Yoji asked how much longer they would have to sit there. Jun replied that he would finish soon. Yoji said that writing was even more fun. Then Jun suggested that he write, but Yoji quickly replied that he would sit quietly. He likes everything because the heat makes him sleepy. The goblin laughed, and Yoji noticed it. He asked if the goblin was laughing at him now. The goblin answered how he could laugh at the greatest and strongest in the entire universe. 72 hours later, the boys were still waiting, and the poor goblin was serving his punishment. The man finally finished and said, "It turned out well. As always, his creations are different from the others." He noticed June and asked what he was doing there. June replied that he would like to place an order, but the man replied that he doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do, but June can buy any weapon behind his back. Jun said that then, apparently, he would have to take this rare metal to some other blacksmith. But the man took the choco pie and said, "It's a rare, precious taste that's as hard to experience as getting stars from the sky." Jun said he would give it to him if he made him a sword. The man asked what kind of sword he wanted. Then Jun gave him the manuscripts and told him to make it just as it was written, and Yoji ordered him to stay here until the sword was ready. Yoji wasn't happy about this, so Jun asked if they could figure out who was stronger now. Frightened, Yoji ran up to the dwarf and said that he would not move from the spot from the very beginning until the completion of the sword. The dwarf said that he was uncomfortable being around the dragon. They were cruel bandits and treated them like slaves. Jun replied that he was leaving him here as an assistant. He could use Yoji as he wished. Then the dwarf took advantage of this moment to avenge his ancestors. He hit Yoji with the Dragon Slayer whip, which was designed specifically for use against dragons, but it only ended up causing a slight burning sensation. A few days later, Kate was swinging her sword, and now June saw that man every time she swung her sword. Kate noticed June's smile and wondered if he really wanted to propose to her. Then she said that if June wanted to say something, then let her say it. June gave her the sword and said that she had not made any progress in strength for a long time, but this sword could help her. He said he picked it up on the way here. Kate thanked him and thought to herself, another gift from June. As soon as she opened the sword, a man appeared and said, "She is ready. She has received a worthy sword to raise her to a higher rank. And now new horizons will open before her. The sword is called the Setting Moon." Kate happily told June that her skill rank had increased, and June congratulated her. Meanwhile, in the central universe, the heart of the world where most adventurers cannot set foot, Vane opened a barrel of wine. Wayne remembered how the heavenly devil, that is, June, liked this wine in the past. Then he decided to send them as soon as possible. Wayne decided to move them using the volume. However, then he realized that Chris had taken him and he got angry and started swearing at Chris. But he decided to put it off until later. First, he needed to get another volume on movement and then tear Chris to pieces. Chris was there too and called Wayne, but he didn't hear him. And then Chris asked why he was suddenly so fussed. He wondered if he should follow him, but on the other hand, he needed to finish with an explanation. Then Chris noticed the wine and said that, apparently, Wayne hid it so he could drink it without it. And suddenly an idea came to him. If he gave this to June, then maybe he would turn a blind eye to everything. June came home. Jill said they had a guest. Chris sat at the table and greeted June. Yoji asked who Chris thought he was to think he could barge in here. Chris replied that he didn't just come, he wanted to give an explanatory note, and that's it. June immediately guessed the ingredients and said that he didn't think Chris could make high-quality wine. Chris replied that Wayne gave it to him. Yoji shouted that he was sure that this idiot stole it. Chris answered uncertainly that he swears Wayne gave him this wine. June poured wine and offered to drink. Star told Dad not to drink it. The tree told Star not to drink the wine, and Star told her dad that if she drank it, it would be the end. Yoji said nothing compares to the bitter taste of life, but Jill said he wouldn't drink it either. While Yoji was shouting about how grown up he was, Jun poured Chris a drink, then himself one. Yoji still drank. Chris laughed and said that Yoji was a child who did not know the bitter taste of life. Meanwhile, Wayne finally returned to himself and said that this fairy was still the same bitch. Tusitala said that Vane was certainly weak, but he was able to clear the floor, so she gave him 2 volumes of movement. Chris came back and waved to Wayne, who said how friendly he was for someone who stole his tome. Then Wayne smelled alcohol and asked him what he had been drinking and where he got it from. And then it dawned on Wayne. He saw that his wine was gone, and he told Chris that he wanted to give this wine to the heavenly devil. Chris replied, he himself gave it to June properly. He gave so many compliments, said that he liked it. So he brought him some soju, and Wayne was happy to hear that Jun liked it. Wayne said it was a treasure. It would become his family heirloom. He wouldn't try a drop. Suddenly lightning broke the soju. The man on horseback told Wayne that Baal was looking for him. It was the captain of Baal's army, Raum. But Wayne was too furious. He yelled at him for breaking the wine bottle. Chris asked him to calm down, but Wayne replied that sometimes you can't back down. He had an ace up his sleeve. Raum said that if he wants to be dragged by force, then he can become a punishment. Vane said that he obeyed only one person, and Raum broke the relic given to him. The man replied that since his master had summoned him, he would be forced to use force if necessary. After a short battle, Raum brought Wayne. Chris said that since he was here with him, they would somehow find a way to get out. Baal told Wayne that they hadn't seen each other since the Great War. Chris said this guy was hiding his body. Wayne thought that if June were here, he would act confidently. Baal said he had a proposition for Wayne and offered him a job. But Wayne immediately refused and said that he would do what he had to save his life. But he could not serve 2 masters. Baal replied that he was sure his offer was tempting. After the death of the Kamatra, he would like to appoint him as commander of the army. After the Great War, the dragon race, including the Lord, went into hiding for tens of thousands of years. The same goes for the Spirit King. But even after Baal's speech, Wayne refused. He would serve only one single person. Baal said that he heard that there was already someone he served, and asked if Vane was talking about Impelheim. Chris said it was obvious that everyone would just die if they tried to fight Jun. But suddenly Baal said that he understood everything, so they could go. His answer was heard. Chris asked, he almost beat him to death, and now he just lets him go. It's strange. He added that suddenly it was a trap. They could easily cut off his head. Then the guy said that he heard everything. Raum approached him and holding his sword said how dare an ordinary archer belittle Lord Baal. But then Baal told Raum to stop, then asked Wayne. His face was dented. Raum used force before they came here. He started laughing and said his subordinates were very loyal to him, that's all. He just wanted to talk to him. There's no point in paying attention to rumors about him. If it weren't for them, no one would listen to him, Baal said. In front of demons, you need to speak harshly. Even if you send scouts, if necessary, you need to kill any enemies. If he stops talking like that, then rumors will start to spread that he has lost his dignity. But this does not mean that he can kill them all, because they are his subordinates. Raum was touched and said that the gentleman was talking so much today. He was seeing this for the first time in his life. He, as his subordinate, was very touched. Wayne said the demon cult was a group of radicals. Their leader was the same. He doesn't like Baal, but he is similar to his master. Baal said that since Wayne made him laugh, he would compensate him. Wayne replied that he did not need it, because it would be confirmation that he had lost. Then Baal said, Wayne is really talented. That's why he is even more disappointed. The chains disappeared, and Wayne told Chris that they needed to go somewhere. They should go to him. It was raining on the ground, and the children were upset that they wouldn't be able to go for a walk. Jill said that because of the rain, the laundry wouldn't dry and they would have to go to the laundromat. Yoji asked Jun if they could eat pancakes with milk. Jun said that Yoji only thinks about food. Then Yoji suggested that they dry their clothes and then they could go and eat. In the end, he burned his clothes, for which he received a penalty. Jun suggested going to the store. Jill replied that they bought groceries yesterday. But Jun said that he needed to go to the store to buy a clothes dryer. Jill wasn't sure because they were expensive, but the kids were excited and shouted that they wanted to go to the store. Just as they were about to leave, Wayne burst in and said that he had come here to warn him. Yoji, who was hit with the door, became angry and asked Wayne if he was going to ignore him any longer. Wayne said the world was about to end and he didn't have time to talk to his pets. Yoji started swearing and threatening. Wayne replied that the puppy was uneducated and he would teach him manners. Over wine, Jun asked what they wanted to talk about. Wayne replied that Bale offered him to become a commander. He was planning a war with the Earth. Wayne added that he lost this time, but he would train harder. Jun replied that Wayne was already doing well. Then Wayne said he was sorry he couldn't bring the wine himself. Some idiot gave it to him like it was his idea. Hank prepared snacks for the boys and offered them something to eat, promising to prepare more. Suddenly a voice said, "Your character is in danger, the strongest and most beautiful warrior." Wayne asked what kind of stupid nickname that was. Chris just said he forgot to turn off the sound. Hank said he was annoyed that he couldn't be reached, so he bought him a phone, but now he's become addicted to the games. Wayne started scolding Chris because he should be training. Chris replied that this is actually a kind of training too. Hank told Chris to give the food to the Lord. Chris replied that he was busy. Hank started screaming that the Lord would kill him for being late. Wayne said he never thought about it, but they are pretty close. Hank and Chris both shouted out that they are not close. Chris was losing hard and swearing that it was cheating. Wayne also became interested. Wayne said that he doesn't even have enough training in the game. Chris replied that Wayne wouldn't have been able to handle it for even 3 seconds. Suddenly, Hank noticed that Chris called his pet Hank, and of course, he got angry. Yoji was playing the same game at home and laughed when he saw Chris name the pet Hank. Carciel asked Yoji to turn down the game because Jill was watching dramas. Jill asked what he was doing there that was so funny. Yoji replied that there was a character in the game named Hank. Then Jill said that Yoji is strong even in games. Yoji replied that skill is not everything. He is strong because of his skin. Skin is like clothing. They all have different ranks, so the higher ranks are unique. They are not that easy to get. You need to pay to have a chance to get something. But because all these items are very good, the chance of them dropping is low, and you only need to pay 100,000 won to get one. Jill heard this and got angry and asked where he got so much money. Did he really take money from his dad's wallet? Yoji shouted that he swears he didn't. He doesn't want his boss to kill him. He just borrowed some money from Hank. Jill asked if he was extorting money from Mr. Hank. Yoji said that he wasn't extorting. Hank just helped him. Suddenly, Chris burst into the apartment and said that he brought pancakes. Chris was beaten for fighting with Hank. Jill asked what was wrong with him. Chris said that someone was constantly killing him. Someone called the Greatest Knight, Chris said. Yoji realized it was his character he was killing. Chris said that Greatest Knight is a lame name. It's obvious he's a total loser in real life. Yoji said that Chris must have been bullied a lot and needed to show off his management skills. Chris said he hates it when some trash brags about being strong when he's just relying on his gear. Then Yoji lost his patience and said angrily that this was a call to battle. Chris got beat up and said how he should have known that the character belonged to Yoji. Yoji asked if he should beat him again. Chris said he was just going to get more characters and items for himself, just like Yoji said. Chris was very serious. The money he earned despite Hank's harsh criticism. But the money he earned for 2 months disappeared in a couple of seconds. Yoji started to mock Chris. He said that luck is also a skill. Star took Chris's phone and said that it seemed like fun and that she wanted to try it too. Chris started screaming. This was his week's pay, a week of bullying, but then something happened. The Fortune Guardian's power was activated and Chris received a legendary item. Jill began to praise Star while the two continued to marvel at the legendary item. Chris took the phone and tried to use the new item, and he managed to kill Yoji immediately. Then Yoji got angry and they started arguing again. Carciel told Star not to look at them. Yoji also tried to get something good, but got nothing. Then Star offered her help. But Yoji said that this was no joke. She had already knocked it out once, and it would not be possible to get the same item a second time. This did not stop Star. However, her power was activated again, and Yoji received 5 successful summons. Chris started saying that Star was the best, amazing. Yoji said that he was exaggerating. Then Star decided to help Chris. Jill told the two to stop bothering the child. She shouldn't have to learn that. Then she suggested that they play with Star outside. Star was delighted and supported this idea. But it was raining outside. Yoji asked if they could go for a walk tomorrow. But Star said that if they didn't go for a walk now, she wouldn't help. Yoji and Chris said they agreed to go for a walk, but before that, she had to help them. A week later, these two characters were blocked for using illegal programs. While they were walking, a strange old man appeared and asked if the child could help him. Chris told the old man to get lost. Yoji said that you can't talk to strangers. The old man fell, and Star immediately ran to him and asked if her uncle was hungry. Star took Chocopi out of her pocket and offered it to him. The old man was delighted and quickly ate it. Chris asked if Star wanted to be scolded. Yoji also shouted who allowed her to feed strangers. The old man said that he was grateful to her for the food and would give this as thanks. Star opened her hand and in it was a rainstone. Chris asked how to use it. Yoji took the stone and shook it, and the rain stopped immediately, and if you squeeze it. Then it would rain again, and indeed it started raining with renewed vigor, and the guys had already managed to lower the probe. The boys started arguing, and then Star said that she would tell her dad everything, and then Yoji immediately started drying her hair. Chris said that only spirits have such things and asked where the old man got it from. Yoji replied that spirits also age. Then Chris's stomach started to rumble, and then the children's too, and they realized that they were very hungry. Of course, the guys came to Hank. Hank told Chris he was sending dinner to the Lord. Yoji said that he didn't eat it. Star showed the menu. Hank asked what she wanted to eat. Star replied that she wanted mushrooms. Hank said he couldn't make this dish now because he was out of mushrooms. Chris said that these mushrooms cannot be grown in the field. It only grows in Karaton, where it rains all day. Yoji said that he could ask the fairy to make it rain every day. Hank replied that they were not allowed to approach them, and it was all thanks to Yoji. Yoji replied that he didn't remember anything like that and ordered them to get some ramen. Star asked if they wouldn't be able to eat mushrooms, and Hank promised to grow some mushrooms and bring them to her. Then Star said that with this you can stop and start the rain. Hank asked where she got such a rare item. Star replied that her uncle gave it to her, and Hank said he would give her 100 goldfish if she lent him the stone. She, of course, gave him the stone. Because Hank is good, Hank said that he would cook something tasty. Now that Hank has a rainstone, he will soon grow new mushrooms. Chris said that Hank could stay here with his mushrooms. Hank shouted at Chris to work, otherwise he would be left without a salary. Hank made it rain and Chris complained about being banned from the game. The mushrooms grew. Hank said that now he could cook mushrooms in a pot. Suddenly the rain started to fall harder. Hank said that he didn't cause such a heavy rain. The voice asked who took the stone from the child. Hank seemed to recognize the voice, but not Chris. Suddenly the Spirit Queen appeared and said that they should be prepared for the consequences for abusing her child. Chris immediately turned Hank in, the Queen said, which meant another uneducated dragon was causing problems again. Hank said he didn't steal it. He borrowed it. A girl named Star gave it to him. But the Queen did not believe him and said that dragons have a bad habit of lying. The drop said something, and the Queen asked if he really gave it to a human child, and he lent it to those idiots. The guys started shouting that they were telling the truth and that they needed to get the facts straight before attacking. The Queen said that since her child had confirmed this, she would allow him to be taken, but only for growing mushrooms. Hank said it was no wonder she was friends with the Lord. She was as stubborn as he was. The Queen asked what he just said. She is friends with this uneducated dragon. Hank immediately got scared and walked away. Then the Queen asked if they could get her that choco bread. Chris said that apparently even the Queen of Perfumes can't resist a treat. Hank told her that he would bring her a box. Jill said she would go to her friends for a few hours. They would study together. June said then he would go for groceries. Star said goodbye to Jill and said that she would go to the store with her dad. June didn't mind. June asked if they would take those two with them. Star said that they would guard the house. They met Chris on the street. Star said that he almost died. It was cold outside. He could freeze. Noticing June, Chris immediately agreed with her and asked where they were going. June replied, to get groceries, and Star added that his hair was dirty. Chris replied that he had only washed himself 3 days ago. Star again said that he was dirty. Star met the hairdresser and ran into her arms. The girl said that Star's hair had grown. The girl asked if her father would mind if she cut her hair, and June supported the idea. Then June added whether she could cut his hair at the same time. It was very dirty. The girl said that this is a difficult challenge. Firstly, the length of hair is different everywhere. It would be best to cut it shorter. And they are just like straw. He definitely didn't take care of them. And besides, judging by everything, he hasn't washed his hair for a long time. After a long time, she feels a surge of enthusiasm. She will do everything in her power. After a while, June said it looked good. Chris said it would definitely be easier to wash his hair now and started praising himself. June said he shouldn't have complimented her. The girl said she cut off all her hair because of split ends, but his handsome face was visible. Star asked if Yuna was sick. The girl replied that Chris was not as handsome as Star's dad, but still cute. At the market, a man asked Star if she wanted to see his new dress. Jun bought a dress. The man said he would give them a t-shirt as a gift. Jun told Chris to choose one. Chris said he already had one. The man asked where he got that dirty t-shirt. Chris said it was lying near the trash can. The man said that as a man who has worked for 30 years, he cannot allow himself to look like this. He quickly took off Chris's t-shirt and changed his clothes. Chris complained about the old man's strength, and Star said that her uncle looked younger. Chris replied that it probably wasn't that bad. Apparently, June had become a father to everyone. Star said she was hungry. Jun replied that they would go get some ramen at the store. Chris asked what kind of ramen it was. Star said it was better than Choco Pie, which amazed Chris. Suddenly, urgent news appeared. The Behemoth Guild went to the Central Universe, but the video connection with it was interrupted. The president is preparing to hold an emergency press conference at the Hunter's Bureau, and then June gets a call. Journalists asked questions, and the president tried to act confident, although he himself called June nervously. Jun wrote, "Already on the way." The journalist asked if the guild could win. The president replied that he had already sent reinforcements. Journalists asked who he was talking about. The president replied that it was the strongest player on Earth who would save Behemoth. Behemoth Guild 3 hours before the crisis, Sky Island, Center, Rick fought monsters and people praised him. Chloe asked if they seemed to know him well. Jonathan asked why she was so rude to Rick. Jonathan asked Rick to turn off the stream. Rick said goodbye to the guys and ended the stream. Chloe said they only got this far thanks to June's instructions, not his bragging. Rick replied that he was cool, and how could she know what it was? Rick got what he deserved for the last one. Chloe asked what June's instructions said. Jonathan replied that he needed to stand on the balloon. At the top, you can learn combat skills in the air, but since it is too dangerous, it is better to skip it. Next comes the task where you need to defeat a group of enemies while avoiding a sleeping warrior. Rick said that you can get the air combat skill if you complete the quest with the balls. It's better to choose this. Joe replied that if you step on the wrong ball, you might fall and you won't survive from that height. Rick said that falling from such a height does not scare him. Then Jonathan asked if he still needs to hunt, and these are high-level monsters. Then Rick said, he has this. The shield that June gave him, it can stop them all. Suddenly, Jonathan showed his temper and told Rick to stop. There are still 2 skill slots left. They need to forget about that if they want to have a terrible hunt. Rick asked hesitantly what they should do here. Joe said that they could get a warrior's ring if they defeated a group of enemies and did not dissuade the warrior. Chloe asked what would happen if they woke up the warrior. Joe said that then this shield would help them. Rick asked, so they have to kill them all and that's it. It's that easy. Chloe said that thanks to June's instructions, people started writing about who she was talking about. Rick told her to be quiet because June doesn't like being mentioned. Chloe told him not to brag. Then the two started arguing. Suddenly, a strong shock awakened the sleeping warrior. He will begin the attack in 5 minutes. Rick blamed Chloe for the mistake, but she said it was his fault, but then Satan appeared and said it was his fault. Jonathan immediately attacked him. But Satan ran away and said that he clearly remembered that Dangak was killed by an earthling, and he died from something similar. Rick asked what he was talking about. Jonathan replied that now was not the time and ordered to use shields. Then Satan said, "This mana is known to him, and he was right, the king of the earth, who killed Dangak." He tried to question the boys, but Jonathan ordered Ricky to hold him down so they could strike. But suddenly the monster ran up to them and attacked Rick in an instant. The monster decided that Joe was the king of the earth and said that he had hit his subordinate once, so he, as the king, would hit him twice. Luckily, June arrived in time and helped Jonathan, then told him not to lose consciousness. The monster said he loved guys like Jun, having fun with arrogant, pure arrogance. But then June stopped him. June asked if he wanted to say anything else. The monster remained silent, and then June hit him. Jonathan was amazed. June killed this creature with 1 blow. What must one do to be as strong as June? June gave them the horn. after which the boys returned to Earth and were met by journalists. The journalist asked whether the victory had been achieved under the guidance of the secret assistant he had mentioned earlier. The president replied that this was not entirely true. Everything had ended before reinforcements arrived at the guild. Chris said that these Earthlings are no match for June. He probably just went to sort this out. Jill asked him what he was talking about. Chris said it didn't matter. It was just that June had suddenly asked him to come and watch them out of the blue. He argued that children need to go to bed early, so they need to be protected. This horn of a powerful demon would have left no trace of any other person who stood against it. June came back and told Chris that he was doing a good job of keeping watch, and Chris replied that he had put in a lot of effort. Chris was surprised that June praised him. June said that Chris had worked hard. June wrote something on a piece of paper and gave it to Chris, who began to glow with happiness. Jill asked what it was. Stickers as praise? Chris asked if he was a small child that he would like this. Chris thought that if he could just get his hands on this, his life would become a lot easier. In addition to checking the guild's vital signs, several other facts also need to be clarified, the news reported. Then Chris asked if maybe they could cut down even more. Jill asked if he was in pain. Maybe she could give him a pill. But Chris quickly ran away, and June thought, he doesn't know what Chris was planning there, but it would be better if he didn't do it. The next day at the Lost and Found office, Chris was sitting with the president and Joe. The president asked, so Chris was from the heart of the world. Chris said that he could become a strong support for them. He would help them together with Juna, and in return, they would do him a favor. Jonathan said he thought he saw Chris's name on the rating board, but that name is one of the Transcendents. Chris started bragging about how well known he was and added that they must know that among dozens, no, hundreds, he is ranked 6th. All the guys above him are pretty strong, but from 8th and below, it's a complete piece of cake. First place is Ball, second is Imtarim. 6th, Chris. There are guys who deliberately didn't get into this table, but he knows most of them by sight. Suddenly, Rick burst into the office and shouted that he was fine and that there was no need to send him to the hospital. Isn't it obvious that he should also be present at the emergency meeting? Then he saw Chris and asked him what he was doing there. He was the guy who was following him. Chris said that he was the servant of Jun who was watching him. Rick asked who the servant was here. Rick said that if Chris is a stalker, let him say it straight out. He doesn't care. He doesn't mind if he's a fan. Then Chris hit Rick and asked who else was the stalker here. Not only did he not know who was in front of him, but he was also making fun of him. He threatened Rick that he would bury him. John asked for mercy and asked for an apology in his place. Sure, Rick should be punished, but if he destroys everything here, it will upset Jun. Besides, he's sure Jun probably has something he needs, and if he's going to be lenient with Riku, he'll definitely talk to Jun. Then Chris said that it might be very easy to get it, but there was also a possibility that it would be the other way around. Chris said with a serious face that he wanted to be relieved from having to write an explanatory note. Today he babysat the children and was excused from writing 50 letters. Therefore, if he can please June even more with his merits, it will not cost him anything to get freedom for the rest of his life. Now the Dragon King and his heir will write their repentances in solitude. The boys were very disappointed in Chris, but he didn't know this and continued jumping happily. Chris asked the president if he knew of anything that dragons hated. The president hesitated a little and asked if Chris was talking about real dragons. Chris replied that this dragon was a real problem. The president asked in shock if there was really a dragon on Earth. Chris asked what he was talking about. June actually keeps 2 dragons. Joe said he had them for a long time, and then the president shook him, asking why he didn't tell him that. The president said it was a global threat. Joe asked if the president didn't trust June. Then he calmed down. Then the president asked. Chris asked if there was anything that could irritate a dragon. Chris asked if they knew, and the president replied that even if he did know, he wouldn't want to cause a quarrel between close friends. Star was in the house at that time and said upset that she hated her uncle, since she was the one who collected them. Carciel promised to buy her new ones. Star said that her dad bought them for her. She told him 100 times not to touch them. Then Carciel said that Chris would get it badly. Yoji asked that he would get it from the owner. For using wax crayons, Carciel responded that, of course, you can't take the baby's things without asking. Yoji was sweating and Carciel asked, Lord, that he also used them? Yoji just screamed that he was finished. Then Yoji asked to lend him money. Carciel replied that he and Star had already borrowed money. They didn't have a penny left. Yoji asked, even Hank? Carciel answered that he was a poor farmer. Then Yoji said that he only had one option left. The boys walked into a group of goblins and were shot by a bunch of goblins in suits. Carciel said it was worse than any panic attack he had ever experienced. The goblin asked to go inside for negotiations, but then Wayne came and said that he also needed something. Yoji asked if he was imagining things or if he only saw him here and if he was a shopaholic. The goblin said that unfortunately only VIP clients could enter here, so he would have to wait. Wayne asked that since the Dragon King came to them, they immediately came up with a new system for him. The goblin said, of course, the Dragon King Yoji is a very important client for them, but the VIP client system is based on something else. For them, all clients are important, but some of them can increase their company's sales by as much as 5 times. Yoji asked, they say that only his arrival here has increased their income so much. Their director personally issued orders that they should court one client with special diligence, fulfilling his every wish. And it's about the great Lady Star, said the goblin, which amazed everyone. Star said she needed wax crayons, and the goblins brought the finest crayons made from precious stones. These are crayons made from natural materials and decorated with precious stones. Star said these weren't the same as the ones her dad bought her and ordered her to put them away. The choco pie that Star brought with her to the heart of the world became a big hit there. Wayne asked if they meant to say that there are those who exchange chocopies for purple stones, which are more valuable than even gold and diamonds. That's exactly it, the goblin replied. So in gratitude for the Star product provided, all services on their part are free. Yoji said that all they had to do was bring a few boxes of choco pies and the money would start flowing. Wayne said that this choco pie turned out to be an expensive thing. He should definitely pay back the great June for that. The goblin said that while it pained him to ruin their sweet dreams, they couldn't afford to have anyone other than God supplying choco pies. The boys asked why only Ms. Star was allowed in. The goblin said he was the Dragon King, because of whom most of the demons met their doom. And Mr. Wayne killed demons for ratings and declared that they were absolute evil without any morality. If they start supplying sweets, it will cause irreparable damage to the product's sales. Wayne asked if it was really that tasty, Yoji asked, and he didn't try it. Chris didn't give him one. Wayne then asked if Chris looked like someone who had anything to share. Yoji replied that there was some childish selfishness in him. He was like those ruthless children. Carciel gave one chocopee, saying that Vane was as dependent on Chris's will as he was on the Lord. Wayne replied, who else depends on whom? That Carciel, it is only out of purely friendly motives. Carciel opened the sweet and gave it to Wayne, who ate it and said, it was like a dance of sweets in his mouth. In the end, this is also June's mercy. He should immediately express his gratitude to him. Yoji asked, why not just come up and say something? Wayne said, he is the great Jun. You need to make every effort. Thus, while maintaining their value, cookies remain a high-quality and popular product. The man watched the dragon and said that the dragon was sealed, but the seal would soon be broken. June said that it looked like he would wake up soon. The man asked if he was the one in the center. The man asked where he was going. June replied that he felt a powerful surge of energy behind the crack. He needed to check. But the man said that this altar apparently is extremely, extremely dangerous, and that a dragon may be imprisoned in it. Everyone in the center knows how strong June is, but he's a real dragon. Suddenly, the protection dissipated and the dragon woke up. This did not frighten June at all. He repelled the dragon's attack. Then the dragon said that the pathetic man managed to repel his attack and asked who he was. June said that this was already the second time. Their house was getting more crowded. The dragon got angry and decided to attack him again. But June only asked why he couldn't just listen to Yoji. The dragon asked how he dared to call the Lord's name. The dragon promised that June would die a long and painful death. June stood on the dragon's head. However, the dragon began to threaten June again. Then June got angry and said that he would not repeat it twice. Jun called Yoji, and Yoji asked what the urgency was. Jun said he needed to have a talk with him. Yoji asked if he had resisted his master. The dragon replied that he had not. But then he realized that Yoji had called him master. The dragon thought that if even their king, who only knew the language of power, called someone master, then the person was truly strong. Yoji said he didn't know what the other one was planning, but let him finish it. He couldn't show off in front of his master. The dragon said that he simply didn't know. Ignorance is not a sin. Yoji asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Then the dragon transformed and apologized to June. Yoji said that he should be scolded well, but today, so be it. He will let him go. Because he got a whole 100 points in the dictation today, the second one asked what it was. Yoji bragged and got it from Jun. The dragon was shocked that the Lord was hurt even from such a light blow. What kind of power does he have then? The second one said that he should watch his language. Jun told Yoji to find him a place to live. Yoji said so, and the second one left no stone unturned. When he grows up, Yoji said, and promised to find him a place to live for a month. Yoji told Hank to live with the second one, but Hank refused even if it was his request. Hank explained that the Lord knew the other one loved mud baths, but it was too much for his little ones. The second one said that Hank had gone completely wild, since he dared to dispute the Lord's words. Suddenly, Yoji said that if that was the case, then nothing could be done. The second said that he never ceased to admire his mercy. Hank asked what happened, why the Lord listened to him. Was he really sick? For this he received from Yoji. Yoji told Ross that they would go to Anne, but suddenly a voice said that there was no need. It was Anne. She said she sensed Ross's energy and felt the Lord calling her. Yoji said that she was the only one he could rely on. Anne asked if she needed to tell Ross about the land. And Yoji asked if she had a spare room. Anne replied that she thought she did. Then Yoji asked Anne to take this boy in. Anne looked at Ross and didn't know what to answer. Hank laughed and said, even Anne turned up her nose, although she never dared even peep in his direction. Chris joined in too, and they both started making fun of Ross, which got them beaten up. Anne said that as the Lord wished, she would take care of everything, so when Ross was ready, he should come to her. Chris said dragons are so funny, he has something interesting. Ross told him to take his hands off, but Chris said that their master June had also given him a good beating. Then he took out a book and said, there are trust issues at play here, and this book is indispensable in such cases. This is a guide to life on Earth. If he does not want to end up a loser, then he will gladly teach him how to live here. Ross bought it and followed Chris while Yoji scolded Hank for talking back. Yoji asked where Ross was. Hank replied that Chris had come up with something again and dragged him along. Hank added that if they made any mischief there, the owner would punish them, and then Yoji ordered them to run after him. Chris said that Mr. June would definitely not be able to reach them here. It was time to explain to him what he should pay attention to when living on Earth. The old man asked the boys if they wanted a drink. Chris replied that it would be nice, but not now. Then the old man gave him something for Chris to eat. Chris happily took the treat and thanked him. Chris said that it was very tasty and that his uncle would not mind if they sat down here. Ross said he would never sit next to a human. But Chris shut him up and reminded him that June was human too. They sat down and Ross told Chris to explain what he should pay attention to. Chris suggested not to spoil the atmosphere. The old man said he didn't know what they were talking about, but they could eat octopus with him and offered Ross a treat. Ross got angry, and Chris said that they were very busy and promised to try later. Chris said this is the most important thing he needs to thrive on Earth. Ross said it seemed to be somehow connected with the owner. Chris replied that he was quick-witted, better than their lord. If he learned everything, he could avoid the worst. Ross asked. What was it? Ross thought that this was probably torture. The fact that their indomitable king was now serving as his master's servant was impressive, but it was unlikely that it had happened without taming. Chris asked what he was afraid of. Ross replied that it was already a mercy on the part of the master that after the defeat he allowed himself to become a servant. Then Chris said that Ross had misunderstood everything. He should be really, really scared. Ross said, and what is he afraid of? Let him speak more clearly, Chris answered. Everything is very simple. It is worth being afraid of explanations. Uncle was upset that his expectations were not met. Chris shouted that his uncle did not understand anything. He wrote these letters 100 times, but they kept turning him down. It was pure hell. Uncle shouted back, couldn't they really discuss something interesting? Chris replied, they were already discussing interesting things. Ross asked, wondering if the Lord had changed so much because of these repentances. But in reality, Yoji was simply beaten up, and more than once, but Ross didn't know that. Chris told Ross to study his notes, and then he got to the treats. Ross began to read and thought. He didn't know that the owner was so merciful. He read everything quickly. Chris said that Ross glanced at it. Ross replied that everything was fine. He didn't have to worry about him. Ross said if he understood correctly, Chris is a transcendent, so why did he choose this life? Didn't he previously strive to become a god in the center? That's why he even declared war on them. Chris replied that it was true. He really worked like crazy to become stronger and stronger. It seemed to him that just a little bit more and he would be able to challenge the demon lord himself. But then Mr. June appeared in front of him, and then he immediately felt that he couldn't. No matter how much he prepares, nothing will come of it, even if he trains for 1,000, 10,000 years. So he gave up, but that was even good. In the center, he was always on guard. His end could come at any moment. He even began to think that maybe this was a family. And besides, when else would he get the chance to make fun of their king? And in the center, if he dared to play the king, he would be fried in that very second. So all those dreams of becoming a god are long in the past. He is much better off where he is now. Uncle came back and asked if he wanted to become a god. Chris replied that he no longer did. Uncle replied that now the landlord is held in high esteem. So you need to invest in real estate? Chris asked. That is, you can just buy a space and that's it. Chris told him to quickly tell him what was needed. His uncle shouted, just buy the premises. Then Chris asked if his uncle could recommend something cheaper, how much was needed. He had 500,000 won with him. My uncle said he needed about 10 billion. With that kind of money, he could become a major landlord. Chris said that he only gets 5 million a month from Hank. How much more work does he have to do? Ross replied, 2,000 years? Chris said, great, his training period lasted longer. Uncle laughed and said that he was going to collect that much money in 2 years. Ross corrected him, saying 2,000 years, not 2 years. Meanwhile, Hank and Yoji continued their search and found themselves in the desert. Hank said that they were not in the Amazon. Yoji swore that as soon as he found them, he would immediately deal with both of them. The boys returned to the store, but there was no one there anymore. Chris asked where they had gone. Then Chris said that they should close the doors and then they could play, but then he got a message. Hank asked where they had gone, but Chris said that he was bothering them. He was kind of irritated and wouldn't answer him. Suddenly, Jun came into the store and asked where Yoji was. Chris said that they were not playing but were watching the store. Ross asked what the child was doing here. Chris said it was Star's owner's daughter. Star said that Yoji didn't come home and he's not here. Chris told her not to cry. June said that he would look for him himself, and she should play with her uncles. Star replied that she would watch her uncles. Ross said that even though she was the owner's daughter, he wouldn't allow her to treat him like that. But Chris thanked Star for keeping an eye on them. But Ross said that even if he was his servant and this girl was his daughter, some etiquette still had to be observed. It demanded respect. Then Star decided that Ross just didn't want to play with her and burst into tears. At first, June got angry, but then he said, Ross is right. If they want to coexist, they need to respect each other. Jill, Yoji, Carciel, and those 2 uncles, they all cared about her and respected her, so why shouldn't she show them respect too? June suggested that Star apologize to her uncles, and Star apologized. Chris told Ross to tell him not to keep quiet. Ross began to clap and said, his unrivaled wisdom, as well as his majestic appearance, worthy of the attire of a ruler, amazed him. He called June a real leader who can lead, because Yoji could only beat him if he didn't like something. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart that he had listened to his servant's advice. And then June said goodbye to them. Chris thought that if Hank were in his place, he would have written an explanatory note long ago. But Ross was acting smart. Ross addressed Star as a princess and asked what she wanted to do. Star said her name was Star. Then Chris decided to change his tune and asked if he could offer her some fun. Would she like to draw with wax crayons? Star said that last time he ruined all the crayons. Then Chris suggested playing ball outside, and Star said that Chris was acting strange today. And then he burst out and shouted, it sucks, so what? Then Star said, now she recognizes Uncle and suggested they play ball. Star told Ross to leave this here when they went to play. Ross said it was obvious she was an unusual girl if she noticed him. Ross took off his weapon, and Star said that if he kept swinging it, there would be nothing left of the ball. Chris asked if it looked expensive. He would definitely leave it here. Ross asked why someone would take someone else's thing. Star said that she also left her crayons like that, and someone came and stole them. Meanwhile, Hank and Yoji reached the jungle. Yoji asked if Hank had called Chris. Hank said that Chris wasn't responding. Then Yoji swore that he would kill him. But then June asked what Yoji would do. Jun asked why they were walking so far away. Yoji said June had scared them. Yoji said that Chris and Ross were missing. They went looking for them and came here. Then June told the 2 geniuses that Ross and Chris were currently in the store. Yoji said they were young and didn't say anything stupid to the owner, fortunately for them. They both thought that it was time to return the favor, to punish them as soon as possible. Star asked where they were. Yoji replied that they had to go looking for Ross and Chris. They were also victims. Carciel asked if they had gone too far. Star said that she was actually bored. Yoji asked if Carciel had completely lost his fear. Hank said he used to be such a cutie, but now he's not afraid of anything. Carciel asked if they had any idea how much Star had been worried about them. Moreover, the owner had repeatedly told the Lord to do whatever Star wanted without question. Then Star ran up and pointed to the TV and said that she wanted to go on a picnic. Carciel suggested that they all go together. With Dad, Jill, and the uncles, Star agreed. Star said that now she needs to call everyone and also not forget to call her mother. She called her mother, that is, Chloe, and said that they were going on a picnic. She wanted to invite her. Dad would be there too. Chloe immediately got excited and said that she would bring snacks then. And then let her bring her friends, and definitely her dad. Star agreed. Chloe was walking happily down the hallway when suddenly everyone bowed to her and greeted her as their mistress. Rick started laughing at Chloe. Jonathan asked him to shut up. Chloe asked the same. Chloe asked why they were following her. There was nothing better to do. Jonathan said that they heard her conversation and were also in on it. Jonathan added that Chloe has a kind soul. She fights well and gets along well with people. Rick asked if maybe the gorilla would suit her then. Jonathan continued after hitting him. She's beautiful, but she can't cook at all, Chloe said. And he told her that her snacks were delicious. Jonathan thanked her for those snacks and said that she had taken care of him then. But this time it would not be just anyone who would eat, but June himself. Chloe slapped Rick for his inappropriate comment and asked if Joe meant to tell her not to cook. Jonathan quickly replied that she just had to try hard and they would help her with that. Chloe asked, "And this beaten one, what will he do?" Ricky showed a photo and said that he knows how to cook a pie. Then Chloe asked why he always said in the dungeons that he couldn't cook. Chloe became angry when she learned of his lie, but Jonathan said that he still needed the corpse now. Star will then praise her in front of June, and June can thank her personally. June said that he had already prepared all the materials for tomorrow's meeting. Could he take a day off? Then the two of them went into shock and asked if everything was okay with him, and if there was anything urgent. Let him tell them. June replied that his daughter simply wanted to go on a picnic, and the children thought he was talking about Jill. Then June said that she was still little, had never walked in her life, so she should take her once. The boss said he didn't think June was such a family man. Nate said he also wants to get married as soon as possible. Then the boss said that he hadn't gone anywhere with his family on the weekend for a long time. Chris called June and told him that when they were playing with Star, Ross left his sword in the store, but it was stolen. June came to them and asked if they just left the nuclear weapon on the floor and lost it. Chris and Ross justified themselves by saying that Star told them that they could leave it in the store. Then Jun said that they, 1,000-year-old beings, listened to a 3-year-old girl and left the nuclear weapons unattended. Jun asked if there was a way to prevent the explosion or make the weapon return on its own. Ross replied, "No." Then June said, "It seems there is nothing left to do but look for the sword before it is drawn from its sheath. If Jill, Star, or any of the locals were to suffer because of this sword, he didn't even know what he would do to them." Ross thought that if the Earth God lost his temper, the center would also be destroyed. The entire dimension would be destroyed. June told Carciel to make sure they got busy searching and didn't do anything stupid again. The guys started looking for the sword. Chris was shaking in panic and saying that they were all corpses. They were dead. Carciel told them to quickly look for the sword. Then Ross asked, "Little one, maybe it would be more convenient to search in his true form. Perhaps if the thief saw the dragon, he would come to them with a sword." But Carciel did not like this idea. Carciel asked what would happen if he got scared and took the sword out of its sheath. How was he supposed to find anything with these fools? Carciel asked, when a group of men suddenly appeared. They said that in the dungeon, as a reward, there would be an ancient artifact imbued with the power of fire. Moreover, they say that it is so powerful that it explodes if someone other than the owner uses it. Chris asked Ross if this didn't sound like the description of his sword. Ross replied that it was the same one. Then Chris asked, "They said that it appeared as a reward for the dungeon." Ross said that maybe a goblin stole the sword, and then they ran after them. The boys saw the dungeon and quickly ran into it without thinking twice. They immediately received a notification about a special task and that this task could be refused. But suddenly a warning appeared that they couldn't refuse the quest. The dungeon boss had chosen them himself. The knight appeared and said, "So not all the dragons had disappeared yet, it was the dungeon boss." Chris sent a knight and said that they did not care about his punishment. They needed to find the sword as soon as possible. The knight asked how they dared to ignore him, the keeper of the light, the great usurper. He said that he would destroy them all. Ross summoned a shield, but its power was second only to the Lord, so it was too hard for Ross. Then Carciel decided to help them and attack the knight, but he said, "It's funny, this is the real power of dragons." Suddenly Carciel couldn't move because he was sealed. Then the knight hit him. He asked what the little dragon knew about the ruler of the earth. Carciel replied that he would not say anything. The knight said that he knew something for sure and ordered to bring him to him. He would catch the ruler of the earth and rule directly in order to gain eternal light. Carciel said that they were quite happy without it. He would never end up with their master. June was with Anne at the time and said that this did not bode well. Anne agreed with him. The knight told Carciel to be a good boy and take him to the ruler of the land. Carciel thought that his energy could destroy the country in one fell swoop. "We can't let him get to the ground." Carciel said that such a weakling is far from their king. The knight said how much insolence the dragon nobodies have, and yet there are only 2 of them left. But this will not last long. Carciel narrowed his eyes, but when he opened them, he saw Ross protecting him. Ross said he communicates with him through telepathy, so he should play along. He himself understands perfectly well that the knight can destroy entire settlements with his energy. They just need to contain him. In any case, he will break through to the ground someday. It will be better if he immediately appears before the ruler. June said how fortunate it was that she and Carciel were so responsible in their work. It's a great idea to develop an automatic program in case Ross leaves his sword somewhere or even loses it. Anne said his sword had a power comparable to the breath of a lord. It would be a real headache if it fell into the hands of their enemies. Suddenly a huge hole appeared and a knight, Carciel and Ross, came out of it. The guys were holding him back. They tried not to give him a chance to break out, June said. They went to look for the sword and brought some strange guy with them. Then June told Carciel to let him go. Now he would restrain him. The knight said that he acknowledged his strength, but he was not going to give up. But then June squeezed him a little harder. June said that, of course, he was glad to meet you, but he needed to go on a picnic with his youngest daughter. Ross apologized and said he had wanted to somehow resolve the problem, but nothing else came to mind. June replied that they were doing a good job. On the contrary, if they hadn't contained him inside the dungeon, he would have created much more problems. It's good that they immediately admitted their mistake, but they deserve punishment for losing the sword. He told Chris not to pretend to faint. He still had a release from repentance, so he didn't have to worry. "And Ross will have to write 20 letters of repentance," Ross asked. "Will it really be limited to just some letters? And there won't be anything like 58,000 blows to the back of the head and forehead?" Jun asked. "And what does he want from this?" Ross asked if he really would get away with just letters. It seemed to him that Chris had made it all up. Chris said it was sad, of course, but when he thought about how he would suffer, his heart immediately became happy. Ross had a special talent for writing, so he completed the task without much difficulty at once. June said that they would deal with the letters later. Now they needed to properly prepare for the picnic. Chloe asked him why he had done all this, and she did his hair and makeup. Rick said that he told her right away that instead of going by car, it would be better to run on foot. The two started arguing again, but suddenly a huge hole appeared, an emergency. Jonathan said that Chloe could go on a picnic. They would figure it out, but Chloe told him not to talk nonsense. The guys went into the dungeon and killed monsters, which were endless. Chloe screamed that they had to finish before 12. She had to have lunch with June today. Rick said that his aunt was terrible in love. Jonathan said that her screams made him cringe. Then Chloe said, "Didn't Jonathan want to become Jun's apprentice?" It worked, and the guys started killing these monsters harder. Rick complained that they didn't tell him anything. Chloe was very determined. She killed all the monsters and silently promised June and Star that she would definitely come. At the picnic, Yoji and Star were upset. Yoji complained about why no one was giving him food. Star said that her mother had not come yet and asked if food was so important to him. Yoji immediately said, "Of course it's food." Then all the guys looked at him intently. Star asked, "So family means nothing to him?" Yoji wanted to say something, but Carciel closed his mouth. Then Star got angry and screamed, "Is she important to her mother? Her scream was so loud." Yoji had to shut her mouth. Then he said, "Jill and June are here with her. Aren't they their family?" The guys lit up and Yoji asked what they were doing. What kind of looks were they having? Yoji said that the main thing is that the family is happy, and there are still thousands of these octopus hunters. Then you should rather ask the owner to allow them to eat. Otherwise, they will die of hunger. But Star said that this was not possible, Yoji asked. She was on his side. Star said that Mom is also family. Yoji said, "Why is she their family? They are her family. The owner is not even married to her." They argued for a while longer. Then June intervened and told Yoji to stop. Yoji offered to drag Chloe here personally, but then a helicopter appeared and the guys jumped out of it. Star quickly ran up to Chloe. Jonathan apologized for being late and explained that they had come across a dungeon. June said it was okay. The main thing was that none of them were hurt. Chloe and Jonathan immediately began to thank him. Chloe said that they had prepared all sorts of snacks here. Yoji shouted that they still hadn't eaten because of them. But all the food went bad, and June and Jill tried it anyway, even though Chloe had asked them not to. However, everyone really liked it. June said that everything was very tasty. Everyone agreed with him. Yoji was so hungry that he was already attacking people. Jill quickly threw him one snack. After eating the food, Yoji said that she had passed the test and could now marry June. But at that very moment, June hit him. Then June suggested that the boys start their picnic, and then everyone happily gathered. The 6th level of the center, the gate to the 7th level, June said. Without this key, when entering the 7th level, the strength is halved. If you use the key, a monster that lives in the heart of the world will emerge from the gate. A man ran up and said that these were the Hydra keys, and if he used them, certain death awaited June. June said that only with him can one avoid entry fines. The man said that he cannot cope with Hydra. If you go there alone, you can die from the hunters, and if you take the key, then from the Hydra. As a rule, at least 100 people are needed to go there. The man offered his help. June thanked him for the information and left. The man asked. He didn't listen to him at all. He went inside and said that this was not just a statue, but the body of a real snake. The entrance was probably somewhere in the stomach. A guy appeared and said, "This is who used the key. It's been a long time since any little ones have looked in here." Finally, the boy said, "He's waited so long to satisfy his endless hunger and turned into a monster. At least he would eat a little and dull this pain. The curse bound him with eternal hunger." Jun just hit him and freed himself from the snake's hellish fight and said that this is probably the reason for the curse. He had a hard time. Countless adventurers fell victim to his hunger, and who knows how many more await this fate. And by killing him, you can simultaneously get rid of the penalty for entering the 7th level. Suddenly, the entrance to the 7th level increased in size, and it seemed like it was about to explode. The snake shouted that if he died, the entrance to the 7th floor would be closed forever. June said that it seemed to him that the passage would appear the other way around with his death. But the snake replied that this was not true. The snake added that the mouth is the end of the 6th floor, and its anus is the gate to the 7th. Jun got angry, but the snake said that it was not his fault. It was all the top of the center, the tyrant of all living things, Yoji, who put this curse on him. Then Jun asked if Yoji was capable of casting higher spells like curses. Then he told the snake to wait and not try to run away because there would be no point. The snake replied that he couldn't move anyway. When June left, the snake said, "The freak himself should try to languish from hunger for a whole 1,000 years without the ability to eat anything." He continued to insult June, when suddenly June returned with Yoji and said that he would pretend that he had not heard anything. Jun asked Yoji if he was the one who cursed the snake, but the snake said that it was his dragon king who cursed him, not this dwarf. Yoji got angry and asked if the snake wanted to die. Then the snake recognized Yoji. Jun asked if that meant Yoji had put a curse on him. Yoji said he wanted to punish him. Yoji asked what was wrong with him. Jun replied that everything was fine and asked how long it had been since he cursed him. Then Yoji tried to remember. The snake asked if he really didn't even remember it. The serpent himself answered, 2,000 years ago, or to be precise, 2,222 years. June asked if he had enough time for self-analysis. The snake answered, "Of course, he has been starving for several thousand years and thinks about his behavior." He fully realized his mistake. June told Yoji to remove the curse. The snake was so touched that he began to cry. Yoji said it was better than waiting for the halfling to make trouble himself trying to take him down. June said that the snake might not thank him. He would put some of his energy into him. So if he was planning something bad, he would deal with him right away. The snake said, "Everyone listen to the highest command of His Majesty, the great ruler of the earth and the future conqueror of the center, Lord June. They must quickly obtain mana stones to serve their great June." Yoji said that the Hydra's body was gone and there was nothing blocking the entrance. But why should he clean everything up here? The snake said that the master had ordered it this way. Then the snake hurried Yoji. Yoji asked if he was having fun. Maybe he should crush his head then. Suddenly, there were magic stones there, too. Ross said that in that case, June would split his head open herself. In any case, they were almost finished. Chris asked if they thought that tongue-scratching freed one from work and ordered to work. Ross and Yoji started whispering about how brave Chris had become since he had figured them out, and Chris threatened to tell June everything. Suddenly, June actually appeared and asked what to tell. The snake ran up and said that they had removed almost all the stones. The snake telepathically asked Yoji not to hit him. Jun praised the guys and suggested they rest. The boys started eating, but the snake wondered what kind of food it was and asked what was inside. Chris decided to take away his food, but Yoji hit him and said that even a dog doesn't take away food. Yoji said, before kicking their asses, Yoji told the snake to come to him. The snake asked not to hit him, but then Yoji gave him a bun and told him to eat. Then the snake was in shock. He thought that the Dragon King had just personally fed him. Could it be that he had been recognized? Although no, he has suffered so much over these thousands of years. Such nonsense cannot touch him. He is grateful only to him. Jun told them to eat properly and clean up thoroughly afterwards. Jun said that he would go to the 7th level. The snake said, Jun is the ruler. He can't go there. He must prepare himself well to meet the master of the Visago world heart. Yoji asked. He didn't understand what the snake just yelped. It's the owner. Has he really forgotten? After all, even one small mosquito can kill an entire elephant. Swatting a mosquito is not difficult, but its saliva does not make it any less deadly. But the owner is the strongest and most invincible. His skin is so hard that the elephant never dreamed of it. And this vile Visago mosquito is not fit to hold a candle, the snake said. It's a super powerful mosquito. Yoji said, the snake, that he didn't understand anything, what he was squeaking about at all. Jun said that he would figure it out himself. The snake said that he is one of the strongest in the center. Visago is hiding in the center of the world. And he sets his doubles on his victim like dogs on a hunt. And only when the victim is sleeping or going to the toilet, that's the kind of scoundrel he is. He has a huge number of doubles, but nothing can be done with him. If a double dies, he sends more. June thanked him for the information and simply left, leaving the snake perplexed. The snake again said that they shouldn't go there since he was their leader, but the others calmly said goodbye to June. However, the snake said that he did not understand how they could let June go so calmly. He is their benefactor and master. Doesn't it make them flush with heat at the mere thought that he might suddenly be injured? Yoji said there wouldn't even be a scratch, and at first he beat him like a dog. Ross said, Chris, what an arrogant expression he had. I didn't expect from him. The snake said they were all kind of strange, except for Mr. Ross. Ross said to the snake, he said it powerfully. The ruler somehow became more human after all the punishments. Yoji scolded Ross, but Chris said that the Lord really thinks that he has changed. He fully supports Ross. Chris said that he too was worried about their owner with all his heart. But the owner had probably already caused a stir. Chris told those two to stop with their show-off. It was clear that they didn't care about the ruler of the earth. Snake said he knew something was wrong with the guy. Ross said he was good with him, but he failed in terms of worrying about his owner. Chris said he didn't know for sure if it was Visago or some vassal, but he died without a trace. Ross asked if the strongest hearts in the world had really set in motion. The snake said the situation was not similar. But there was once one named Dangak who died a similar death. Could it be that the owner really killed Visago himself? June's area on the ground, Wayne said. Of course, June killed Visago. He definitely knows his handwriting. The world's strongest heart, the new rising star Muram, said that he didn't ask him anything. Wayne said he didn't know why, but for some reason he had to say it that way, and asked if Muram had come with some kind of proposal. Muram said he doesn't know whether this proposal will be valid or not. It remains to be seen. But everything depends on the ruler of the land. Star was there too, and asked if Uncle had come to see the strongest man. It's probably her dad. She doesn't know anything about the ruler of the earth, but her dad is definitely the strongest. Muram asked, does she want to say that her father is even stronger than the ruler of the earth? Star nodded. Wayne thought, her father is the ruler of the earth. But Muram continued, where does he live? Maybe then look for him in the largest building on earth? Star said that their house is small. Wayne wondered how anyone could imagine that the heavenly devil, the ruler of these lands, had a small house. She's not even the first to the throne, but she says something like that. Her affection for the family touched Wayne, Wayne said. Muram said where he could meet him, the real ruler of the land. Star said that he was not the ruler. Wayne asked why he came here. Did he want to pacify the heart of the world with him? Muram said that Wayne is his friend. They have known each other for thousands of years, and he really has no idea. He seeks a duel with the strongest. There is nothing in the world that gives him greater pleasure. Wayne asked, "What's the problem then with just fighting Baal or Impelheim in the heart of the world? They are stronger than him. Fighting with them is certain death, bam, and he's gone. He wants to fight to the death, not die in a second." Wayne said, he told him that if the ruler of the land does not accept his offer, it will end badly. Muram said he heard June was merciful and would pester him until he agreed. Star said she took it back. He wasn't a dreamer, it was crap, and Wayne just laughed. Wayne said he was impressed by his sincerity, so be it. He would introduce him to the ruler of the land. Muram asked if friendly feelings had played a role in him. Wayne said that he first needed to get the chicken that Star loved. Only now did it dawn on Muram that Star was also from the heart of the world. Wayne was surprised that it had taken him so long to understand. Wayne thought, the lady is such a cutie, even though she's surrounded by idiots right now. Star said that her uncle was no better. First he laughed, then he made a stern face. Muram asked why everyone around him was acting strange except him. Wayne replied that he should have said that. Then the two started arguing, and Star had to remind them that she was hungry. Wayne said that since the lady was hungry, they had to go. Muram asked how it even occurred to him that he was normal. But Wayne only shouted at him to run after the chicken. He would give him money because he wanted an audience with June. Uncle said no and no again. It cost 20,000 won. What should he do with his 1,000? Muram said that he had been told for sure that he could buy a chicken with it. But the old man repeated again that he would not sell it. Suddenly June appeared. He noticed Muram and realized that he was from the center of the universe and thought about what he was doing now. Then he thought that perhaps he was missing something. So he came up to him and asked how he could help. Uncle said this guy has gone crazy and he will call the police. Muram said that he hears everything. But June said he could help and asked what the guy needed. Muram said he needed chicken. His good friend said that this was the largest sum of money that could be obtained on Earth. June said he had an interesting friend and there was one way to get him some chicken and suggested following him. Muram said that he finally met a humane person on Earth. That's what he likes. He laughed and said that he had already thought about wiping this area off the face of the earth. And if someone in the heart of the world had spoken to him like that, he would no longer exist. But here he is, their guest on Earth. He has to respect their laws. June asked him to silently follow him. Muram said that he would not forget his kindness. But they did not come for the chicken. Then Muram realized that he was in trouble. They found themselves in a dungeon, Muram thought. He loved fighting more than anyone else among the strongest. Killing 10 cockerels in the dungeon is easy for him, but this is the blow of the strongest one. And the energy contained in it is so great, as if it contained a whole world, nothing less. He is not just a man. No, he is the ruler of the earth, a horror that he has nothing to compare with. And since that's the case, he wants to fight him, to challenge him, thought Muram. Or maybe it would be better to run away, although no, that scoundrel Wayne definitely said that the ruler of the earth is merciful. Muram shouted that he was challenging the ruler of the land. June suggested that maybe a bet would be better. The loser will have to clean the monsters, Muram asked, and that's all. Muram agreed and shouted, "Let June show what he is capable of." Muram beat June with shouts. June said that Muram really deserves the title of the strongest heart in the world. Then he will fight with all his might. This time, June seemed to be really serious about fighting Muram. Muram said that he withstood his blow. Their battle will continue forever, his sword in reality. But it seems it was just a dream. The beaten Muram was sleeping, and Star was trying to wake him up. Wayne apologized to Jun and said that as his subordinate, he had to maintain decorum. Muram finally woke up and said that they were not finished yet. Star said that the chicken would get cold. Muram asked where he was. Jun replied that he was where he was. Wayne scolded Muram. The fool caused June problems. Wayne said, "Jun didn't know who Muram was, but he brought him here." Muram asked, "He lost consciousness. Didn't he fight him successfully?" Jun said he held up well. He's nowhere near Yoji, but he's strong in his own way. It turns out that when Muram attacked June in a jump, June lightly hit him on the head and he lost consciousness. Wayne reassured his friend. He said that anyone who attacks the ruler ends up like that. But suddenly Muram started screaming that she had found him. Wayne tried to calm him down, but it didn't work. Muram knelt down and asked June to take him as a student. He also wanted to become strong. Wayne shouted that this was unacceptable. Then Muram asked why it was suddenly unacceptable. Then Wayne replied that such a weakling as he could not be accepted as a student. It was unacceptable, period. Muram asked if Wayne was afraid that he would be tougher than him, and said again that he would become his student. Wayne shouted that he had already crossed all conceivable and inconceivable boundaries. He was dumber than Chris. Muram replied that Wayne had crossed the line. He was smarter than Chris. June called Jill and asked if she wanted to eat some chicken that evening. Jill said that would be nice. But here's the thing. It's not very convenient for her to talk now. She'll call later. Carciel asked if she would tell him. Jill replied that she was afraid, because then they would have a hard time. Jill said they were tough guys, but Hank said they were cold. Yoji told him to keep quiet. Carciel looked at the seal and said, "This is the magic circle of the Lord or Hank. They cast it themselves." Jill asked, "That is, they fell into their own trap and he will not pass." She then asked how they used such a powerful technique in this low-level dungeon. Jill decided to call her father anyway, but Carciel asked her to wait a little. Carciel said that he knew someone who could dispel this circle. Anne came to them. But Anne said that she couldn't do it because the Lord sometimes liked to sit in the ice like this. Jill asked what to do if a breakthrough occurs. Anne replied that this technique only freezes time and space. There is no threat of a breakthrough. Yoji telepathically said that he was already frozen and asked to pull him out. But Anne said that he himself was telling her not to pull him out. Carciel asked if she was sure. Anne replied that she knew the Lord best, but Carciel replied that he knew him best. While these two were arguing, the guys in the ice were begging the guys to pull them out. Hank said that he could already see Grandma. Yoji replied that he was talking nonsense. He doesn't even have a mother. Chris said that Yoji was swearing at his parents. Even Ross said it was rude. Yoji responded that he didn't really have a biological mother. Anne said that her opinion was that they climbed into the ice on purpose to cool their heads. But Carciel objected. It's just that Hank, a cretin, doesn't know how to use absolute magic that freezes time. Carciel said the Lord doesn't know how to cast such spells. He got caught in the circle trying to save those two. Even their poses suggest that Hank set the circle. But Chris the fool fell into it, and Hank was sucked in, and Ross is stupid, so he fell into the trap. Yoji said, Carciel is a smart guy, and how did he even know that he was trying to save them? Anne asked if the Lord would get involved over such a trifle. Carciel asked if she was hinting at Yoji's bad character. But Anne didn't answer. Then Carciel asked, "Their king is completely shameless, a real scum. That is why he is called a narcissistic egoist, a tyrant," said Carciel. "But he would still have tried to save Hank," asked Carciel. Anne answered, "Of course. The Lord does nothing but ask for the impossible, sometimes acting like a fool. Although no, he really is useless. He doesn't give anyone a chance to live." Yoji was getting angrier and angrier. Yoji managed to break the ice, but he himself was angry, he told the guys. So this is what they think of him. Carciel asked to hear them out. It was not what it seemed. But Yoji refused to listen to them. But then Jill hit him and told him to stop. Anne got scared, but Ciel said that it was over. Yoji told Jill that he managed to create such an atmosphere. He is the Dragon Lord after all. Jill asked if Uncle Hank really installed this magic circle, and Yoji nodded in agreement. So, it turns out they miscalculated the power of the spell and fell into a trap, and simultaneously froze this entire dungeon, asked Jill. Jill started scolding him. Didn't he know that using too much power in the wrong dungeons could lead to a breakthrough? Then Jill started scolding these losers because they all know that they can't do that. How old are they? Why do they behave like this? Don't they know it's all dangerous? Anne admired Jill, Ciel said. This is the secret technique of the younger mistress called the capture of the overlord. The center, the heart of the world, the unknown lands, the test of Vulcasos, the place where real monsters reign. Even the transcendental cannot cope with them, the flower said. He became blind as soon as he was named the strongest. How dare he climb up to them? They ordered him to get down from the tree immediately. It was Impelheim, he said. It's strange. They didn't give a reward for their leader. Maybe we should just kill them all off. Then the monsters said that even though he was the first among the strongest, their lord had fallen at his hands, and they would take revenge. The guy replied that, to their great regret, this would not kill him, then said that it was time to finish. So the guy destroyed all the monsters and was given a random artifact as a reward. The one who speaks prophecies predicts whether he will remain alive for 3 years or not, Impelheim said. He is the strongest. Why does he need this? If an angel appears, He will remain alive for 3 years, and indeed an angel has appeared. The guy wasn't surprised and said, "Who would have doubted it? It would have been better if they had given him some kind of hidden skill. However, if a demon appears, he will face a sudden death within these 3 years." But Haim asked what kind of nonsense this was. Maybe he should die challenging the demon lord since there was nothing he could do anyway. We need to find that weirdo, that crazy prophet Martha, who lives on the 8th level. The man was in a panic. He said that he had a bad feeling for some reason he could not see. The future was hidden from him. This had never happened before. Nothing was visible. Suddenly the man saw the guys. Hank asked if they should do something about this crazy guy. June replied that he didn't feel any evil in him, so there was no need. Chris said why they even dragged him all the way to the 8th level. It's boring here. Yoji told him to shut up. He needs to prepare for the exam. Yoji said that if he got a perfect score on it, he would get a higher allowance. Chris was bored, so he decided to have a little fun. He pulled Star by the cheeks. He was having fun like a little child, tickling Star and teasing her. Star told him not to touch her. Yoji got angry and said, "Is he deaf or something? Who told him that he needs to get ready?" Chris said he was just bored, asked not to bother him, and promised to be quiet. He served it straight to Star, and then she got really angry and hit Chris several times. Chris, of course, didn't stop hitting on the Star after that, but only because her little super blow had completely knocked out his memory. Star asked Uncle, "What died?" Yoji said. She finished him off. For this he received from Jun. June said Chris was alive, but she still couldn't do that. She needed to control her powers. Star decided to go and apologize to Chris, but as soon as she approached, a monster appeared. Then she became very scared and hit the monster with all her strength and accidentally killed him. 10 minutes ago, at the moment when Star struck Antares, she made a hole in him. Even though the guys were shocked, Star calmly said that it was scary, but she had to apologize to her uncle. The man was horrified. He asked if she had killed Antares with just one blow. A strange bird was also nearby and saw everything. The man got angry and asked if he was dead yet. The bird said he joked once about his stuttering, and he was also the first to predict his baldness. The man replied that this was how fate had decreed it, and because of him, people still laugh at him. Suddenly, a terrible scream was heard. It was Star. She was defending herself from the monsters and screaming that she hated insects. The man and the bird said she was aiming at them. What nonsense! Who thought death would be like this? "So he will die hugging the rooster dove," said the man. Then the bird apologized for laughing at him. He didn't think he would be teased like that, and it was all true. Just as he said, Jun came up and said that they could calm down, they wouldn't die. Yoji asked if they would have survived the hit. Why save them? Hank said that most of them wouldn't leave a single spot if you hit them with a beam like that. The boys burst into tears and hugged each other. Yoji said that they were being cowardly like chickens, and Hank said that one of them really was a chicken. June said they were safe and sound and asked if they could tell him what to do about it. The man asked what he was talking about, June answered. About the tree of the universe, what they should do to revive it as quickly as possible. Star said that this tree was different from hers. Yoji said, "Of course it doesn't look like it, you fool," and June hit him. The man said that there was one way to revive him, and this bird was an expert in it. Since the swarm of Vernies will be endlessly replenished, they will have to be caught constantly. In this matter, he has no equal. In truth, this tree of the universe should have died long ago, not only because of Antares' poison, but also because of the insects. However, thanks to the bird, the tree could still be saved, and to somehow protect it, he again and again caught these insects in secret from Antares. And sometimes he almost threw his skates away when the monster caught him, even though his entire body was covered in wounds. In order to protect the tree of the universe, which supports life on the 8th level, he is ready to sacrifice his life. The bird said that he still didn't want to die, even though he had managed to survive before. The man said, "Why should he let the tree that gives life on the 8th level die like this?" The bird said that he was the only inhabitant of the 8th level, but then he asked why the old man had stopped stuttering. Jun said his energy vessels in the neck area were twisted. He straightened them out. The old man asked, so he would never stutter again, and began to thank Jun. Then the bird asked if maybe he could solve the problem of hair loss too. Jun said that if it is not a disease but a problem with energy circulation, then as much as you like. The old man said that he had managed to avoid his prediction. Then the bird showed its bald head. The bird said he would deal with the problem, catch the swarm, and then watch over the tree. June said he understood, and that he shouldn't forget about the tree. Hank said he would look for something for dinner in the meantime, but June said that they were training Star. The old man suddenly imagined that Haim would appear here. Haim actually came and said that he didn't feel Antares's poison, so something interesting must have happened. It's been boring lately. There's no one to even fight with. If only there was someone who could entertain him. Then he saw the guys and thought, he feels some strange energy. He also sensed Chris's energy. Haim said, becoming curious, and asked if Chris was really going to destroy the mythical creatures one by one. He decided to start really raising his rating. His death in the next 3 years could be somehow connected to him. Yoji scared Star with a dead hornet. She got angry and hit him. The blow sent him flying to the other end of the forest. Hank ran after him and asked if he was okay. Yoji pretended that everything was fine, but Hank bought it. Yoji asked Star what he told her to do if she wanted to learn to control her powers. Star said to hold back. Even if it's really scary, Yoji asked why she then immediately hits him. Yoji began to scare Star with the dead insect again, but this time she was unable to contain her powers. He passed by June and asked if it was necessary to teach Star. June smiled and nodded. Haim came down and asked if Chris was training his servants. He was still sure that Chris had killed the monster. Then he noticed that Chris had fainted and asked if Chris had decided to absorb Antares's power alone. He's still a long way from being a leader in the group. That's just Chris, Haim said. Star asked who the uncle was, Haim said. Someone who was incomparably more powerful than her master. Haim said that everyone knows perfectly well that the old man is standing there, so let him come out. The old man rushed in and said, "This is Haim, the first of the pioneers of the heart of the world." Haim asked the old man if he received this artifact that foretold his death. Was it because of this? The old man said that he didn't know. Unfortunately, he couldn't look into the future at will. Haim said that in that case, he had no choice but to deal with anyone who might pose a threat. Then June ran at him and hit him. At that moment, the old man was able to see the future. The old man wondered if all this would happen if Mr. June killed Haim. The first place in the ranking will be empty, and all the ranked fighters and demons will go crazy. So the old man asked them to stop. The old man said that Chris had nothing to do with his death. If he learned to write in Korean, he would survive. Chris will be able to teach him. Only in this way will he avoid death. He saw it clearly, the old man said. Then Haim agreed and said that he would take him with him, and this servant of Chris is funny. Haim asked if the guy really attacked him for this puppy, not even knowing that he had no chance. June said it was funny that he thought it was a fight, but Star and the old man asked them to stop. The old man said that Chris would also benefit from his company, a chance for him to see new places and grow up. Although, of course, it depends on luck, but he assures that he will be unrecognizable. Yoji said that this is impossible. June said, "What difference does it make?" Haim said. "Subordinates have to put up with what their master is like." The old man said, "Of course they are true. If his words do not come true, he has the right to take his life." Haim said he was ready to give his life for his master. That was devotion, and asked what needed to be done to get such reliable servants. Then he took Chris and said that he would diligently study Korean writing according to his instructions. Suddenly the artifact caught fire and an angel appeared, who said that his fate had changed. Then Haim thought, so it was true. The old man called Star cute, but Yoji did not agree, and they began to quarrel. The old man thought he should warn Haim that if he treated Chris badly, fate might change again one day. Haim said it was an interesting day, but let them tell him how he can also get himself a red pet. Then Yoji got angry at being called a pet and turned into his real form, but received it from June. June told Yoji to go and continue teaching Star immediately. She still hadn't learned anything. Yoji said, so he worked here like a dog, and Ciel was cooling off. He is the Lord. Ciel asked if the Transcendents had started to pursue him. Yoji said, of course not. This little girl did all this. She doesn't know how to control her powers one bit, and he taught her. Star was upset. Yoji said that if she wanted to be forgiven, she should cook him chicken. Jun hit him, but Yoji said he was working like a dog here, and they were chilling. Ciel said that they didn't go there to have fun either, but rather to do something important, it turns out. Jill left the room and all the guys froze. Jill broke her leg, but said it was okay. Yoji ordered Ciel, this is war, to quickly find out who or what did this to Jill's leg. Carciel said that even though the lady tried to dissuade him, he still found out everything. The reason was the training exercises conducted at the school. The person responsible was the principal, and also an assistant who did not know how to communicate. Jill screamed that she just accidentally fell during the training. She was already embarrassed that she fell. Yoji said that he had to punish everyone, but Jill shouted at him to stop and hit him. Carciel said that the Lord had the best of intentions and that he had in no way wanted to do anything like that. June said he would order food so she didn't have to cook, let her say what she wanted. Then June and Yoji came to the blacksmith's house. Jun said that he would like to ask him to make something. The blacksmith said he doesn't do that anymore. As they can see, his house is completely destroyed and the fire is out. June asked if that was all. The blacksmith laughed and said they know what kind of fire they use to light their hearth. At least a dragon lord is needed. Then he noticed Yoji. Jun said that usually in this reduced form no one would recognize him.